After Zhou Ming went to college, he became a social slave. Every day, he had to work overtime, revise plans in the early morning, and had leaders who were incomprehensible. Finally, he had a statutory holiday, but he had to take a day off to make up for it later. Forget the above. I talked to my current girlfriend in college, and she cheated on her boss a week ago. Even after I found out, I pointed at him and said something. You can't give me the life I want. Let's break up. I felt unprecedented happiness when I was with Mr. Zhang. At this point, his girlfriend cheated on him and sent a short video to her and was spurned by countless fairies. The T0 version is really unacceptable. Now, Zhou Ming can only stay in his rental house. And only in the game world and the anime world can he find a little feeling of being alive. Only there is he an independent existence, not a walking corpse who is muddle-headed every day. At night, after playing 2 games in his spare time, Zhou Ming stood up, his eyes went black, and his head hit the keyboard heavily. After an unknown amount of time, Zhou Ming gradually heard the whispers of a stranger. The voice gradually came from far to near, from small to large. Wait, am I not playing games? How? Did you fall asleep? Zhou Ming opened his eyes suddenly and found that everything in front of him was blurry, and everything in front of him looked like a mosaic. What's going on? Why did I become smaller? He grabbed the air with his hands randomly, and his blurred vision could distinguish. Is this a pair of chubby little hands? It looks a bit like the mascot of Michelin tires. Huh, I became a baby? Before Zhou Ming could react, a yellow-haired man and a red-haired woman suddenly appeared in his sight. At this time, he also realized that he had traveled through Time Dot, or the legendary tire travel. Yellow-haired? Don't tell me it's a technical secondary school game. Seeing the yellow-haired man, Zhou Ming's vigilance was suddenly raised. A yellow-haired father. He was really worried. Could his father be a member of the Zong AI family? Shua suddenly, Zhou Ming found that the scene changed and his body was suspended in the air. A few seconds later, he fell steadily into the arms of a stranger. What the hell? Why are there still human traffickers? Where are my parents? Help them. A woman's crying and anxious voices were heard around him. As to what they said, Zhou Ming said he didn't understand, but it sounded so gripping and heartbreaking. However, Zhou Ming was very anxious. He had just crossed over. Can you give him a chance to grow up? Being caught by human traffickers. He might have to be sent to the streets to beg with his hands and feet cut off. In his previous life, Zhou Ming often heard his parents tell the tragic stories of children being abducted by human traffickers when he was a child. But he never expected that he would be kidnapped by a masked human trafficker right after his reincarnation. Wait, red-haired woman, yellow-haired old man, masked trafficker? The inexplicable sense of familiarity made Zhou Ming fall into deep thought. The combination of the three made a golden light flash in his little head. Damn, I traveled through Naruto? It's broken. I became the Prince of Konoha and said something else. Roar, as if responding to Zhou Ming's thoughts. A deafening roar suddenly sounded in Shizhou. Zhou Ming's head was buzzing, and he stopped thinking in an instant and passed out. In the last moment of his coma, he began to pray devoutly in his heart. Ushiobitu, Erenim. This vengeance. I Uzumaki Naruto will remember it. Zhou Ming also began to accept his identity as Uzumaki Naruto. The sound of dripping water falling to the ground was crisp and ethereal. It was like a faucet that was forgotten to be turned off in an empty room. Naruto's eyelids fluttered, and his consciousness gradually became clear. However, the scene he saw when he opened his eyes was very different from what he imagined. A familiar roar came to his ears again. Is it the nine-tailed fox? Naruto turned his head and saw a ball of orange-yellow color. Since his vision had not yet fully developed, the nine-tailed fox now was in front of him. No matter how he looked at it, it looked like a big orange cat. Kaka at this time, Naruto found that a very clear interface appeared in front of him. Fuck, my world? He was surprised to find that the interface that appeared in his eyes was the my world he played in his previous life. Flipping the interface, Naruto could also see all the items in it. Yes, that's all the items. Even enchanted potions and monster eggs are there. It's creative mode. Not only that, there are more than 300 modules loaded in it. All of them are modules he downloaded in his previous life, like industrial modernization modules, magic world modules, etc. For example, in the industrial modernization modules, there are daily household appliances. In a magic world module, there are also some magic monster eggs, as well as various magic props, such as portals. In short, there are a lot of very buggy props in these modules. Even Naruto himself can't count the things in them. And Naruto also realized it. Maybe this is the golden finger brought by his time travel. Although there is no system ding ding ding, it is also very satisfying. Not to mention that he is the #1 cheater in the Naruto world, and he has a 9-horse power bank while carrying a katana. Now there's also the My World Golden Finger that loads hundreds of modules. It can be regarded as a perfect start. Naruto thought about it and threw out a cow first. Kuruma, who was locked in a cage, was about to overflow with resentment. I wanted to scare this kid, but I saw a cow suddenly appearing in the sealed space. What's even more strange is, why does this cow look a little square? Jiawei was very puzzled, but he couldn't help but feel a little curious. Instantly, he forgot that he wanted to scare the little ghost just now. Hey, little ghost, how did you do it? Abba. Naruto didn't understand what Jiawei was saying at all. He knelt behind the cow and crawled hard on the ground. Perhaps because the Uzumaki clan was physically strong, Naruto crawled much faster than he thought. It didn't take much time to reach the side of the cow. He raised his hand and patted the cow with all his strength. The cow that was attacked flickered and flew back a distance. This Jin show is exactly the same as in the game. Naruto was overjoyed and then began to chase the cow in the sealed space. After a while, Naruto looked at the piece of meat on the ground and laughed. The Jiawei in the cage had a question mark on his face. He really couldn't figure out what the kid was doing, and how could such a strange cow appear in the sealed space? Then, he saw an unforgettable scene. Naruto, who was sitting on the ground, was arranging the soil on the ground while laughing. He planted a few oak trees from time to time. Soon, an extremely abrupt grove appeared in the gloomy sealed space. There was even a wooden house in the middle. Hey, kid, are you teasing me? The Ninetales' voice was very loud, but the wooden house built by Naruto had surprisingly strong sound insulation. Even if it shouted outside, only a rough sound could be heard inside. Well, it was a little quieter than the buzzing sound of the decoration in the previous life. Naruto lay on the bed with complicated thoughts. After the excitement of just being reborn, his heart gradually calmed down. This made him think about his future destiny. Naruto knew that when his consciousness came out, his parents would probably both be gone. TSK. He became an orphan right after crossing over. How sad. When he thought about being hated by countless Konoha villagers in the future, he felt a little sad. With his thoughts flying, Naruto fell asleep in bed in a daze. Chapter 2. The Tsundere Ninetales 6 years later, at last. It is finally completed. Naruto adjusted his hard hat, excitement radiating from his youthful face. At that moment, he stood atop a towering column constructed from stone. These pillars, a total of 7, stood resolutely at each corner of the sealed space, as if they were the very support of this realm. Naruto's intention was to install high-powered pendant lights in the ceiling space, effectively achieving a cycle of day and night. Although it could not compare to the outside world, it was certainly a refreshing change from the previously dim environment. Naruto retrieved a switch and pressed it lightly. Instantly, over a dozen pendant lights at the top of the ceiling space illuminated simultaneously, dispelling the darkness and transforming the entire area into a brightness akin to the outside world. Standing atop the column and surveying his surroundings, Naruto admired his masterpiece. At the very center of the space stood a 3-story villa, encircled by vast golden fields of wheat. The borders were adorned with pear trees, apple trees, jujube trees, and more. A stream, which Naruto had cultivated, meandered around the villa, appearing as a blue ribbon from above. Witnessing this, a sense of satisfaction blossomed within Naruto. It must be said that the act of farming was deeply ingrained in his very essence. Even after his transition to this new world, over the past 6 years, aside from the mundane activities of eating, drinking, and other necessities, he had immersed himself in the renovation of the ceiling space. The area had been transformed to include forests, snowy landscapes, plains, and deserts, teeming with various creatures. The once pitch-black and gloomy ambience had been completely revitalized. After all, in order to conquer the fox spirit, one must first begin by enhancing the living environment. He looked forward to utilizing this space as a source of energy in the future. Naruto took a bucket of water from the system and poured it at his feet. The water cascaded down the column, gradually forming a small waterfall. Before the water could reach the ground, Naruto rolled up his pants and leaped down. He was unperturbed by the potential mishap, as any operational error would merely result in being disconnected and expelled from the ceiling space, a familiar scenario by now. Thud upon landing. Naruto paid no mind to his damp attire and headed straight for the pig pen. He swiftly dispatched 2 pigs, returned to the villa, and prepared a delicious pork cutlet meal. He then drew a diamond sword and lightly grazed it against his neck. As his consciousness returned to reality, Naruto climbed out of bed, retrieved the freshly made pork cutlet meal, and grabbed a bottle of orange soda. He then began to savor his lunch for the day. Over the years, Naruto had gained considerable insight into his system. The items within the system could be summoned, but the rules of his world only existed within the ceiling space. For instance, animals summoned from the system would immediately take on their natural forms. Items would also become more realistic, with the exception of materials like dirt and stone, which retained their original appearance. He could not place blocks in midair. Any object that lost its support would collapse instantaneously. Additionally, most modular items required crafting. The pork cutlet meal he was currently enjoying belonged to the food module, yet the extra step of crafting was not too bothersome. To create items of perfect quality, one had to maximize their level. Although the system operated in creative mode, Naruto discovered that he still possessed an experience bar. From the moment he realized this, he dedicated himself to leveling up within the ceiling space. As of today, he had finally reached level 100. The difference between items enchanted at level 0 and those at level 100 was nothing short of astronomical. For example, the diamond sword he had previously enchanted. Diamond sword, attack power 64, enchantment effects, attack power 2, attack speed 1, durability, 100. Now, after reaching level 100, the enchantments he could achieve were astonishing. Diamond sword, attack power 64, enchantment effects, attack power 10, hardness 70, attack speed 30, knockback 20, bleed 30, durability, 10,000. Merely observing the enhancements of these enchantments was enough to leave one in awe. Although he had yet to test these effects, he had previously conducted a discrete experiment. The diamond sword enchanted at level 0 could be shattered by the Nine Tails, whereas the fully enchanted version posed no challenge to the beast whatsoever. Thus far, he had only enchanted the diamond sword and had yet to enchant other items, such as magic wands, portals, and various armors. Within the ceiling space, the Nine Tails slowly opened its eyes, observing the vanishing figure of the boy. Throughout these 6 years, it had witnessed the gradual transformation of the ceiling space by the child. From the very first day, when the boy constructed a small treehouse, the changes had been relentless. Initially, the Nine Tails had given little thought to it, dismissing it as merely a peculiar bloodline limit. After all, it had lived for many years and had seen much. In the subsequent days, the Nine Tails spent most of its time sleeping, occasionally catching glimpses of the boy diligently placing blocks throughout the ceiling space. Until one day, upon awakening, the Nine Tails was struck dumb by the sight of a sprawling forest. Never in its long existence had it encountered such a human jinchuriki, which be sealed within a space as the mightiest of tailed beasts. It had never engaged in such petty thievery. Thus, the man and the fox found themselves in a stalemate within the confines of the ceiling space. After all, Kurama refrained from disturbing Naruto, and Naruto never trespassed into Kurama's domain while he worked. With a sigh, Kurama gazed at the scenery before him, shifted his massive form, and drifted back into slumber. The scent of earth filled his nostrils, mingling with the fragrance of blossoms and trees, evoking memories of his childhood. Chapter 3. The villagers had never seen a nine-tailed fox. Naruto placed his dinner on the table, listening to the rhythmic ticking of the clock in his room, feeling a sense of existential disconnection. Although he had grown accustomed to solitude over the years in this world, an undeniable emptiness lingered in his heart. He glanced at the pork chop in his lunchbox, picked it up with chopsticks, and took a bite, silently narrating his own experience. Constitution 1. Throughout these years, Naruto had consumed plenty of food from the ceiling space provided by the system. However, the benefits of eating in that realm were negligible compared to the outside world. This made sense to him, as his existence there was merely as an entity of consciousness. As for the colorful foods in the system, he dared not consume them. The enhancement attributes were overwhelmingly potent and bound by the rules of the external world. He feared that ingesting them might lead to an explosive demise. He was new to the system and was cautious not to experiment recklessly. Regarding the items in his backpack, extracting a cubic meter of stone was futile, as 6-year-old Naruto could not even lift it. Out of curiosity one time, he pulled out a raw stone, but it fell to the floor, collapsing the wooden floorboards and landing downstairs, frightening the unsuspecting villagers of Konoha. Who would have thought that a solid block would crash through the ceiling in the middle of the night? The stone fortuitously crushed the bed of 2 households. If only he had shifted it 30 centimeters to the left, he could have achieved the remarkable feat of 1 stone, 3 kills. Had it not been for the 3rd Hokage compensating and apologizing to those families, and relocating them to new homes, there would have been an uproar at the Hokage building. Since that incident, Naruto found himself alone in the apartment. He became acutely aware of the frightening potential of the system he possessed. If 1 stone could nearly cause such chaos, he feared to imagine what other items could do. Even the milk in the system was something he dared not drink. He worried that, influenced by the rules of the outside world, a single sip might obliterate the Nine Tails sealed within him. That would indeed bring him to tears. Sometimes, having overwhelming power was a burden. Yet, he could still safely consume the more ordinary food items from his backpack, which did enhance his strength. This was evidenced one snowy day when he took down several larger children and rescued his wife, Hinata, proving that his constitution was extraordinary. Other items, however, would have to wait until he grew older, as he genuinely feared that he might inadvertently bring ruin to Konoha or even the entire ninja world. Knock, knock, little Naruto. Are you home? Grandpa has come to see you. Suddenly, a knock echoed from outside, followed by the familiar voice of the 3rd Hokage. Coming. Naruto quickly finished a couple of bites, tossed his lunchbox into the sink, wiped his mouth, and headed for the door. Before opening it, he rubbed his face with his small hands, putting on an innocent expression. It was quite a challenge for an adult soul like him to feign innocence before the third Hokage. Hurry up and start school. Naruto silently urged himself as he slowly opened the door. Good day, Grandpa. Hello, little Naruto. Grandpa has come to see you again. The third Hokage smiled warmly and raised his hand to pat Naruto's head. This action made Naruto's face flush with anger as he swiftly dodged, refusing the opportunity for the Hokage to pat him. Seeing the child evade him, the third Hokage chuckled lightly, dismissing it as typical childhood behavior. After all, his own grandson. Konohamaru was quite mischievous as well. Naruto, here is your allowance for the month. And this. The third Hokage pulled out several bills and placed a notice from the Ninja Academy on the table. What puzzled the third Hokage, however, was Naruto's peculiar bloodline limit. Years ago, after Naruto summoned a stone that nearly harmed several innocent villagers, he realized that the child possessed some rather unique bloodline traits. Initially, he had thought Naruto awakened some Earth-style bloodline, but further investigation revealed that the items he could summon were far more diverse than mere stones. Mud clumps, seeds, hoes, axes, and even animals and household items could materialize at his command. It could be said that Naruto's talent for agriculture was unparalleled in the ninja world. At times, the third Hokage mused that it would be a shame if the child did not pursue farming. Yet, the crux of the matter was that his father was the fourth Hokage, the illustrious Golden Flash of the ninja world. A name that struck fear into the hearts of ninjas from other villages. His mother belonged to the Uzumaki clan, masters of sealing techniques, with few capable of matching her prowess. As for this child, he was the strongest Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails in Konoha, destined to become the village's mightiest force, not to end up farming pigs. What kind of absurd bloodline limit was this? After returning home, the third Hokage pondered for 2 nights without arriving at a satisfactory conclusion. Ultimately, Naruto's bizarre bloodline limit was, for ninjas, of little use, bordering on completely useless. Surely, one could not expect to summon an axe in the midst of battle, leaving enemies in shock. What kind of ninja wielded an axe? Would he be expected to chop down trees to amuse his opponents? Would it not suggest that Konoha was so impoverished that it could not even provide its shinobi with a kunai? I understand, Grandpa. I am very much looking forward to starting school. As Naruto spoke, he meticulously carved a miniature model of his world. He often wondered if Minato had dropped him on his head during his rescue, resulting in his peculiar behaviors. Little Naruto, make sure to go out during the day and meet new friends. Don't just stay at home. Go out? For what? To be sprayed by the little troublemakers? Or to feel the judgmental gazes of others? I would rather stay home and watch foxes. All right, Grandpa. Naruto tilted his head with an innocent expression, but internally he thought, Old man third Hokage, just leave me be. Glancing at the clock on the table, Naruto decided to finish carving his model before venturing out later when the streets would be deserted after dark. After all, with the village leadership frequently seeking him out for conversations, failing to emerge would indicate a poor attitude. Yet, the third Hokage was truly insufferable. He barely ever brought him food after becoming Hokage and even had people watching him. There were even rumors circulating in Konoha that he was the reincarnation of the Nine Tails. Who could tolerate that? If only he were not so young and weak. Naruto pressed a diamond sword against the neck of the third Hokage, boldly declaring, Third Hokage, my sword is not without merit. 3 years prior, during the daylight hours, Naruto had ventured outside only to be met with a barrage of disdainful glances and the praise of his detractors, prompting him to resolve to minimize his outings. Each time he appeared, they would rally against him. Who could endure such a torment? Instead, he preferred to remain within the comforts of his home, tending to his virtual farm for a decade or so. What could they possibly do if they could not find him? He doubted the Umbu would allow them to approach his doorstep. Should they dare to come, he would not hesitate to lose his composure and create chaos among the villagers, leaving the third Hokage to deal with the aftermath. In the span of 10 years, even the most extraordinary rumors would fade into mere legends of Konoha. Moreover, he had not entirely forsaken the outside world. He merely chose to wander during the late hours of the night. 3 years ago, he had escorted Hinata, the young girl, back to her home, and only recently had he rescued her from a group of mischievous children. Reflecting on his behavior before the third, he felt like a mere child, at most, a reclusive youth who shunned the outside world. But what could they do to him? After bidding farewell to the third Hokage, Naruto began to wash his dishes and tidy up his home. During this process, he noticed the enrollment notification for the Ninja Academy resting on the table. Chapter 4. The alternative Flying Thunder God. Naruto picked up the admission notice from the table, glancing over it and realizing that there was less than a month left before he began school. The thought of attending school stirred memories of his past life, where he would carry a backpack to class. Unfortunately, in this life, he was devoid of parents, and thus had no one to accompany him to school. However, it was not a significant concern. At least, he still had a great fox. Was he finally about to embark on the journey to becoming a ninja? Excitement began to bubble within him. For the past 6 years, Naruto had maintained a reasonable exercise regimen. He would jog for half an hour and practice stances, utilizing all the workout methods he had learned in his previous life. Nevertheless, he had refrained from overexerting himself, for he was just 6 years old. It was said that excessive exercise at such a tender age could hinder growth. Regrettably, in the 6 years since arriving in this world, he had yet to encounter chakra. Fearing that the third Hokage might grow suspicious, he had not dared to ask about it. As for the fox within him, it was likely knowledgeable about chakra refinement. However, the crux of the matter was that he felt uneasy about broaching the topic. Whether the fox would be willing to teach him was uncertain, and he feared it might misinterpret his intentions as a desire to control it, likely leading to an explosive reaction. The fox reminded him of a large orange cat he had once cared for in his previous life. Apart from its lack of heft, its proud demeanor was strikingly similar. Thus, attending the Ninja Academy was, for Naruto, the sole opportunity to engage with chakra. Returning to the sink, he meticulously washed the dishes before changing into a set of black clothing from the wardrobe. Naruto maintained the same fashion sense as in his previous life, where his wardrobe consisted of either black or white garments, emphasizing simplicity. As he gazed into the mirror, he noted how different he appeared from the Naruto in the original story. To facilitate convenience, he had kept his hair short since childhood, resembling the 7th Hokage. Moreover, he was considerably taller than the Naruto of the original narrative at this age. He recalled that he was roughly the same age as Sasuke. Yet the original Sasuke was notably taller than him. It was likely due to long-term malnutrition, which compelled him to critique the third Hokage. Were it not for the system providing him with ample nourishment, generous servings of fish, meat, milk, and eggs, he would have surely perished from starvation. In a situation worse than that of the original Naruto. Donning his mask, he glanced at the time. It was 8:30 in the evening. Nodding slightly, he secured his mask and commenced his post-dinner exercise routine. The village of Konoha was shrouded in silence, devoid of human presence. Save for the streetlights and the moss fluttering around them that accompanied Naruto, Konoha was not as brightly lit as in his past life, which had boasted a vibrant nightlife. By 8 o'clock, most of the villagers had turned off their lights to rest. The only form of entertainment was the creation of small figurines. Whenever Naruto ventured outside during this hour, he found no one at all. Furthermore, the rumors propagated by the third Hokage regarding the reincarnation of the Ninetales had faded into obscurity, as Naruto had rarely been seen by the villagers over the years. Consequently, many began to suspect that the tale was merely a bedtime story concocted to frighten children, and no one took it to heart. Now, standing before them, the villagers might not even recognize him as the mischievous child from before. Thus, the third Hokage's rumors were quietly dispelled by Naruto. After running for approximately half an hour, Naruto returned home, took a shower, and crawled into bed. His consciousness then entered the ceiling space. Upon arrival, he saw Kurama resting with its forelimbs tucked under its head. Naruto walked to the open area in front of the villa, gauged the distance, and subsequently pulled out a spatial door. Kurama's eyes cracked open slightly, appearing to still be in slumber. It was curious to see what this little brat would conjure up today. As the spatial door was produced, it swiftly formed a large purple cocoon on the ground, shimmering with a soft violet glow. Naruto stared at the spatial door, instinctively swallowing hard. After all, it was his first experience, and he felt a twinge of apprehension. However, considering he was within the ceiling space, the worst that could happen was being expelled. Therefore, he closed his eyes, gritted his teeth, and plunged into the purple luminescence. In the next moment, a purple cocoon abruptly opened beside a golden wheat field, revealing Naruto's figure. Hooray! He had succeeded. Naruto leaped up, pumping his fist in the air, radiating sheer joy. His intention upon entering the spatial door had been to arrive at the edge of the wheat field. If that were the case, it meant that as long as he envisioned his desired destination, he could use the spatial door to reach it, akin to a form of space-time ninjutsu. With the success of his initial attempt, Naruto's confidence grew, prompting him to test the limits of the spatial door. Kurama, from its cage, widened its eyes in astonishment. What peculiar ability did this little brat possess? Within the ceiling space, Naruto's figure flickered continuously, appearing by the river one moment and in the orchard the next. With every flash of purple light, a small blonde figure emerged. Eventually, in search of excitement, Naruto even attempted to transport himself into the sky. At the moment of teleportation, he produced another spatial door, continuing the cycle. He had turned the spatial door into a means of aerial transportation. Kurama was left bewildered. While it was true that Minato had mastered space-time ninjutsu, this little brat's purple cocoon bore a striking resemblance to those tools. There was not a trace of chakra fluctuation. How on earth was this possible? Kurama found itself utterly perplexed. After approximately 100 attempts with the spatial door, Naruto began to feel slightly winded. He had thought there was no cost involved. Now, he discovered that attempting to create another spatial door had triggered a cooldown in the system, and his head throbbed as if pricked by needles. He also realized that the small blue bar beneath his experience meter had completely emptied. Judging by the cooldown, it seemed he would have to wait until the following day to use it again. Feeling somewhat fatigued, Naruto retrieved a piece of magical dragon meat, placing it on the grill. The meat was substantial, roughly the size of a basin, and, being a creature from the magical module, it possessed the ability to replenish magic and mental energy. He skewered the meat with an iron rod, ignited the charcoal, and brought out cumin, chili powder, and barbecue sauce. In no time, the aroma filled the entire ceiling space. Kurama inhaled deeply, seemingly hearing its stomach rumble. Recalling the deliciousness of raw meat it had tasted previously, Kurama felt drool pooling in its mouth. It fixated on Naruto as he turned the meat, instinctively opening its mouth wide, as if ready to devour it at any moment. Finally, Kurama could no longer contain itself. Little brat, you're meat. Feeling somewhat embarrassed to directly ask for food, Kurama shifted to Chapter 5. I, Uzumaki Chawe, possess innate divine strength. Though Kurama inquired about the spatial gate, its gaze remained fixed on the roasted meat, utterly motionless. Naruto glanced suspiciously between the meat and the great fox before a faint smirk curled his lips. Heh, as if any feline could resist the allure of grilled meat. The fox's eyes practically glowed with hunger, its drool nearly dripping to the ground. Forget the spatial gate, this was the real distraction. To spare the fox's dignity, Naruto refrained from pointing it out outright. Instead, he kept his head down, diligently turning the skewers and occasionally sprinkling seasonings. Sizzle, the sound of meat roasting over charcoal filled the air, its aroma weaving an irresistible temptation that plucked at Kurama's heartstrings. The fox swore it had never encountered such an alluring scent. Were it not for the cage, it would have lunged forward and devoured the meat in one gulp. Its throat bobbed as it stared, transfixed. I was born with divine strength, Naruto mused, an image of Chanwei beating Lifu flashing through his mind. He wondered when he, Uzumaki Chanwei, would get to bully Kurama Lifu. Hey, big fox, he called, casually enhancing the meat's fragrance. Do you know how to grow stronger quickly? His words slithered into Kurama's ears like a demon's whisper. Tell him. Just tell him. Then you can taste that meat. Kurama shook its head. A scheme forming. It wasn't foolish, revealing the method today would only earn it one meal. What it sought wasn't a single feast, but a lifetime of them. Besides, over the years, it had observed the boy's peculiar training methods. Those strange exercises only strengthened the body. What did they have to do with true power? Clearly, Konoha had taught its Jinchuriki nothing. Having made up its mind, Kurama lifted its head haughtily, peering down at Naruto with undisguised arrogance. To Naruto, however, the fox's posture was no different from that of a spoiled house cat. Of course I know. I've lived 1,000 years, there's nothing I haven't seen, Kurama declared. I can teach you how to grow stronger, but you must prepare me 6 meals a day. It was a blatant demand. No way. You're enormous. Feeding you 6 times would mean I'd have to stay here all day, Naruto protested, feigning distress. 3 meals at most. The largest meat in his system was barely 2 meters long, hardly more than a snack for the fox. 6 meals a day wasn't just troublesome. He worried the fox might balloon into a gas tank. His past life tabby had already turned into one. He couldn't let history repeat itself. Kurama eyed Naruto's 6-year-old frame and conceded that 6 meals might indeed be excessive. Yet, the memory of that tantalizing aroma made it relent. Just a little. 5. Not a single meal less. Deal. Naruto's immediate agreement left Kurama with the odd sensation of having been swindled. Internally, Naruto rejoiced. His system included an industrial module. All he needed was an automated grill assembly line. From ingredient input to roasting to conveyor belt feeding, it would be seamless. Perfect. Kurama tilted its head, signaling the boy to begin. Naruto hesitated, then took his first step toward the cage. As his vision filled with orange fur, an uneasy shiver ran down his spine. His knowledge of Kurama came solely from past life anime, impressions of immense power and a massive chakra battery. But now, up close, he felt the overwhelming aura radiating from the fox, a palpable storm of wrath, violence, and every negative emotion imaginable. If Kurama lashed out now, it wouldn't surprise him. The distance was short, yet each step felt agonizingly slow. When he finally stood before the fox, his tiny frame seemed insignificant against its 5-story tall form. The largest creatures he'd seen in his past life were zoo tigers and elephants, nothing like this. Brat, climb up. Kurama extended a paw, and Naruto snapped out of his thoughts. Seeing the impatience in the fox's eyes, he mentally scolded himself. What am I even afraid of? This is just a gluttonous fox. Its temperament was no different from his past life tabby. Steeling himself, he stepped onto Kurama's palm. The fox lifted him to eye level, then parted its jaws, a yawning abyss. Startled, Naruto retrieved meat slabs from his system and began hurling them into the gaping maw. His arms blurred as meat rained down like a storm. Yet, Kurama didn't chew, it simply swallowed whole. Half an hour later, big fox. Are you full yet? Naruto's arms ached. No matter how much he tossed, the fox showed no signs of satiation. Its stomach was as bottomless as Hinata's. The thought of feeding 2 insatiable beings already weighed on his 6-year-old shoulders. Kurama closed its mouth, gave a perfunctory chew, then swallowed. Gulp, burp, half full, it declared with an earth-shaking belch. Seeing Naruto's exhausted arms, it mercifully relented, though not without disdain. You're pathetically weak. Stop those nonsensical exercises. Starting tomorrow, you'll train my way. Naruto said nothing. He knew Kurama's nonsense likely referred to his push-ups and such. Fine, you're the strongest tailed beast. You call the shots. Though mocked, Naruto felt oddly content. Today marked the first step in his relationship with the fox. And contrary to legends, it wasn't terrifying, just a creature with simple desires. Stroke its ego, and it'd cooperate. In this world, the great fox was his first friend. Good night, big fox. As Naruto departed from the sealed space, he turned to the fox and uttered a remark, disregarding the fox's reaction before vanishing from the spot. After a considerable time, the voice of Kurama echoed from within the cage. Good night, little brat. Chapter 6. The stern guidance of Teacher 9. The following day, at dawn, Naruto ventured outside. A rare occurrence for him during daylight hours. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen, working in the Hokage building, was taken aback by the sight. Over the past 6 years, Naruto had scarcely stepped out during the day. His outings were predominantly at night. Even then, his range of activities was limited, with a puff of smoke escaping his lips. Hiruzen observed Naruto's figure with a sense of satisfaction. It appeared that the boy had taken his words to heart. "Hey, kid, do you see that tree?" The voice of the fox echoed in Naruto's ears as he stood by the riverbank. To fulfill a promise, the great fox had summoned him from his slumber before 6 in the morning, chiding him for being too weak to be its Jinchuriki. How audacious. Since arriving in this world, he had consistently slept until 9 o'clock. While maintaining ample sleep, he had considered his lifestyle quite healthy. Yet, the great fox had the audacity to wake him at 6. With a weary body, Naruto experienced a fleeting moment of nostalgia. Reminiscent of his previous life as a corporate slave, he suspected the great fox was merely hungry, awoken early and summoned to the riverbank. Naruto felt a deep sense of resentment. At that moment, he believed he could defeat even the wicked sword immortal if he stood before him. After a yawn and a rub of his tired eyes, he staggered toward the great tree. Though reluctant, Naruto recognized that the Ninetales meant well in its attempts to strengthen him. With school fast approaching, he had no desire to be the bottom of the class. He could hardly bear the thought of being ranked last, especially with his lineage bearing the weight of expectations. Furthermore, the Ninetales had refrained from using chakra to interfere, opting instead for a straightforward approach. If he didn't secure the top spot at school, Naruto would feel he had let himself down. "Hey kid, are you asleep? Raise your fists and punch the tree." Naruto, roused by the booming voice of his teacher, blinked at the tree and lifted his hand to strike. The reason behind this task eluded him, but he believed in the wisdom of the Ninetales and simply complied. "Are you massaging the tree? Use the strength you have for grilling meat." The Ninetales, observing Naruto's feeble punches, nearly lost patience. Raising his voice an octave, he startled Naruto awake. The drowsiness dissipated, but he couldn't help but think that his teacher was excessively stern. Taking a deep breath, Naruto resolved to focus. He clenched his fists and unleashed his first punch with all his might. The sound of impact echoed, yet pain shot through his temple. Aware of the necessity to withstand the pain to avoid reprimand from the fox, he remained steadfast in his stance. The pain he had endured in his past life paled in comparison to this. He soon realized that this world was not as easy as he had imagined. Despite being the prince with extraordinary abilities, without a heart dedicated to growth, standing at the pinnacle of the world would remain elusive. Noticing Naruto's struggle, the Ninetales refrained from immediate admonishment, allowing a moment of silence before urging, "Keep going." "All right." With determination, Naruto gritted his teeth and resumed his assault on the tree. Each strike resonated with a rhythmic bang, as blood gradually stained the bark and dripped to the ground. The Ninetales' first lesson was to endure pain. For the tolerance of strong individuals surpasses ordinary comprehension. Look at any ninja, they cannot afford to falter at the slightest discomfort. You can't expect your opponent to wait while you regain your composure. Naruto understood this principle well, hence he devoted himself earnestly to the Ninetales' teachings. He swore he had never applied himself so thoroughly before. With every hit, blood and sweat splattered onto his face, accompanied by intense pain and a biting itch akin to ants gnawing at his skin. Yet, as he continued, he noticed the initial pain was not as severe as before, and the bleeding had diminished. Wait, am I recovering? Observing his hands, he noticed that aside from some bloodstains, his previous wounds had healed completely. Suddenly, realization dawned upon him. This was the passive skill of the Uzumaki clan. "Hey, what are you doing? Keep at it." The Ninetales would not tolerate any signs of laziness, urging him once more. "Yes, Teacher 9. Armed with the blessing of rapid recovery, Naruto began to strike the tree with renewed vigor. With each punch, he felt invigorated, understanding that the pain of his wounds would not outpace his healing. Meanwhile, the third Hokage watched in silence as Naruto relentlessly pounded the tree, his expression a mixture of confusion and admiration. He took a couple of deep puffs from his pipe, his brows knitting together. Sitting before the crystal ball for nearly an hour, he could not fathom the boy's peculiar training regimen. Is it normal for a ninja to train this way? Just striking the tree with reckless abandon? Surely, this cannot yield any results. The third Hokage felt a mix of pride and concern for Naruto. He sighed deeply, contemplating the boy's determination while feeling the weight of age settle upon him. Minato, did this child ever hit his head? And as a member of the Uzumaki clan, a Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, with so many techniques to learn, why focus solely on physical training? As he sat in his office, his hair and beard nearly pulled out in exasperation. He resolved to teach Naruto the chakra refinement technique and the shadow clone jutsu the following day. Surely, with these skills, Naruto wouldn't be so fixated on merely honing his physical abilities. Chapter 7, The Woes of Hair and the Third Hokage, bang, bang, bang. The following day, the rhythmic sound of tree thumping echoed once more through the small grove by the river. Fortunately, at such an early hour, few people were around. Otherwise, they would surely come to complain about this lad disturbing the peace at 6 in the morning. Today, the Ninetales did not even call out to Naruto. He woke up promptly at the designated time. After a brief wash and a modest breakfast, he jogged to the training ground from the previous day and commenced his training. Thanks to the physique of the Uzumaki clan, he bore no scars from the previous night. Moreover, Naruto discovered that his endurance seemed to have increased. The act of thumping the tree no longer caused him discomfort. Aside from the persistent bang-bang in his ears, he felt no pain whatsoever. He was even able to maintain a rhythm while allowing his thoughts to wander, reminiscent of a time in his past life when he absent-mindedly twirled a pin in class. "Hey, Naruto. Grandpa has come to see you." A voice suddenly interrupted his thoughts. He turned to see the third Hokage approaching, his hands resting behind his back. Yet Naruto's hands never ceased their rhythmic motion. "What brings you here, old man? And on the way?" "I don't believe that for a second." Naruto was skeptical about the third Hokage's claim of merely passing by. It was apparent that the old man had come specifically to check on him. But Naruto was uncertain of the reason. Did he not want to see me working hard? "Whoa, take a break. Don't injure yourself." The third Hokage's tone was gentle, yet he was perplexed. Was the boy truly becoming addicted to training? "No. I must put an end to this fervent practice of taijutsu." The third Hokage produced 2 scrolls from his robe, smiling as he presented them to Naruto. "Look what Grandpa has brought you. Basic ninja techniques, the shadow clone technique and chakra refinement method." Seeing the third Hokage's exaggerated demeanor, Naruto felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. "Are you kidding me? You bring me chakra refinement and the shadow clone technique right off the bat? Why not just hand over my dad's flying thunder god technique? Or at the very least, my mom's sealing techniques?" Nevertheless, Naruto feigned exuberance, hurrying to the third Hokage, accepting the scrolls with great enthusiasm. "Thank you, Grandpa. I will work very hard." Upon hearing Naruto's words, the third Hokage finally broke into a long-awaited smile. He reached out to pat Naruto's head, but Naruto swiftly dodged. The old man's actions had crossed a line for Naruto. "Pat my head? Does he not know that it stunts growth?" With agile movements, Naruto sidestepped, glaring at the third Hokage in indignation. This old man had always enjoyed patting his head, and if he were to remain short, he would surely blame him. The third Hokage chuckled at Naruto's antics, then began to advise him, "Seize this time before school starts to practice diligently. I look forward to your good news." With that, he strolled away, hands clasped behind his back, pondering whether giving Naruto the 2 scrolls would prevent him from relentlessly pounding the tree. As he anticipated, once the third Hokage left, Naruto could hardly wait to unroll the scrolls and scrutinize their contents. The shadow clone technique appeared somewhat challenging for him at the moment, so he merely glanced at it before putting it aside. His main focus shifted to the chakra refinement method, the chakra within the human body. Naruto spent over 20 minutes rereading the instructions before sitting cross-legged on the ground, adopting a 5 hearts to the sky posture, and commencing his attempt to refine his chakra. In the ceiling space, the Ninetales was alarmed. What on earth is this kid doing? Who has ever refined chakra in such a position? "Hey, what are you doing?" After 10 minutes, the Ninetales could no longer restrain himself. "Is this kid foolish? Shoo, I'm starting to feel something." Just as Naruto spoke, he realized his legs had gone numb, akin to countless insects gnawing at him from within his trousers. He leaned against the tree to stand, limping as he moved about. "Kid, that posture restricts blood flow. It would be miraculous if you could refine any chakra." "Huh?" Naruto paused at the fox's words. Was this not how chakra was refined? His prior exposure to numerous fantasy tales had conditioned him to believe in this methodology. "What posture should I use then?" "There's no specific posture required for chakra refinement," the Ninetales exclaimed, exasperated. "Oh, is that so?" Although the Ninetales made a valid point, Naruto still felt that chakra refined my youth. "I never experienced such triumph as he does now." Chapter 8. The empiricist shinobi. Since mastering chakra extraction, Naruto continued his daily routine of punching trees by the riverside grove. Over several days, this practice had nearly become second nature to him. Upon waking each morning, his body would instinctively carry him to the familiar spot by the river. By the time his mind caught up, he'd already be thudding away at the bark. Yet, despite his efforts, the shadow clone technique remained elusive. In his past life, watching anime had made it seem effortless, shinobi conjuring clones with a mere flick of the wrist. But now, attempting it himself, he realized the complexity, memorizing precise chakra pathways within his body while meticulously controlling its output. Too much or too little chakra, and the jutsu would fail. The greatest obstacle, however, was the colossal fox sealed within him. Though Kurama restrained his chakra, traces of crimson energy still mingled with Naruto's azure reserves. This meant that even when Naruto measured his chakra perfectly, Kurama's erratic surges would disrupt the balance. Early attempts resulted in grotesque, limbless clones devoid of consciousness, far worse than his original counterpart's pitiful creations. Learning from these failures, Naruto adjusted his output, but the fox's chakra proved wildly unpredictable. Sometimes it interfered. Other times, it didn't. Now he understood why the original Naruto had struggled so profoundly. Kurama wasn't necessarily sabotaging him. His sheer volume of chakra meant even a wisp of leakage could destabilize a seasoned shinobi's technique. That Naruto could attempt jutsu under such conditions, even failing, was remarkable in itself. Still, the fox's ceaseless laughter grated on his nerves. "Kurama, could you stop laughing? It's your fault I keep failing. Haha, I've never seen such pathetic clones." The fox roared with mirth, utterly indifferent to Naruto's frustration. Fuming, Naruto doubled down, channeling his stubbornness into relentless practice. If he could endure sleepless nights perfecting proposals in his past life, surely he could master this rudimentary technique. Poof, poof, poof. Clone after clone flickered into existence before dissolving into failure. By the 1000th attempt, he produced a vaguely recognizable miniature of himself, a marginal improvement. 5,000 hand seals later. On the 5,001st try, enlightenment struck. If Kurama's chakra disrupted his control, and the technique required precise chakra input, why not calculate the fixed amount needed? Factor in the fox's erratic contributions and combine them to meet the jutsu's requirements? The scroll from the third Hokage offered no quantifiable metrics, only pathways, hand signs, and vague descriptions. Mastery demanded trial and error until discovering the minimum viable chakra threshold. This is pure empiricism. Naruto realized most shinobi techniques likely followed this crude I reckon methodology. Those who succeeded with fewer attempts were deemed geniuses. No wonder the original Naruto had taught Konohamaru in such a haphazard manner. The boy's ability to learn under those conditions was genius. It reminded him of recipes calling for a pinch of salt or martial arts manuals filled with abstract descriptions. Entirely impressionistic. Kurama, are there any standardized units for chakra? Though Kakashi had once jokingly used himself as a measuring stick, it was just that, a joke, another example of empiricism. Naruto rephrased for clarity, a way to quantify chakra. Like how much the clone technique requires. The fox blinked. Why bother? My chakra's inexhaustible. Still, he pondered, recalling Hashirama, Madara, and every shinobi he'd encountered. None had ever concerned themselves with such measurements. Naruto's expression twisted in disbelief. The shinobi world has existed for millennia. How has no one standardized this? No wonder progress stagnated. Their eventual defeat by the Tsutsuki clan was inevitable. This ends now. If no one else would systematize chakra, he would. Establishing units would transform jutsu training from guesswork into precise, data-driven practice. Abandoning his clones, Naruto lay beneath the tree, staring at the sky until inspiration struck. His gaze landed on the glowing orbs within the seal. That's it. Light bulbs, or any energy-powered construct in his system interface, could serve as chakra units. Since these devices required energy rather than specific fuel types, chakra should qualify. A grin spread across his face. Time to revolutionize the shinobi world. Chapter 9. The unit of chakra is finally not measured in calories. Within the confines of the sealed space, Naruto, having discerned a method for quantifying chakra, promptly retrieved a set of redstone lamps from the system to preserve the aesthetic appeal of the surrounding villa. He deliberately made his way to the open area near Kurama's cage. The area around Kurama's enclosure had yet to undergo any modifications, making it an ideal location for his experimental setup. With his right hand, Naruto meticulously arranged the redstone lamps into a perfect square formation on the ground. 100 redstone lamps flickered with a faint crimson glow, exuding an otherworldly beauty. Kurama, observing Naruto's actions, was filled with confusion, unable to comprehend the significance of Naruto's behavior. Just moments ago, he had been practicing the shadow clone technique, and now he was playing with blocks in the sealed space? Could it be that this boy was shirking his responsibilities? Kurama felt a surge of irritation at the memory of Naruto dozing off while extracting chakra. What are you doing? You little brat? Kurama and Appo's tone was somewhat stern. If this boy failed to provide a satisfactory explanation, Kurama believed it was time to teach him a lesson. He had lowered himself to offer guidance, yet Naruto seemed utterly unappreciative. Great Fox, I am engaged in an endeavor that could revolutionize the ninja world. Do you recall my earlier mention of measuring chakra? Naruto replied while inspecting the redstone lamps. What nonsensical ramblings are you spewing? Kurama was perplexed, assuming that the child had once again lost his mind. Measuring chakra. Look at Hashirama Senju and Madara Uchiha, or even the Sage of Six Paths. They never cared about such trivial matters. Do you truly believe that creating a device to measure chakra will make you stronger? Ridiculous. Cease your frivolity and go outside to train. Kurama was gradually losing patience. This boy had yet to complete his tree-punching training this year and had barely practiced the shadow clone technique. Now he was hiding here playing around? Kurama believed Naruto had not absorbed a word of his advice. Watch closely, Great Fox, Naruto declared as he pressed his hand against a redstone lamp and shut his eyes, preparing to channel his chakra. Almost immediately, the ground illuminated with 1, 2, 3 lights, until it reached 20 before he halted. Kurama, witnessing the glowing lamps, was even more bewildered. Meanwhile, Naruto leaped with joy. The amount of chakra he had just channeled was roughly equivalent to what was required to perform a single shadow clone technique, not accounting for the chakra from the Nine Tails. 20 lamps? That must be the standard amount for a normal ninja performing a shadow clone technique. But then the question arises, how much chakra do I possess? As he pondered the equivalence of performing a shadow clone technique to 20 lamps, Naruto gasped in realization. It seemed he had never truly calculated how many times he could utilize the shadow clone technique. Just today, he had executed it over 5,000 times. Based on the chakra within him, he had used less than half of his total reserve, and he was even recovering faster than he was expending chakra. For the first time, Naruto gained a vivid understanding of his chakra reserves. Indeed, the chakra of Uzumaki clan is formidable. Following this revelation, Naruto produced a magic lamp and chandelier, roughly comparing their energy ratios to that of the redstone lamps. Ultimately, he deduced their energy equivalencies: 20 redstone lamps, 1 shadow clone, 100 redstone lamps, 1 magic lamp, 1,000 magic lamps, 1 magic chandelier. With this formula, Naruto estimated his current chakra reserves to be between 80 and 100 magic chandeliers. In other words, without relying on the chakra of the tailed beast. He could perform up to 400,000 shadow clone techniques, not even considering his natural chakra recovery. This astonishing chakra capacity was beyond even his own comprehension. Previously, he had no concrete concept of chakra levels in the anime. He merely knew the Uzumaki clan possessed a vast amount of it. The main characters hardly ever faced a shortage of chakra. Now, he truly felt the immense power of his Uzumaki lineage. From now on, I shall use magic chandeliers as the unit of measurement for chakra, he proclaimed, deciding to adopt magic as the unit. Looking at the 3 formations he had created, Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of pride, aware that he was making history within the ninja world. Kurama, having observed Naruto's activities, began to understand what the boy was attempting to achieve. 15 redstones of chakra. Take a moment to feel it. Naruto did not unleash any ninjutsu. He merely allowed the chakra to circulate within his body, simultaneously attuning himself to the additional chakra emanating from the 9 tails. After all, one must become accustomed to the leakage of tailed beast chakra, otherwise, mastering any ninjutsu in the future would prove to be a formidable challenge. The chakra of Kurama is entirely distinct from his own, if his chakra can be likened to the sensation of sipping a glass of water. Then Kurama's chakra resembles the intense experience of consuming a mouthful of spicy pepper water, leaving a vivid impression. Once he had internalized this sensation, Naruto opened his eyes and formed hand seals. Shadow clone technique. Bang, bang, bang. Instantly, 2 identical figures of Naruto appeared beside him. Success. Overwhelmed with joy at his accomplishment, Naruto gleefully twirled around with his clones. Foolishness. At that moment, a strange voice suddenly echoed in Naruto's ear. Chapter 10. Fate's Duel. Upon hearing a sound, Naruto turned to find a child with a hedgehog-like hairstyle and an impassive expression, coldly observing him from behind a tree. The ping-pong pattern on his attire marked him as a naturally malevolent Uchiha. In an instant, Naruto recognized him as Sasuke Uchiha. Yet, what could possibly bring an Uchiha to this place? It seemed Sasuke had been watching him for a while. Was it possible that he had a penchant for spying on others? Sasuke regarded the boy before him with disdain. As the school year approached, he had secretly come here to train, intending to surprise his brother with his enhanced skills. However, he was met with the raucous sounds of commotion nearby, only to discover that this boy, seemingly of his age, was also training in the vicinity. Initially, he was taken aback by Naruto's tenacity, but as time passed, Sasuke realized that this boy was nothing more than a fool who couldn't even master the shadow clone technique. After a morning of practice, achieving success with a mere basic ninjutsu, and he was so proud of himself. Sasuke had mastered that technique in no more than 2 hours. He felt that watching this farce was a complete waste of his precious time. It was unclear whether Sasuke's words were a form of self-deprecation or a mockery of Naruto. Great Fox, can you assess this kid's chakra? Naruto silently thought. Kurama cast a glance at Sasuke before surveying the magical lantern formations nearby. 0, 5 magic. This little brat is even weaker than you. Hearing the fox's words, a look of greater disdain crossed Naruto's face than that of Sasuke. You little weakling. Boasting with only 0, 5 magic chakra in front of me. Naruto tilted his head, glaring at Sasuke through his nostrils, pointing a finger at him. Hey, you're an Uchiha, right? Let us have a contest. Sasuke, who was about to turn and leave, abruptly halted at the provocation in Naruto's words, slowly turning to scrutinize the boy before him. Do you look down on the Uchiha? Sasuke held his clan's honor in high esteem. The words of this boy reeked of disrespect towards the Uchiha clan. He felt compelled to teach this blonde-haired brat a lesson. Naruto was at a loss, unable to comprehend Sasuke's thought process. Did the Uchiha clan feast on garlic daily? Why was he so brash? You misunderstood. I simply looked down on you. Naruto's words were laced with mockery, causing veins to bulge on Sasuke's forehead. He slowly approached Naruto, coldly locking eyes with him. At that moment, Sasuke had already devised a strategy to defeat this fool. Very well, you have successfully enraged me. I shall show you the power of the Uchiha clan. Naruto smirked disdainfully and mimicked Sasuke's stance, forming a contrasting seal. The two locked eyes for a few seconds before Sasuke retrieved 3 shurikens from his waist pouch, stepping back and throwing them in succession. The 3 shurikens flew towards Naruto in a triangular formation. In his inaugural battle, Naruto lacked substantial experience. The only semblance of combat experience he had was from scuffles with classmates back in his previous life at elementary school. Yet, how could that possibly compare to the ninja battles within the world of Hokage? Aware of his inferiority in combat experience, Naruto pulled out an iron gate from the system, holding it up as he charged towards Sasuke. Clang, 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 the shuriken struck the iron gate, producing a crisp sound before bouncing off and clattering to the ground. Sasuke's expression contorted in disbelief. This maneuver was unprecedented. He had never encountered such a tactic before. Who pulls out an object to block shuriken attacks during battle? Taste my shield strike. Naruto had clearly repurposed the gate into a shield, dashing towards Sasuke and swinging it towards his face. The sheer force behind Naruto's swing sent the gate whistling through the air. Sasuke felt a chill run down his spine upon seeing the massive iron gate. The material appeared to be metal. Just how strong was this boy? Shock flooded Sasuke's mind as he quickly rolled to the side, narrowly evading Naruto's shield strike. Meanwhile, the third Hokage, observing the unfolding battle, wore a troubled expression. puffing on his cigarette with a series of puffs. Who on earth taught Naruto to fight like this? Using a gate as a weapon, was that not a bit too unconventional for a ninja? While it appeared utterly ludicrous, Naruto had indeed managed to deflect the Uchiha chi. Glancing at the battered Sasuke, the third Hokage felt a deep concern that Naruto might inflict serious harm upon the boy, leaving him at a loss for how to explain the situation to Fugaku. With a sigh, he then vanished from the spot using the body flicker technique. Chapter 11. Did I defeat Sasuke on the night of the Uchiha massacre? How dare you? Damn it. I ask you, do you concede? You. Naruto exclaimed with a boisterous tone while delivering punches to the ground where Sasuke lay. Sasuke had never endured such humiliation before. Not only was this brat fighting unorthodoxly, but he also had the audacity to pin him down, shouting provocatively about conceding. The most infuriating aspect was that this fool was targeting his own face. The unprecedented humiliation and verbal insults ignited an unparalleled rage within Sasuke's chest. As Naruto relished the fight, he suddenly noticed Sasuke's eyes turning red. The Sharingan. Realizing the comma in Sasuke's pupils, Naruto wore a peculiar expression. Oh, so we're throwing in the raging mode during a brawl, are we? Today, Naruto Uzumaki, shall make it clear who the true protagonist is. I will kill. Sasuke, bruised and battered, growled hoarsely, on the brink of unleashing his power. However, before he could finish, Naruto landed a punch squarely on his face, interrupting the incantation. Naruto, enough. At that moment, Naruto felt a firm grip on his wrist. And the voice beside him was all too familiar. It was the third Hokage. Glancing back, Naruto obediently stood aside. You scoundrel. A furious Sasuke rose, glaring intensely at Naruto, and placed a hand on his head. That's enough, Sasuke. The battle is over. Upon hearing his brother's voice, Sasuke's fury was swiftly pacified. He closed his eyes and fainted into Itachi's embrace. Naruto, witnessing this scene, felt somewhat speechless. He had not anticipated that Sasuke would awaken the Sharingan due to his actions. It was worth noting that on the night of the massacre, Sasuke's parents had perished, and he had only activated a single tomo. Thus, being beaten by me equates to the night of the Uchiha massacre. It is evident that the anger within Sasuke, pinned down and assaulted, was no less than that of that fateful night. Itachi, my apologies. This child. The third Hokage remarked with a kind smile. But Naruto noticed that the old man's expression momentarily faltered upon witnessing Sasuke's awakening. It was unclear what thoughts occupied his mind. Third Hokage. I failed to keep an eye on Sasuke. However, we must thank this child for Sasuke's awakening. Itachi offered a gentle smile to Naruto. Yet, Naruto disregarded his words, turning away and choosing to ignore the doting elder. Third Hokage, I will take him home now. Itachi, carrying Sasuke on his back, bid farewell to the third and turned to leave. This left only the third Hokage and Naruto at the scene. The elderly man and the young boy stood side by side in silence, neither initiating conversation. After a prolonged silence, the third Hokage finally could no longer contain himself and inquired, Naruto, what is the space-time ninjutsu you just used? The third Hokage had come primarily to inquire about Naruto's ninjutsu. Previously, he believed he had a grasp on Naruto's peculiar bloodline abilities. But who would have thought the boy could also wield space-time ninjutsu? A ninja with such abilities within a village held immense strategic significance, as evidenced by Naruto's father, Minato. Observing Naruto's sudden appearance behind Uchiha, Sasuke resembled Minato's use of the Flying Thunder God technique. Naruto tilted his head, feigning innocence as he asked, what is space-time ninjutsu? He had his reasons for using the space gate in front of everyone. After all, his father had mastered the Flying Thunder God, so it seemed reasonable for him to awaken a space-time bloodline limit. As for whether Danzo would extend his hand towards him, did the third Hokage truly think of himself as an unassuming leader? He was the ultimate weapon of Konoha, the host of the Nine Tails, an existence shrouded in taboo. Anyone wishing to harm him would first have to contend with the Hokage's advisor and the third Hokage himself, given the convenience of his abilities. Hiding and using them would be too troublesome to explain. It was far better to reveal them boldly. Seeing Naruto's expression, the third Hokage realized the flaw in his inquiry. How could a 6-year-old child possibly understand space-time ninjutsu? He quickly rephrased his question for clarity. I mean the purple cocoon you just used. Oh, you mean this? Naruto raised his hand and conjured a space gate, causing a purple cocoon to materialize between them. The third Hokage tightened his grip on his beard, momentarily speechless. He had not sensed any fluctuation of chakra. Observing the purple cocoon, the third Hokage stood beside it, scrutinizing it closely. Peering inside, he saw nothing but a sea of purple. After a moment's hesitation, the third Hokage cautiously reached inside. The next instant, another purple cocoon appeared 5 meters away, along with the third Hokage and Appo's arm. This distance was deliberately controlled by Naruto. While he did not mind others knowing about his abilities, he still wished to keep some secrets. Thus, he refrained from creating anything too overpowered and did not want to divulge to the third Hokage that he could teleport to any place he had previously visited. The third Hokage moved his wrist, testing the range of motion, and felt an odd sensation, as if his hand had developed a mind of its own. After a few more attempts, the old man managed to grab Naruto and pass through the purple cocoon. In the next moment, both of their figures appeared 5 meters away. Naruto secretly mocked the third Hokage's timidity. Naruto, How far can this cocoon transport you? About, from here to my home. 500 meters, perhaps. The third Hokage calculated in his mind, nodding in satisfaction. He then continued to inquire, how many times can you use it in a day? 10 times, maybe. Haven and Appos, T tested it thoroughly. It seemed this bloodline limit had only recently awakened. The third Hokage took a couple of puffs from his pipe, then fell silent. Only 10 times. This space-time ninjutsu was indeed impressive. However, there was a critical flaw. Every time he teleported, a purple cocoon would inevitably appear. Initially, the third Hokage imagined that Naruto could become the new purple flash on the battlefield, akin to Minato. Yet, upon further reflection, that cocoon was far too conspicuous. If the enemy had any forewarning, it would be akin to walking into a trap. The only potential utility lay in transporting small teams or logistical support. However, during the earlier test, he found that the cocoon could only sustain itself for mere seconds. After much contemplation, the third Hokage realized that this ability was not as advantageous as the Flying Thunder God and was somewhat impractical. If the enemy caught wind of it, it would essentially be a death sentence. The third Hokage couldn't and Appos T help but lament the peculiarities of this child and Appos S bloodline limit. Nevertheless, this ability was certainly more useful than those he had possessed previously. Alright, I understand now. In the future, try to refrain from using this technique in front of others. Understood? I understand, Grandpa. Naruto replied obediently, all the while wondering why the old man had yet to leave. His stomach was already demanding sustenance. Chapter 12. How delectable the roasted fish is. Why aren't and Appos T you eating? Upon returning home, Sasuke and Itachi found their father, Uchiha Fugaku, waiting at the door. He stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression grave, indicating he had been waiting for quite some time. Sasuke gradually roused from his slumber on Itachi and Appos S back, only to retreat at the sight of his father and Appos S stern demeanor. It was not fear of reprimand for a brawl with that individual, but rather the embarrassment of losing to someone of no repute, concerned about incurring his father and Appos S displeasure. The pain on his face served as a constant reminder of the beating he had endured earlier. If his father were to find out, he would surely be very disappointed in him. Wooden and Appos, Teehee? Humph. At least you know to come back. Fugaku and Appos S cold gaze fell upon the feigning Sasuke, his irritation palpable. The third Hokage had already informed him of the day and Appos S events. Sasuke and Appos S defeat to the village and Appos S Jinchuriki was no surprise to him, nor would it incite his anger. However, the critical issue was, the current tension between the Uchiha clan and the village made it unwise to engage with the Jinchuriki at this juncture. Even if it was unintentional, the third Hokage would likely ponder the implications. The warning in the third's message was not lost on Fugaku. Itachi, observing his father's demeanor, glanced back at Sasuke and offered a slight smile before addressing Fugaku. Father, Sasuke has awakened his Sharingan. Humph. Upon hearing this, Fugaku and Appos S expression softened slightly, though his concern for his eldest son intensified. Itachi seemed blissfully unaware of the gravity of his actions. Father, I didn't end Appos T lose. That guy used a particularly strange technique to appear behind me. Otherwise, I would have. It was a space-time ninjutsu, Itachi interjected, seemingly defending Sasuke's honor. Earlier, when he sought out Sasuke, he had already witnessed their formation of hand seals. Upon witnessing the Jinchuriki's sudden appearance, Itachi had speculated that the boy possessed a bloodline limit related to summoning techniques or possibly space-time manipulation. When the Jinchuriki activated a purple cocoon and vanished, Itachi was convinced that the boy indeed wielded a space-time bloodline limit. Fugaku fell into contemplation upon hearing the words space-time ninjutsu. The Jinchuriki can utilize space-time ninjutsu. How old is he? His chakra is barely beginning to refine. Could these two children be attempting to deceive him? Amidst his astonishment, he recalled the fourth Hokage, known for his profound mastery of space-time ninjutsu, and suddenly, it didn't seem so implausible. Perhaps it was due to the fourth's lineage that some form of space-time bloodline limit had awakened. Sasuke listened to his brother, utterly bewildered. What is space-time ninjutsu? I have never heard of such a thing. How infuriating. Why is that guy so strong? Sasuke stroked his face, contemplating the awakening of his Sharingan. A sense of pride swelling within him. Just wait. I will defeat that guy with these eyes. Itachi, come with me. Sasuke, go to the living room and kneel for an hour. You may not eat until the time is up. After issuing his orders, Fugaku took Itachi and departed. Sasuke cast a forlorn glance at his brother before trudging to the living room, his mind replaying the earlier battle. In hindsight, it was merely a moment of carelessness on his part. That guy's taijutsu was abysmal, and he had so many openings, given another chance. I would surely have him pinned down. Crackle, by the riverside, the burning logs crackled as they fueled the fire. A young boy and an elderly man sat together around the campfire. Grandpa, you can eat now. Naruto, perched on a rock, presented a charred fish to the third Hokage. He was genuinely exasperated. The old man insisted that he hadn't seen Naruto in ages, compelling him to stay by the river to sample his roasted fish. They had only met the previous week. In defiance, Naruto had intentionally burnt the fish to a crisp. Come on, let's inflict mutual harm. The third Hokage grimaced at the charred offering, swallowing hard. He glanced at the dubious item in Naruto's hand, questioning its edibility. Observing Naruto's enthusiastic consumption, he fell silent. Grandpa, aren't you going to eat? Didn't you just say you wanted to try my cooking? Such delicious roasted fish. Why aren't you eating? Naruto looked up at the third Hokage with hopeful eyes, as if refusing to eat would shatter a 6-year-old's tender heart. Ahem. Naruto, I just remembered I have something to attend to. I must take my leave. The third Hokage abruptly stood, hands clasped behind his back. Moving with a speed that belied his nearly 70 years, he departed swiftly, faster than an 18-year-old. The third was genuinely concerned about the consequences of consuming that burnt fish. This child is reckless, taking advantage of his robust constitution. After watching the third Hokage leave, Naruto tossed the charred fish aside. Tui, finally gone. If he had stayed any longer, I would have had to force down that burnt fish, and I still have a ravenous fox to feed. Naruto retrieved some magical dragon meat and placed it on the grill. As he brushed oil and sprinkled seasoning, one could hardly imagine the earlier clumsiness of his fish roasting. After about 20 minutes, Naruto finally indulged in the delectable roasted meat he had longed for, though he hadn't exerted much effort in today's battle. Treating himself to a good meal seemed entirely justified. Once he finished, Naruto threw open a space-time portal, diving through to return home, where he began to feed the fox. Hey, little one, you seem to have some opinions about the third Hokage, Kurama remarked, a knowing smirk playing on his lips. Through years of observation, it was evident that Naruto harbored a strong dislike for Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although Naruto feigned indifference, his inner disdain was unmistakable. How about? Would you like me to assist you? Gulp. Naruto tossed a piece of meat into Kurama's mouth, effectively silencing him. The allure of food interrupted the fox's train of thought. Enough of this. As soon as that big fox opens his mouth, I know what he is going to say. It's always about us teaming up to destroy Konoha. Naruto was quite content with the current situation and was not foolish enough to consider betraying the village. Even as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, he wouldn't dare. Did he truly think that Might Geyser grandmother's knocking could take him down? Besides, he was in dire need of developmental time, with no inclination to engage in frivolities. Furthermore, there was a wife in the village waiting for him to return. After manually feeding the fox for a while, Naruto felt his arm growing sore. He decided to take out an automated module and began constructing an automated barbecue device beside the cage. After assembling one, he continued to create a large grill, ensuring that the fox could cook for itself when hungry. He also built a large pit resembling a swimming pool for storing ingredients. Turning to Kurama, Naruto declared, Big Fox, I've prepared everything for you. When you're hungry, you can cook for yourself. If it proves unmanageable, simply press the button at the entrance. This conveyor will automatically deliver the meat to your side, Naruto declared earnestly, patting the adjacent automated assembly line. For the great fox, roasting meat and pressing buttons required merely a single hand of chakra to execute the task. I understand, Kurama replied, lifting his head with an air of pride, his gaze constantly drifting towards the ingredients. Having observed Naruto grill meat on numerous occasions, he had long harbored a desire to partake himself, though opportunities had eluded him until now. Fortuitously, this young boy had not only devised a means to deliver food directly to his mouth but had also crafted a grill suited to his size, much to Kurama's satisfaction. After swallowing several hundred pieces of roasted meat, Kurama perhaps felt a twinge of conscience and deliberately reminded Naruto, Young one, do not stay up too late. Tomorrow, I shall oversee your training. Naruto's lips curled into a smirk at this. Oh, the proud fox. Chapter 13. Kakashi. A moment of silence for the future team leader. The following day, Naruto's figure reappeared by the riverside grove, this time arriving through a spatial gate. He stood before a towering tree and began pounding his fists against its trunk with relentless determination. As the third Hokage settled into his office, intending to observe Naruto's training through his crystal ball, he was met with the same disheartening sight. The boy was still hammering away at trees. A deep frown creased the Hokage's brow as he massaged his temples, haunted by yesterday's memory of Naruto's chaotic blind fist technique against Uchiha Sasuke. This is bad. By letting him win once, had the boy truly convinced himself that mindlessly punching trees was effective training? The third sighed, torn between frustration and reluctant admiration. On one hand, Naruto had successfully refined his chakra and mastered the basic clone technique in just 3 days, an impressive feat, considering most novice shinobi required at least a week. Yet, the sheer absurdity of practicing the technique tens of thousands of times defied all conventional wisdom. The only explanation was Naruto's monstrous chakra reserves. Any other shinobi would have long since collapsed from exhaustion. But now, the boy had fixated on taijutsu, his form sloppy and inefficient. Each punch lacked proper grounding, wasting more than half its potential force. Yet he persisted, day after day, undeterred. Every glimpse through the crystal ball made the third's temple throb. Eventually, he shut off the telescope technique, unable to bear the sight any longer. Still, concern gnawed at him. Summon Might Guy and Kakashi, he ordered a nearby Anbu. Yes, Lord Third. Thud, thud, thud. Naruto's fist hammered relentlessly against the tree, his mind racing even as his knuckles tore into the bark. The trunk had already begun to cave inward, splinters flying with each strike. At this rate, he'd need a new training target soon. Nearby, Might Guy and Kakashi observed in silence, their expressions growing increasingly pained. Guy. If he keeps this up, he'll ruin himself, Kakashi muttered. While his passion is admirable, improper technique will extinguish his youth before it truly ignites. Guy admitted, though his fingers twitched with the urge to intervene. When the third had first mentioned a dedicated young trainee, Guy had been thrilled, even considering taking the boy as a student. But upon learning the child was the Ninetales and Appos, Jinchuriki, and the fourth and Appos, orphan, his enthusiasm had dimmed. Taking the village's Jinchuriki as a disciple? The Hokage would skin me alive. The third's instructions had been clear, correct his flawed taijutsu. But under no circumstances should you encourage his interest in it. Kakashi and Appos, gaze lingered on Naruto and Appos, small frame, his mind superimposing the image of his late sensei. A pang of sorrow tightened his chest. If only Minato sensei were here. Without guidance, the boy was left to flounder. Exchanging a glance, the two jonin nodded and stepped forward, feigning a casual stroll. Their plan was simple, play the role of passing taijutsu experts, waiting for the boy to seek their advice. Yet after circling Naruto 10 times, he remained oblivious, wholly absorbed in his brutal assault on the tree. In truth, Naruto had noticed them immediately. How could he miss a silver-haired mask-wearer and a green-clad bushy-browed oddball? If these two weren't Kakashi and Might Guy, he'd eat the tree he was punching. Their repeated pacing was clearly the third's doing. But for what purpose? Finally, Naruto snapped. Hey, you two. What's your deal? Quit pacing around. I'm trying to train here. Guy and Kakashi twitched. Train? They had the half-demolished tree and Naruto's haphazard punches. Kid, you're just vandalizing nature at this point. Still, they couldn't deny the boy's freakish stamina. At 6 years old, his raw strength was terrifying. Even Guy hadn't trained this recklessly as a child. Most would cripple their hands within a day. And yet, Naruto's knuckles showed no sign of injury. What kind of monster is he? Youth. Guy boomed. Striking a dramatic pose. My eternal rival and I happened upon your training. Your form is, he paused, eyeing Naruto's unscathed hands. Actually, never mind. Observe the proper technique. Naruto blinked. Wrong form? But he and Appos, modeled his strikes after boxing matches and Wing Chun masters. Had and Appos, his victory over Sasuke proven its effectiveness? Before he could question further, Guy let out a spirited cry and launched into a demonstration. Focus your power from the feet, through the hips. And let the waist guide your fist. Bam. Guy's punch connected flawlessly, followed by a rapid flurry of textbook-perfect strikes. Understood? Kakashi drawled, his visible eye half-lidded. Naruto's mind raced. 3 hearts of the body, got it. Mimicking Guy's motion, he pivoted his stance and threw a single, devastating punch. Crack, boom. The tree shattered, collapsing in a cloud of splinters and dust. Kakashi's eye twitched. Please tell me he hasn't learned Tsunade's super strength. Although this tree had already suffered damage to a third of its stature, this young lad was capable of felling it with a single punch, which was indeed terrifying. Kakashi speculated that such a blow could inflict harm even upon himself. The most astonishing aspect was that he was merely a child of just over 6 years. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words, silently mourning for the future leadership of this child. Indeed, the execution was impeccable. Might Guy swung his right arm vigorously and then gave Naruto a thumbs up. The sunlight glimmered off his bald head, creating an eerie radiance, while his 2 rows of gleaming white teeth reflected the light as well. Naruto awkwardly tapped his toes on the ground. Young man, keep striving. The fervent words of Might Guy reminded Kakashi to shield his face, unable to bear the sight. Was it truly wise to express such sentiments? If this child were to dedicate himself solely to the pursuit of taijutsu from now on, one could only imagine the repercussions from the third Hokage. Perhaps moved by Naruto and Appos' relentless spirit, Might Guy insisted on dragging Kakashi to the training field for a youthful duel of sorts. As they departed, Naruto resumed pondering the recently acquired technique of channeling his strength. At that moment, he could create a fist-sized indentation in the tree with a single punch. However, he mused that the trees in this forest might soon prove insufficient for his aspirations. Chapter 14. Enter Naruto Uzumaki. A month swiftly passed during Naruto and Appos' training. Ever since he became proficient in harnessing his strength, his speed in uprooting trees had increased exponentially. Countless trees had fallen in the small grove by the river. Each time the third Hokage witnessed Naruto topple yet another tree, he felt a pang of headache. He had already taken to keeping antihypertensives in his drawer. What on earth is this child up to? He worried that if this continued, the afforestation project initiated by the first Hokage would be insufficient for the sheer number of trees this child was felling. Fortunately, today marked the beginning of the school year, and he presumed Naruto would hardly have time to uproot trees anymore, right? Hey, Kurama, what do you think of this outfit? Enough already. Be quiet. Naruto chattered incessantly to the fox spirit within him, seeking some suitable advice. After all, it was the first day of school, and he had no other friends in this world to share his thoughts with or engage in conversation, only the Ninetales. Yet, Kurama remained unimpressed, finding Naruto's incessant noise bothersome. Can't you take a proper look at your wardrobe? Besides black and white, are there no other colors? The fox's reprimand failed to dampen Naruto's spirits. He donned a black outfit and admired himself in the mirror, feeling quite satisfied. All right, off to school. With that, Naruto tossed open a space-time portal and leaped into the purple cocoon of light. At the entrance of the Ninja Academy, a multitude of parents were escorting their children to school, some from the Leaf Village Ninja Clan and others from the civilian populace. In any case, each child was accompanied by one or more adults. The opening day of the Ninja Academy was the liveliest day in Konoha. Moreover, the third Hokage would soon deliver a speech to the students. Out of respect for the village leader, everyone felt compelled to attend. The third Hokage stood on the stage, frowning as he surveyed the playground filled with parents and children, yet he could not spot Naruto among them. Was it possible that the boy overslept? Surely not. Given how eagerly Naruto had anticipated this day, he would not be late on the first day of school. The third sighed deeply, feeling that since Naruto's birth, he had aged considerably. I should check if Naruto has set off. As the third Hokage was about to instruct the Umbu by his side, a sudden purple cocoon materialized on the playground. This child. The third's expression contorted into a frown. He distinctly remembered advising Naruto not to perform such jutsu in front of outsiders. Why must this child be such a source of concern? The unexpected appearance of the purple cocoon immediately drew everyone's attention, causing the crowd to erupt into chaos. Certainly, aside from the members of the great ninja clans who remained inactive, their gazes towards Naruto became exceedingly complex. They were undoubtedly aware of the child's true identity. Naruto, facing such a multitude for the first time and receiving their enthusiastic attention, found himself momentarily bewildered. The first day of school was not quite as he had envisioned. Was it not supposed to be a scenario where an ordinary child boldly proclaimed his status as a fox demon, only to slap back the faces of those who doubted him with his formidable strength? How was it that everyone had inexplicably deduced his identity as the son of the West Dynasty? If only he had access to the internet at that moment, he would have eagerly posted on social media, crafting a title that read, "In Konoha, unmasked as the prince on my first day of school, what should I do next?" Urgently waiting for advice. Meanwhile, on the other side of the village, Danzo had already received the report from the Root Ninjas. Upon reviewing the intelligence regarding the full Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, a dangerous glimmer flashed in Danzo's eyes. Excellent. The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki possesses the rare ability of time-space bloodline limit. I must acquire him. Chapter 15. Knocking on Fire's Door. Are you safe? The third Hokage observed the commotion below, his composure unraveling. He had sent Naruto to the academy with the intention of fostering bonds between the boy and his fellow villagers. The earlier rumors of the nine-tailed fox were meant to acquaint Naruto with suffering early on, so that he might later cherish the village all the more. Was there anything wrong with this approach? Of course not. After all, nearly every major shinobi village employed similar tactics. Even Kushina had undergone the same process. Everything was for the sake of the village. What harm was there in sacrificing a Jinchuriki to maintain stability? Yet, the third had never anticipated that Naruto would reject this path entirely. 5 years ago, when the rumors first spread and Naruto stepped outside to face the villagers' scorn, the third had stroked his beard in satisfaction, believing everything was proceeding as planned. The boy, subjected to hatred and insults, had retreated into seclusion, refusing to leave his home. At the time, the third had worried that Naruto might be too fragile to recover. But as time passed, something felt off. The boy had locked himself away for half a year, and when the third finally checked on him, he found the fool sprawled on the floor, happily playing with wooden blocks, hardly the image of a broken spirit. Surely, as Naruto grew older, he would venture out to shop or simply wander the streets, wouldn't he? Then came the awakening of those bizarre Kekkai Genkai. And just like that, the well-fed little Naruto vanished from public sight. By the time he reappeared, even those who had once cursed him as the nine-tailed fox had forgotten their malice. Now, instead of instilling in Naruto the importance of companionship, the third had inadvertently exposed his identity as the fourth S orphan, an outcome he had never desired. Cough. Cough. Standing atop the platform, the third cleared his throat repeatedly before finally drawing the crowd's attention. What followed was an excruciatingly long speech. Midway through, Naruto noticed the small, pale-eyed girl stealing glances at him. He flashed her a smile, only for her to shrink behind her father, Hige Hayashi, in embarrassment. Hayashi, catching the blonde brat's audacious gaze, fixed him with a withering glare from his Byakugan. Feeling the weight of his future father-in-law's disapproval, Naruto's confidence wavered, briefly. After all, he did intend to claim the man's precious daughter. Not now, perhaps, but certainly in due time. His eyes flicked back to the blushing Hinata, and a roguish grin spread across his face. Right. Why should I fear this old man? He, Uzumaki Naruto, would return on his 18th birthday and show Hayashi exactly what a blonde delinquent was capable of. A pity the hidden leaf had no demonic flames to ride. Otherwise, he'd have loved to stage a dramatic arrival. Knocking on Fire's door. Are you safe? Humph. Hayashi, witnessing the brat's increasingly insolent smirk, turned livid. If looks could kill, Naruto would have perished 1,000 times over. Thus, what should have been a solemn opening ceremony devolved into a silent battle of unblinking stares between Naruto and Hayashi. Nearby, Uchiha Sasuke watched Naruto with burning eyes. The knowledge that this boy was the son of the fourth Hokage, a hero, it filled Sasuke with a strange, gnawing inadequacy. Standing before him, Sasuke felt diminished. Yet the memory of their earlier clash lingered. I can still defeat him. His fists clenched, knuckles white, as he swore inwardly, just wait. I'll prove the power of the Uchiha clan by crushing you. Too preoccupied with enduring the high GA clan escalairs, Naruto remained oblivious to Sasuke's simmering resentment. Throughout his speech, the third offered no explanation regarding Naruto's heritage. Even as villagers pressed for answers, he remained evasive. The shinobi clans, privy to the truth, stayed silent. But the civilians and lower-ranked ninja, those who knew only that the fourth had sacrificed himself to save the village during the Nine-Tails attack, were stunned. The fourth orphan? A hero's son? This was monumental news. Lord Third, is that boy truly the fourth's child? Why keep this from us for so long? Is there some secret at play here? The third responded with a strained smile, deflecting their questions before abruptly concluding, that's all for today. Remember, children, wherever leaves dance, fire will burn. The shadow of flames will illuminate the village, and new leaves shall sprout. A shinobi's true strength emerges only when protecting those dear to them. With a few final remarks, he turned and strode away, his pace hastening as the villagers' inquiries about Naruto's lineage darkened his expression like scorched iron. He hadn't yet devised a solution for this unforeseen exposure. Originally, he had planned to reveal Naruto's parentage only after the boy had matured or fully embraced the will of fire. Who could have predicted that the fourth's son would be recognized on his very first day at the academy? Why couldn't they have just remembered him as the Nine-Tails vessel instead? Back in his office, the third brooded over the situation until a knock interrupted his thoughts. Enter. He propped his chin on interlaced fingers, still deep in contemplation, only to look up and find Dan standing before him. One glance at the man's expression told him exactly why he had come. Dan's, the third said flatly. What do you want? Hiruzen. Hand the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki over to me. I'll ensure, enough. The third's roar cut through Dan's words like a blade. His fury was palpable. The idea of relinquishing control of the village's most powerful weapon to this man was unthinkable. To do so would be to invite a coup. Uzumaki Naruto is not yours to command, the third snapped, slamming his palms on the desk as he rose. Forget it. The air between them crackled with tension. A single spark away from explosion. After a prolonged silence, Dan's relented, though not without a final jab. You'll regret this, Hiruzen. Dan's, the third said coldly. I am the Hokage. The title hung between them like a guillotine. With a scowl, Dan's turned and stormed out, the door rattling in his wake. Chapter 16. I want to eliminate that uncle who embraced me, and all the porcupine heads of the Vale after the departure of the 3 generations. The children of the Ninja Academy proceeded to their assigned classes according to the list. Upon entering the classroom, Naruto Uzumaki immediately spotted Hinata sitting in the back row. At that moment, several classmates also turned their attention to Naruto. They had heard the adults recount the events from the playground in great detail. Every child was aware that this blonde peer was the son of the 7th Hokage. Although they were not familiar with the exploits of the 7th Hokage, they understood that he was, after all, the Hokage. The adults had spoken of him as a great hero who saved the village. Naturally, they held a favorable impression of Naruto Uzumaki. After all, he was the son of a hero. They could proudly boast to others about their friendship with him. Naruto. Come sit with me, shouted one student. I have some new comics. Naruto, sit here. I'll share my snacks with you. The majority of the class began to gather around Naruto, chattering excitedly, with some nearly arguing over who would share a desk with him. Sasuke glanced at Naruto, sneered disdainfully, then turned his gaze out the window, lost in thought. The son of the 7th Hokage, huh? I will surely defeat you. Sakura Haruno, noticing Sasuke's expression, excitedly grabbed Ino's arm, shaking it as she exclaimed, so cool. He is really so cool. Uchiha Sasuke is just too cool. Ino cast a glance at Sasuke, equally entranced by his charm. Hinata, observing Naruto's popularity, felt her heart sink, burying her head in her arms. He is so popular. He must have forgotten about me. The sound of laughter from Naruto and the others only deepened her melancholy. Seeing Hinata resting her head on the desk, Naruto briefly engaged with his classmates before slowly making his way to her side. No one occupied the seat next to Hinata, where Shikamaru was daydreaming on her right, and Choji was munching on snacks. He gently tapped Hinata's arm with his finger, smiling as he said, Hello, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Hinata raised her head to meet Naruto's gaze and felt as if he was radiating light. Memories of 3 different moments with Naruto flashed in her mind. The 3-year-old Naruto who walked her home, the 5-year-old Naruto who stood up for her, and now the Naruto standing before her. The 3 figures merged, all exclaiming together, Hello, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. Entranced, she momentarily forgot to respond, losing her shyness. As she stood there, looking dazed, Naruto waved his hand in front of her. Sorry. I'm Hinata Hyuga. Regaining her composure, Hinata stammered out her name, but the moment she looked at Naruto beside her, her vision darkened, and she fainted onto the desk. Irika Umino entered the classroom with a list of students, a troubled expression on his face. Upon stepping through the door, he immediately noticed Naruto had somehow managed to knock the Hyuga heiress unconscious. He began to worry about his teaching career in the years to come. Truthfully, Irika's feelings about Naruto were quite complex. He had learned from the 3rd Hokage that Naruto was the host of the Nine-Tails, the very beast that had slain his parents. Initially, Irika viewed Naruto as the embodiment of his family's tragedy. However, just moments ago, he had overheard students discussing Naruto as the son of the 7th Hokage. This revelation left his mind in a state of confusion for 3 full minutes before he could comprehend the truth about Naruto Uzumaki, the 7th Hokage, Minato Namikaze. and his wife had sacrificed their lives to save the village, sealing the nine tails within their son. One could say that this family were the saviors of Konoha. Reflecting on his initial attitude towards Naruto, Iruka felt a wave of discomfort wash over him. In short, it was a very unsettling feeling. He glanced at Naruto and resolved to take him out for ramen after school, hoping that it might alleviate some of his guilt. However, first, he needed to familiarize himself with his students. Iruka approached the podium and smiled warmly at the class. All right, let us begin the lesson. I'll start by introducing myself. My name is Iruka Umino. I enjoy soaking in hot springs and eating at Ichiraka ramen. My least favorite food is rice bowls. And my dream is for all of you to pass your exams and become ninjas. Naruto, sitting in the back row, felt himself drifting into his sleepy days. Initially, he had a mild interest in the ninja academy, but as the reality of the situation settled in, he found it exceedingly dull and tedious. Having already stepped into the world, he was now back in the confines of the academy. If it weren't for Hinata sitting beside him, he would have long lost the desire to remain. It is well known that relationships in the world of ninjas begin at a young age. Considering his own parents' experiences, Naruto felt an overwhelming dilemma. At that moment, he felt akin to the character who held the golden hoop, torn between attending class to cultivate a bond with Hinata or skipping it to escape the torment of classroom life. Regardless, he had no intention of studying at the ninja school. After all, how could the teachings of the academy surpass the power of the nine tails sealed within him? Imitating Hinata, he rested his head on the desk, allowing his consciousness to slip into the ceiling space to play with the fox. Naruto Uzumaki? Naruto Uzumaki. Feeling a gentle tap on his arm, Naruto slowly lifted his head, bewildered. Naruto Uzumaki, please come to the front for a self-introduction. Iruka sighed softly, then gently urged Naruto to step forward. He had a foreboding feeling that this child would bring him trouble in the future. Naruto approached the podium, standing still for a couple of seconds, having been lost in thought throughout the introductions. He turned to Iruka and asked, Teacher, how should I introduce myself? Your name, interests, and aspirations. Naruto nodded, straightened his clothes, and declared loudly, I'm Naruto Uzumaki. I enjoy farming. This declaration was entirely accurate. If Naruto did not enjoy farming, he could not have played in the ceiling space for so many years. Furthermore, as a descendant of the farming clan, even if he had traversed into another world, the agricultural gene still flowed through his veins. The third Hokage, observing through a telescope, nearly pulled out his own beard upon hearing this. He had suspected it. Naruto had been inexplicably obsessed with farming since childhood. This hobby was perfectly acceptable and would not affect others. However, you are the host of the Nine Tails in Konoha. Could you not aspire to something greater? The third Hokage took a deep breath, feeling his blood pressure rise, and hastily retrieved some medication from his drawer to alleviate it. As for aspirations, Naruto paused, not resembling the original story's prince who incessantly proclaimed his desire to become the Hokage. Truth be told, Konoha was not large, yet it was brimming with responsibilities. The benefits are non-existent, and the salary is insufficient. The situation is even more disheartening than that of the beasts of burden in previous lives. Just look at how long it has been since Naruto, in the original work, ascended to the position of the seventh Hokage without returning home. Naruto certainly does not wish to find himself in such a predicament in the future. After pondering for approximately 3 seconds, he continued, My aspiration is to properly teach a lesson to an uncle I know. Then, I shall proceed to beat up all the porcupine-haired ones. Uchiha Sasuke? Upon hearing Naruto's ambition, the third Hokage felt somewhat relieved, no longer burdened by the earlier headache. Although he found the child's dream rather peculiar, its essence remained the same: strength. As long as Naruto focused on becoming stronger, the third Hokage could ease his worries. He then recalled the recent task he had assigned to Kakashi and might Guy to meet with Naruto. Could the uncle and porcupine-haired ones mentioned by this child refer to Kakashi and Guy? He chuckled softly, finding a semblance of ambition in Naruto's words. Little did he know how truly magnificent this aspiration was. Chapter 17, The Revelation of Naruto's Identity as the Hero's Son. With Naruto's introduction, many began to inquire about the matter of greatest concern to them. Uzumaki Naruto, is your father truly the fourth Hokage? At that moment, all eyes converged once more upon Naruto, eager to receive a definitive answer from his lips. Upon hearing this question, Naruto instinctively froze for a moment. How was he to respond? Although he was aware of his lineage, such matters were not easily articulated. If he were to acknowledge it today, the third Hokage would undoubtedly confront him tomorrow, demanding to know how he had come by such knowledge. Admitting the truth would necessitate a web of lies to conceal it in the future. Given his current lack of strength, a misstep could lead to dire consequences. Once he had grown stronger, there would be Jonin to defend his claims. I do not know who you refer to as the fourth Hokage. I lost my parents at a young age, and have lived a life of poverty and struggle. Naruto did not confess to being the son of the fourth Hokage. Instead, he recounted his tragic upbringing. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he were on a grand stage lamenting his sorrows. Nevertheless, his words rang true. They were indeed reflective of the original Naruto's backstory. The third Hokage, observing through the crystal ball, felt a headache coming on. How could this boy claim to have suffered from hunger and cold? Although he had allotted a modest allowance, it was due to concern for the child's peculiar bloodline limit. During his previous visit to Naruto's home, He had noted that the boy's refrigerator was stocked with more provisions than his own. Furthermore, given Naruto's height, one might wonder how a malnourished child could grow taller than his peers. The third Hokage could hardly bear to watch further. He feared that one day he might perish from frustration in his office. In the classroom, Naruto's classmates were moved to tears by his tale. Even Iruka's eyes glistened with emotion. Naruto, it's all right. Even if you aren't the son of the fourth, we will still accept you as our friend. No. Perhaps he truly is the son of the fourth Hokage, and he simply does not realize it. Naruto, I brought lunch today. You can share mine. The classmates expressed their sympathy towards Naruto, eager to assist their unfortunate peer. Sitting quietly, Sasuke listened with a peculiar expression. After all, during their previous battle, he had witnessed Naruto indulge in a lavish breakfast. Even he, a member of the Uchiha clan, felt envious of the feast. How could one who was supposedly suffering from hunger and cold afford such meals? I am not sharing this to elicit sympathy, but to convey that no matter what others say about me, I am Uzumaki Naruto. The classroom fell silent at Naruto's declaration. In the Hokage's office, the third Hokage was equally taken aback. In that moment, he seemed to see the essence of the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, reflected in Naruto. With the realization that everyone had surmised Naruto's identity, the third Hokage decided to officially disclose the information. Observing Naruto's current demeanor, it was clear that the identity of the Nine Tails would not adversely affect him. He promptly summoned the Umbu to arrange the announcement. Meanwhile, in the classroom, Naruto appeared nothing like the self-assured figure he had just presented. Instead, he sprawled across his desk like a languid fish, resembling Shikamaru nearby. The entire morning was dedicated to theoretical lessons on ninjutsu, and disinterested, Naruto slept through the hours. When noon arrived, he slipped away to a secluded corner, opened a portal, and returned home for a meal. Unable to resist, he ventured to the riverside grove to practice his tree climbing skills. This habit had become ingrained. A day without training left him feeling restless. In the classroom, Hinata noticed that the seat beside her remained empty as they approached the final class of the day, leaving her heart heavy with disappointment. Iruka also recognized Naruto's absence, aware of his true identity, and preferred to avoid unnecessary complications. After all, he had no authority over the second Hokage's legacy. The third Hokage's troubled expression upon hearing Naruto's name was telling. Moreover, the third Hokage himself was exasperated. He had hoped that Naruto's enrollment in school would alter his solitary existence, but the boy remained as he was. Most alarming was the sight of Naruto training by the river. Witnessing Naruto's dedication, the third Hokage felt his blood pressure rise, hastily reaching for his medication, only to discover that the bottle was empty. Simultaneously, the Hokage's office officially announced Naruto Uzumaki as the son of the fourth Hokage. Upon the announcement's release, villagers of Konoha quickly gathered around the Hokage building. Kakashi stood at a distance, gazing at the smiling photograph of the fourth Hokage displayed on the notice, lost in memories. Hey, Kakashi, what brings you here? Guy energetically approached, throwing an arm around Kakashi's shoulder, only to notice the announcement. So that's it. The third has finally revealed the boy's identity. Kakashi, are you alright? Guy sensed that Kakashi was not himself and refrained from challenging him to a youthful duel. I'm fine. Kakashi replied, hands in pockets, turning to leave the Hokage building. Guy observed Kakashi's retreating figure, surmising that he was likely headed to the flower shop. As Naruto's identity spread throughout the village, some ill-timed sentiments re-emerged in Konoha. No, it is that Chapter 18, the Jinchuriki must be confined. After summoning Dance to his office, the third Hokage engaged in yet another heated argument with him. The dispute, as always, revolved around the fate of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki within Konoha. The third swiftly put an end to the rumors spread by root operatives and issued Dan's a final warning. Should he dare target Naruto again, their past camaraderie would mean nothing. Dan's merely scoffed before the office erupted once more. Dan's, Hiruzen, you will regret this. Hiruzen Sarutobi, Dan's. I am the Hokage. Yet, once dangerous whispers take flight, they are not so easily silenced. I heard that boy often lingers near the eastern woods by the river. We must capture him and deliver him to the Hokage. Yes, for the safety of the village, Uzumaki Naruto must be restrained. Even if he is the fourth son, no exceptions. The villagers, already swayed by Root S manipulations, refused to listen to reason. Their minds were set, dragged Naruto to the Hokage tower and forced the third to lock him away. After all, they believed this was for the greater good. A mob of nearly 100 villagers, armed with makeshift weapons, marched toward the riverside woods in a frenzy. My entire family perished the night the Nine-Tails attacked. I want to allow such horror again. And my newly built home was reduced to rubble by that damn beast. That brat is a menace. Tie him up. Lock him away. Sasuke, on his way home from the academy, froze at the sight of the enraged crowd. He knew trouble had found that idiot. After a brief hesitation, he shook his head and continued walking until the image of Naruto bound and beaten flashed through his mind. Worse still, the vision twisted into one of the villagers burning him alive. Damn it. What am I thinking? Why should I care what happens to him? Yet despite his words, his feet carried him toward the woods, taking shortcuts to outpace the mob. He ran as if his life depended on it, the scenery blurring past. Yet it still was fast enough. Faster. Faster. That fool was allowed to lose to anyone but him. To Sasuke. Surrender to the mob meant only two fates, eternal imprisonment or death. and he refused to let a worthy rival vanish from his life. Meanwhile, oblivious to the chaos brewing in the village, Naruto stood before a freshly felled tree, eyeing it skeptically. Hey, old fox. Can't we try a different training method? Moments ago, after toppling the massive tree, one so thick it would take a grown man's full embrace to encircle, the Ninetales had demanded he lift it as part of some absurd strength regimen. Seriously, I'm 6.5. What kind of monster makes a kid lift this? The tree had to weigh at least 200 or 300 pounds, if not more. Enough whining. Lift it. 100 reps, or you're not going home. Naruto sighed. Sometimes. He wondered if Kurama was trying to kill him. At least with Might Guy, the training is humanely impossible. This fox? It's train until you drop dead. Any other student under the Ninetales' tutelage would probably be pissing blood within 3 days. Gulping, Naruto circled the tree, searching for a grip, despite his monstrous stamina. Without proper leverage, lifting it seemed impossible. Finally, he punched several indentations into the trunk for handholds. HNNGH. With a strained grunt, he hoisted the colossal weight inch by inch. Hey, fox, can I put it down? My back itches. I need to scratch. His face flushed crimson, muscles trembling under the strain. Worse yet, leaves had slipped under his shirt, tickling his skin unbearably. No excuses. Swing it. Gritting his teeth, Naruto began heaving the 5-meter-long tree. At first, his movements were sluggish, adjusting his footing, testing his grip. But whether due to his Uzumaki blood or the Jinchuriki's enhanced physique, the weight soon felt lighter. His motion sharper. A surge of exhilaration hit him. Hell yeah, I'm 6 and lifting this? I'm a beast. His imagination ran wild. Uzumaki Naruto, the tree uprooting titan. Naruto wielding the legendary staff, storming the heavens. Every man, when wielding a mighty staff, dreams of grandeur. The tree whirled faster, stirring a tempest along the riverbank. Dust and leaves spiraled in the gale. Then shouts. There. I see him. Move. Grab him. The mob surged forward, only to be blasted back by the windstorm Naruto had unwittingly created. From the shadows, Sasuke watched, stunned. Uzumaki Naruto, what kind of monster are you? It dawned on him then, this idiot doesn't need my help at all. The villagers, squinting through the dust, struggled to make out the small figure at the storm's heart. Then, they beheld the 6-year-old Naruto Uzumaki, wielding a 5-meter-tall tree with the vigor of a tempest. As though the colossal timber were as pliable as a sponge. What a remarkable figure this was. Over 100 onlookers had never encountered such a spectacle, and they promptly began to reconsider their involvement. There was no choice. They could not afford to stand idly by, should they be struck. The likelihood of being reduced to a mere pulp was high. The Ninetales? What nonsense! Who would dare intervene? In any case, they were no longer willing to engage. I seem to have pressing matters at home. My wife is in labor today, and I must return swiftly. Alas. I also need to fetch my child from school. Nearby, Naruto, upon noticing the approaching crowd, suddenly felt a mischievous impulse. He unleashed a few waves of chakra toward the throng, resembling the release of sword energy, with a resounding thud. The unexpected force of his chakra caused the villagers. Chapter 19. This child is terrifying. He must not be allowed to remain. Naruto found himself at a loss for words. The villagers of Konoha were simply too enthusiastic, to be honest. He felt that staying in the small woods for training hardly warranted the construction of a little cabin. If he wished to rest, he could simply open a spatial door and return home. There was no need for such unnecessary efforts. However, Naruto was unable to resist the fervor of these kind-hearted uncles, who were insistent on building him a wooden house, leaving him rather embarrassed. Faced with such warm-hearted individuals, he felt it would be exceedingly rude to decline their generous offer. Sasuke, on the other hand, watched in astonishment as the group erected a wooden cabin in under an hour. Uchiha Sasuke? What are you doing here? After sending off the eager villagers, Naruto noticed Sasuke not far away, who appeared somewhat dim-witted. I was just passing by, Sasuke mumbled, turning his head away from Naruto. He mentally berated himself for being foolish. This guy was so strong he hardly needed any reminders. The memory of his earlier anxious demeanor filled Sasuke with embarrassment, and he cast a sidelong glance at Naruto before walking away without looking back. Naruto observed Sasuke and then the direction in which the villagers had departed, scratching his head in confusion. What on earth is going on today? Why do I feel that these people are acting so strangely? Oh well, never mind. Time to head home for dinner. He muttered to himself before casting a spatial door to teleport home. By the way, Great Fox, did you keep an eye on the chakra of those people in the classroom today? That night, Naruto suddenly recalled this matter and asked with curiosity. He was genuinely eager to know how he compared to the others in terms of strength. What is there to notice? The Uchiha brat has the most chakra among them. Naruto recalled his earlier observation of Sasuke's chakra and hesitantly inquired, 0. 5 magic? No, his chakra has now reached 5 magic, came the reply. Upon learning that Sasuke's chakra had surged tenfold, Naruto gasped in disbelief. This child is terrifying. He must not be allowed to remain. The Ninetales remarked. What is this child going on about? It's only 5 magic. You, with your chakra of 100 magic, shouldn't be concerned about such a minor brat. The Ninetales, perplexed, assumed Naruto was merely acting up again. Realizing that the Great Fox was unable to grasp his humor, Naruto felt disheartened. Sigh. One downside of traversing worlds is the lack of anyone who can appreciate my wit. It's utterly dull. Pulling up the covers. He wished the great fox good night and swiftly fell into a deep slumber. In the days that followed, Naruto adhered to a remarkably structured schedule. Every morning, he attended a class at school, making an appearance before Irika-sensei and teasing little Hinata. In the afternoons, he would retreat to the riverbank and the small woods to train. As for Naruto's habitual truancy, the third Hokage observed it with concern, but found himself quite powerless against the boy. Had he not previously spoken with Naruto, it was likely that the boy would not even show up in class in the mornings. At school, he mostly conversed with his deskmate or simply dozed off at his desk. Uzumaki Naruto had become the most exasperating child the third Hokage had encountered in many years, even more so than the likes of Kushina or Uchiha Obito. The key issue was Naruto's formidable strength, which made it impossible to reprimand him based on his academic performance. After much contemplation, the third Hokage concluded that he could do little else but allow the boy to train independently. He also tasked Guy and Kakashi with keeping a watchful eye on Naruto, lest he inadvertently injure himself through reckless training. As for the rumors circulating in the village regarding the Nine Tails, no one dared speak a word. Ever since Uzumaki Naruto demonstrated what true innate divine power entailed at the riverbank, no commoner dared voice any grievances against him. After all, to provoke this boy meant risking the very destruction of their own homes. Thus, Naruto inadvertently quelled yet another wave of rumors in Konoha. Naruto, where did you go this afternoon? In class, Hinata, having been teased by Naruto for several days, had developed a bit of resilience and was no longer as shy as before, prompting her to inquire about his whereabouts. I went to train, Naruto replied reflexively, his thoughts still engaged in a discussion with the great fox about his future training plans. Last night, he discovered that he could multitask, splitting his consciousness between the ceiling space and the outside world. However, this caused his actions in the external world to appear rather peculiar. At times, his movements resembled those of a high-ping player in an online game, lagging and delayed. Is that so? Hinata's expression dimmed as she felt inadequate. Naruto was so impressive, yet he trained diligently, while she felt ashamed of her own meager efforts in comparison. If only she could train alongside Naruto. Hey, Hinata. Why don't we train together? Naruto suddenly withdrew his consciousness from the ceiling space and turned to Hinata, uttering words that caused her to blush fiercely. Ah, what? Thud. The unexpected joy made Hinata faint onto her desk. Naruto scratched his head, feeling quite helpless. This bashful girl still had a long way to go. The reason for wanting to include Hinata in his training was her Byakugan, which allowed her to see the flow of chakra within the human body, if possible. He also wished to invite Sasuke along. Based on the anime Naruto had watched in his previous life, the Sharingan could perceive the chakra used in jutsu and even replicate the techniques. At first glance, it seemed to share a similar function with the Byakugan, as both could discern the chakra within another's body. Yet, he was uncertain about the distinctions between the two. As for why he needed both eyes, it was primarily because Naruto had conferred with the great fox about observing Might Guy's 8 Gates of Death, intending to develop a forbidden technique suited to himself. Just imagining himself unlocking the 6 Paths Sage mode, wielding his ancestral techniques, and concluding with a triumphant exclamation of Lady Lee, opened the door, made him feel invincible. Although the Nine Tails did not comprehend why this child was so fixated on that peculiar green martial arts style, especially when he could easily be invincible through his own strength, he ultimately acquiesced to Naruto's aspirations. After all, this child was unlike others. As long as he had breath, he could train without fear of injury, so let him be. Hinata? Ah, Naruto-kun, you're too close. Naruto, eager to have Hinata accompany him, leaned closer to awaken her. However, Hinata hesitated. But, if I skip class, my father will be upset. Though she longed to follow Naruto to train, she knew that her father would scold her if he found out. You can go after school, Naruto asserted confidently. It's settled then. After school, I will come to find you. Naruto greeted with a smile and then, under the watchful eyes of everyone, exited the classroom, causing Irika's forehead to vein with frustration. Could this boy not wait until class was over to leave? He truly shows no regard for his own dignity. Irika sighed, beginning to understand the feelings of the third Hokage. This child is indeed a source of headaches. After leaving school, Naruto stealthily searched within the hidden leaf village for that green melon. He wished to observe how his counterpart trained on a daily basis. The third Hokage, witnessing Naruto through the crystal ball, realized that the boy was heading to seek out Might Guy. Oh no. It seems this generation of the Nine Tails Jinchuriki is truly going to waste. A perfectly capable Jinchuriki, and he chooses to learn the gentle fist technique. The third Hokage took a couple of deep puffs from his pipe and swiftly assigned a mission that would send Might Guy outside the village. As long as Might Guy was not in the village, perhaps this child would cease his endeavors to study martial arts. Chapter 20. What on earth did my master-ass wife give birth to? How peculiar. Where on earth is that old man? Naruto sat atop the Hokage rock, his youthful face etched with confusion. He had searched the village for an entire week, yet he could not find Might Guy. It was baffling, as he had previously encountered the green-clad figure right at the school gate. Swinging his legs back and forth, Naruto propped his chin on one hand, gazing down at the entirety of Konoha. From this vantage point, the village's scenery was indeed quite stunning. The sounds of children's laughter, the calls of vendors, and the distant wisps of cooking smoke filled the air, creating a lively atmosphere. It seemed he was beginning to adapt to life here. After a moment of reflection, Naruto sighed. What a peaceful sight. However, he was acutely aware that this tranquility was but a fleeting illusion. In a few years, the village would face the formidable pain, and the entire Konoha would be engulfed in suffering. Furthermore, the village would eventually be built upon a vast crater. As Naruto recalled these memories, a sense of foreboding washed over him, despite being stronger than in the original narrative. He knew that pain was merely a minor antagonist in the early stages. The Uchiha clan and the Otsutsuki would soon emerge, one after another, within the ninja world. Without sufficient strength, he would likely falter along the path of growth. Where on earth could that old man be? Naruto clenched his teeth, growing increasingly impatient. Feeling bored and having completed his training for the day, he decided to wander around the village. With a swift motion, he leaned forward from his perch on the Hokage rock and leapt down, shouting, "Woohoo!" The third Hokage, standing in the Hokage building, nearly had a heart attack upon witnessing Naruto leap from the high rock. This child is merely 6 years old. Although he had mastered chakra, he was still just a child. Hokage Rock stood nearly 100 meters above the ground. Even ordinary children would be terrified standing up there. Yet Naruto seemed unfazed by the height, jumping down without any safety measures. It was reckless to rely on his extraordinary Uzumaki lineage and the power of the Nine Tails. Kakashi, when he graduated early, never acted so recklessly. The third Hokage felt an ominous premonition that this child would inevitably encounter grave trouble if he continued this way. Thud, a heavy thud echoed beneath Hokage Rock, followed by a cloud of dust. Naruto gritted his teeth, clutching his rear, and limped out of the dust. Ouch, that hurt. He had been so absorbed in his thoughts while sitting on the Hokage Rock that he completely forgot he was not in a sealed space. It was only upon jumping down that he realized the gravity of the situation. When he landed, he could have sworn he heard the sound of bones cracking. Fortunately, thanks to the Uzumaki clan's resilience and the amplification of the Nine Tails chakra, he avoided serious injury. The fact that he could still walk was a testament to his condition. The Nine Tails, witnessing Naruto's disheveled state, could not help but mock him. You are utterly weak. If it weren't for me, you would have met your demise just now. The thought of actually dying in such a manner was absurd for the mighty beast. Naruto chose to ignore the taunts of the fox within him. He was already in such a sorry state. Did the fox not have an ounce of gratitude for the sustenance it received from him? If he were to perish, what good would that do for the fox? Dragging his injured body along the streets of Konoha, Naruto walked for several minutes before realizing that the pain was beginning to subside. Truly, he thought, he was remarkable. In his previous life, such a fall would have turned him into a mere puddle of flesh. Naruto? Just as he exited a bookstore, Kakashi turned and spotted the child. Seeing Naruto limping, Kakashi decided to approach him with concern. What happened to you? Kakashi, with his signature deadpan gaze, approached Naruto. White-haired uncle. It's nothing. I just jumped off Hokage Rock and fell. I should be fine in a bit. Kakashi was taken aback. Wait, what? You jumped off Hokage Rock? He was astonished that a child of such tender age could survive a fall from that height. Even a normal ninja would require recuperation after such a drop. Kakashi's composure nearly faltered. His thoughts drifted to his master's wife, and he recalled Naruto's words, I should be fine in a bit. What on earth did my master's wife give birth to? Kakashi was left speechless by a 6-year-old. At that moment, Naruto realized his ankle felt much better. Just as he was about to leave, he remembered that Kakashi could also perform the 8 Gates technique, given that his father was Kakashi and Appo's teacher. Surely he would be inclined to mentor him. After pondering for a while, Naruto looked up at the dazed white-haired man. Uncle Kakashi, could you teach me some martial arts? Kakashi squatted down in front of Naruto, adopting a lecturing tone. Next time you ask someone for help, remember to be polite. The third Hokage had previously advised him against allowing Naruto to focus solely on physical training, and Kakashi had initially intended to decline the child's request. Yet, seeing Naruto's earnestness tugged at his heartstrings. After all, Naruto was the son of his teacher. He felt a sense of duty as a disciple. Moreover, he was not Guy, so he could hardly lead Naruto astray. But you didn't even tell me your name. Naruto scratched his head innocently, marveling at his own self-restraint. He had nearly blurted out Kakashi of the Sharingan during their earlier encounters. Kakashi and Appo's eyelid twitched, revealing a hint of embarrassment. Indeed, he had never introduced himself during their previous meetings. Kakashi, Hatake Kakashi. Please, refrain from calling me white-haired uncle. Also, are you sure you don't need to go to the hospital? To be honest, Kakashi was genuinely worried about the child's well-being. After all, what kind of child? Injured from a fall, immediately clamors for training? Of course not. Let us begin right away, Uncle Kakashi. With Kakashi's consent, Naruto jumped in place a couple of times, affirming that he was perfectly fine. He then casually summoned a space portal. A purple light cocoon materialized before Kakashi. This sudden spectacle made him vigilant. He pulled up his forehead protector, activating his Sharingan to scrutinize the purple veil. Memories of rumors about Naruto flooded back to him. The son of the West, the wielder of space-time Kenjutsu. In shock, Kakashi and Appo's expression softened with nostalgia. Since his teacher's sacrifice, no ninja in the village had displayed mastery of space-time ninjutsu. Come on. Uncle Kakashi, let us go. Noticing Kakashi frozen in place, Naruto looked up and shouted, then grabbed his sleeve and pulled him toward the dimensional gate. Kakashi instinctively resisted, but was still forcefully dragged inside by Naruto. How is this kid so strong? Chapter 21. Foshan Naruto vs. Konoha and Amp, Appo's elite technician at this distance. Kakashi gazed upon the scene before him with astonishment. This was Naruto and Appo's usual training ground, the very place where they had first met. Mentally calculating, Kakashi estimated the distance from Konoha and Appo's bookstore to this location to be roughly over 500 meters. And judging by Naruto and Appo's demeanor, he could likely perform this technique more than once. What truly shocked Kakashi was that even with his Sharingan activated, he had Appo's detected the slightest fluctuation of chakra. Though Naruto and Appo's technique was undeniably conspicuous on the battlefield, enemies with prior intelligence would undoubtedly devise countermeasures. Kakashi believed that if utilized skillfully, it could rival even the Flying Thunder God technique of Naruto and Appo's father. Moreover, the spatial gate was Appo's merely an offensive tool. It could serve as a formidable defense as well. Come on, old man Kakashi. The moment Naruto landed, he mimicked Sasuke and Appo's stance, one hand braced against the ground as he pivoted, delivering a sharp kick aimed directly at Kakashi and Appo's kidney. Absolutely no regard for martial decency. Kakashi and Appo's eyelid twitched as he sidestepped effortlessly, evading the short-legged assault. Internally, he sighed. This kid truly lacked any sense of restraint. Targeting his kidney? Was Naruto trying to ruin his future happiness? Hey, silver-haired geezer, you fell for it. Suddenly, a blonde figure materialized behind Kakashi. A shadow clone. When did he? Kakashi was genuinely startled. They had only just arrived when had Naruto formed the hand seals. The clone and Appo's fist struck where Kakashi and Appo's kidney should have been, yet there was no tangible impact. Poof! The struck Kakashi dissolved into a wooden log, a substitution technique. Naruto blinked in momentary confusion before recalling this infuriatingly versatile jutsu. Whoosh! A barrage of shurikens sliced through the air, each aimed with lethal precision at Naruto and Appo's vital points. Kakashi and Appo's throwing skills, it had to be said, were on par with the Uchiha clan and Appo's realizing he couldn't and Appo's possibly deflect them all. Naruto shielded his face with his arms and charged headlong toward Kakashi. Kakashi froze for 2 full seconds. What is wrong with this kid? Dodge them. Who charges straight into enemy shuriken? A chill ran down Kakashi and Appo's spine. What kind of beast was this? Just because his recovery was exceptional didn't and Appo's mean he could play so recklessly. As expected, Naruto and Appo's limbs, back, and shoulders were pierced by the shuriken, dark stains blooming across his black attire. Fortunately, Kakashi had held back. Had he unleashed his entire arsenal, the boy would have been turned into a pincushion. Gritting his teeth, Naruto assessed the pain, still within tolerable limits. Here, he had to credit Kurama and Appo's training. Without prior endurance drills, he might not have been able to push through Kakashi and Appo's assault. Seizing Kakashi and Appo's momentary lapse, Naruto summoned the massive iron gate, gripping its edge before swinging it with a force that tore through the air. Whoosh! Kakashi and Appo's instincts screamed danger. A direct hit would land him in the hospital for weeks. But Naruto and Appo's attack was still crude. Kakashi ducked effortlessly, then retreated several paces to create distance. He had to. Now, he understood the extent of Naruto and Appo's raw strength. That iron gate had to weigh at least 100 pounds. There was no doubt the boy could inflict serious damage. Besides, Naruto had explicitly requested taijutsu guidance. Kakashi was and Appo's shameless enough to overpower him with ninjutsu. The missed strike prompted Naruto to dismiss the gate. Wincing, he began plucking the embedded shuriken from his flesh. They were hindering his rapid healing. Kakashi observed silently, refraining from attacking during Naruto and Appo's recovery. Yet inwardly, he was growing numb. What is this kid? The wounds closed the instant the shuriken were removed. Just what kind of monster? Clink, the discarded shuriken chimed against the ground. Naruto adopted a guarded stance, fist raised, feet shifting subtly. Time to show this silver-haired fossil the might of Foshan Naruto. Hiya. With a battle cry, Naruto lunged. Kakashi and Appo's critical eye noted that the boy and Appo's form was and Appo's just unrefined, it was riddled with openings. Sighing, he resolved to get serious. A body flicker, and he vanished. Naruto and Appo's charge faltered, confusion erasing all momentum. Before he could react, a hand clamped onto his shoulder, and the world spun as he was slammed onto the ground. Naruto. Analyze your opponent and Appo's tactics during battle. Dawn and Appo's just rush in blindly. Releasing him, Kakashi hauled the dazed boy upright. Naruto and Appo's mind was still catching up. Though he and Appo's begun refining chakra, his combat experience was non-existent. Kakashi and Appo's instantaneous body flicker, from disappearance to being pinned, had transpired in under 2 seconds. It shattered his previous world and Appo's logic. Currently, his fighting style relied heavily on past instincts. Simply put, he had an Appo's adapted to his newfound capabilities. Physically, he could match an average adult shinobi. But his reflexes and adaptability lagged far behind. Noticing Naruto and Appo's dejection, Kakashi offered consolation. Why didn't Appo's you use your purple portal earlier? Huh? Naruto scratched his head, realization dawning. Right. How had he forgotten? It was like gaming, mid-battle panic causing him to fumble his flash spell. Facepalming, Kakashi added, you could Appo's used it against my shuriken too. Oh. Naruto and Appo's eyes widened as he slapped his thigh. It was the ultimate counter, not just for projectiles, but ninjutsu as well. Kakashi, you and Appo's a genius. I get it now. Hey. Old man, hit me with a jutsu. Kakashi? Let Appo's not escalate this. Shuriken are one thing. But if you fail to activate your space-time technique in time against ninjutsu, it Appo's be disastrous. Naruto, I know your constitution is abnormal, but this is come on. Just use fire style. You know Great Fireball, right? Was this kid even listening? Resigned, Kakashi relented, but not without a final warning. If you can Appo's activate it, evade immediately. Understood? Yeah. Start already. Naruto paid no heed to Kakashi and Appo's words. After all, the Great Fireball technique does not harm those of renown. If he were to be struck by such an attack, he would not be known as Uzumaki Naruto today. Chapter 22. The art of space-time ninjutsu is so powerful. Why bother with mere taijutsu? Kakashi and Appo's hands moved in a blur, completing the hand seals in the blink of an eye. Fire release. Great Fireball technique. Naruto immediately felt the temperature around him skyrocket before witnessing Kakashi exhale a massive fireball nearly 2 meters in diameter. Though, if he were being honest, he couldn't Appo's but wonder if all fire-style users had particularly strong breath. Naruto. Kakashi called out sharply upon seeing the boy standing frozen in place. Inwardly sighing at his carefree nature. The attack is right in front of you. How can you space out now? Snapping back to reality, Naruto and Appo's pupils reflected the blazing flames. Facing such supernatural power for the first time, instinctive tension gripped him. Kakashi, observing his hesitation, was already prepared to use the body flicker technique to rescue him if necessary. Though, truthfully, he doubted it would be fatal. Even if the fireball hit, Naruto would likely be back on his feet in minutes. With a swift motion, Naruto summoned the familiar purple cocoon of light before him. The fireball tore through it, only for Kakashi and Appo's face to suddenly illuminate with the same eerie glow as the redirected inferno reappeared right in front of him. Damn it, why did you throw it so close? Kakashi barely managed to lean back in time, the flames grazing his scalp as they soared past. A second slower, and his silver locks would have been reduced to cinders. Not bad, Kakashi remarked flatly, though Naruto could detect the underlying excitement. The way he had redirected the technique was nothing short of masterful. And as far as Kakashi knew, no such ability existed in the entire shinobi world. Old man, again, give me something stronger. Naruto and Appo's face lit up with exhilaration, eager to test the limits of his newfound technique. He had noticed Kakashi and Appo's earlier evasion, far less composed than usual. The realization of his spatial gait and Appo's potential struck him like lightning. This was and Appo's just about redirecting jutsu. He could deflect tailed beast bombs, even truth-seeking orbs. Any attack with a trajectory could be turned against its caster. Hitting me is the same as hitting yourself. Naruto grinned like a child who had just unwrapped the most wondrous toy. Kakashi was and Appo's sure whether to be relieved that the boy had finally shifted focus from pure taijutsu or pleased that he wooed and Appo's grow into a reckless brawler. You and Appo's re the Ninetales and Appo's Jinchuriki with chakra reserves like an ocean. Why waste time on brute strength? Besides, Kakashi was curious to see just how far this technique could go. Fine. He nodded and began weaving another series of hand seals. Naruto, watching the lengthy sequence, immediately recognized it. 44 seals? There weren't and Appo's many jutsu in the shinobi world that required so many. Water release. Water dragon bullet. As Kakashi completed the seals, water from the nearby river surged around them, coalescing into a towering dragon over 20 meters long. Its gaping maw lunged toward Naruto with terrifying momentum, the sheer scale of it overwhelming. Naruto frowned. His spatial gate was only about 2 meters tall and 1 meter wide, far too small to contain this monstrosity. Still, he acted swiftly, deploying one gate in front and another behind him as a precaution. With a backward flip, he vanished into the violet light. Splash! The water dragon collided with the gate, its massive bulk preventing full entry. The sheer force fragmented its form, sending torrents spraying in all directions. When the second gate opened by the riverbank, only a fifth of the original dragon emerged, its power drastically diminished. Naruto had and Appo's dared to redirect it directly at Kakashi this time. If something went wrong, he and Appo's be left without a sensei. Still, the weakened result was disappointing. It seems large-scale techniques lose potency when transferred, Kakashi observed, having pulled up his headband to reveal the Sharingan. Naruto shrugged. Most jutsu followed the principle that smaller meant deadlier, though the Susanoo and Appos, and the Buddha statue were obvious exceptions. His spatial gates were already versatile enough for offense, defense, and evasion. What more could he ask for? Besides, he had plenty of other tricks up his sleeve. Naruto. Once more, Kakashi clenched his right fist, and Naruto guessed what was coming, his signature technique, the Chidori. Nodding, Naruto summoned another gate beside him. Ki. Electricity crackled violently in Kakashi and Appos' palm, the shrill chirping of 1,000 birds piercing the air. The noise was so intense Naruto had to cover his ears as Kakashi, Reed and Blue Lightning, dashed into the gate, only to reappear 10 meters away. Impressive. It can even assist allies in combat. Kakashi dispersed the Chidori, lowering his headband with a thoughtful expression. Naruto and Appos' ability held immense strategic value: escape, pursuit, offense, defense, and team coordination. Having grasped its potential, Kakashi and Appos' expression grew even more perplexed. With a power like this, why the hell were you obsessing over taijutsu? Old man, want to keep going? No. My chakra is limited. Naruto shot him a skeptical look. Seriously? Only 3 jutsu, and you and Appos' already drained? Curious about Kakashi and Appos' reserves, Naruto turned inward. Hey, Fox, how much chakra does Kakashi have? Inside the seal, Kurama didn't and Appos' even bother opening his eyes. 30 mora. What? That and Appos' less than a third of mine. Naruto was stunned, then immediately realized how unfair it was to compare his monstrous reserves to others. Dawn and Appos', be ridiculous, brat. Your chakra was already at 150 mora yesterday. Kurama and Appos' words left Naruto speechless. At this rate, he might truly rival the first Hokage one day. But for now, his priority was extracting inspiration from Kakashi, specifically the 8 gates. If he could just glimpse its chakra pathways, he could adapt it into something even greater. Hey, Kakashi. HM? Kakashi had barely settled down to rest. His copy of Make Out Paradise still unopened, when Naruto called out again. I and Appos' been working on a new technique. It is merely the compression of chakra within one and Appos' body, thereby enhancing strength and speed. What on earth is this child babbling about? Kakashi mused, his expression one of perplexity. Is it conceivable that this technique is known as the 8 gates? No need to ponder further. The village possesses a forbidden technique called the 8 gates, which yields such effects. Although Kakashi was baffled by the whimsical thoughts swirling in Naruto and Appos' mind, he patiently proceeded to elucidate. Moreover, he believed Naruto ought not to engage in training the 8 gates. Rather, he should contemplate how to effectively utilize the vast reservoir of chakra within him. Yet, Kakashi noticed that as soon as he spoke, the child crouched beside him, gazing intently. Silent yet observant. Very well. I shall indulge him with some insights. Thus, Kakashi slowly rose to his feet under Naruto and Appos' eager gaze. Upon witnessing this, Naruto felt assured that his mastery of the forbidden technique was secured. Chapter 23. How on earth did this child cultivate himself? Stand straight. Kakashi maintained his usual nonchalant demeanor, instructing Naruto to stand firm while he pointed out various aspects of his form. Naruto, feeling a ticklish sensation from the incessant poking, found himself unable to stay still, nearly provoking Kakashi into an outburst of frustration. Here, and here, yes, that and Appos', that's about right. Channel your chakra along this pathway, and you shall breach the gates. Of course, mastering the 8 gates technique necessitates a prolonged regimen of physical training. Naruto attempted to follow Kakashi's indicated route several times, only to find himself utterly incapable of doing so. The thought of opening the first gate of the 8 gates seemed far-fetched, just as Kakashi had surmised. Naruto sensed a blockage within his chakra pathways, causing his chakra to flow in fits and starts. He began to grasp the essence of the 8 gates technique. Regular training ought to expand one and Appos' internal pathways and enhance physical resilience, ultimately allowing for the utilization of the 8 gates. While Naruto possessed adequate hardware, his internal software was woefully inadequate. How could he possibly execute the 8 gates program? Nevertheless, he had not intended to master the 8 gates in the first place. Uncle, how long does it take to learn this? Naruto couldn't and Appos' help but inquire. After all, in his previous life, he had seen protagonists and fan works who easily began training in the 8 gates from a young age, seemingly with little effort. Yet, Naruto surmised that if this technique were not exceedingly difficult, it would have likely been disseminated widely, allowing even common ninjas to learn it. Rather than being classified as forbidden by Konoha, quickly, it could take a year, slowly, 2 or 3, Kakashi replied, his expression turning serious. However, I do not recommend this path. The 8 gates technique is suited only for those who specialize in physical arts and are unable to utilize ninjutsu. The chakra accumulated through daily training is needed to force open the gates and Appos, within the body. This was also the reason he had only practiced the 8 gates technique. After all, his Sharingan consumes chakra, and he barely had enough to activate the first gate. Should he continue training in the 8 gates? Kakashi estimated he would exhaust his chakra before he could even enter the 8 gate state. Naruto indeed had sufficient chakra, but it was unnecessary. It is important to note that mastering the 8 gates requires a considerable investment of time. The thought of this child pursuing the 8 gates likely made Kakashi wonder if the third Hokage would have him strung up for his folly. Is it really going to take that long? Naruto felt a twinge of disappointment. Spending years to open just 1 gate seemed rather impractical for him. You probably haven't tested your chakra yet, have you? Kakashi decided to guide the child toward the proper path of specializing in ninjutsu. To spare him from incessantly exhausting himself with physical training, he produced a piece of chakra testing paper from seemingly nowhere and placed it before Naruto. Give it a try. Chakra testing paper? Naruto took it and examined it closely, curious about its peculiarities. However, after scrutinizing it for some time, he found himself at a loss. Kakashi, observing Naruto and Appo's bewilderment, sighed and reminded him, channel your chakra into it. Naruto abandoned the notion of crafting a paper airplane and obediently followed Kakashi and Appo's instruction. Channeling his chakra into the paper. Without needing to test, he was already aware. If no unforeseen circumstances arose, based on his previous knowledge from anime, his chakra affinities seemed to be wind and earth. With a rip, the moment Naruto funneled chakra into the paper, it first split apart, then shattered completely. Wind and earth. Kakashi murmured, confirming Naruto and Appo's chakra attributes. Meanwhile, Naruto appeared to be in a daze. Great Fox, can lightning release stimulate cells for a brief boost in power? Yes. But why do you ask? Kurama, the Ninetales, was perplexed by Naruto and Appo's inquiry. He thought to himself, hadn't you just heard that white-haired man say your chakra affinities are wind and earth? Where does lightning come into play? Is it possible that I could achieve similar effects using wind release? Naruto pondered, contemplating whether wind release could generate a gust around him, thereby enhancing his speed. After receiving 9 years of compulsory education, Naruto understood a fundamental principle: the greater the speed, the greater the force. Speed equals power, you fool, Kurama scoffed derisively. This child was simply indulging in fanciful thinking. While he was particularly knowledgeable about ninjutsu, he understood that such an idea was utterly implausible. Naruto, however, brushed off Kurama and Appo's scorn. After all, how could the Great Fox, a native, comprehend the breadth of knowledge he had acquired from the explosion of information in his previous life? Numerous skills involving wind existed in various media and games. Ignoring the taunts from the Fox and Kakashi and Appo's incessant chatter, Naruto stood still, recalling the scroll the third Hokage had given him, and began to concentrate wind attribute chakra. As he focused, he remembered Kakashi and Appo's earlier instructions about opening the gates. Kakashi hadn't specified which type of chakra to use to force open the Appo's gates, and Appo's. What might happen if he used wind release to push through? With this thought, Naruto felt a surge of excitement. Could this be considered the birth of a new ninjutsu? However, he was oblivious to the fact that Kakashi had merely outlined the general concept of opening the gates. Kakashi, observing Naruto lost in thought, paid little heed as he leaned against a tree, engrossed in his own reflections. Approximately 5 minutes later, Kakashi suddenly noticed a gust of wind swirling around him. At first, he did not pay it much mind, but as the minutes passed, he realized that the winds were intensifying. Turning to look, he discovered that a tempest had begun to swirl around Naruto. Naruto, stop this at once. At that moment, Naruto had amassed a significant amount of wind attribute chakra, which was continuously gathering. His clothes rustled violently, and the grass beneath him began to tear apart from the force of the wind. Kakashi's warning only spurred Naruto on. The wind chakra coalesced even faster. With a ripping sound, Naruto and Appo's clothing sustained several tears, accompanied by wisps of blood mist. Uncle, I think I can't stop. Naruto found it challenging to articulate his current predicament. The method of using wind attribute chakra to breach the Appo's gates and Appo's was indeed viable. With each gate he pushed through, he felt a considerable increase in strength. The only peculiar sensation was the thumping of his heart echoing in his ears. However, he believed it was nothing. The howling wind chakra grew increasingly intense, swirling violently around Naruto and kicking up clouds of dust that rapidly obscured visibility. Kakashi and Appo's silver hair whipped wildly in the gale as he shielded his face with both hands, struggling to approach the boy. The sheer power of Naruto and Appo's wind chakra now rivaled that of the wind release, gale palm technique. Kakashi lifted his forehead protector, observing Naruto and Appo's condition through his Sharingan. What he saw nearly stopped his heart. The boy and Appo's chakra was clearly spiraling out of control. Such phenomena typically only occurred during failed jutsu experiments, often resulting in the practitioner being torn apart by the rampaging energy. Moreover, Kakashi could hear Naruto and Appo's heartbeat, estimating the rhythm. It pounded at least 500 times per minute, a rate that would prove fatal for any normal human. Yet Naruto, standing calmly in the eye of the storm, remained blissfully unaware of the danger. Instead, he laughed joyfully as his wind chakra blasted through all the chakra points Kakashi had mentioned. Old man, I think I and Appo's opened the first gate, Naruto shouted excitedly. What? Kakashi and Appo's voice cracked with disbelief. But I never explained the precise chakra pathways. How did you even? Before Kakashi could process this development, a crimson mist erupted from Naruto and Appo's body as wind chakra lacerated his skin. To any observer, the boy now appeared drenched in blood, his body crisscrossed with countless wounds. Yet Naruto felt no pain, only an overwhelming surge of power. With a single effortless step, he vanished and reappeared 50 meters away, leaving scarlet after images in his wake. Kakashi and Appo's eyes widened in shock. What the hell? Did he actually succeed? Even Kurama within the seal paused his meal, startled. What and Appo's this brat up to now? Chapter 24. The Ninetales Jinchuriki nearly crashed into the barrier. The Ninetales, Kurama, was initially enjoying a delightful barbecue in the ceiling space, unaware that this young lad was truly as reckless as he had just claimed. Can one truly dabble in ninjutsu without caution? Even Kurama, who lacked proficiency in ninjutsu, understood that a moment and Appo's carelessness in such studies could lead to death. Not to mention Naruto, the Ninetales Jinchuriki, even the Tentales Jinchuriki would meet their demise if they unleashed chakra recklessly. However, this boy not only survived unscathed but also managed to produce something remarkable. That was what genuinely astonished Kurama. Although he sensed the boy and Appo's life force waning at an alarming rate, at the same time, his tailed beast chakra was instinctively mending Naruto and Appo's body. In this ebb and flow, Naruto was unlikely to perish anytime soon. Kakashi felt he had never been so uncharacteristically flustered in his life. What kind of monster was this child? Following the chakra flow path he provided to unlock the 8 gates, it was a miracle he had not perished. He had never anticipated such an outcome. Moreover, Kakashi was increasingly convinced that if Naruto continued on this path, he would inevitably be torn apart by the wild chakra. There was not a single unscathed inch on his body. Had it not been for his rapid recovery, he would have likely perished the moment he employed that technique, rather than being able to move as he was now. At that moment, Naruto was oblivious to Kakashi and Appo's concerns as the roaring wind filled his ears. He estimated that his current strength was roughly tripled compared to his usual state, with both speed and power significantly enhanced. Yet, he was perplexed by the rapid depletion of his chakra. Were Kurama to grasp the boy and Appo's thoughts, he could not help but critique Naruto. If it were an and Appo's for the boy and Appo's abundant chakra, and the fact he had drawn upon the tailed beast and Appo's chakra for healing, he might as well wait for death. It was overwhelming. Naruto presently had no concrete sense of his strength, nor had he witnessed the true power of the 8 gates in action. Regardless, he felt immensely powerful. Glancing towards the trees ahead, he devised a method to test his limits. He slowly lowered himself, placing his hands on the ground, adopting a starting position, ready to push his boundaries. Naruto, stop this instant! Kakashi exclaimed, genuinely fearful for the child and Appo's safety. The third Hokage had entrusted him with the task of watching over Naruto. Little did he know the boy was capable of such extraordinary antics. Just moments ago, Kakashi had observed Naruto and Appo's body reaching its limits through his Sharingan. And now, seeing him in this posture, he wished to fully test his speed. For the love of all that is sacred, please don't. Kakashi had no desire to witness Naruto and Appo's lifeless form, nor did he wish to hear news of the Ninetales Jinchuriki and Appo's demise in the village of Konoha. If the third Hokage learned he had led a child to his death, it would spell disaster. Boom! As Kakashi and Appo's words faded, a tremendous noise erupted nearby. And he watched in awe as Naruto shot forth, leaving a trail of crimson light in his wake, obliterating every obstacle in his path. The ground where Naruto had just stood was now a vast crater, a feat comparable to Tsunade's immense strength. Kakashi covered his face, sighing in resignation. It was over. He had caused a catastrophe. He could already envision the aftermath, facing his mentors in the afterlife. At that moment, the third Hokage had just finished his lunch and was strolling through the streets of Konoha. Upon returning home, he had seen Naruto and Kakashi engrossed in ninjutsu practice, which had delighted him. What a positive development. The boy was finally moving away from taijutsu. Kakashi was truly a reliable ninja. The third Hokage was in high spirits today, even indulging in an extra bowl of rice. Suddenly, a deafening roar erupted from the eastern side of the village. The third Hokage widened his eyes, swiftly leaping onto the rooftops. What had transpired? The Umbu had also gathered around the third Hokage, exchanging uncertain glances, none daring to speak first. Observing their hesitance, the third Hokage's expression hardened as he demanded, "Speak. Is it Kumogakure or Wagakure? How dare they assault our village during these peaceful times?" Without a moment's hesitation, the third Hokage concluded that such a commotion was most likely instigated by the reckless fools of Kumogakure. Lord Third, it's the Ninetales Jinchuriki. A subordinate stammered. What did you say? The third Hokage's anger surged as he realized it was one of his own causing the chaos. This child was creating such a racket. Could it be that he sought to defect? After a brief moment of contemplation, realizing he had no leads, the third Hokage resolved to investigate personally. He headed eastward, discovering trees and buildings being demolished in the wake of the disturbance. He began to suspect that perhaps the tailed beast had gone out of control. Simultaneously, the Umbu ninjas and several Jounin, as well as root members, rushed towards Naruto's location. Not for any other reason, but because the crimson figure was rapidly approaching the village and Appo's barrier. What a thrill! I feel absolutely invincible. As he sprinted, Naruto found his speed so extraordinary that it blurred before his eyes. In this moment, he felt akin to the Flash. Having unleashed a red aura. Surely that counts for something, right? Thump, thump, thump. Yet, Naruto soon realized his heartbeat was escalating at an alarming rate. Kid, there are many people heading your way, Kurama remarked from within him. However, Naruto was unable to discern the surroundings, let alone identify who was approaching. Moreover, due to his excessive speed, he had lost control of his body, leaving him no choice but to continue running forward. Even to halt, he could only gradually decelerate, which would require considerable time. Naruto. Stop. Ahead lies the village's barrier. Uzumaki Naruto. Halt. All the ninjas in Konoha had converged. Reminiscent of the last time they had mobilized en masse during the Nine Tails incident. Lord Third. Kakashi appeared before the third Hokage, his face betraying his embarrassment. He could sense the third Hokage's expression silently questioning, is this how you watch over the child? What on earth was happening? Naruto had recklessly unleashed a forbidden technique, and it was spiraling out of control. He could not stop. If this continued unchecked, Naruto might perish due to the chakra surge. The third Hokage's blood pressure skyrocketed as he frantically searched for his medication, only to realize he had left it behind. What did Kakashi say? Weren't you practicing ninjutsu by the river earlier? How on earth did it come to this? Having merely gone out for a meal. The third Hokage was taken aback to hear that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was on the brink of death. Taking a deep breath, he felt as though he too was nearing his end, nearly driven to despair by Kakashi and Naruto and Appo's antics. He commanded a defensive ninjutsu to intercept Naruto. At this speed, he would collide with the barrier before even the chakra could surge, likely resulting in his demise. With a decisive command from the third, numerous ninjas around him vanished from sight. In that moment, all the ninjas of Konoha united with a singular purpose, to prevent the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki from crashing against the barrier. Earth style, earth flow wall. Water style, water formation wall. Countless ninjas simultaneously executed defensive techniques in front of the barrier, erecting earthen walls from the eastern side, while several water walls were placed ahead to slow Naruto's speed. The scale of the scene was so grand that the villagers feared an invasion from a foreign ninja village. As Naruto approached the barrier, he finally discerned the scenery ahead, only to see a sea of blue. Just as he was absorbing this sight, he suddenly felt water splashing against his face. Then came the sounds of thuds and cracking bones. Before he could even utter a cry of pain, Naruto collapsed to the ground, his vision fading to black. He had crashed through 10 earthen walls before finally halting. Looking back along his path, he beheld that the eastern part of the village had been plowed into a 10-meter-wide trench, leaving chaos in his wake. The third Hokage, wearing a grim expression, slowly approached Naruto. To be honest, he felt that the boy might not survive. The third was filled with anguish. Not only was he reluctant to see Naruto perish, but he was also troubled by the fact that a suitable Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was nowhere to be found in the village. If this child were to succumb, Konoha would likely lose the Nine-Tails. The third Hokage reflected on how the situation in Konoha had deteriorated day by day since Naruto's birth. He arrived at Naruto's side, noticing the boy was breathing shallowly, teetering on the brink of death. Yet, a flicker of hope remained in his heart. Soon after, a dozen medical ninjas surrounded Naruto, beginning to assess his injuries. What is the situation? The third inquired. Lord Third, this child's entire skeletal structure is shattered, and his internal condition is even worse. His heart has already stopped. He is. Just as the medical ninjas were about to pronounce Naruto dead, a sudden sound reached their ears. The heartbeat of the child had returned, faint yet persistent. Wait, it seems he can still be saved. Chapter 25. You are the worst Jinchuriki I have ever encountered. A month later, the Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails in Konoha village miraculously survived. When this child was brought to the hospital, any medical ninja who examined Naruto shook their heads in disbelief. They all believed the child would not last long. Yet, within a week, they discovered his vital signs had returned to normal. The hospital then declared the child would be crippled for life, given the state of his shattered bones, predicting he would spend his remaining days in the hospital. However, just a week later, the hospital was astonished to find that every bone in the child's body had healed completely, leaving no trace of scars. The entire Konoha hospital began to question their understanding of life itself. They wondered if Konoha had produced some miraculous medical phenomenon. Their perception of the child's recovery abilities had changed dramatically. Konoha Hospital, established since the era of Tsunade, had most medical ninjas trained during that time. They had witnessed the last Jinchuriki of the Nine-Tails, Kushina Uzumaki, and some had even seen the first Jinchuriki, Mito Uzumaki. If it had been either of the two previous Jinchuriki, at Naruto's age, and with such injuries, they would have already prepared for the worst. In summary, this current Jinchuriki was exceptionally bizarre. Within the ceiling space, Great Fox, when do you think I will awaken? Naruto lay on the couch, holding a skewer of grilled meat he had snatched from the fox with his left hand and a chilled grape soda in his right. Ever since he fell into a coma, his consciousness had entered the ceiling space. Upon seeing Naruto, the QB immediately switched to lecture mode. It was genuinely infuriated with this little brat and Appo's antics. If it weren't and Appo's for its chakra sustaining the boy's last breath, he would have likely crossed over to the Pure Land to reunite with Kushina by now. The thought of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki dying by crashing into the village barrier made the QB's chakra boil with frustration. If other tailed beasts were to learn of this, it would be the source of relentless ridicule for eternity. You are the worst Jinchuriki I have ever seen. Naruto turned to the Great Fox, his face a picture of shock. Those words sounded eerily similar to what his former teacher had once said. You are the worst class I have ever taught. The oppressive aura of his teacher returned to him. Once you recover, your training will be doubled. As my Jinchuriki, you are utterly weak. I was far stronger than you at your age. The Kyuubi, while munching on skewers, began to impart its wisdom to its student. Naruto was at a loss for words, feeling utterly unable to retort. How dare you say that? You, a tailed beast, were able to compare yourself to me at 6 years old? Naruto hesitated to respond to the fox's taunts, fearing it would only provoke it further. After finishing his meal, he noticed his body had healed considerably. His extraordinary recovery ability stemmed not only from the Uzumaki clan's bloodline and the tailed beast's chakra, but also from consuming magical dragon meat that restored both spirit and body since childhood. Moreover, during this month within the ceiling space, Naruto realized that even consuming food here aided in his recovery. Great Fox, can't you give me a break? I haven't rested since I started training my chakra. Naruto reflected on how his current life seemed harsher than his previous one as a corporate slave. At least in his past life, he had 1 or 2 days of rest each month. But the Great Fox was different. There were no breaks in a week, and once he recovered, he would have to endure even more rigorous training. He was still just a child. Couldn't someone consider the mental health of a child? Humph. The Kyuubi paid no heed to Naruto's protests. You brought this upon yourself by wanting to grow stronger. Besides, it is time for you to leave. The Kyuubi paused its eating, glanced at Naruto, and buzzed. Look over there. Naruto instinctively turned his head to where the Great Fox pointed. In an instant, the Kyuubi swatted him out of the ceiling space. In the hospital bed, Naruto was wrapped up like a mummy, his eyelids fluttering as he abruptly sat up. What a blunder. The newly awakened Naruto gritted his teeth, mentally cursing the fox for its treachery and expelling him from the ceiling space. He had been eager to awaken, but upon realizing he would have to train harder, he wished he had remained in the ceiling space instead. Sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on Naruto's face. Though not overly bright, he still found it somewhat blinding. He raised his hand to shield his eyes, peering through the gaps in his fingers toward the outside world. Feeling a sense of tranquility wash over him. It was wonderful to be alive. He sighed, then noticed the bedside table overflowing with congratulatory cards and a fruit basket filled with bananas and apples. Upon a cursory glance, he recognized most of the messages were from Hinata, along with notes from Kakashi, Shikamaru, Choji, Inuzuka Kiba, and Ino. Even Sakura here? He recalled that he hadn't spoken much with his classmates, but it didn't matter now. Naruto casually picked up an apple from the fruit basket, wiped it on his clothing, and took a hearty bite. However, during this process, he noticed the patient in the bed next to him. Uchiha Sasuke. What was he doing here? Seeing Sasuke lying in the adjacent bed, Naruto was taken aback, pausing mid-bite. The Uchiha appeared somewhat dazed. He lay there, eyes open but vacant, his expression blank. Wait. Naruto's eyes widened in shock, halting his apple consumption once more. Sasuke looked as if the Uchiha clan had been annihilated. Originally intending to greet Sasuke, Naruto reconsidered upon realizing the Uchiha clan's tragic fate. He decided it was best to remain silent, fearing he might inadvertently say something that would upset him further. Nonetheless, Naruto felt a pang of sympathy for Sasuke. Once, his family had lived happily together, and now he had to endure the madness of his brother who had wiped out their entire clan, including his beloved brother. Reflecting on Sasuke's life, it seemed he was the only sane person in the ninja world, while the protagonist of the original story was truly beyond comprehension. Particularly the scene where Black Zetsu mocked Obito, it left him utterly speechless. If it had been him, he would have found a way to stand alongside Black Zetsu, mercilessly ridiculing Obito, and after that, he would have gleefully devoured Obito's offerings every year. How could he ever utter the words, "I do not allow you to mock Obito"? Naruto sighed at Sasuke's condition. After all, he had fought against him before and considered him one of the few peers he knew in the entire village. The only classmates Naruto was familiar with were Hinata and Uchiha Sasuke. He felt a strong urge to comfort the child, but regrettably, he lacked the eloquence to express it. After much contemplation, Naruto retrieved a golden apple from the system. This item could restore a modicum of both spirit and vitality. However, for Naruto, he had never indulged in such frivolities. He intended it solely as a gesture of solace for the boy. First, Naruto changed into a fresh set of clothing from the system, then he stealthily approached the bedside table beside Sasuke and Appo's bed and gently placed the golden apple down. Throughout this entire process, he made not a single sound, while Sasuke remained lost in thought, staring blankly at the ceiling. Observing this state, Naruto refrained from saying anything further and quietly exited the room. Yet, mere moments after his departure, a flicker of clarity returned to Sasuke's eyes. He turned his head to gaze at the golden apple on the table, staring at it for an extended period. Eventually, he picked it up, buried his head deep into the covers, and with a quivering voice, murmured, "Vortex. Naruto, thank you." Chapter 26. Hope that Jiraiya will properly guide this child in the future. Have you heard? The Nine-Tails Jinchuriki nearly met his demise by colliding with the barrier? No, I heard he actually intended to take his own life. Fortunately, the third Hokage and hundreds of ninjas intervened. Why is the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki in such despair? As Naruto stepped out of his hospital room, he overheard several nurses whispering among themselves. They spoke of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki contemplating suicide, preparing to crash into the barrier. The absurdity of their claims made Naruto's face twitch. He felt utterly humiliated. It was all Kakashi's fault. Naruto didn't care how the rumors spread. He was convinced that blaming Kakashi was justified. If Kakashi had just stopped him, this situation wouldn't have occurred. As Naruto walked through the hospital corridor, he noticed curious glances directed at him, accompanied by laughter. The attention made him wish he could find a crack in the floor to hide in. He never anticipated that his efforts to remain low-key would lead to notoriety in such a manner. To evade the peculiar stares of the hospital staff, Naruto sought a secluded spot and jumped down from the 5th floor without a second thought, disregarding his recent recovery. Upon landing, he felt even stronger than before. Under normal circumstances, a fall from the 5th floor would have surely resulted in some injury, but now, he felt perfectly fine. It seemed he was straying further down a path of abnormality. Naruto sighed as he wandered aimlessly through the streets of Konoha. The 3rd Hokage received news of Naruto's discharge, which lifted his spirits slightly, but upon learning that the boy had jumped from the hospital's 5th floor right after waking up, his blood pressure surged again. Was there truly no one to properly guide this child? He had lost faith in Kakashi's ability to look after Naruto. Konoha had come perilously close to losing its Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. The 3rd Hokage could only hope to find Jiraiya, who was traveling abroad. After all, Jiraiya was the teacher of Naruto's father. He should have no trouble mentoring the son of Minato. The 3rd Hokage gazed out the window, exhaling a puff of smoke. Looking considerably aged during this time, perhaps it would be best to wait until Naruto graduated. Just 5 more years. A brief ordeal that would soon pass. By then, he would summon Jiraiya to help manage this child. Naruto-kun, is that you? In the classroom. Hinata turned to find her desk mate had returned, her words few, yet Naruto could sense her bubbling excitement. Hinata-chan, thank you for your card and the fruit. It's nothing. Hearing Naruto's gratitude, she became bashful and stuttered her response. Seeing her flustered demeanor made Naruto smile instinctively. He then recalled their previous agreement to train together after school. He had promised to meet Hinata, but instead, he had sought out that peculiar green-clad uncle and ended up bedridden for a month. He felt guilty for having kept her waiting for so long. In contrast, his ex-girlfriend would have lamented over a mere 10-minute tardiness. Yet here was Hinata, who bore no complaints and visited him regularly in the hospital. The fresh fruits on his bedside table were evidence of her frequent visits. It was clear that Hinata was the most suitable choice in Naruto's heart. Hinata, I'll pick you up after school. The moment Hinata heard Naruto's words, her mind began to swirl. Pick me up, for a date? Before Naruto could finish speaking, Hinata fainted, collapsing onto her desk. This left Naruto utterly bewildered. How could their training conversation induce such shyness that it caused her to faint? Although confused, he was concerned about her possibly hurting her neck while unconscious, so he retrieved a small bare pillow from his system and gently placed it under her head. Oblivious to the reactions of their classmates. However, the class had grown accustomed to Naruto and Appo's frequent absences. The arrival of Uzumaki Naruto in the classroom surprised everyone. Arika, standing at the front, felt a buzzing irritation as he witnessed the 2 students' flirtations. Yet, he found it difficult to intervene. One was the heiress of the Hyuga clan, and the other was the son of the Hokage. How could he possibly manage that? Deciding to ignore it, he forced himself to look away, especially since the 3rd Hokage had instructed him not to concern himself with Naruto. After lunch, Naruto opened a spatial portal to return home for a meal, then made his way back to the small forest on the eastern edge of the village. The area had been ravaged by a certain Jinchuriki, leaving only a sparse scattering of trees. The wooden house that kind villagers had constructed for him was now gone. Its debris perhaps serving as a reminder of its existence. It would not be an exaggeration to call this place a dump. This is quite a mess. Naruto surveyed the scene, reflecting on his own destructive capabilities. He felt somewhat at a loss regarding the current state of affairs. Should he find another location? He scratched his chin and pondered, but quickly dismissed the idea. After his last outburst, he could only imagine that his reputation in the village had taken a significant hit. He genuinely felt fortunate that the village hadn't demanded restitution for the damages. If he were to wreak havoc elsewhere, he feared Konoha might expel him as a rogue ninja. After some contemplation, he decided to clean up the site. Regardless, it was a mess of his own making, and he would have to take responsibility. Since it involved farming, it was a task he was quite familiar with as an experienced cultivator. He retrieved a diamond axe from his system and raised it, briefly glancing at its enchanted attributes. Diamond axe, attack power 42. Enchant effect, cutting speed 70, durability, 100,001,000,000. Though its enchanting effects were somewhat singular, the values represented the highest he had encountered thus far. Furthermore, the primary purpose of an axe was to fell trees. There was no need for unnecessary embellishments. Hey, kid, it's time for training. What do you intend to do with that axe? Kurama remarked upon seeing Naruto at the training ground, surprised that he had pulled out an axe. You can't possibly consider that a weapon, can you? I'm just tidying up a bit here. Besides, I shouldn't need to punch trees today, right? Naruto gestured towards the nearby saplings, his meaning clear. The larger trees typically took him days to demolish. These tiny saplings, no bigger than his wrist, hardly piqued his interest. The Nine-Tails found Naruto's words to be quite reasonable. After a moment of contemplation, he addressed him, "Do you see those fallen trees on the ground? You should drag 3 of them, bearing the weight while tidying up." Naruto was momentarily speechless. Each tree appeared to weigh around 200 pounds. He thought that perhaps managing 1 tree was feasible, but to tackle 3 all at once seemed rather excessive for a child. He pondered whether the great fox might reconsider. He wished to negotiate with the fox, yet received no response. Clearly, the Nine-Tails was resolute in his decision. With a resigned sigh, Naruto retrieved a bundle of ropes and began to secure himself with weights. After completing the task, he realized it took an entire set of ropes to firmly bind himself to the 3 trees. However, when he attempted to take his first step, his neck flushed red with strain, and he found himself unable to move. The 3 trees behind him showed no sign of budging. Chapter 27. What on earth? Why isn't the illusion working? That evening, Naruto finally freed himself from the ropes, concluding the arduous weight training under his mentor, Jiraiya. However, the disarray in the small grove remained unchanged. With the burden of 600 or 700 pounds dragging behind him, Naruto had only managed to take 1 step throughout the entire afternoon, let alone tidying up while carrying such a load. Gazing at the chaotic surroundings, Naruto realized he would need to spend some time that night organizing the mess. Regrettably, he had yet to master the shadow clone technique. Otherwise, tidying up would have been a matter of mere minutes. After a brief respite, Naruto opened a space portal and returned to the classroom. At that moment, Hinata was the only one left in the class, and she felt a surge of excitement upon seeing Naruto arrive. "Naruto-kun." Before Hinata could finish her greeting, Naruto took her small hand and pulled her through the space portal. Instantly, she felt a flash before her eyes, and the scene shifted from the classroom to the outdoors. Upon seeing the fallen trees, shattered stones, and various debris on the ground, Hinata gazed at Naruto with admiration. The state of the sight spoke volumes about Naruto's relentless training. "Naruto, you work so hard. I will also strive to train." Hinata mustered her courage and finally articulated a complete sentence. She desired to keep pace with Naruto and grow stronger alongside him. However, she suddenly realized that he was still holding her hand, causing her to turn crimson with shyness. Thankfully, her newfound resistance had increased. Otherwise, in the past, she would have likely fainted from embarrassment. Seeing the bashful demeanor of the young girl, Naruto quickly released her hand, feeling a touch of awkwardness as he recalled her earlier compliment. "Ha ha ha, it's really not that impressive. Just a bit of hard work. I nearly demolished the village, though." Just as Naruto was about to say something, he noticed a familiar figure approaching him. From the signature spiky hair of the Uchiha clan, he recognized it was Sasuke. He was holding a paper bag, and his expression seemed far less foolish than before. Hinata glanced at Sasuke and then back at Naruto. Feeling inexplicably disheartened, she had hoped he would be joining them. Sasuke approached Naruto with a somewhat conflicted demeanor, disregarding Naruto's consent as he thrust the paper bag into Naruto's arms. "Here." Looking down at the contents, Naruto discovered apples inside. "Is this a gift for me?" he pondered. "I couldn't find any golden apples in the village." Sasuke added hastily, fearing Naruto might disdain the apples he offered. Having consumed that golden apple previously, Sasuke was well aware of its restorative properties on his mental state and injuries. Chapter 28. Naruto's turn-based taijutsu-style whoosh. 3 violet cocoons of light suddenly materialized around Sasuke as all the previously thrown ninja tools came hurtling back toward him. The abrupt turn of events forced Sasuke to immediately cancel his fire release technique. He realized with chilling clarity, if Naruto could redirect his weapons, he could undoubtedly redirect his jutsu as well. Damn it, why is this guy so strong? Before arriving, Sasuke had harbored a sliver of hope. But witnessing Naruto's flawless mastery of this technique now filled him with outright despair. Fortunately, he had only thrown about 20 shuriken and kunai earlier. His Sharingan spun rapidly. His dynamic vision pushed to its absolute limit. In that moment, the trajectories of the weapons appeared to him as intricate, crisscrossing threads, each endpoint vividly clear. Got it. A surge of triumph flashed through Sasuke as he flipped backward twice, then twisted sideways in rapid succession, his movements almost like a dance through a thorn-laden thicket. Yet Naruto's only assessment was 4 words: all flash, no substance. Another luminous gate unfolded, this time in Sasuke's blind spot. The moment he finished dodging, a primal chill crawled up his spine. Instinctively, he dropped into a crouch, just in time to evade Naruto's sweeping kick. Not bad reflexes, Naruto mused, mildly impressed. As much as he hated to admit it, Sasuke's reaction speed surpassed his own. Probably the Sharingan's enhancement at work. Back during their first fight, Sasuke wouldn't have stood a chance against a sneak attack like that. Still, Naruto's surprise was fleeting. When it came to taijutsu, he had never backed down. In fact, he was confident that even Might Guy wouldn't necessarily best him in the future. His taijutsu might not be refined, but he had absolute faith in one thing, his sheer endurance. If he ever faced an opponent he couldn't overpower, he'd simply outlast them, trading blow for blow until only one remained standing. And he'd bet everything that the last man standing would always be him. Crack! Sasuke pivoted sharply, driving a hook toward Naruto's left cheek. Though slower to react, Naruto still managed to block, and in the same motion, seized Sasuke's wrist, yanking him forward. Off balance, Sasuke instinctively drove his knee upward. And just like that, their battle devolved into a brutal turn-based exchange. Naruto, one hand locked onto Sasuke's wrist, hammered him with his tree-splitting fist, while Sasuke retaliated with relentless knee strikes to Naruto's abdomen. 3 rounds later, Naruto remained unfazed, his punches only growing faster. If not for sparing Sasuke's pride, he'd have outright mocked him. Those kicks barely tickled. Meanwhile, Sasuke's face had swollen into a bruised mess again, his movement sluggish, his mind foggy. For a fleeting moment, he felt transported back to their first fight, when Naruto had pummeled him into the ground. History was repeating itself. With one final punch, Sasuke crumpled, unconscious. Even as darkness claimed him, one question lingered: why had Naruto shown no reaction to his attacks? Hinata, who had watched the entire ordeal, stood frozen in shock, her lips slightly parted. That violet technique, she had initially dismissed it as a simple mobility aid. But seeing Naruto redirect Sasuke's assault made her realize its terrifying potential. And his taijutsu she couldn't quite articulate it, but it was undeniably formidable. Mentally placing herself in Sasuke's position, she realized she'd fare no better. Once dragged into close combat, she'd be just as helpless. Though, if she had been the one sparring with Naruto, she doubted he'd have beaten her so mercilessly. Right now, her primary concern was whether Naruto was hurt. And Naruto-kun Hinata hurried over, circling him anxiously before finally exhaling in relief. I'm fine, Naruto assured her, thumping his chest. If their health were quantified, Sasuke's damage output would even outpace his natural regeneration. Meanwhile, a few solid hits from him had drained Sasuke's stamina completely. No contest. Glancing at the unconscious boy, Naruto retrieved a health potion from his system inventory, pried Sasuke's mouth open, and poured it down his throat. Cough. Cough. Within moments, Sasuke jolted awake, hacking violently, his body convulsing like a spring. Yet, the bruises on his face visibly faded. Hinata's Byakugan widened in awe. That's amazing, Naruto-kun. I want to tell anyone, she blurted, realizing the gravity of what she'd just witnessed. In her understanding, nothing like this existed in the shinobi world, a liquid that healed injuries so effortlessly. Her earnest expression tugged at Naruto's heart. He patted her head absently, his mind already wandering to future domestic bliss. Eep. Hinata's face burned crimson again, her knees wobbling. She looked seconds away from fainting. Wait, not now. Naruto panicked. With Sasuke just regaining consciousness and dusk settling in, if Hinata passed out, she might not wake for a while. And if the Hyuga clan found them like this? Hiashi would probably blast him into next week with a rotation. I am okay, Hinata whispered, biting her lower lip to stay conscious. The sight only made Naruto want to ruffle her hair more. Sasuke, now sitting upright, watched their bizarre interaction with a blank stare. He touched his face, stunned to find no trace of pain. For a moment, he wondered if this had all been a dream, until he saw Naruto and Hinata. But how had his injuries vanished? Rolling up his sleeves, he inspected himself repeatedly, confirming every wound, even the scars from that night, were gone. After a long silence, he finally interrupted their hushed conversation. My injuries, how did you do it? He vaguely recalled choking on something bitter yet sweet, strangely refreshing, better than any soda in the village. Then his gaze fell on the nearby apples, reminding him of the golden one Naruto had given him earlier. Whatever he'd just consumed was far more potent, and undoubtedly rarer. Realizing this, Sasuke felt his question might have been too forward. It is quite impolite to pry into the secrets of others. I apologize for my indiscretion. The conflict has concluded, and I must escort Hinata home. You may return on your own. Naruto observed the encroaching twilight, anxious that if he did not take Hinata back soon, the Hyuga clan might pursue him with vengeance. Moreover, he felt that the third Hokage would likely not support him in such a predicament. Naruto opened a portal, grasping Hinata's hand in preparation to depart. When Sasuke's voice halted him, wait, may I join you in training? Sasuke's words were tinged with a hint of desperation. I am willing to do anything, as long as it means I can grow stronger. Chapter 29. This blonde-haired youth is currently in such a state. One cannot even fathom what he might accomplish in the future. You should return for now. We shall discuss this tomorrow, was the reply. All right, Naruto said, not glancing back as he grasped Hinata's hand and stepped through the light portal, vanishing from sight. He was somewhat taken aback by Sasuke's visit. Given Sasuke's previously arrogant demeanor, one would expect him to seek strength independently rather than come to him. However, Naruto genuinely needed a comrade, should Sasuke's abilities fail to keep pace with his own. He would have to face the Akatsuki alone and ultimately confront the Otsutsuki clan single-handedly. Why strain himself with solitary battles when they could unite to tackle challenges together? Moreover, Sasuke was arguably the most formidable ally available to him, and nurturing that potential would not require excessive time. Once they both reached their peak, no matter how many Otsutsuki members appeared, they would be prepared to confront them all. Upon traversing the spatial gateway and arriving at the Hyuga clan's territory, Naruto spotted Hiashi standing at the entrance, arms crossed. Even from a distance, the intensity of his presence was palpable. Hiashi offered no words upon seeing Naruto and Hinata. He merely stood there, scrutinizing the pair. Not only did he observe, but the members of the Hyuga clan also gathered outside, their collective gaze fixed upon Naruto. The prominent veins on their foreheads indicated that they had all activated their Byakugan. The atmosphere grew tense, causing Hinata to feel as though her breath was constricted. Naruto felt as if he had inadvertently wandered into a faction stronghold, the only distinction being that the Hyuga clan members were not wielding weapons. He genuinely worried that any moment, someone might leap forward and shout something akin to get him. Father Hinata murmured, lowering her head as she approached Hayashi. Glancing back at Naruto intermittently, Naruto sensed a noticeable drop in the surrounding temperature. Where have you been? Hayashi's question was directed at Hinata. Yet his piercing gaze remained fixed on the blonde youth. In the eyes of the Hyuga clan, their young lady had been gallivanting outside with this blonde boy after school, only returning now that night had fallen. What could this child, merely 6 or 7 years old, be capable of? They dared not entertain the thought. Had it not been for the clan leader's explicit order forbidding any action against this boy, they would have already rushed forward to confront him. Regardless of his status as the son of the 4th Hokage and the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, Hinata stammered, unable to articulate a response in the face of her father's stern demeanor. It was worth noting that this was the first time she had returned home so late in a long while. Hinata trained with me. From now on, she will accompany me after school, Naruto declared with a cheerful smile, his expression innocent as he explained to Hayashi. Whether Hayashi absorbed this information was beyond Naruto's knowledge. However, he did notice that Hayashi's eyes widened slightly upon hearing the explanation. Return home. Your mother is waiting for you in the living room, Hayashi commanded, casting a fierce glare at the blonde youth before turning to lead his daughter back. The surrounding Hyuga clan members also departed, their expressions tinged with regret. As if lamenting the missed opportunity to confront the boy, Hinata followed her father, turning back to offer Naruto a smile and a gentle wave. A subtle farewell that she dared not make too conspicuous for fear of her father's notice. Naruto reciprocated with a smile of his own. After watching her return, he then stepped through the portal to head home for dinner. Later that night, he spent several hours clearing debris from the small grove. Subsequently, he retrieved oak and spruce saplings from the system's space, forcefully planting them nearby to serve as future training equipment. Trees, after all, were incredibly versatile. They could serve as makeshift punching bags during training and later aid in refining chakra control through tree climbing exercises. Pursuing wealth was also intertwined with their utility. By the time midnight approached, the eastern corner of the village had been restored to its former lushness. Due to the system's adaptive rules, the trees Naruto planted appeared indistinguishable from the others in the area. The 3rd Hokage, upon hearing reports from the Umbu, learned that Naruto had managed to create an expansive forest overnight, his efficiency rivaling that of the 1st Hokage, Hashirama Senju. He was left unsure whether to laugh or cry. While he was indeed pleased that Naruto could restore the damaged environment, he found himself increasingly weary of Naruto's incessant affinity for trees. Why was this child perpetually at odds with wood? And what was with that peculiar bloodline limit of his? The 3rd Hokage suspected that Naruto's talent for agriculture might surpass his aptitude for being a ninja. He had come to realize that unless there was a pressing matter, he needn't rely on the crystal ball to monitor Naruto's situation, opting instead to heed the reports from the Umbu, which offered him some relief. The thought of daily surveillance had him fearing he wouldn't survive until Jiraiya returned to the village. The following morning, Naruto arrived at class as usual, appearing somewhat dazed. At times, he felt a sense of despair regarding his peculiar physique. After spending the previous afternoon uprooting trees, engaging in a spar with Sasuke, and cleaning up the area, he returned home feeling utterly exhausted, akin to a lifeless dog. Even moving his fingers felt laborious. Yet, upon awakening the next day, he felt as though nothing had happened. And he found himself searching for an excuse to skip training. Even Irika-sensei, noticing his condition, contemplated intensifying the training regimen. Huh? As he pondered, Naruto noticed Sasuke standing before his desk. Glancing around, he realized that his classmates had already vacated the classroom. It seemed class had ended without him noticing. However, Sasuke's presence now suggested that he wished to skip class with him. Are you suggesting we ditch class together? Naruto inquired. Yes. There is little left at the academy that can enhance my strength, Sasuke replied. He had already mastered every course offered at the Ninja Academy, including the 3-body technique and various theoretical knowledge. Were it not for Naruto's presence, he would have considered graduating early. Very well, let us go, Naruto nodded, stepping outside to bid farewell to Hinata before activating the portal to lead Sasuke to the Riverside Grove. Sasuke was still reflecting on Naruto's technique, eager to discover if he could glean any insights from it. Yet, truth be told, upon stepping through the light portal, he activated his Sharingan but sensed no fluctuations in chakra. Ultimately, Sasuke could only attribute this to his lack of talent for space-time ninjutsu. He had previously researched that mastering such techniques demanded exceptional aptitude, with only the 2nd and 6th Hokages having achieved it in all the years of Konoha's history. Given that Naruto was the son of the 6th Hokage, Sasuke felt at a disadvantage in terms of innate talent. To surpass Naruto, he resolved that he must evolve his Sharingan to a level akin to that of the man he admired. However, at the age of 7, Sasuke remained oblivious to the fact that Naruto was a prodigy. For now, he was eager to observe Naruto's training methods. How should I proceed? He asked. Punch the tree, Naruto directed, pointing to a nearby large tree, adopting a mentor-like demeanor as he guided his junior. Concerned that Sasuke might be unsure of the technique, Naruto immediately demonstrated with a couple of hearty thumps. Sasuke nodded slightly and, without a hint of hesitation, approached Naruto, mimicking his actions as he began to pound the tree. Consequently, a rhythmic bang-bang echoed along the riverbank, and with careful listening, one could discern a distinct cadence within the sounds. Kakashi, who was tasked with monitoring Naruto's movements from the shadows, felt a throbbing headache as he listened to the children striking the tree. How could the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales engage in such antics, and yet involve other children as well? Did he truly believe that others shared his anomalous constitution? Kakashi felt utterly drained, and thoughts of resigning from his position in the Umbu began to take root in his mind. Chapter 30. The 6-year mark arrived since that fateful day. The classroom had one fewer Uchiha Sasuke in attendance. As their homeroom teacher, Irika's forehead now bore more wrinkles than before. Meanwhile, by the riverside grove, the rhythmic sound of pounding and the sight of a figure dragging trees became a common occurrence. At first, after a single day of hammering trees, Sasuke would collapse in exhaustion. Fortunately, Naruto provided him with specialized recovery potions. Upon discovering their miraculous effects, Sasuke's determination matched Naruto's own relentless drive. Though perhaps not as monstrously gifted as Naruto, he still emulated his training methods, dragging trees for weighted exercises. If 3 or 4 trees proved too much, he settled for 1. By now, the eastern outskirts of the village bore the marks of their efforts, resembling a freshly plowed riverbed. Even Might Guy found their intensity excessive. Eventually, the third Hokage could no longer bear it and sent Kakashi with 2 sets of weighted training gear, crafted from special metals. Their weight approximated the trees Naruto had been hauling. The Hokage assumed this would deter further deforestation. Yet, Naruto, after claiming he wouldn't train as recklessly as before, promptly strapped on the weights and resumed dragging trees. Resigned to the boy's unorthodox ways, the third designated the eastern outskirts as their official training ground, sparing the rest of the village from their havoc. Hinata, however, was spared such extremes. Naruto ensured her training remained measured: sandbags, wooden dummies, and occasional sparring sessions. 6 monotonous years passed in a blink. At 12 years old, Naruto sat cross-legged, eyes closed, channeling his wind-released chakra to breach the gates. Over these years, he had refined this technique under the Byakugan and Sharingan scrutiny, collaborating with Kurama to optimize its pathways. He named it Wind Release, Blood Rage. Initially, its execution mirrored his first attempt, shattering Konoha's barriers and nearly giving the third a stroke. Yet, Naruto gradually mastered partial control, pushing his limits without fatal consequences. The technique's peak duration? 15 seconds. Beyond that, death loomed. To gauge its potency, he invited Might Guy's assessment. Guy hailed him a genius, noting blood rage rivaled his own 3-gate state. But soon, the flaw emerged. No one but Naruto could endure it. When Rude Stands attempted it, he emerged a bloodied wreck, vanishing for 3 years. The third, upon hearing reports, promptly classified blood rage as a forbidden A-rank nin taijutsu and purged its records. Shift the pathway closer to the heart, Sasuke urged, Sharingan ablaze with focus. He admired the technique, lamenting his lack of wind affinity. Too much chakra, Naruto-kun, Hinata added softly. With a thunderous surge, wind chakra erupted from Naruto's pores, enveloping him in a crimson mist. Sasuke and Hinata braced themselves, anchoring with chakra to resist the shockwave. This power rivals the 4th gate, Sasuke murmured, recalling Gaia's demonstration. Hinata smiled wistfully. Naruto-kun grows stronger still. Despite her efforts, the gap between them yawned wider. Naruto exhaled, dispelling the technique. Mastery now granted him a full minute of activation, followed by 30 minutes of exhaustion. 3 daily uses were his limit. Naruto-kun, Hinata reminded. The graduation exam is at noon. Irika-sensei said not to forget. A flicker of worry crossed her face. Will we be in the same team? Nodding, Naruto assessed his companions. Sasuke's dual Tomo Sharingan and 80 units of chakra neared his own starting capacity. Hinata trailed at 50, no match for their prodigious strides. Naruto himself now wielded 270 units. A rarity even among Konoha's elite, surpassed only by the third. Stepping through a space-time portal into the classroom, they found early arrivals preparing. Sakura's squeals over Sasuke's looks echoed, while Shikamaru offered a lethargic greeting. Irika entered, clutching a roster, his expression grim. Upon raising his eyes, he beheld the 3 individuals in the back row, their expressions finally relaxing, even gracing their faces with long-lost smiles. At long last, Naruto Uzumaki and Sasuke Uchiha are on the brink of graduation. Irika genuinely worries that these 2 might lead the other students astray. As for the possibility of their failing, Irika has never entertained such thoughts. The entire village of Konohagakure is now aware that these 2 have carved a river in the eastern part of the village. With such prowess, they ought not to remain in the Ninja Academy. Everyone is advised to prepare, as those whose names are called will proceed to the adjacent classroom for the body flicker technique examination. Chapter 31. Kakashi, why me? Following the successful completion of the shadow clone technique assessment, Naruto eagerly anticipated a visit from Mizuki, who had never attempted to lead him astray. As Naruto approached graduation, he hoped Mizuki would approach him, perhaps to perform a few jutsus, which he could learn from the Forbidden Scrolls. However, little did he know that months prior, Mizuki had been taken by the Umbu for investigation due to his clandestine dealings with the rogue ninja Orochimaru. In retrospect, it was evident that Mizuki had no opportunity to manipulate him. By now, the villagers were largely aware of his identity as the son of the 4th Hokage, although his reputation had suffered due to his frequent property demolitions within the village. The villagers merely kept their distance rather than harboring animosity towards him as depicted in the original narrative. In truth, The villagers refrained from causing trouble primarily because of Naruto and Appo's formidable strength. At the tender age of 6 or 7, he had made quite an impression by swinging a large tree with ease, leaving the villagers in awe, an act that could have easily led to disastrous consequences for any who dared oppose him. Consequently, Mizuki found himself unable to incite discord between Naruto, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki, and the village. Sighing in frustration, Naruto lamented the missed opportunity to learn jutsu without cost. Previously, when he sought to learn his father and Appo's flying thunder god technique, he found himself utterly baffled by the intricate sealing formulas, akin to confounding mathematical problems. Yet, he made a mental note to revisit them in the future when the opportunity arose. He also coveted the explosive tag technique, but the third Hokage staunchly refused to allow him to learn it, citing concerns that Naruto might inadvertently bring destruction to the entirety of Konohagakure. This thought alone incensed Naruto. Was he truly so reckless? His size caught Sasuke and Appo's attention. Did you not perform well? Sasuke and Appo's incredulous tone ignited Naruto and Appo's ire. Though his theoretical grades were lacking, he excelled in practical combat. There was no way he could have failed. Sasuke, relieved by Naruto and Appo's response, soon wore a pensive expression. Do you think we will be placed in the same class? He longed for the chance to be with Naruto, as he deemed the others far too weak. Did you see that pink-haired girl? Naruto pointed at Sakura and continued. I, Uzumaki Naruto, predict that you, and that pink-haired girl will most likely be grouped together. Hinata, eavesdropping, felt a pang of disappointment. She longed to be placed with Naruto. Hinata Hyuga, Shino Aburame, Kiba Inuzuka, follow me. Yuhi Karina called out their names before striding out of the classroom without a backward glance. Upon hearing her name, Hinata hesitated, glancing back several times with reluctance. If not for Naruto and Appo's encouragement, she might have remained in her seat indefinitely. As the Jonin escorted their students away, the once bustling classroom gradually emptied, leaving only Naruto, Sasuke, and Sakura behind. What? You want me to be Naruto's leading Jonin? Kakashi exclaimed, a rare flash of frustration crossing his face. The third Hokage chuckled awkwardly at Kakashi and Appo's unwillingness. Despite having inquired with other Jonin, all had declined the task, well aware of Naruto and Appo's reputation for causing trouble in the village. Initially, the Jonin had collectively decided to avoid Naruto. However, the third Hokage, having faced rejection from others, turned his gaze towards his loyal subordinate, Kakashi. Besides, Naruto is the son of your teacher. It would be unbecoming to refuse him. Wooden and Appo's, Tiet? Kakashi sighed, contemplating a return to the Umbu. But the third's serious demeanor made it clear that this was not an option. He had felt a sense of foreboding when he was assigned to look after Naruto. And now, after a prolonged stalemate, he reluctantly accepted the task amidst his own exasperation. With a heavy heart, Kakashi approached the classroom where Naruto and the others awaited. As he entered, Naruto caught a whiff of the distinct scent of a salted fish emanating from Kakashi. Was this the fate that awaited one in middle age? I am your leading Jonin, Hatake Kakashi. I look forward to working with you, he stated. Sakura's eyes lit up in confirmation that she and Sasuke would indeed be in the same class, her mind racing with excitement. This is fantastic. I and Appo's am really in the same class as Sasuke. My chances are excellent. Ino can take a hike. Sasuke nodded slightly in respect. He had heard of the prodigious Kakashi within the village and found himself satisfied with this Jonin. Naruto, however, smirked and remarked Kakashi were already familiar with each other. There and Appo's no need for such formality. Kakashi, exasperated by Naruto and Appo's familiarity, wished for any semblance of decorum. He had no desire to mentor this child, even if he were his teacher's son. You should address me as Kakashi-sensei from now on. Now, let us proceed. With that, he placed his hands in his pockets and tilted his head, signaling for the trio to follow. Naruto trailed behind Kakashi, scoffing at the notion of calling him sensei. With one student apprenticed to Orochimaru, another under Tsunade, and himself seeking Jiraiya, he mused that, by lineage, Kakashi would eventually have to refer to him as uncle once he trained under Jiraiya. As they reached the rooftop, Sakura was lost in admiration for Sasuke, who maintained his cool demeanor, while Naruto pondered what to have for dinner. Kakashi leaned against the railing, surveying Sasuke's perception, if even Naruto could not defeat him. The prospect of killing that man was beyond consideration. Now, Sasuke's ambition had shifted from reviving the Uchiha clan to vanquishing Naruto. I am Haruno Sakura. And as for my aspirations, I detest Ino. This girl steals glances at Sasuke with every word she utters, her intentions unmistakably clear. However, the poker-faced Sasuke remains oblivious to her affections, turning his gaze instead toward Naruto. Their interaction renders Kakashi and Naruto somewhat awkward. Subsequently, Naruto clears his throat and begins his self-introduction. I am Uzumaki Naruto. I admire Hyuga Hinata and farming. I loathe those who wear masks and the tardy. Kakashi's heart tightens. Could this child be insinuating about him? Furthermore, there is no need to proclaim your feelings for Hinata. The entire village of Konoha is already aware. As for aspirations, world peace. Upon hearing Naruto's dream, the three of them simultaneously turn to look at him. Sasuke is perplexed as to why he would express such profound thoughts, while Sakura admires Naruto's courage in confessing his feelings. World peace, huh? Kakashi murmurs, as if he sees a reflection of his own teacher in Naruto. Once upon a time, his mentor, Minato Namikaze, had uttered similar sentiments. It seems Naruto has truly matured. Kakashi feels a wave of relief. Perhaps it is time to reassess his view of Naruto. After all, one cannot continue to judge someone through the lens of the past. Perhaps this child, once grown, will no longer be as mischievous as before. Regaining his composure, Kakashi assumes his usual nonchalant demeanor and speaks again. Starting tomorrow, you will embark on a mission, which will serve as an evaluation for the three of you. This is a test with an astonishing elimination rate of 66. You are to gather at the training ground at 5 in the morning. Remember to bring your ninja tools and prepare for the possibility of death. Chapter 32. Battle Plans? What's that? Sasuke and Sakura tensed instantly upon hearing they should prepare for death. Their expressions grew solemn. Having experienced death firsthand, Sasuke understood the gravity of the word. Naruto, however, merely watched Kakashi's retreating back with exasperation. If he hadn't known the plot of Naruto, he might have believed it. The classic bell test, such nonsense. Go ahead and fail us. Then we'll all just slack off until Madara s Tsukuyami anyway. Prepare for death? He thought Kakashi should be the one stealing himself, otherwise. Naruto s punch wouldn't be a joke. Let us go home. With that, Naruto casually summoned a spatial portal and stepped toward it. The other two glanced at him, noting his complete lack of concern. Naruto, aren't you worried about tomorrow's mission? Sakura's question made Sasuke nod slightly, as if he too wanted to know Naruto's thoughts. Doesn't he matter? Just relax, Sasuke, and I will carry you. The bluntness stung, but it was the truth. If he and Sasuke went all out, Kakashi might not stand a chance. As for Sakura, she was practically an accessory. Sakura's face stiffened, her mind already raging. Damn you, Uzumaki Naruto. How dare you underestimate me? Tomorrow, I'll show you what I'm made of. Sasuke, hearing Naruto's confidence, shed his earlier tension. If Naruto said it, it was as good as done. In all their time together, Naruto never spoke without certainty. You go ahead. I'm skipping training today. See you tomorrow. Sure. Naruto stepped through the portal and vanished. Sasuke, hands in pockets, didn't he even glance at Sakura before turning away. I'm Sasuke. Are you sure about tomorrow? Sakura seized the chance to catch up, desperate for conversation. Relax. Naruto and I are strong. Without looking back, Sasuke quickened his pace. He had training to do, no time for the pink-haired girl's infatuation. Watching him leave, Sakura suddenly felt unnecessary. The next morning, the trio arrived early at the training grounds. Sasuke and Sakura had been there since before dawn, while Naruto, calculating the time, finally opened a portal at 5. Why be punctual? Honestly, Naruto wasn't too sure if Kakashi would even show up on time. Since his arrival in this world, too much had changed. Who knew if Kakashi might suddenly decide to be punctual? After an hour of yawning, Naruto checked the time, nearly 6. The silver-haired slacker probably wouldn't arrive until noon. With that thought, Naruto pulled stones from his dimensional space and constructed a small stone hut in minutes. He tossed in a bed, glanced at Sasuke, added another. Then promptly collapsed onto one and began snoring. Sasuke, unfazed, took the spare bed without hesitation. Sakura, however, stood frozen. What just happened? How did a stone hut appear out of nowhere? She opened her mouth to ask, but only snores answered her. Her mind blanked. Who am I? Where am I? What was I supposed to do today? After a long pause, she remembered Kakashi's test. But why is he an hour late? And why are my teammates sleeping in a magic hut? What is even happening? Hidden in the shadows, Kakashi mirrored her bewilderment. He slapped his forehead and sighed deeply. I knew it. I knew this would happen. Having watched Naruto grow up, Kakashi was well aware of his bizarre Kekkei Genkai. The usual test, denying them breakfast and giving 2 lunches to test teamwork, was pointless. Naruto was a walking buffet. If forced to share, he'd probably conjure a feast. So Kakashi had scrapped that idea. Instead, he planned to leave them waiting for hours to observe their reactions. But of course Naruto ruined it. Kakashi deeply regretted agreeing to mentor these 3. Sigh. Might as well start now. Seeing Naruto and Sasuke peacefully asleep while he suffered mosquito bites in the bushes was infuriating. With another sigh, Kakashi vanished. Morning. Sakura, who had just leaned against the wall to rest, jolted upright at Kakashi's sudden greeting. She bowed repeatedly, oblivious to his 2-hour tardiness. Sorry, Kakashi-sensei. I didn't mean to fall asleep. Her earnestness soothed Kakashi slightly. At least one of them is normal. Compared to the other 2, wake them up. Why yes. Sakura's back was drenched in sweat. We're doomed. First mission. And we've already made a terrible impression, will definitely fail. This is all Naruto's fault. She trudged into the hut, veins throbbing at the sight of her teammates snoring away. Sasuke. Naruto. Kakashi-sensei is here. Despite their sleep, both instantly leapt up, defensive stances ready. Naruto rubbed his eyes and checked the time, not even 7 yet. Wait, did Kakashi take the wrong pills today? Why so early? He stored the beds, yawned, and stepped outside to find Kakashi staring at the sky, contemplating existence. Good morning, Kakashi-sensei. Kakashi turned his head and scrutinized Naruto up and down, nearly taking action on the spot. What on earth was wrong with this kid? Had he not known him, he would have undoubtedly sent him back to the academy for remedial training. With a sigh, Kakashi retrieved a bell from his waist and placed it before the trio. Your mission today is to snatch this bell from me. Even touching it counts as passing. Fail to do so, and you'll all be sent back to the academy for another year. You have 3 minutes to prepare. Sasuke and Sakura exchanged odd expressions at his words. Weren't they supposed to be prepared for death? And yet, this was it? Sasuke didn't even entertain the thought of failure. He was no longer the weeping, fragile child from the night of the massacre. Now, he was strong. And besides, he had an absurdly powerful teammate. Naruto, Sasuke, let's formulate a battle strategy. Sakura beamed. Thrilled at the prospect, this was her forte. The two boys turned to her in unison, their eyes brimming with question marks. Battle strategy? What was that? Naruto's approach had always been pure recklessness. The concept of a plan was foreign to him. Oblivious to her teammate's skepticism, Sakura knelt and began analyzing. Kakashi-sensei is a jonin. For us, defeating him head-on is practically impossible. So Kakashi-sensei, let's just start already. It's been forever since we sparred. Naruto cut her off, his face alight with excitement. He had been waiting for this day, the chance to redeem himself, and the mere thought made him tremble with anticipation. Beside him, Sasuke wholeheartedly approved of Naruto's approach. He preferred straightforward, brute force methods. As for battle strategies, to borrow Naruto's words, they were just flashy nonsense. Kakashi's eye twitched. His team showed not a shred of unity. One reckless fool was headache enough, but judging by Uchiha Sasuke's demeanor, he had clearly been led astray by Naruto. And Sakura? These two didn't even spare her a second thought. Abruptly interrupted, Sakura flushed with humiliation. She could see exactly how Naruto and Sasuke regarded her. Damn it. They're ignoring me. Just wait. I'll show them what I'm capable of. If that is how it is, then let us begin. Shedding his usual lethargy, Kakashi instantly shifted into combat stance. He wasn't sure about Sasuke's strength, but against Naruto? If he didn't take this seriously, he might very well suffer a humiliating defeat at the hands of this kid. Chapter 33, nearly knocking Kakashi out with a single punch, seeing her teammates' eager expressions. Sakura hastily drew a kunai from her pouch, holding it defensively before her. She wasn't entirely clueless. Kakashi-sensei was, after all, a jonin instructor. Did they really think they could defeat him? Why couldn't they just strategize properly about retrieving the bells? Sakura found her teammates utterly exasperating. Naruto and Sasuke, however, had entirely different intentions. From the start, their goal was to defeat Kakashi. The bells were merely secondary. Exchanging a glance, the two moved in perfect synchrony, their years of partnership allowing them to communicate without words, as if through encrypted signals. Naruto flicked his fingers, and in an instant, dozens of glowing portals materialized around Kakashi, encircling him. Over the years, Naruto had refined his techniques, eliminating weaknesses, such as the telltale hand movements that once telegraphed his spatial portals. He had trained relentlessly for half a year to remove the tell, and now, by summoning multiple portals at once, he made it impossible for opponents to predict his emergence point, a tactic that disoriented and pressured enemies simultaneously. Kakashi's forehead beaded with sweat as he surveyed the blinding array of portals. He hadn't anticipated this. Naruto had taken the technique he himself had taught and elevated it to an entirely new level. This was troublesome. His expression darkened as he braced himself, preparing for attacks from blind spots and potential jutsu emerging from the portals. Sakura, meanwhile, stared in disbelief. She knew Naruto could use this technique. Most of Konoha did, but never had she imagined he could summon so many at once. As the top theoretical student, she understood the sheer skill this demanded. Just watching the portals made her brain overheat. Is this guy a monster or something? Naruto grinned and formed a hand seal. Multi-shadow clone jutsu. Boom, hundreds of clones erupted into existence, flooding the battlefield. Kakashi's eyes widened. Just how much chakra does this kid have? The sheer number of clones obstructed his vision entirely. Blonde heads filled his line of sight, obscuring even the portals, Sasuke, and Sakura. Now, he had to rely on memory to track the portal's positions. Let's go. Beat this old man. Charge. The clones surged forward like a tidal wave, swarming Kakashi and shrinking his evasion space. Yes, I'll have to rely on taijutsu. Drawing a kunai, Kakashi lunged forward, meeting the horde head-on. Naruto's clones fell rapidly, each lasting only a few exchanges before dispersing. But just as Kakashi gained momentum, a fireball streaked toward him from the side. The remaining clones seized the opportunity, grappling his limbs to immobilize him for even a second. Boom, the fireball struck, kicking up dust, but Kakashi was gone, replaced by a charred lock. Earth-style, headhunter jutsu. Sasuke's instincts flared. Just as Kakashi emerged beneath him, a portal materialized behind Sasuke, its violet glow illuminating his face. He reacted instantly, flipping backward into the portal and vanishing. Kakashi reappeared where Sasuke had stood, frustration gnawing at him. Never had he imagined that the technique he taught Naruto would one day be used against him. Worse, he still hadn't located Naruto's real body. The boy was like a slippery eel, elusive and untouchable. His gaze shifted to Sakura, still frozen in place. The weakest link. Any competent ninja would eliminate the easiest target first. In a flash, Kakashi vanished. Sakura, get in the portal. Naruto's warning came too late. Kakashi was already upon her, casting a genjutsu before dodging a barrage of kunai and shuriken launched from the portals. Clang clang, the weapon struck the ground just shy of Kakashi's feet. His pulse quickened. Too fast. Their coordination was terrifying. A second slower, and he'd have been impaled. But at least one problem was dealt with. Sakura stood motionless, eyes glazed, trembling under the illusion's grip. Naruto and Sasuke weren't surprised. They'd never expected much from Sakura. But they hadn't expected Kakashi to stoop so low, targeting the weakest first in a three-man team. Naruto's patience snapped. A portal opened beside Kakashi, and he lunged. Kakashi-sensei, show me your true strength. Sasuke? As Sasuke prepared to launch his attack, he momentarily froze, his expression taking on a peculiar quality. Naruto's words resonated eerily, reminiscent of what that man had once told him. Could it be that he had spoken in his sleep, and Naruto had overheard him? Kakashi, sensing Naruto's impending strike, swiftly distanced himself from him. In this situation, engaging in a prolonged struggle with Naruto would undoubtedly provide Sasuke the opportunity to strike. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to his Sharingan. Kakashi lifted his eye mask, revealing the three-tomo Sharingan. Upon seeing this, Sasuke was immediately filled with agitation, questioning loudly, "How do you possess the Sharingan?" Kakashi replied nonchalantly, "It is a gift from a friend," before vanishing from Naruto's sight using body flicker technique. However, Naruto was not one to let him escape easily. The body flicker technique was indeed swift. But could it rival the speed of my space-time ninjutsu? In the next moment, as Kakashi reappeared in place, Naruto had already followed closely, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Kakashi's midsection. With quick reflexes, Kakashi twisted his torso and grasped Naruto's wrist, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. It was a near miss, just a moment away from losing his happiness to this child. Kakashi, driven by desperation, delivered a powerful kick that sent Naruto flying. Yet, to his astonishment, Naruto sprang back to his feet instantly, showing no signs. Chapter 34. Kakashi CC past is past. Present is present. It's fine. I'll recover in a moment. Kakashi's forehead pressed against the ground, obscuring his expression. Yet Naruto couldn't help but feel he might have gone slightly overboard. Kakashi-sensei, did I analyze your intel properly this time? Naruto crossed his arms, grinning triumphantly. The memory of being pinned down by Kakashi at 6 years old contrasted sharply with the current scene, filling him with immense satisfaction. He could practically devour 3 extra bowls of rice tonight. Patting Kakashi's shoulder consolingly, Naruto casually plucked the bell from his waist. The silver-haired jonin, still kneeling, had no desire to engage with the brat. Why had the kid struck so ruthlessly? Weren't they at least acquainted? Had Kakashi not blocked that punch in time, he might have been sent straight to the afterlife. A sidelong glance at his right hand confirmed his suspicions. Months of recovery awaited. Exhausted, Kakashi pushed himself up with a grimace. You all pass. Dismissed. Supporting his injured arm, he limped away, posture slumped in defeat. Watching his retreating figure, Naruto's conscience twinged. Despite everything, Kakashi had watched him grow up, even guided his spatial techniques. Today's unchecked strength had nearly been fatal. Guilt-ridden, Naruto hurried after him with a vial of healing potion. Kakashi-sensei, take this. He tugged Kakashi's sleeve, only to feel the man tremble. Naruto, stop pulling my arm. Kakashi's voice cracked with despair. First, a humiliating defeat by his own Chunin. Now, the kid was yanking his fractured limb. A Chidori to the face was tempting. Sorry. Naruto scratched his head sheepishly before offering the potion. This'll heal your injuries. Drink it when you get home. Kakashi eyed the vial skeptically. His arm was likely fractured, dislocated, or worse. What potion could rival medical ninjutsu? And oral consumption? Absurd. Yet, recognizing Naruto's remorse, he accepted it with a sigh. Fine. I'll take it. Get your team photos done. Later. Still deadpan, Kakashi hobbled off, vial in hand. Naruto frowned. This was the victory he envisioned. Kakashi's loneliness mirrored his own, leaving an unexpected hollowness. What? Nothing. Sasuke appeared beside him, caked in mud and reeking of damp earth, as if he de-rolled through a swamp. Nearby, Sakura stared at her feet, too ashamed to meet their eyes. Not even Sasuke's presence sparked her usual fangirling. The battle had shattered her. Frozen in panic, she'd become deadweight. Now, her fists clenched her sleeves as silent sobs shook her frame. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to. Really? Noticing tear-stained dirt at her feet, Naruto elbowed Sasuke urgently. Comfort your future wife, idiot. TCH, pathetic, Sasuke muttered, indifferent or oblivious. Naruto sighed. Sakura, don't beat yourself up. No normal person stands a chance against Kakashi-sensei. Sakura blinked through tears. So, you two aren't normal? Turning to Sasuke, Naruto's tone turned scathing. Seriously, you were awful back there. I showed you how to dodge Earth style, headhunter. Where was your fireball? Your shuriken jutsu? One lousy attack the whole fight. And your taijutsu? The tirade flowed like post-mission rage. Only Sasuke's tragic lineage spared him from full-blown profanity. Truthfully, Sasuke had underperformed, landing 0 hits while Naruto's single punch-out damaged his entire effort. Once he happened again, Sasuke finally gritted out. Naruto exhaled. That's it? After my lecture? Watching them, Sakura's anxiety spiked. Team 7's dynamics were intense. She is well aware that Naruto's earlier words of comfort were merely polite remarks, stemming from their lack of familiarity. Had she been closer to him, she would undoubtedly have faced his sharp tongue and scathing criticism. Chapter 35, The Third Generation. Kakashi, you have been rather lethargic over the years. Never mind. Let us not dwell on that. You should go back and reflect thoroughly, Naruto remarked with a wry smile, harboring doubts about whether he had been too harsh on Sasuke or perhaps had inadvertently pushed him too hard. After all, when considering the facts, he himself was the foremost powerhouse in this world. Not only did he possess the might of the strongest-tailed beast, Kurama, within him, but he also boasted the vast chakra reserves of the Uzumaki clan, alongside the advantages of his own system. Whether he still held Ashura's chakra was uncertain. In contrast, Sasuke bore the chakra of Indra's reincarnation, complemented by the foundational prowess of the Sharingan, external support from Itachi Uchiha, and a curse seal from Orochimaru. To be frank, Sasuke's initial growth and strength was rather mediocre. It was no wonder he sought to study under Orochimaru. Moreover, his enhancements would not manifest until after the Pacific War when he could unlock the Mangekyou Sharingan. As Naruto pondered how to guide Sasuke's career path, it was Sasuke who spoke first. Naruto, open the door. I'm heading to the riverbank to train. At that moment, Sakura timidly raised her hand upon hearing Sasuke speak, and both boys turned to look at her. Can I train with you? After all, we are teammates now. Naruto withheld his opinion and glanced at Sasuke, curious about his response. Sure, Sasuke replied indifferently, as having a pink-haired girl alongside them wouldn't hinder their training, as long as she did not disturb him. He was unperturbed. Naruto, feeling relieved by Sasuke's acquiescence, promptly conjured a space portal. Before the portal had fully opened, Sasuke had already dashed inside, while Sakura hesitated for a couple of seconds before following, secretly elated. This is wonderful. Training with Sasuke is going to be amazing. Hey, you two remember to take a picture today. Kakashi-sensei wants it for tomorrow. Naruto hastily reminded them as he noticed their eagerness to depart. However, after he uttered those words, the portal had already vanished, leaving him uncertain if they had heard him. The thought of officially becoming a ninja the next day stirred a flicker of excitement within Naruto. From the very first day in this world, he had fantasized about the moment he would become a ninja. This also signified the commencement of the Hokage's narrative. Gradually, he raised his hand towards the sun, murmuring, just wait. Obito Uchiha, you shall await the day I bring you to your demise. He bore a lingering grudge against that scoundrel Obito. Although his parents had perished at Obito's hands, Naruto had never truly glimpsed their faces. To claim he held any emotional attachment was rather absurd. Whenever curiosity about them struck him, he would sit for a while by the statue of the third Hokage at Hokage Rock. Yet, the statue offered no clarity on his father's visage. Guided by the principles of his former life, Naruto adhered to the belief that the avenging of one's parents was a vendetta that could not be overlooked. Moreover, being cradled by Obito had instilled in Naruto a genuine sense of the threat of death. Although he had come to grips with the fact that he had traversed into the world of Naruto, who could foresee any unforeseen consequences of his arrival. At that moment, he had just crossed over, having finally escaped the drudgery of his past life. Dying at Obito's hands would indeed be a most unfathomable fate. Reflecting upon that scene only heightened Naruto's anticipation for the ninja path that lay ahead. Alright, first, I'll take a photo. Then, I'll savor some ramen at Otsutsuki Ichiraku. After mapping out his agenda for the day, Naruto also requested a day off from the Great Fox, conjuring a space portal to seek out Hinata. In the Hokage office, an empty bottle sat before the third Hokage. Is what you say truly accurate? Kakashi lamented with his tired demeanor. Indeed. Upon consuming the potion, I noticed my arm had healed almost instantaneously, prompting me to rush to the hospital for evaluation. The medical ninjas informed me that not only had my arm recovered, but all previous injuries had vanished as well. Kakashi was genuinely astonished by the potion Naruto had presented. As he walked from the training ground to the hospital, he had scarcely considered the significance of the bottle. Kakashi had a fundamental understanding of Naruto's Kekkai Genkai. It could produce bizarre effects, yet few items were genuinely beneficial to a ninja. It wouldn't be accurate to say it was entirely useless, rather, it simply could not be utilized effectively. Had it not been for his thirst after a battle and the mere presence of that bottle, he would not have consumed it so recklessly. Upon drinking it, he realized his injuries had healed. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Kakashi first sought a medical checkup for himself before reporting to the third. The third Hokage lifted his smoking pipe, taking a drag and exhaling a cloud of smoke. Kakashi, what are your thoughts on this matter? Kakashi, taken aback by the question, responded, what else can I think? I can use my Sharingan to ascertain. Kakashi's feelings about his newfound recovery were quite complex. To be frank, he would have preferred to recuperate in the village for a few months while letting Team 7 fend for themselves. Taking Naruto out of the village could very well lead to unforeseen complications. Yet, with his injuries healed, it meant he would have to resume taking them on missions. He felt utterly drained. I just want to stay home and read. Nevertheless, he had to address his superior's inquiry. Kakashi reflected on the circumstances before continuing his report to the third. The potion Naruto produced. It likely possesses chakra of the yin-yang nature. The moment I consumed it, I distinctly felt a significant recovery both mentally and physically. Pausing momentarily, Kakashi added, however, I suspect Naruto does not have an abundance of such potions. Otherwise, he would have utilized them long ago. The third nodded in acknowledgement. Having previously received reports from the Umbu that Naruto had entered a near-death state multiple times during his practice of wind release, blood strike technique. Even as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails and with the physique of the Uzumaki clan, He had spent 10 to 15 days in the hospital. If such a miraculous item existed, he would have produced it much earlier. The third, puffing on his pipe, pondered for a moment before stating, I will ensure this matter remains confidential within the Umbu and categorize it as a top village secret. You should also inquire about the potion from Naruto. Understood, Lord Third. Kakashi replied. The third nodded and was about to wave Kakashi off when he suddenly caught the crux of Kakashi's earlier statement. Wait, are you saying you were injured by Naruto during the assessment? And that you lost an entire arm? The third's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. Did this child truly develop his taijutsu to such an extent? Kakashi's expression twitched. I had thought that I could preserve my dignity. Yet I did not realize that the third Hokage would only now draw attention to this issue. Indeed, Kakashi offered no further explanation. He yearned solely for a moment of respite. Upon hearing his words, the third Hokage observed Kakashi's languid demeanor and fell into a contemplative silence. After a considerable pause, he finally spoke. Kakashi, you have grown somewhat complacent over the years. Your father and Minato would not wish to see you in such a state. Kakashi retorted. Shouldn't you take a look at just how peculiar Naruto has become? This predicament is hardly my fault. Suddenly called out by the third Hokage. Kakashi felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. Chapter 36. My eyes are wide open. Naruto crossed the light gate and arrived at the Hyuga clan's territory. Upon raising his gaze, he spotted Hinata standing there with her hands clasped in front of her chest, adorned with a new hairpin atop her head. It was evident that she was eagerly anticipating their date. Hinata-chan. Naruto smiled and waved at the little girl by the entrance. But his gesture immediately sent a wave of tension through the Hyuga clan. Anyone affiliated with the Hyuga family harbored no fondness for the blonde boy who had been courting their esteemed lady since he was merely 6 years old. Hinata was regarded as the hope of the Hyuga clan, and yet this blonde had persistently pursued her since childhood, first in secret and now brazenly appearing at their gates. The fact that they had not yet confronted Naruto was a testament to their dwindling patience. If it weren't for the remnants of their rationality, they would have surely given him a piece of their minds. Naruto-kun. Hinata's eyes lit up at the sound of his familiar voice, and she waved back at him, a flush of excitement gracing her cheeks. The Hyuga clan had never witnessed their lady smile with such joy, and while they were happy for her, they cast disdainful glances at the blonde boy. Regardless of the circumstances, he was unforgivable in their eyes. Naruto, unfazed by the glares from the Hyuga clan, had long grown accustomed to their scorn over the years. If they ever looked at him with anything less than disdain, he would find it unsettling. Hinata took small, hurried steps toward Naruto before feeling shy and retreating slightly. Her gaze sparkled with admiration as her white pupils glimmered like precious gems, leaving the Hyuga clan members momentarily blinded by the brilliance in her eyes. Naruto glanced around at the older members of the clan and then at the adorable girl beside him. Suddenly, an impulse struck him, and he let out a loud whistle. Realizing the provocative nature of his action and fearing a confrontation that could lead to chaos within the Hyuga household, he quickly opened a spatial door, grasped Hinata's hand, and departed from the scene. Did that kid just provoke us? One Hyuga member exclaimed, fuming with rage. Forget it. Today, I'm confronting that blonde. No one can stop me. Even if Lord Izashi were to intervene, I would still take him down. The Hyuga clan had already harbored strong feelings against Naruto, and with his audacious whistle, their restraint began to wane. They decided to discreetly inform their prodigy, Neji Hyuga, about the situation. While they could not directly confront Naruto, it seemed reasonable for Neji, of similar age, to spar with him. This would not only provide the clan leader and Hokage with no grounds for complaint, but also serve as a lesson for the insufferable blonde. As the clan conspired to notify Neji, Naruto and Hinata emerged from the photo studio. They had taken not only their ninja identification photos but also countless playful snapshots, stopping only when they had accumulated around 100 pictures. Naruto struck various silly poses and had the studio possess video equipment. He would have loved to showcase his own dramatic reenactments during their grand finale. Hinata, on the other hand, shyly mirrored Naruto's antics, her expressions primarily consisting of tilting her head and smiling at his playful demeanor. Over the years, she had continued to discover facets of bravery within Naruto, and unbeknownst to her, she had been nurturing a desire to embody his courage. She reminisced about the past, recalling moments when she had felt lost and frightened. Now, as she clutched the pile of photos against her chest, she pondered, how strange. Why is my heart racing so fast? Feeling the flutter of her heart, Hinata found her emotions to be indescribably complex. Naruto, shall we go eat? How about a churaka ramen? At the mention of food, Hinata's face flushed with a hint of panic. She did not wish for Naruto to discover just how much she could eat. Surely, he would tease her for it. Moreover, she didn't want him to spend too much money on her. I'm not hungry, she stammered. Naruto, noticing her discomfort, quickly grasped her thoughts. But I am a bit hungry. Come on, just accompany me to eat, Hinata-chan. Seeing his enthusiasm, Hinata initially wore a conflicted expression, but ultimately relented, constantly reminding herself that she was merely accompanying Naruto and would not eat a single bite. As they walked side by side through the streets of Konoha, their pace was leisurely, yet both felt an overwhelming sense of tranquility. Hinata wished they could continue walking together like this indefinitely. The Ichiraka ramen stall was modest in size, even smaller than the food stalls Naruto had frequented in his previous life. He couldn't fathom why Uncle Ichiraku with such thriving business. Hadn't he established a proper restaurant in Konoha? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Could it be that Uncle Ichiraku had foreseen the destruction of Konoha and thus refrained from investing in a shop? Lost in his musings, Naruto felt as though he had stumbled upon a hidden truth. As he pulled aside the curtain, he found that the interior could only accommodate a few patrons. "Ah, welcome. What can I get for you too?" Uncle Ichiraku greeted them warmly, wiping his hands on a cloth and squinting with a smile. Naruto wore a serious expression, his gaze fixed intently on Uncle Ichiraku. Naruto? Hinata was puzzled by his demeanor and felt it was somewhat rude not to respond to the owner. Uncle. Can we have 2 bowls of seafood ramen, please?" Hinata was taken aback. But didn't Naruto say he wants tea going to eat? She thought. Why did he order 2 bowls? Is he planning to eat both? Though curious, she felt too shy to voice her questions. Oblivious to Hinata's expressions, Naruto remained focused on Uncle Ichiraku, his curiosity piqued. After a few moments, he could no longer contain himself and blurted out, "Why do you always keep your eyes closed?" "Uncle?" Within the bustling surroundings, a musician paused momentarily, turning to glance at Naruto. Doubts began to surface in his mind. Whose child is this? How can he be so impolite? The child. I've already widened my eyes to their fullest extent. Naruto. Chapter 37. Is your name really Uzumaki Naruto? Upon learning that Uncle Ichiraku's eyes were naturally that large, Naruto realized that his earlier question had indeed been somewhat offensive. He clasped his hands together and offered an apology to Uncle Ichiraku. Naruto had never anticipated that the truth would be this way. Observing the boy's demeanor, Ichiraku merely smiled. Not taking Naruto's behavior to heart, he presented 2 generously portioned bowls of seafood ramen before them. "Please enjoy," he said. The bowls of ramen could be described as exceedingly ample. To illustrate, one could say they were laden with seafood, with bowls larger than Naruto's face. In contrast to the paper-thin slices of beef and certain ramen from his past life, this was truly a delightful offering. Naruto pushed 1 bowl toward Hinata. The shy girl was hesitant, and he cleverly concocted an excuse for her, saying, "Let and Appos eat together." However, as Hinata was about to decline, Naruto had already placed chopsticks in her hands. After a moment of hesitation, she eventually lowered her head and began to eat the ramen in small bites. Hinata was not naive. She understood that Naruto was being considerate of her. Moreover, Naruto's excuse was rather clumsy, but the thoughtful Hinata chose not to call him out, maintaining her smile and pretending to be oblivious. Half an hour later, Naruto's stomach was in turmoil, and with every slight movement, he felt as if he might regurgitate the ramen he had just consumed. In front of him lay 18 empty bowls, while Hinata had nearly 60 stacked before her. With a slurp, Hinata's small mouth moved, and the last bite of noodles disappeared into her belly. It was impossible to tell that this girl had devoured over 60 bowls of ramen. "Naruto-kun, are you all right?" Hinata asked, a tinge of regret in her voice for having indulged in so many bowls. "I'm fine. I just need to rest a bit." Naruto managed to swallow hard, taking several deep breaths before feeling somewhat better. Initially, he had accompanied Hinata in eating to consider her feelings. However, by the time he reached the 10th bowl, a strange competitive spirit had ignited within him, compelling him to see if he could out-eat Hinata. But by the 15th bowl, he realized he had gravely underestimated the situation. Hinata's stomach seemed to be more insatiable than that of the fox spirit within him. The great fox could at least gauge its own fullness. But Hinata's state was simply one of satisfaction. Whenever he asked if she was full, she would always respond that she was almost full, sounding as though 1 more bowl would suffice. In any case, the answer remained the same: satisfied. Hinata's cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she discreetly pressed the payment for the ramen into a hidden spot, then approached Naruto to help him rise from his seat. As they walked, Hinata gently rubbed his back, as if that would alleviate his discomfort. Naruto, on the verge of bursting, experienced a pain mingled with delight. Yet, as he moved, the fox within him continued to mock his weakness. "Little brat, you truly are pathetic. You can't even out-eat a little girl." The fox and Appos' taunts were met with Naruto and Appos' silent exasperation. "How can a normal person compare to you guys? And doesn't this great fox realize that its binge eating over the years has expanded its size? Just wait. When you meet the other tailed beasts, you'll be in for a surprise." Naruto chose to ignore the taunts from the fox spirit within him, feeling cared for by Hinata. He couldn't help but look down on the gluttonous fox in his belly. "Wait, didn't we forget to pay?" Naruto suddenly recalled that they had left Ichiraku without settling the bill. Despite his less-than-stellar reputation in the village, he had never stooped to the level of dining and dashing. Besides, he had realized at the age of 3, when a gold ingot had been cast into his system, that no one in the world possessed more wealth than he. If he wished, he could easily use the vast reserves of gold ingots in his system to impact the world economy. He figured that by then, he wouldn't even need to bring Obito into the fray. The ninja world would descend into chaos due to economic collapse. I just paid," Hinata murmured. Her gaze lowered, afraid of being scolded. "All right then. But remember to tell me next time," Naruto replied casually, not minding her demeanor. Seeing her head bowed, he reached out to ruffle her hair. "What are you doing? Let go of Hinata-sama." A sudden, thunderous voice erupted, causing the pair, nearly touching, to spring apart. Turning to the source, Naruto found a member of the Hyuga clan standing before him, noting the long black hair and the fury blazing in his Byakugan eyes. It was clear that his older cousin, Niji Hyuga, had arrived. Niji and Hinata stuttered, sensing the tension in the air. Her thoughts racing not out of fear for Naruto, but concern for her brother facing him. Niji cast a cold glance at Naruto before noticing Hinata standing protectively in front of the blonde. He slightly raised his chin, inhaling deeply. The decorum of the Hyuga clan helping him suppress his rising anger. While he had previously heard rumors of the unusual relationship between this blonde and Hinata, he had dismissed them as mere fabrications. Little did he know that this blonde truly intended to court the Hyuga clan and Appo's heiress. As the eldest daughter of the main branch of the Hyuga clan, Hinata bore the weight of her family's destiny, and now she was associating with this blonde? What on earth was she doing? Shouldn't she be striving to cultivate her strength? Niji felt it was a farce that his fate was intertwined with that of this timid heiress, whom he secretly looked down upon, just as he regarded the oblivious blonde. In short, Niji was extremely angry. So, you are Uzumaki Naruto? Do you have something to say? Naruto nearly blurted out cousin instinctively, but caught himself just in time, realizing that Niji might explode from anger. To Niji, Naruto's seemingly normal response felt like a provocation. Did this guy not understand the gravity of the situation? Niji knew he had to teach this blonde a lesson. He slowly raised his right hand to his side, shifting his stance to prepare for a gentle fist technique. Hinata glanced between Niji and Naruto, sensing impending trouble. Naruto, however, found amusement in Niji's challenge. A battle of taijutsu? That was precisely what Uzumaki Naruto relished. Chapter 38. Naruto defeats his uncle with his unique technique Hanabi. Wait for me over there. I shall resolve this swiftly, Naruto said, ruffling Hanabi's hair before urging her to stand aside. As for his uncle, he thought it prudent to show him a bit of color. After all, they were family, and he didn't want to inflict too much harm, lest his uncle retaliate against his nephew later. Naruto gradually assumed a Wing Chun stance, while his lips murmured an introduction to his uncle. Konoha, which faction from Foshan is prevalent? Niji, momentarily bewildered, could not fathom why this individual felt the need to introduce himself before the conflict began. What on earth did he mean by which faction from Foshan? Despite his confusion, Niji, out of respect for his opponent, mimicked Naruto and Appo's words and replied, Konoha, Hyuga Niji. Naruto, upon hearing this, was struck with an internal question mark. Why are you mimicking me? This sudden formality is rather awkward. He decided to postpone his thoughts and focus on defeating his uncle first. Naruto found it incomprehensible that his uncle, still in his teens, often spoke of fate and destiny. However, observing his uncle's gaze towards Hanabi, Naruto sensed that a confrontation was inevitable. He was not the same as the original character from his narrative, rather than a master of tongue techniques. He had honed his skills in mockery from his time in Zon. What he could do was to begin with a scathing taunt directed at his uncle before overpowering him. If he dared to mention fate again, they would meet in battle every time they crossed paths, preventing any chance of him becoming a mere pawn in the final showdown. Naruto launched himself forward with a powerful step, closing the distance to Niji. The moment Niji activated his Byakugan, he was struck by the sight of the chakra coursing through Naruto's body, akin to the brilliance of the sun. In comparison, the chakra of an ordinary ninja resembled a mere flickering flame, while Naruto and Appo's chakra radiated like a blazing star. How is this possible? Why does he possess such an abundance of chakra? As a prodigy of the Hyuga clan, Niji had never felt this level of bewilderment. He failed to react even as Naruto approached him, attempting a direct strike. Once he regained his composure, Niji deftly maneuvered his arm to deflect Naruto's assault. What manner of creature are you? Niji exclaimed, astonished as he managed to fend off Naruto's attacks with a series of punches and kicks. However, beneath his shock lay an even deeper confusion. With such an overwhelming reserve of chakra, why would this individual engage him in a taijutsu duel? Niji realized that Naruto seemed to lack proficiency in taijutsu. How audacious, he thought, anger rising within him. Was this individual belittling him by opting to engage in a battle of strengths where he excelled? As his frustration mounted, Niji evaded Naruto's punch and retaliated with a fierce strike aimed at Naruto's head. The punch loomed larger in Naruto's vision, and he quickly recognized the futility of dodging it. Although he was unafraid of pain, being struck in the face was an experience he wished to avoid. With a slight tremor of his fingertips, a purple portal materialized behind Naruto, allowing him to lean back and vanish, causing Niji's punch to miss entirely. Upon witnessing this, Niji immediately adopted a defensive posture, his Byakugan scanning for Naruto's whereabouts. In that instant, the purple portal opened behind Niji, revealing Naruto's resplendent chakra. However, Naruto's speed was astonishing the moment he emerged. He delivered a forceful kick to Niji's backside. Having engaged in countless battles with Sasuke over the years, Naruto was well versed in methods to destabilize his opponents. Typically, combatants leaned slightly forward, maintaining a stance ready for offense or defense. Disrupting this balance was deceptively simple. Before fully emerging from the portal, Naruto raised his leg and kicked Niji, simultaneously creating a portal in front of him. Niji, caught off guard, stumbled forward, unable to regain his footing, and fell directly into the purple portal. Niji could only watch helplessly as he was drawn into the portal, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart about what awaited him inside. Naruto, witnessing Niji being kicked into the portal, smirked triumphantly. This was his self-invented technique, vortex triangle kill. The inspiration had come from a game in his past life, yet he had yet to master his father's flying thunder god and Rasengan techniques. Had he done so, he could have thrown a kunai through the portal, aligning its trajectory with his opponent and Apos' landing spot, and then unleashed a Rasengan upon their arrival. Just imagining such a move sent shivers down his spine. It would be nothing short of spectacular. However, for now, he was left with no option but to kick his opponent through the portal, sending them to a predetermined location, and then prepare to deliver a punch to his uncle. A person unfamiliar with teleportation would have no time to react upon landing. Thus, Naruto was certain of the success of his strike. As Neji emerged from the portal 10 meters away, he was immediately blinded by Naruto's chakra. "Ah, uncle, receive my earnest punch." Neji and Apos' pupils dilated as he realized he had no way to evade, gritting his teeth to exchange injuries. Even if he did not profit from this encounter, at least he would not leave empty-handed. He thrust his palm towards Naruto's abdomen, while Naruto's fist sought his face. Initially, Naruto admired his uncle's reflexes, recognizing him as a true genius of the Hyuga clan. Yet, in this exchange of injuries, he was not one to shy away. "Even if you strike my abdomen once or 10 times, I, Naruto Uzumaki, fear nothing." Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden churn in his stomach reminded him of the copious ramen he had consumed earlier. Realizing the unfortunate turn of events, he shouted, "Neji, wait." Dawn and Apos' In the next moment, Neji and Apos' cheek was met with a powerful punch, rendering his mind blank. Simultaneously, Naruto and Apos' abdomen was struck at a pressure point, causing him to lose all restraint. With a wide-open mouth, Naruto expelled the entirety of his recent meal onto Neji, who, still dazed, felt a sudden dampness on his face. Upon realizing the source of the moisture, he instinctively reached up to touch his face, only to find the remnants of ramen. He stood there, frozen in disbelief. The scene fell silent, with Hanabi standing aside, equally stunned by the absurdity of the situation. A few seconds later, Neji broke the silence with a dry heave, unable to contain his reaction. Though the taste was not as foul as he had imagined, being covered in someone else's regurgitation was overwhelming. He felt the stickiness clinging to his body, and his entire being began to tremble as he gritted his teeth and roared each word with fury. "Vortex. Echo. Human. I shall slay you." Chapter 39. Sasuke paid a heavy price for training in Lightning Release Furious. Neji shouted about wanting to kill Naruto while simultaneously retching due to the remnants of vomit in his throat. Upon witnessing Neji's disheveled state, Naruto instinctively took 2 steps back, pinching his nose in disgust towards his elder cousin. Noticing Neji and Apos' overwhelming anger, Naruto felt compelled to offer a brief explanation, believing it might ease the tension. "It's not my fault. You made me sick." However, the moment Naruto spoke, Neji nearly fainted from rage. He carefully moved, mindful not to jostle the discomfort on his head. Even Hinata, watching from the sidelines, could sense the immense killing intent radiating from her brother. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Naruto awkwardly scratched his head and smiled. "Hey, it and Apos' getting late. I and Apos' take Hinata home." Without hesitation, he opened a space portal and swiftly departed with Hinata. Neji glared at the spot where Naruto had vanished, shouting, "Who are you calling elder cousin?" The blonde had incessantly referred to him as such, which only fueled Neji's ire further. Though he was furious, there was little he could do now that Naruto had taken Hinata away. Gradually unclenching his fists, Neji took several deep breaths in a futile attempt to quell his anger. His primary concern was to find a place to clean himself up after the embarrassing ordeal. Moreover, he was resolute in his disapproval of this proposed union. Meanwhile, Naruto had safely returned to the Hyuga clan grounds with Hinata. Feeling somewhat guilty, he opted for the back entrance rather than the main door, uncertain if Neji and Apos' friends or relatives would seek to confront him. "Naruto-kun, are you all right?" Hinata asked, her finger pointing towards his stomach, concern evident on her face. After all, Naruto had just been violently ill at the hands of her brother. Don't worry, I'm fine," he reassured, feeling a bit bashful. It was touching that Hinata was more concerned for him than her own brother. "Hinata, you and Apos, amazing." Feeling warmed by her concern, Naruto gently patted her head, mindful not to overstep. After all, the Ninetales had sensed a significant amount of hostility in the vicinity. A single misstep could unleash a wave of Hyuga warriors eager to enact vengeance. After bidding farewell to Hinata, Naruto opened a portal back to the small forest. There he found Sasuke sitting on the ground, lost in thought, arcs of electricity flickering around him. Sakura, on the other hand, huddled in a corner, her arms wrapped around her knees, her head buried in them. From the rhythmic movements of her body, Naruto surmised that she had spent the afternoon with Sasuke, secretly reveling in their time together. Before reaching Sasuke, Naruto heard the crackling sound of electricity accompanied by the scent of burnt hair. Is he going to electrocute himself? In the original story, Sasuke had indeed used lightning release to stimulate his cells, but Naruto recalled that such training shouldn't produce a burnt smell. Sitting down a few paces from Sasuke, he inquired, "What are you doing? Learning from the Lightning King?" "I'm training," Sasuke replied, maintaining his indifferent demeanor. Then turned to face Naruto. "Lightning King? Oh, just a very powerful figure." "Got it," Naruto said, recognizing Sasuke and Appo's reluctance to elaborate, and refrained from pressing further. Their years of camaraderie had fostered an understanding where explanations were often unnecessary. They simply acted. By the way, what do you think of my method of using lightning chakra to stimulate my body? Sasuke finally spoke up, having noticed something amiss. This method of strengthening himself was inspired by Naruto's wind release, violent wind technique, combined with being shocked by Kakashi's lightning clone earlier that day. Sasuke believed his approach was sound, yet something felt off. Each time he used lightning chakra on himself, his hair would singe slightly. Considering the reputation of the Uchiha clan, he was determined not to allow his hair to combust entirely. As for the burnt odor, that remained a mystery. I think it and Appo's a good idea. But you might want to consult Kakashi, he would know better than I, Naruto suggested, glancing at Sasuke's hair, puzzled by the burnt scent. All right, I'll ask him tomorrow. Sasuke nodded, ceasing his electric discharge. He had already exhausted himself significantly today. Any further attempts would risk losing more hair. Wait, I have an idea, Naruto suddenly exclaimed, slapping Sasuke and Appo's thigh excitedly. While he might not understand how to use lightning release to stimulate cells, he was well versed in the concept of an electromagnetic cannon. Lightning release coins super electromagnetic cannon. Who needs shurikens when you have this? He picked up a twig and began drawing in the dirt, eager to teach Sasuke about electromagnetism and the principles of the electromagnetic cannon. First, let me tell you about the law of electromagnetic induction. You just need to channel lightning chakra like this, and then you can launch the coin. Got it? Sasuke was left bewildered. What on earth was Naruto rambling about? After listening to Naruto's explanation, Sasuke felt as if his brain might short-circuit. He could understand each word, yet when combined, it made no sense. Observing Sasuke's blank expression, Naruto realized he had wasted his breath. He then rephrased his explanation in simpler terms. You know a slingshot? Picture lightning release as a slingshot, and then just shoot the metal projectile. Sasuke felt he might grasp it, yet he still seemed uncertain. Seeing Naruto and Appo's impending frustration, he nodded. So, it's very powerful. More than just powerful. Naruto was at a loss for how to convey the full extent of the electromagnetic cannon's might. After all, his understanding of the principles was limited, and he had no concrete idea of the damage it could inflict in practice. Okay, I understand. Though Naruto's explanation was somewhat challenging, Sasuke trusted him. By the way, why is Sakura over there giggling? Naruto found it utterly perplexing how this lovesick girl could find such amusement in the situation. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke fell silent for a considerable time. After a few minutes, he finally spoke to Naruto, inquiring, is there a possibility that she is crying? Huh? Chapter 40. What on earth are you doing? Team 7. After that day, Sakura finally realized just how peculiar her two teammates truly were. She yearned to train with Sasuke, only to be met with his disdainful remarks about her weakness. The scornful expression on Sasuke's face, coupled with his cutting words, struck Sakura deeply. However, the young girl failed to grasp Sasuke and Appo's true intentions. The taciturn Sasuke merely aimed to convey that, given her frail physique, she was utterly unfit for the tree-pounding training, let alone the weighted tree-dragging exercises. Even Sasuke could only barely keep pace with Naruto, managing just half of his progress. Nonetheless, the following day, the trio finally received their ninja headbands from Kakashi, successfully becoming the proud, if somewhat inexperienced, Chunin of the Hidden Leaf Village. In an effort to acclimate the team to the life of a ninja, Kakashi arranged for them to undertake several low-level missions directly from the Hokage Tower. These tasks primarily involved weeding villagers' gardens, searching for lost pets, or cleaning debris from waterways. Absurdly, some tasks even required them to assist villagers with farming. Kakashi believed these assignments were perfectly suited for Naruto, yet the third Hokage harbored concerns that things were taking a turn for the worse. After all, Naruto had only just become a ninja, and now Kakashi was sending him off to till the fields? Despite his reservations, the third Hokage ultimately permitted Kakashi to proceed with his plans. Initially, Naruto and his companions approached their missions with great enthusiasm. However, by the third day, Naruto began to unleash a multitude of shadow clones to tackle tasks throughout the village, prompting Sasuke and Sakura to follow suit. As for their original selves, they were nowhere to be found. Naruto chuckled as he conjured yet another clone. The trio often found themselves training and enjoying leisure time in a nearby grove, blissfully collecting mission rewards while lounging about, more comfortably than any other ninja in the village. Their faces were adorned with slips of paper and ink stains. Kakashi, perched atop a tree with a book in hand, cast a sidelong glance at his subordinates, unsure of how to articulate his emotions. He relished this lazy lifestyle, free from the burdens of intensive training with his students, allowing him to indulge in reading and afternoon naps. After completing their tasks, he would even receive a share of the mission rewards. Kakashi felt as though he had unwittingly entered retirement, yet he found little joy in this realization. Naruto and Appo's reckless use of shadow clones to monopolize all the low-level tasks had drawn criticism from fellow ninjas, both Chunin and Chunin alike. Previously, Naruto had borne the brunt of the village's disdain, but now the entire Team 7 found themselves in a similar predicament. Within less than a week, they had completed over 700 D-rank missions, a volume equivalent to 2 months and Appo's worth of work for the Hidden Leaf If Kakashi had and Amp, Appos, T intervened, he feared Naruto would single-handedly exhaust the year's D-rank assignments, leading to a potential unemployment crisis among the village's ninjas. Kakashi imagined the ninjas confronting Naruto with a collective exclamation, "What on earth are you doing, Naruto?" The third Hokage began to worry about the village's situation. While there were examples of ninjas utilizing shadow clones for missions, how many could summon hundreds or even thousands at once? He had hoped Naruto would mature as he grew older and became a ninja, although he no longer had to fret about the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki heading off the farm. The third Hokage found himself with even greater headaches. "Boss, all tasks have been completed today." A line of clones stood before Naruto, reminiscent of his previous life as an overworked employee. However, there was a notable difference. Naruto had finally stepped into the role of a boss. Pleased with the efforts of his clones, he set down his cards, rose to his feet, and strolled before them with an air of authority. In that moment, the clones felt a simultaneous tightening in their chests. "I have observed all your hard work, and you have all done exceptionally well. However, you have only completed 700 D-rank missions. This is not even 1/10 of our monthly performance target. You 3,000 clones have accomplished so little. Can you not do better? If not, I have plenty of clones to spare." The familiar sensation of fear gripped the clones, and they bowed their heads in silence, none daring to speak up. They had been working diligently, and there simply weren't enough missions in the Hidden Leaf. Wait, the Hidden Leaf? It dawned on the clones that they had unwittingly come to terms with their current predicament. "How dare you, Original? You sit here, enjoying ice pops and soda, while we, your clones, struggle to complete 700 missions, and you barely manage 10. How can you have the audacity to say such things?" The clones simmered with indignation. "How infuriating. You're making us your workhorses. Look at you. You and Appos, V become the very thing you despised." With a collective resolve, the clones could no longer tolerate the oppression from their original, and they surged toward Naruto. Soon, chaos erupted as the original faced off against a multitude of shadow clones. The onlookers could only stare in bewilderment, unable to comprehend Naruto's antics. Who else would engage in a brawl with their own shadow clones? Kakashi and the others were utterly perplexed by Naruto and Appos' playful skirmish with his clones. Throughout the fray, they could hear Naruto shouting peculiar phrases. "The pinnacle creates a facade of devotion to witness the devout. The ninja world is vast. Let us create legends. Let us bolster the yellow flash." In summary, the strange dialogue continued, leaving even Sasuke, who spent the most time with Naruto, baffled. Unfazed, Naruto preferred the company of his shadow clones, as they were the only ones who could truly keep up with his humor. After all, he, Naruto Uzumaki, had no desire to engage in a game of cards with two unscrupulous players. One wielded the Sharingan to peek at his hand, while the other slyly noted every card to devise a scheme against him. Was it not unfair to bully an honest soul? With a resounding crash, Naruto unleashed a flurry of attacks on his shadow clones, swiftly obliterating a significant number of them. Kakashi, witnessing the scene, was taken aback. It was well known that once a shadow clone dispelled, its memories would transfer back to the original. 1 or 2 clones were manageable. But when hundreds or thousands were dismissed all at once, it felt akin to having an enormous boulder lodged in one's mind. Typically, a ninja would succumb to mental collapse when confronted with dozens of shadow clones, yet this young lad, with a mere flick of his wrist, he effortlessly obliterates numerous clones, displaying not a hint of strain and adorned with a cheerful grin. It is evident that he is reveling in the experience. Kakashi cannot help but marvel once more. What manner of being is this child? Could he truly be the offspring of his own mentor? "Hey, the third Hokage has instructed me to inform you to proceed to the Hokage building. It appears there is a significant mission at hand." Heh. You know what that entails. At this moment, a shadow clone approached, beaming at Naruto and striking a pose as if seeking praise. Naruto, momentarily taken aback, felt a flicker of anticipation within. A crucial mission? Could it possibly be the Land of Waves? Are they to confront Zabuza once more? Kakashi closed his book, leapt down from the tree, and with his trademark deadpan expression, declared, "Let us go and see what awaits us at the Hokage building." Chapter 41. Do not bully the innocent. Kakashi swiftly led the trio to the Hokage's office. Along the way, other ninjas gazed at the unmistakable blonde hair of one of the members of Team 7 with expressions of disdain, their teeth clenched and barely contained animosity, as if they longed to rush forth and launch an assault. However, the glares did not faze Naruto or Sasuke. Even Kakashi remained indifferent. Having experienced the ire of villagers in his youth, Kakashi was impervious to such scrutiny, while Sasuke, consumed by thoughts of vengeance, paid no heed to the opinions of others. Naruto, on the other hand, boldly declared that he faced disdain from his own family daily, even daring to whistle provocatively at their doorstep. With a multitude of people harboring anger towards him lined up at the village entrance, he mused that they should queue up if they wished to glare at him first. In stark contrast, Sakura exhibited considerable anxiety, clinging tightly to Sasuke, her fear ambiguous, whether genuine or feigned was uncertain. With his hands shoved into his pockets, Kakashi entered the Hokage's office with an air of despondency. The third Hokage was shrouded in a haze of smoke, puffing on a cigarette, creating an atmosphere reminiscent of a mystical realm. It was evident that the old leader of Konoha was deeply troubled. "Have you all arrived?" the third Hokage remarked. scanning the room before tossing a mission scroll towards Kakashi. With a swift motion, Kakashi caught the scroll and began examining its contents. Naruto, unable to contain his excitement, jumped repeatedly in an attempt to sneak a peek, only to be restrained by Kakashi. He soon noticed that Kakashi's expression while perusing the scroll was rather peculiar. Was it truly necessary to display such a morose demeanor for the task of escorting an elderly man? Naruto found it hard to comprehend Kakashi's lethargy, assuming he simply wished to avoid leaving the village for missions. At long last, the moment had arrived. The first mission, the Land of Waves. Naruto and Appos, as heart raced with exhilaration. As he envisioned a confrontation with the formidable Zabuza, Kakashi scrutinized the mission scroll for quite some time, turning it at various angles before uncertainly addressing the third Hokage. Lord Third, are you certain that this task adheres to the regulations? The trio turned their gazes towards Kakashi in unison. Though they were unaware of the mission's details, they could tell from Kakashi's tone that it was undoubtedly perilous. Sasuke let out a cold, sardonic laugh, his lips curling slightly. Despite this being an unprecedented scenario, the procedure appeared to be sound. The third Hokage inhaled deeply from his cigarette, his expression mirroring Kakashi's unusual demeanor. Naruto was baffled. Had he not been acquainted with the world of ninjas, he might have succumbed to frustration over the cryptic nature of his mentors. Is it merely an escort mission for an elderly man? Naruto tugged at Kakashi and Appos, as pant leg, signaling for him to reveal the scroll. He was eager to discover what lay within that could elicit such a reaction from Konoha's esteemed ninja. Kakashi cast a glance at Naruto, sighed heavily, and after a moment's hesitation, handed the scroll to him. Let me see. With palpable excitement, Naruto unfurled the scroll, only to be met with disappointment. C-rank mission. Escort the entire Team 7 out of the village for a month-long vacation. Mission reward, 20 million Ryo. Mission issuer, joint request from the villagers of Konoha. Naruto and Appos. His hands trembled uncontrollably as his expression shifted dramatically within seconds, from anticipation to disillusionment, confusion, and ultimately, rage. What is this? They are bullying me. I, Naruto Uzumaki, have shed blood for Konoha. How can they treat me this way? When will the Jinchuriki stand up for himself? His frustration mounted as he realized the villagers had conspired to send him on a frivolous vacation instead of a proper mission. The audacity of the task's reward. A staggering sum of 20 million Ryo, more than half of what Asuma received for a mission, only fueled his indignation further. At that moment, Naruto felt the full weight of the villagers' disdain. Had this been a mission issued by the ninjas of the village, he would have leapt from the Hokage building in protest. Grasping the scroll, he raised it high and slammed it down, shouting, "Old Man Third, is this not an affront to honest people like me? What is wrong with completing missions with shadow clones? They're all low-level tasks. Why must it come to this?" Sasuke, upon realizing this was not a combat mission, felt a tinge of disappointment, but his reaction was far less volatile than Naruto's. Conversely, Sakura was elated. A vacation with compensation was cause for celebration. The third Hokage chuckled awkwardly, resuming his smoking. He too felt helpless. Naruto had completed all the low-level tasks available to the village in the past 2 months, leaving little for the freshly graduated Chunin to undertake. It was unreasonable to thrust them into their first mission as a combat assignment, which contradicted Konoha and Appos as long-standing principles. With the weight of resentment from other ninjas towards Team 7 hanging heavily in the air, the villagers had pooled their resources to concoct this scheme, hoping to sideline the troublesome Team 7 so they could assign tasks to other squads. The third Hokage, recognizing the merit in their proposal, chose not to intervene, reasoning that perhaps it was best for Naruto to take a break. Gathering his thoughts, the third Hokage, with a kind expression, addressed Naruto. Naruto, you have grown. Do you not wish to see the world beyond our village? Moreover, this task is quite effortless. Yet, even as he spoke, the third Hokage felt a twinge of unease. After all, it was unprecedented for the village to employ mission assignments as a means to send Naruto away. He admired the ingenuity of whoever had conceived this plan. Naruto faltered momentarily. This is infuriating. I was just strategizing on how to confront Zabuza alone. And now I am being sent away on a month-long vacation by the village? While the reward was indeed generous and the task relatively light, Naruto could not shake off his indignation. Naruto, try to see the brighter side. I believe this mission has its merits, Kakashi said, his eyes crinkling in amusement as he patted Naruto's shoulder in consolation. The unmistakable aura of lethargy emanating from Kakashi was palpable, even to Sasuke and Sakura. Naruto retorted, "Of course you think so. You eat my food, drink my drinks, and spend your days lounging around without a care in the world." He began to suspect that Kakashi might be an otherworldly traveler, as he had never noticed such behavior in the original narrative. After much contemplation, Naruto ultimately acquiesced. There was little choice. The decision rested firmly with Kakashi. Thus, Team 7 accepted the mission for their village getaway. With weariness weighing heavily on him, Naruto glanced at Kakashi, whose demeanor was inexplicably cheerful and his mood soured further. The sin of sloth was overwhelming. Naruto sniffed the air, realizing that the pungent fishy aroma surrounding them was unmistakably that of the elderly man from the Land of Waves, Tazuna. After carefully observing the people near the Hokage building, Naruto quickly spotted a diminutive elderly man approximately 1.5 meters tall. Chapter 42. Let it go. I am about to darken. As Kakashi stepped out of the Hokage building, he noticed that Naruto had vanished without a trace. The weariness of leading this team weighed heavily upon him. They had yet to leave the village, and the thought of what awaited them beyond its borders filled him with trepidation. Where could Naruto be? Sasuke shrugged, indicating his ignorance, while Sakura pondered momentarily before pointing at the Hokage building, uncertainly stating that she thought she had seen Naruto turn back, perhaps to seek out the third Hokage. Kakashi gazed skyward, feeling utterly drained. He began to comprehend the sentiments of his former teacher. Moreover, Naruto proved to be far more challenging to manage than Obito ever was. Nostalgia for his dear friend washed over him as he led his two companions back to the Hokage building. Upon their return, they found Naruto engaged in a heated argument with an elderly man. Old man, are you just looking for trouble? I already told you I am a chunin from Konoha. I can take your mission. The price is quite reasonable. Naruto nearly lost his patience with his client. Moments ago, he had approached the old man with a semblance of respect, addressing him as grandpa. Yet, this old fellow seemed oblivious, dismissing Naruto with a wave and muttering something about children causing a ruckus. Naruto had not worn his forehead protector, which he acknowledged was his oversight. However, when he showcased it to the old man, the latter did not even spare him a glance, his gaze wandering instead to the Ch-nin and J-nin in the hall. How much do you require for the mission? Dazna could no longer tolerate this child, casually inquiring while his eyes darted to the task board, mentally calculating his finances. For someone who had long neglected the theoretical knowledge of a ninja, this question posed a considerable challenge for Naruto. Even with his prior knowledge from the anime, he had no clear idea of how much it cost to hire a ninja, let alone the fee for Team 7. Recalling the task assigned to Team 7 by the third Hokage, 20 million Ryo for a C-rank mission. Perhaps that was a bit exaggerated, but surely asking for 10 times less would not be unreasonable? Without further thought, Naruto declared 200,000 Ryo. Surely, that price was within the old man and Appo's reach. Upon hearing this amount, Dazna and Appo's expression darkened considerably. 200,000 Ryo. Why Don and Appo's? Do you just go rob someone instead? His entire fortune barely amounted to 300,000 Ryo. He waved his hands at the impudent child, urging him to vanish from his sight. The two of them, one believing his price was quite fair and the other thinking the child was trying to cheat a foreigner, began to bicker in the hall. Go away. You must be here just to stir up trouble. I merely wanted to post an escort mission, and you come in demanding 200,000 Ryo? Do you Konoha ninjas think you are made of gold? Naruto was genuinely infuriated. Not only had he been dispatched by the Konoha ninja using despicable means, but now even the task NPC refused to issue him a mission properly. He had already shown considerable restraint by not shouting skip upon meeting Dazna. Frustration boiled within him as the prospect of not receiving a mission loomed. Unbeknownst to Naruto, he had inadvertently asked for a remuneration suitable for an S-rank mission. You must be here to cause trouble in Konoha. He brandished a diamond sword from his system, pointing it threateningly at Dazna, ready to charge at him. Naruto, calm down. Let us discuss this rationally. Shinketsu and GZ, witnessing the escalating situation, rushed forward to restrain him. One wrapping his arms around Naruto's waist while the other grasped his hand, struggling to subdue the agitated boy. They genuinely feared that the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales might inflict harm upon their client. Let me go. How's 200,000 Ryo too much for a mission? Shinketsu and GZ exchanged glances, taken aback by the amount. It was no wonder Naruto had reacted so strongly. Naruto, is it possible that your proposed fee of 200,000 Ryo is a tad excessive? Shinketsu finally ventured to critique after a moment of silence. Impossible. The third Hokage just assigned us a C-rank mission, and for a month outside the village, the reward is 20 million Ryo. I only reduced it by 10 times. How is that unreasonable? The two elder men fell silent again, realizing that they too had contributed to that sum. After all, who among them did not have a few relatives freshly graduated from the ninja academy? It was quite awkward for them to hear Naruto openly discussing the mission remuneration. Moreover, it seemed this child had some misunderstanding regarding the task's payment. Did he truly grasp the concept of 20 million Ryo? This was a sum gathered through the collective efforts of over 300 ninjas and more than 1,000 villagers in Konoha, supplemented significantly by the Hige clan. All this was to ensure that Naruto would not continue to languish in the village with low-level missions. If this persisted, although Naruto might escape agricultural duties, the ninjas of Konoha would find themselves tilling the fields to survive. As for the Hige clan and Appo's generous sponsorship, well, those in the know understood the unspoken reasons behind it. Kakashi observed the scene before him, feeling a twitch at the corner of his eye. It had only been a few minutes since he last saw Naruto, and here he was, embroiled in yet another predicament. How exhausting. When would Jiraiya return to the village? Kakashi had never longed for his presence as he did in that moment. After all, Naruto was the son of Jiraiya's disciple. It seemed only reasonable to pass Naruto off to him. After all, the third Hokage had done the same. Kakashi rubbed his temples, contemplating what kind of medicine the third Hokage typically consumed. With an air of resignation, he approached Naruto, placing a hand gently on the boy and Appo's head. Naruto, 200,000 000 Rio is already the remuneration for an S-rank mission. Naruto and Appo's expression shifted dramatically, his anger flaring as he struggled to control the chakra of the tailed beast within him. The people of Konoha had truly gone too far. How could they shamelessly use the reward of 20 S-rank missions to send him away? Did he, Uzumaki Naruto, not contribute anything to the village? Fuming with indignation, everyone present dared not provoke the boy further, fearing the potential eruption of the tailed beast's chakra. Kakashi, having observed the situation unfold, began to comprehend Naruto's intentions. He scrutinized the elderly man before him. Old man, I am this child's Jonin leader. What mission do you wish to post? Upon hearing the Jonin and Appo's tone softened, Dasna felt a flicker of hope within his heart, though apprehension still lingered. Please hire a high-ranking ninja. It must not come cheap, right? However, this individual appears far more reliable than that child. As Dasna pondered, a clever idea struck him. Maintaining a calm demeanor, he addressed Kakashi. I require your services to escort me to the Land of Waves. I just glanced at the notice board. Escorting missions are classified as C-rank tasks, and the remuneration. I can only afford 250,000. Chapter 43. A new storm has arisen. How can we remain stagnant? The sum of 250,000 Rio was neither excessive nor insufficient for the escort mission. Kakashi did not take this amount to heart, as they were also planning to leave the village for a month of travel, making it convenient to undertake the task simultaneously. He turned to his three young subordinates, eager to hear their opinions, particularly that of Naruto. The sudden drop in the mission fee from 2 million Rio to 250,000 Rio left him curious whether Naruto would protest. Sasuke, with his hands tucked into his pockets and a frown etched on his brow, occasionally crackling with electricity, glanced at Kakashi and nonchalantly remarked, I and Appo's, am fine with it. Sakura, shaking her pink hair, jumped out from behind Sasuke and raised her right hand, exclaiming, Kakashi-sensei. I have no objections. Seeing his only female student so agreeable, Kakashi felt a sense of relief. At least he had one normal student in his team. His gaze then shifted to the rebellious Naruto, anxious that the boy might cause another scene. Naruto shot a glare at Kakashi, indicating he was still upset. After all, he had shouted the 2 million Rio figure quite loudly. Bowing his head now would be quite embarrassing. Moreover, couldn't that pale-haired ninja offer him a way out? How immature. Ha ha ha, old man, we'll take on this mission. Kakashi chuckled awkwardly before leading them to register the task. The surrounding ninjas, who had been watching, collectively sighed in relief. Great. It seemed the 7th squad would not return anytime soon, allowing them to seize the village's limited low-level missions. The previously jovial ninjas suddenly felt a tightening in their chests. Realizing that everyone present was a competitor, their earlier amusement turned into fierce determination. Darn it. Those low-level missions are mine. The ninjas of Konoha were about to embark on a new wave of internal competition. A new storm had indeed emerged, and how could the ninjas of Konoha remain stagnant? Though Naruto appeared somewhat angry at the departing pale-haired ninja, he felt a thrill within. The mission to the Land of Waves was about to commence, and he was eager to test the extent of his abilities. Previously, he had only injured Kakashi with a punch due to the latter and Appo's oversight. Furthermore, measuring his strength against Kakashi, a renowned technician of Konoha, was not entirely prudent. After all, this fellow had been able to hold his own against Zabuza and later contend with the Otsutsuki clan. In a matter of minutes, Kakashi descended the stairs with Dasna. Tomorrow at 7, gather at the village entrance. Dawn and Appo's, be late, he said without an ounce of embarrassment. The trio fixed their gazes on Kakashi, almost ready to point out that he was the one most prone to tardiness. All right, dismissed. A seasoned warrior, Kakashi was unfazed by the scrutinizing stares of the three genin, calmly sending them on their way before proceeding with Dasna to arrange accommodations. Sasuke, having no home to return to, seamlessly tagged along with Naruto to train in the small woods, initially hesitant about having Naruto escort her. Sakura quickly dismissed her concerns and crossed through the portal to her doorstep. As for Naruto, he found himself in a similar predicament, possessing a house but not a home. The only difference was that his wife had numerous relatives. After seeing the two off, Naruto stepped through the space portal to the Hyuga clan and Appo's territory. Upon seeing the familiar blonde figure, the members of the Hyuga clan froze, and the atmosphere thickened. Naruto pretended not to notice and headed straight for the wall, swiftly scaling it to enter the inner courtyard. Why not use the space portal? Naruto thought it was more exhilarating this way. The Hyuga ninjas watched, their tempers flaring at the sight of Naruto and Appo's agility. If not for their unique physiques, some might have succumbed to a stroke from sheer frustration. Fortunately, this boy would soon be leaving the village. As Naruto pondered how to bid farewell to Hinata, he landed and turned only to collide with a robust figure. Looking up, he stiffened. What is father-in-law doing here? The two men exchanged glances, neither willing to speak first. Naruto's gaze darted away, feeling the pressure of his father-in-law's imposing presence. Hyuga Hayashi's sharp eyes resembled blades, and due to his Byakugan, Naruto could not discern much. Judging by Hayashi's stern expression, he seemed quite displeased. After observing Naruto for a while, Hayashi finally spoke. Next time, use the front door. Hinata is at the training ground. With that, he turned and left. Naruto scratched his head, his expression somewhat perplexed. He realized that his father-in-law didn't seem quite as intimidating. The Hyuga compound was expansive, and it took Naruto nearly 10 minutes to locate the training ground. It must be said, the Hyuga clan truly deserved their reputation as a prestigious family in Konoha. Upon spotting Hinata in training, Naruto greeted her and settled in the corridor to quietly watch her practice. The Hyuga clan maintained strict family values, and any assigned training task must be completed in one go, so despite Naruto's arrival, Hinata did not cease her training. However, as she struck the wooden post, her thoughts were elsewhere. She occasionally glanced at Naruto with a slight tilt of her head. Eventually, the clan elder shook his head, signaling the end of Hinata's training for the day. He glanced at Hinata, then at the blonde boy, sighed heavily, and left the training ground. He had come to understand that his precious daughter was Resoul. Naruto let out a hearty laugh, finding Hinata's demeanor utterly delightful. My wife is truly remarkable. Chapter 44. What the hell just flew past? The next morning, at dawn, Team 7 arrived at the gates of Konoha 10 minutes early, waiting for their perpetually tardy sensei, Kakashi. To their surprise, the silver-haired Jonin was only 5 minutes late this time, a marked improvement. Naruto clenched his fists, itching to throttle the man and force him to acknowledge the time. Yet, Kakashi remained unfazed, casually blaming his tardiness on a malfunctioning alarm clock. A few minutes don't count as being late, he declared with infuriating nonchalance. Naruto rolled his eyes. Sensei, you're wrong. 5 minutes for you is 5 minutes wasted for each of us. That's 20 minutes total. Kakashi, Sasuke, Sakura, Tazuna. Naruto had once despised this logic when his teachers used it on him. Yet here he was, wielding it against his chronically late sensei. How ironic. He had become the very thing he loathed. For a moment, Kakashi was speechless. The argument sounded deceptively reasonable, though something about it felt off. Sakura and Sasuke, equally baffled, could only stare in silent bewilderment. Let us not dwell on trivialities, Kakashi chuckled, scratching the back of his head in an attempt to diffuse the tension. Over time, he had learned that the best way to handle Naruto's antics was to redirect his attention. With that, the team, alongside their client, Tazuna, departed Konoha. The moment the gates closed behind them, a frenzy erupted within the village as ninjas swarmed the Hokage's office, scrambling for low-rank missions. Had Naruto witnessed the chaos, he might have mistaken it for the onset of an apocalypse. Kakashi, ever the strategist, positioned Sasuke near the front while Naruto took up the rear, ensuring the weakest members, Sakura and Tazuna, were shielded. Boredom soon overtook him, and he pulled out his latest copy of Makeout Paradise, chuckling intermittently as he read. Naruto gaped. How the hell does anyone laugh at that trash? He had seen his fair share of questionable literature in his past life, but nothing that warranted such amusement. Meanwhile, Sakura trudged along, stealing glances at Sasuke every few seconds, her cheeks flushing deeper each time. Tazuna, observing his eccentric escorts, the book-absorbed Jonin, the love-struck Kunoichi, and the blonde menace in the back whacking foliage with a stick, could only sigh in despair. Should VE paid for better security? Naruto, oblivious to Tazuna's judgment, continued his strategic probing of the surroundings. It's not like I'm just swinging this stick for fun. I'm scouting for ambushes. Then, splash. His foot plunged into a puddle, soaking his pants. Damn it. These were clean. Grimacing, he kicked wildly, convinced that rapid movement would somehow dry the fabric. Splash. From the puddles emerged two oddly dressed shinobi, one directly beneath Naruto's flailing foot. Brat, we VE had enough of you. Thud. Before the enemy could finish, Naruto's kick sent him spiraling through the air. What the hell just flew past? By the time Naruto processed what happened, Sasuke had already dispatched the second assailant with a single kunai. The first lay motionless, his neck twisted at an unnatural angle. Naruto blinked. That's it? He had expected an epic battle, not this. Kakashi barely glanced up from his book, though inwardly he marveled at Naruto's unpredictability. Sakura, meanwhile, stood frozen, her hands trembling around a kunai. The enemy's killing intent had paralyzed her. Had Sasuke not acted, she and Tazuna would have been dead. A wave of inadequacy washed over her. Noticing her distress, Kakashi slowed his pace. Don't dwell on it, Sakura. People are different. She glanced at her teammates. But how can the gap be this wide? Kakashi paused, then smirked. You misunderstand. They're not people. Uchiha Sasuke and Uzumaki Naruto simultaneously turned to glance at the white-haired figure, their eyes reflecting a shared sense of confusion. Chapter 45, Kakashi. The first day of restraint. Sasuke let out a cold snort at Kakashi's words, feeling a considerable distance between himself and Naruto. Realizing that his strength still lay within the realm of mere mortals, he silently vowed, Itachi Uchiha, just wait. I shall soon bring your demise. Naruto, furrowing his brows, cast a pained glance at Kakashi. Kakashi Hitaki, you are courting death. Although his recovery abilities had improved, he fervently hoped he wouldn't be expelled from the village. Gritting his teeth, he stealthily retrieved a large wooden door from his pocket and tiptoed behind Kakashi. Naturally, his conspicuous actions with the door drew immediate attention. Upon seeing the door, Kakashi's pupils dilated, and a cold sweat broke on his forehead. Why is this child so fixated on that door? Or is he attempting to evoke memories of his father, Minato Namake's? Naruto, what are you planning to do? The atmosphere grew awkward as everyone's gaze shifted to Naruto, foiling the surprise attack of a certain blonde ninja. Sensing the strange looks from his peers, Naruto hesitated to betray his teacher in front of everyone. After all, respecting one's teacher was a virtue of the flower-growing clan. Yet, backstabbing one's teacher seemed to have become a traditional art among the students of the Hokage. With a thud, Naruto raised the door, stirring up a cloud of dust, and proclaimed, "This door has become a bit moldy. I thought I might let it air out. Reasonable, right? Ha ha ha, Kakashi-sensei, you don't think I'm planning to ambush you, do you?" Kakashi replied, "If you hadn't lifted the door and approached me from behind, I might have believed you." He then declared, "Let us move on. We mustn't delay our mission." Employing his method of distraction once more, Kakashi turned to face Dazna. "Furthermore, old man, I must say this task doesn't seem right. How could a standard C-rank escort mission involve a ninja's attack?" He narrowed his eye, a murderous intent suddenly enveloping Dazna. "Isn't this more akin to an A-rank mission?" Although Kakashi appeared to be languid and easygoing, he had no intention of being taken for a fool. However, he saw this as an opportunity to observe the unity of Team 7. Dazna's gaze flickered, avoiding Kakashi's as he dared not meet his eyes, fearing that this ninja might indeed eliminate him. The thought of his family and the unfinished bridge amplified the old man's fear. "Relax," Kakashi suddenly chuckled, his previous intensity dissipating as he glanced at the three young ninjas beside him. "This mission has already reached A-rank standards. Will you continue, or shall we abandon it?" "Continue," Sasuke coldly stated, with Sakura immediately echoing his sentiment. "I'm in," Naruto added, his expression now serious, suggesting he had begun to take things earnestly. Hearing their willingness to proceed, Dazna's smile blossomed, only to swiftly transform into a sorrowful expression as he addressed them. "I apologize, everyone. There are reasons for my actions." "Shut up. Skip." Naruto had no desire to hear the old man's ramblings. He lacked the patience even to endure a game's storyline, let alone listen to the old man drone on. His mindset was clear. "I don't know who I am, nor where I am, but I know I seek to unleash chaos." The others from Team 7 twitched at the corners of their eyes. "Here we go again." Naruto began to utter incomprehensible words once more. Dazna had been preparing to appeal to their emotions, but was abruptly interrupted, his words catching in his throat. "Why, can't this brat allow me to finish?" Anticipating Dazna's emotional manipulation, Naruto thought, "Emotional blackmail? As long as I possess no morals, I cannot be blackmailed." The mission was of little importance to him. He was merely here to grind through the arc of the Land of Waves. As for the suffering inhabitants of the Land of Waves, he was not some savior like Guanin, so why should he concern himself with their fates? Once Kakashi confirmed that all team members were ready to proceed, he nodded, signaling them to move forward. Fortunately, there were no further ninja attacks along their journey. During lunch, feeling a tinge of boredom, Naruto glanced at the book in Kakashi's hands. Then at the dazed Sasuke. A smirk crept onto his lips as he delved into his sealed space to rummage through the plethora of items within his system. Approximately 20 minutes later, Naruto emerged with a book in hand, its cover boldly emblazoned with the title X. Chuckling softly, he exited his space, casting another look at the impassive Sasuke before proudly brandishing the volume. Under the influence of external rules, the book transformed into reality the moment it was revealed, its text morphing into the language of this world. Speaking of which, the protagonist of this novel seemed quite akin to Sasuke. Both are playing with fire. But who was the old man? Orochimaru or Kakashi? "Sasuke, this is for you." Sasuke instinctively raised his hand to catch the item Naruto tossed, only to find a deep brown-covered book inscribed with a series of perplexing characters. X. After tossing a glance at a certain white-haired individual, Kakashi swiftly turned his head to examine the book in Sasuke's possession, his expression growing increasingly peculiar. "Naruto. Surely he has ventured to the Konoha bookstore for this one?" At their age, engaging with adult material seemed rather premature. Kakashi widened his eyes, beginning to doubt himself. Was it because he frequently read Paradise of Affection in front of them? Realizing he might have corrupted his students, images of Jiraiya's lecherous grin and his enraged sensei flashed through Kakashi's mind. If his sensei were to discover this, he would surely endure his share of punishment after passing on. His father would likely also deliver a thorough scolding upon witnessing his current state. Sighing, he resolved that he could not continue down this path of moral decay. Clutching tightly to his little Lube, Kakashi felt reluctant but, for the sake of his students' well-being, he declared from this day forth, "I shall practice restraint. I will cease my indulgence in Paradise of Affection." Having made this resolution in his heart, Kakashi immediately began to lecture Sasuke and Naruto, his conviction growing stronger by the moment. "Naruto, Sasuke, such things are far too early for you. The world of adults is not one." Although he had not glimpsed the specific content moments ago, the mere sight of the words X on the cover led him to conclude that it was hardly a wholesome read. This was a matter he was quite familiar with. With a swift motion, Sasuke raised his hand and brushed Kakashi's aside. The moment Kakashi suggested it was not meant to be viewed, Sasuke's curiosity about the contents deepened. Moreover, Sasuke believed that having borne a profound grudge, he had earned the right to comprehend the complexities of the adult world. Sakura's cheeks flushed slightly as her gaze frequently darted towards the book in Sasuke's possession. "How wonderful! Has Sasuke finally had an epiphany?" "Thank you so much." Naruto. Kakashi, what are you speaking of? This is not your sort of reading. Naruto rolled his eyes, feeling utterly speechless. Indeed. It seemed that the mind of the silver-haired teacher was cluttered with frivolous thoughts. Upon hearing this, Sasuke promptly opened the book, scanned its contents, and nodded in agreement with Naruto's assessment. Realizing he had misjudged the situation and had created an awkward moment, Kakashi wore a stoic expression and retreated, pretending as if nothing had occurred. Just as he was about to retrieve his little Liu-bei, he recalled the decision he had made moments earlier and halted the action. Meanwhile, upon realizing that the book in Sasuke's hands was not of Kakashi's ilk, Sakura despondently hugged her knees, appearing utterly helpless. Nevertheless, in the midst of this, Sasuke found the contents of the book somewhat intriguing, although upon further inspection, he deemed the story of the rise from the bottom to be exceedingly tedious. Chapter 46. Just a joke. Why so serious? The group sailed across the tranquil sea, soon docking at the port of the Land of Waves. Throughout the journey, Sasuke had become the one engrossed in reading, occasionally chuckling to himself. If not for repeated reminders, Naruto feared the boy might burst into a full-blown Uchiha cackle. Meanwhile, Kakashi's uncharacteristic silence left Sakura and Naruto bewildered. This isn't right. Why has Kakashi-sensei pulled out his little orange book? Has he finished it already? Unbeknownst to the trio, Kakashi was grappling with an unexpected withdrawal. Abstaining from Ika Paradise felt as unnatural as a sumo without his cigarettes or Tsunade without her gambling. To calm himself, he spent the voyage observing the fish beneath the waves. Sasuke, stop reading. We're here. As they disembarked, Naruto noticed Sasuke still clutching the book. An inexplicable irritation rising within him. He suddenly understood his mother's frustration when he used to bury himself in his phone. Damn it. Who could understand? We're about to face a boss, and my teammate is still lost in a novel. With Kakashi already slacking off and Sakura practically a decorative piece. If Sasuke decided to slack too, they were doomed. Fighting Zabuza and Haku alone? Naruto was entirely confident. After all, he was some martial arts prodigy, he couldn't take on 10 opponents at once. A reliable teammate would be ideal. Oh. Reluctantly, Sasuke closed the book. Surprised by how deeply it had captivated him, the story was exhilarating, filling him with a vicarious thrill of vengeance and heroism. He even fantasized about confronting Itachi on that fateful night, roaring, 30 years east of the river, 30 years west. Uchiha Itachi, do not underestimate the youth as poverty. The mere thought sent shivers down his spine, his body trembling with exhilaration. After ensuring everyone had disembarked, he reverently tucked the book into his pack before rejoining the group. Unable to contain his curiosity, Sasuke finally asked, Naruto, did Xiaoyan fulfill his 3-year vow? Naruto turned, stunned. I've been on high alert, watching for Zabuza's ambush, and this guy asks me about some fictional vow. Are you serious? How should I know? Piss off. Rebuffed. Sasuke retreated into sullen silence. Naruto sighed, he couldn't rely on him after all. Guess I'll have to count on the old fox. Hey, Kurama. Can you sense the enemy for me? Like you did back in the village? The massive fox twitched its ears, rolling over in its cage before rumbling. Relying on me for your first real fight? Figure it out yourself. This was Naruto's first life-or-death battle. Kurama wouldn't hand him an advantage. But as the fox closed its eyes, it muttered, the enemy is nearby. Find them yourself. Naruto nearly laughed. What a thunder furball. Now alert, Naruto scanned their surroundings. The mist thickened, visibility dropping below 5 meters. Soon, they'd be blind. Gather around. Protect the client. Kakashi, ever the seasoned shinobi, recognized the danger. Mist in the Land of Waves was common, but this unnatural density, devoid of any bystanders, reeked of Kirigakure-esque tactics. Memories of the battlefield unsettled him. The team swiftly encircled Izuna. Naruto, however, saw nothing, just his own mounting tension. Blindness is such a pain. Then, inspiration struck. If we can't see them, why not make sure they can't see us either? With a clap of his hands, Naruto unleashed a swarm of spatial portals, their violet glow enveloping the group. Hidden in the mist, Zabuza froze, his blade half-drawn. What the hell is that purple light? Before he could reassess, a voice rang out from within the glow. Kirigakure scum, I curse your ancestors. Naruto hurled insults, hoping to provoke. Yet despite his colorful diatribe, Zabuza remained hidden. So this is what it means to be a shinobi enduring anything, huh? Erosenin. I get it now. Zabuza scoffed. Pathetic. You think childish taunts will draw me out? My heart is as cold as my blade. Then, the blonde-s voice cut through the mist. Kirigakure ninja all love men. Zabuza's mind flashed to Haku's delicate features. His veins bulged, blood boiling. This brat dares slander me. Damn you, you little. Roaring, Zabuza charged toward the voice, his blade scraping the ground. Naruto's mocking laughter followed. Oh, did I strike a nerve? Don't tell me. You actually like men? Chapter 47. The Hidden Mist Village and Appo's lockdown for shadow parties? Beware of Hidden Mist and Appo's male attraction. The moment Kakashi and Sasuke laid eyes on the enemy, their eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. Both had been inwardly scoffing moments earlier. How could any enemy possibly fall for such provocations? After all, ninjas were creatures of absolute rationality. Infuriating them was an exceptionally difficult feat, yet within 5 minutes, they witnessed a towering man, well over 6 feet tall, charging toward their position with bloodshot eyes, steam rising from his body, dragging his sword behind him like an enraged bull. Clearly, Naruto's words had struck a nerve. A collective gasp swept through the group, including old man Dazuna. Could it be? Did he actually have such preferences? So this was how wild things got in the Hidden Mist village? Or was there more to the Bloody Mist history than met the eye? Kakashi even speculated that the village's recent eccentric policies might stem from having a particular kind of Mizukage in power. Perhaps their isolationist policies were merely cover for hosting shadowy gatherings within their borders. Disgusting. Absolutely horrifying. The three male members of the group simultaneously paled at this realization, their bodies involuntarily tensing in reflexive defense. Beware the Hidden Mist's peculiar inclinations. Zabuza's mind went blank with rage upon hearing those words, his fury erupting like a volcano. You damn brat. I and Appos. I'll kill you. Blinded by anger, Zabuza abandoned all tactics and stealth, charging recklessly with his executioner and Appos' blade. No one present would leave this place alive today. Of course, Zabuza wouldn't normally lose his temper like this. But with Haku nearby, what if that blonde brat's words caused misunderstandings? Hidden in the mist. Haku gazed at Zabuza with tender eyes, recalling the child's words. His heart pounded so violently it threatened to leap from his chest. Could it be? This was truly how Zabuza-sama felt? Uzumaki and Appos' taunts had achieved spectacular results. Zabuza and Appos' sole focus now is eliminating that blonde nuisance before considering his mission objectives. Silence the witness first. Whoosh, the executioner's blade sliced through the air as Zabuza closed in. Naruto felt every pore prickle like needles, his instinct screaming that this opponent far surpassed their previous equal match adversary. Testing his limits, Naruto promptly produced his massive Iron Gate, meeting Zabuza's assault head-on. The improvised weapon had proven so effective he contemplated later enchantment possibilities. Clang sparks flew as metal shrieked against metal when the two colossal weapons collided. Zabuza froze for 2 full seconds, staring at the blonde youth wielding a door taller than himself, which had just blocked his attack. What kind of monster was this kid? Only the leaf headband glimpsed during combat convinced Zabuza this was indeed a ninja. Such bizarre fighting style. Nearby, Sasuke trembled uncontrollably. His gaze locked on Zabuza's blade. Are you all right? Sakura asked, noticing her beloved's strange behavior. Shien heavy ruler. Sakura blinked. The what now? Pointing excitedly at the swinging blade. Sasuke's eyes burned with greed. Since reading that novel, he'd begun imagining himself as the protagonist Xiaoyan, where he once favored traditional katana. Now he coveted all massive weapons resembling the Shien heavy ruler. This executioner's blade was destiny calling. As Sasuke suddenly laughed mid-battle, Kakashi and Sakura exchanged puzzled glances. That's Kirigakure's executioner's blade, Kakashi thought with growing unease, noting disturbing similarities between Sasuke and Naruto's behaviors. What's the Shien heavy ruler nonsense? I'm helping Naruto. Crackling with lightning. Sasuke vanished at speeds that surprised even Kakashi, clearly pushing his lightning release to maximum for his coveted prize. ZZZT amidst the metallic symphony of clashing weapons. Both combatants heard the telltale crackle of electricity. Sasuke, use Thunderbolt now, Naruto shouted. Distracted, Naruto failed to notice Zabuza's kick coming. Wham! The Iron Gate slammed into Naruto's forehead as tremendous force sent him skidding back 5 paces. Fire style, great fireball technique. Sasuke finally attacked. Though ignoring Naruto's suggestion in favor of what he deemed a more merciful technique to build Zabuza's rage, the superheated fireball's impact with the humid air thickened the surrounding mist. Sasuke smirked. Got him. This enemy. Hardly impressive. That blade will be mine. Naruto facepalmed at Sasuke and Appos' premature celebration, a classic tactical blunder. In no way would a mere fireball defeat Zabuza. That smoke practically guaranteed no real damage. As predicted, a whooshing sound alerted Naruto. Damn it. Why is he only attacking me? Did Sasuke fail to draw aggro? You little bastard. You'll die here. Zabuza roared, swinging his namesake blade toward Naruto's neck with decapitating intent. Rather than dodging, Naruto leaned into the attack, launching a rocket headbutt at Zabuza's stomach. Come on. Hand-to-hand combat. Coward's a puppy. Zabuza hadn't anticipated this reckless close-quarters assault. His prepared countermeasures proved useless as the blade missed its mark. No matter. What strength could a teenager possibly urgh Naruto and Appos' skull connected with solar plexus, bending the demon like a cooked shrimp before sending him flying backward. As he was struck and sent flying, his mind went completely blank, a buzzing sensation overwhelming him. At that moment, a singular thought consumed him. Damn it. What on earth is this yellow-haired brat? How can he possess such incredible strength? Chapter 48. What's wrong with me? Uchiha Sasuke, wanting the Shinjong Chi. Naruto's rocket punch not only left Zabuza dazed but also terrified Kakashi. Just witnessing the trajectory of the enemy being sent flying caused a subtle pain in his stomach. It was hard to fathom the turmoil within the adversary at that moment. However, should Naruto strike him, would he not be left with bruises all over? Sasuke glanced at the airborne foe, his teeth clenched in frustration. The way the enemy turned to attack Naruto clearly showed a lack of regard for him, coupled with the fact that his prior efforts had inflicted no damage. Sasuke felt increasingly discontented. He recalled a previous battle with Kakashi-sensei when Naruto had mockingly commented on him, saying something akin to, "Your attacks are fierce, yet your output is less than 0.5. Initially, he had not grasped the meaning, but over time, Sasuke came to understand that Naruto was ridiculing him for failing to land a single hit on the opponent. How infuriating. To be underestimated. A surge of anger welled up within Sasuke. Since when had their enemies begun to disregard the Uchiha clan? The thought of being overlooked ignited a crimson rage in his eyes. His Sharingan, adorned with red tomo, spun furiously as he retrieved a sealing scroll from his attire. This scroll contained 1,000 shurikens, and he possessed 10 such scrolls. Influenced by Naruto, he had gradually developed a fear of insufficient firepower. In preparation for confronting Itachi Uchiha, he had even sold his family home to finance his acquisition of explosive tags. With a flick of his thumb, he deftly unfastened the scroll, forming a seal with one hand while the other flung the scroll outward. Swish, 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 hundreds of shurikens flew towards Zabuza, interspersed with a few kunai, each adorned with explosive tags. Having learned from past experiences, Sasuke promptly shouted to Naruto, "Watch out." Upon hearing Sasuke's warning, Naruto immediately understood his intention, activating several light gates along the trajectory of the thrown shurikens. However, due to the overwhelming density of the projectiles, numerous shurikens failed to enter the gates. Zabuza had just regained his footing, still reeling from the previous attack. He felt as though his insides were twisting in knots. Observing the blonde, Zabuza began forming seals. The earlier defeat had finally sharpened his senses. Upon reaching the 26th seal, 8 violet light cocoons suddenly materialized around him, casting an eerie glow on Zabuza's face. Almost as if the light was warning him. What is this again? Although puzzled, Zabuza recognized that the current situation was unlikely to bode well. Swish, swish, swish. In the next moment, the violet cocoons unleashed a barrage of shurikens. With keen eyes, Zabuza discerned that many of them were kunai laced with explosive tags. His pupils dilated in shock, leaving him no time to contemplate the unfolding events. Having long danced on the edge of death, his survival instincts compelled him to raise his executioner's blade to protect his vital points. In that instant, he recalled that another young boy had also emitted a violet cocoon earlier. So it was a space-time ninjutsu. Realizing this, Zabuza hastily seized a kunai from a less crowded cocoon, lifted his blade, and charged into the light. Though the executioner's blade could not shield him from every attack, numerous shurikens pierced his body. However, this minor pain was inconsequential to him. Boom, boom, boom. In the moment he vanished, his original position erupted into a cacophony of explosions. Success. Sasuke beamed with delight at the sight of his attack hitting its target. Surely, there was nowhere for that scoundrel to escape now? A single sealing scroll's worth of shurikens and kunai couldn't possibly be insufficient. Naruto, who had never been one to celebrate prematurely, swiftly traversed to Zabuza's location to assess the situation. However, upon arrival, he found only a pool of blood and scattered projectiles strewn across the ground. Watch out. Be cautious of the enemy. Naruto turned to see Sasuke grinning foolishly, just as Zabuza emerged from the violet cocoon, bloodied and battered. This was the first time the enemy had exploited the spatial door in such a manner. As the user of the technique, Naruto had contemplated this scenario. Yet he remained unfazed. After all, his physical prowess was formidable. Any enemy daring enough to charge through the spatial door and approach him would be practically offering themselves up. The crux of the issue, however, was that the overly jubilant Sasuke had not anticipated this turn of events. Upon witnessing Zabuza burst forth from the cocoon, he was momentarily taken aback. In that fleeting moment, Zabuza's executioner's blade was already descending toward his head. Fortunately, Sasuke's Sharingan granted him extraordinary reflexes, allowing him to narrowly evade the strike, the blade grazing past his nose. Had he hesitated for even a second longer, he would have lost his head. In that instant, he channeled all the lightning chakra within him. The surge of lightning chakra invigorated his cells, amplifying his speed exponentially. After evading Zabuza and Appo's blade, Sasuke swiftly counterattacked. With a deft flick of his wrist, he aimed a kick at Zabuza's wrist, where he held the blade. Thud. What? A shadow clone. Sasuke was momentarily stunned. All I wanted was to shatter his weapon. Why is it so difficult? Simultaneously, Naruto heard Zabuza's voice again. Water release. Water dragon bullet. Naruto? Damn. Why is Zabuza fixated on me? Without needing to turn, he could sense the might of the jutsu approaching, and it was alarmingly close. His hair was already dampened by the water from the technique. Gritting his teeth, Naruto's frustration boiled over from repeated near misses. All right, Zabuza. Is this how you want to play? You're wounded because of that wicked Uchiha brat, and yet you single me out. Damn it. Wind release, bloodstorm technique, activate. Boom, as Naruto unleashed this technique, the water dragon, with its gaping maw, engulfed him. Yet, in the next moment, a red barrier enveloped him. This force formed a protective shield around him, clashing violently with the water dragon's assault. The water dragon bullet Zabuza had unleashed was slightly more potent than Kakashi's, and with the nearby ocean augmenting its power, it was formidable. Yet, despite all this, the water dragon could not inflict a single scratch on Naruto. As the water dragon dissipated, Zabuza beheld the blonde surrounded by a surge of crimson chakra, his hair standing on end. He vaguely heard a rhythmic drumming sound, akin to a heartbeat. Boom, as Naruto took a step forward, the ground caved in, debris scattering, and his form vanished from sight. Zabuza could only hear the boy's voice echoing. This punch represents 12 years of my effort. Tell me, how will you block it? Chapter 49. So you wish to be like Uchiha Shaoyan? Do you? Bang! Naruto unleashed a serious punch at Zabuza, his blood-infused energy enveloping his arm as he struck. The two faced each other, their hair dancing wildly in the turbulent wind, akin to seaweed swaying in the ocean. Zabuza, caught off guard, could only raise his massive sword to shield his chest. Sasuke, witnessing this scene, felt a surge of anxiety, fearing that Naruto's punch might shatter his own weapon, and instinctively shouted, "Stop." No. Clang. Naruto's fist collided with the sword, forcing Zabuza's body to recoil slightly. The impact left his shoulder numb. To his astonishment, he noticed cracks beginning to form along the blade of his weapon. Zabuza's eyelids twitched in disbelief. Damn it. Who is this kid? Such incredible strength. I cannot afford to confront him head-on. Throughout his life, Zabuza had faced many formidable foes and had experienced the disadvantage of direct confrontation. He understood that he could not engage in a brute force contest in this moment. Moreover, the overwhelming sin of blood emanating from this child suggested he had resorted to forbidden techniques, perhaps even wagering his life in this battle. A worthy opponent indeed. Zabuza attempted to retreat and create distance, but Naruto, fully unleashed, would not allow him to escape. Grabbing Zabuza's clothing with one hand, he began to unleash a flurry of strikes. Zabuza, unable to break free, recalled the child's earlier reckless words, reigniting his fury. Fine. Let's see how long you can endure with your forbidden techniques. Thus, their combat devolved into a brutal exchange of blows. Both combatants coughed up blood, accompanied by the sickening sound of cracking bones. After several seconds, Zabuza realized his punches felt increasingly heavy, his body riddled with fractures. Meanwhile, the blonde boy seemed unfazed, growing more tenacious with each passing moment. What kind of creature is this? Zabuza-sensei. In the shadows, Haku sensed the dire situation and finally leaped in to assist. Ice release, 1,000 killing water shuriken. A multitude of shuriken rained down at Naruto and Appo's feet. Instinctively, Naruto released Zabuza and dodged to the side. Angered, he thought, damn it. Where are my teammates? We're in the midst of a battle. They should hurry up. Suddenly, Haku formed hand seals with swift precision, directing his jutsu towards Naruto. Although Zabuza appreciated this boy's intervention, he knew well that this was a mission between ninjas. To be honest, Haku had no desire to harm them. He merely wished for them to abandon their task. Ice release, crystal mirror, crash. At that moment, Haku's technique erected several walls of ice around Naruto and Zabuza. These rectangular walls floated in the air, their smooth surfaces reflecting images like mirrors. For an instant, Naruto felt as if he were in a funhouse, surrounded by distorted reflections. However, he realized that Haku's technique resembled a formation, yet, it was utterly useless against him. Did Haku not notice his use of space-time jutsu earlier? As Naruto pondered, Zabuza, seizing the opportunity, distanced himself from Naruto, wincing in pain as he formed hand seals and vanished from sight. Sasuke, peering through the gaps in the ice walls, sported a smug grin. Naruto, leave that enemy to me. Naruto instinctively glanced skyward. It was overcast today, with no sun in sight. Why was Sasuke acting so lofty again? Slowly, he raised his hand and gave Sasuke the finger. Whoosh. Simultaneously, thousands of shuriken shot forth from the ice walls. Naruto's expression turned disdainful. He recalled Sasuke's evasive maneuvers and began to move, skillfully navigating through the barrage of shuriken. Flips, spins, and various acrobatic feats flowed seamlessly from him, showcasing his agility, perhaps even surpassing Sasuke's own performance. However, by the end of this display, Naruto found himself pricked by countless shuriken, resembling a hedgehog. Clink. He casually bit off a few shuriken lodged in his shoulder, feeling indignant. Indeed, Sasuke's style of combat was not one he could emulate. Haku, hidden within the ice mirror, felt a sense of bewilderment. What on earth is this guy doing? He recalled that his aim with the shuriken was never so precise. Judging by the scattered shuriken on the ground, an astonishing 90 had struck the child. The remaining 10 were simply misthrows. How could this child, despite being so thoroughly pierced, appear entirely unfazed? Although puzzled by Naruto's resilience, Haku noticed that the boy's condition was not as robust as before. Was it the side effects of the forbidden technique? Haku silently resolved to persuade Naruto. Abandon the mission. I do not wish to kill you. Naruto, plucking the shuriken from his body, sensed that his wind release, blood fury technique was about to conclude. He promptly activated a space-time portal and jumped through. Haku, momentarily stunned, could scarcely process what had just occurred. In the next moment, Naruto reappeared before Kakashi. Naruto had intended to confront Haku alone, but the presence of a certain white-haired ninja observing the entire battle left him feeling quite disgruntled. Kakashi-sensei, switch with me. I need a break. What? Kakashi, taken aback by Naruto's sudden appearance, struggled to comprehend the situation. The child resembled a bloodied hedgehog, prompting him to inquire about what had transpired. However, before he could utter a second word, Naruto shoved him through the portal. Kakashi found himself within Haku's jutsu range. Naruto Uzumaki, I truly thank you. Reluctantly drawn into battle, Kakashi sighed, slowly lifting his mask to reveal his Sharingan. Very well. Let the boy rest. I am aware that after utilizing that technique, he will experience a period of weakness. As their team leader, it would be remiss of me not to intervene. Standing still, Naruto swiftly cleared the shuriken from his body, producing a sofa from his inventory. He reclined upon it and hastily consumed a life potion. hoping to counteract the impending side effects of the wind release, blood fury technique. Afterward, feeling a prickling sensation on his back, he waved for Sakura to approach. Realizing it felt somewhat inappropriate to call upon his friend and Appo's wife for assistance, he promptly adjusted his address. From now on, let us refer to each other as brothers. Sakura, could you help me remove the shuriken from my back? Sakura, what? Did he just call me that? Damn you, Naruto. Sakura's face flushed with anger, yet seeing the multitude of shuriken embedded in him, she reluctantly stepped forward to assist. This would be her only contribution to the team, after all. At first, Sakura hesitated while extracting the 1,000 books. But upon witnessing the moment when the books were pulled out, she noticed that the wounds of that individual had rapidly healed. This experience profoundly altered Sakura and Appo's understanding. After tending to his injuries, Naruto languidly collapsed onto the sofa, cradling a cup of milk tea in his left hand, occasionally sipping from it. It was then that he heard Sakura, with a hint of uncertainty, inquire, Naruto, what is the Schwanzhong? Naruto, taken aback, responded with a puzzled expression. Observing his bewilderment, Sakura bit her lip and glanced at Sasuke, who was locked in fierce combat with Zabuza. Before continuing, just now, Sasuke shouted something about a Schwanzhong, and then charged forward. A complex emotion flickered in Sakura's eyes. She had clearly noticed the obsession that Sasuke exhibited when he mentioned this peculiar. This revelation left Sakura utterly perplexed. Here she was, a beautiful girl by his side, and yet a mere broken managed to captivate him? Upon hearing Sakura's words, Naruto felt a pang of frustration. So what you're saying is that Sasuke aims to wield Zabuza's executioner's blade? He exclaimed. All right then. You want to be like Uchiha Shn, do you? Chapter 50, Zabuza, you smell divine. After a brief pause of a few minutes, Naruto realized that his injuries had nearly mended, and he promptly transported himself through a spatial gate to the battleground where Sasuke and Zabuza were locked in combat. Ever since Zabuza and Naruto had entered into a turn-based skirmish, the former had sustained injuries all over his body. Not only was his right hand fractured, but 3 ribs were also broken. The most egregious part was that the young man relentlessly targeted his kidneys. Even the act of inhaling air sent waves of pain coursing through him, just when he had managed to escape the fray for a moment of respite. That Uchiha brat appeared before him once more. Moreover, this Uchiha refused to engage in taijutsu, instead hurling an endless barrage of ninja tools as if they were worthless trinkets. Some even laced with explosive tags. To make matters worse, after discarding his tools, he would suddenly unleash ninjutsu from the sidelines. Such a combat style left Zabuza utterly flabbergasted. Setting aside the fact that the little monster before him was quite formidable, the sheer quantity of ninja tools being flung by this Uchiha exceeded the remuneration for his current mission. Observing the boy rummage through his pockets, it was clear he had no intention of stopping. Was this kid deranged? Even with wealth, one should not squander it so recklessly. In all his years as a ninja, Zabuza had never encountered such an eccentric approach to battle. Cursing this extravagant youth, he found himself desperately evading a storm of shuriken. Just as he dodged one wave, he spotted the familiar figure of that yellow-haired boy. Damn it! Zabuza swore under his breath. Swish, a sharp sound sliced through the air near Zabuza's ear. He looked up just as he heard a resounding bang. The ninja tool had transformed into that wasteful Uchiha's weapon. You missed, Sasuke remarked coldly, delivering a swift kick to Zabuza's wrist. Zabuza felt a jolt of numbness course through his arm as his decapitating blade was sent flying. When he turned to find the boy's figure, Sasuke was already positioned nearby, retrieving the fallen weapon. Naruto had barely arrived on the battlefield for 3 seconds when he witnessed Sasuke mercilessly battering the heavily injured Zabuza, who was now laughing maniacally while brandishing the sword. A glance at the ground revealed the area littered with ninja tools, making it difficult even to find footing. Naruto's expression contorted into one of disbelief. Had this kid truly exhausted all his healing scrolls? Was he so desperate for funds? Zabuza was nearly incapacitated. It was akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. Naruto now understood why the protagonists in the original story faced such immense challenges. So, was it true that they were left without the means to procure ninja tools later on in the series? Zabuza knelt on one knee, his hands hanging limply by his sides, blood seeping from his mouth. Seeing Zabuza in such a state deeply concerned Haku, who was evenly matched against the Konoha technician. Please stop. We abandon the mission. Please do not harm Mr. Zabuza. Haku immediately dispelled her ninjutsu and removed her gear, appearing before Kakashi. She slowly reached up to remove her mask, revealing a delicate visage that left Kakashi momentarily stunned. During the earlier skirmish, Kakashi had unwittingly thrown a vial of perfume to catch a glimpse of the enemy's movements, not realizing it had inadvertently enhanced Haku's allure. Ah, I see, Kakashi mused, glancing at the man not far off, nodding slightly. In times of peace, when ninjas from different villages clashed during missions, as long as one side withdrew, the other typically refrained from lethal force. Noting that his team members were unharmed, Kakashi subtly acknowledged Haku's plea. Naruto, Sasuke, you may cease hostilities. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Sasuke tightened his grip on the blade. Whether this guy lives or dies is irrelevant, but that heavy weapon must be mine. Haku rushed to Zabuza's side, lifting him with a look of deep concern in her eyes. What are you doing? Zabuza turned his head, wrinkling his nose before addressing Haku, struggling to ask, why do you make decisions for me? You are merely my tool. I apologize, Mr. Zabuza. I acted on my own accord. If this mission continues, you will perish. Haku draped Zabuza's arm over her neck, her eyes glistening with tears. The members of Team 7 observed the scene with expressions of astonishment, particularly Sakura, who appeared utterly captivated. So this is love. How beautiful. And that girl is truly stunning. As she thought this, Sakura turned to glance at Sasuke, who was preoccupied with polishing his new weapon. Oblivious to her admiration, Kakashi, watching the two exchange tender glances, uncharacteristically chimed in, "Indeed, this is the essence of all love." He instinctively uttered the words, only to retract them immediately, realizing the awkwardness of his statement. Naruto's eyes widened in shock, fearing Kakashi might perform one of his infamous, goofy gestures. It seems interpersonal relationships can subtly influence one another, he thought, feeling a chill of dread. Thank goodness he hadn't sought out the green-clad fool. As Sakura continued to express her admiration for the couple, Naruto could no longer contain his urge to interrupt. Just as Sakura began daydreaming about the future happiness of the couple before her, envisioning her own future with Sasuke, she found herself grinning uncontrollably. At that moment, Naruto's voice shattered her reverie. That guy is a male. Sakura? Kakashi? Sasuke? HM? The three turned to stare at Naruto, then shifted their disbelief to Haku. Sakura glanced at Haku and Appo's chest, then at her own, clenching her fists in frustration. The thought of Naruto calling her Sakura and II earlier made her temples throb. Is Naruto judging gender based on chest size? How infuriating. Does he not realize how hurtful that is to a girl? And I haven't even fully developed yet, but it will get better in the future. Sakura took a deep breath, her voice tinged with anger as she confronted Naruto. Naruto, what you said about a girl is simply too much. Kakashi nodded in agreement, even if he felt there was some truth to Naruto's remark. Well, I am indeed a male, Haku timidly clarified, having overheard their misinterpretation. The others, aside from Naruto, froze in shock for 3 seconds. Eventually, Sakura managed to twist her stiff neck and exclaimed, "You must be joking. How can a boy be so adorable?" Kakashi and Sasuke both nodded in agreement. Naruto shrugged, unable to explain the situation. Can we leave now? Haku and Zabuza, after a brief argument, turned to Kakashi with pleading eyes. Not yet. Naruto interjected before Kakashi could respond, stepping forward to declare, that sword belongs to us. Furthermore, if you bestow a kiss upon him, I shall permit your departure. Kakashi? Sasuke? Sakura? Just moments ago, the nearly unconscious Zabuza suddenly widened his eyes. One can only wonder what thoughts occupy his mind at this moment. Very well. The fair-faced girl blushed slightly, closed her eyes, and swiftly placed a peck on Zabuza's cheek, thereafter lowering her head, too timid to meet the gaze of others. Kakashi and the others were once again rendered speechless. They found it quite difficult to fathom the nature of Zabuza and Haku's relationship. Naruto waved his hand dismissively, expressing his disdain as he urged the two to leave. Yet, just as they were departing, Naruto suddenly heard Zabuza weakly utter, "Haku, what fragrance is that you carry? It's quite delightful." Chapter 51. My unique method of awakening by supported Zabujan as they trudged through the mist, while Sakura's cheeks flushed slightly. Although it was a love story between two men, the noticeable height difference between Bai and Zabujan, coupled with the moment when Bai kissed Zabujan's cheek, left her feeling quite intrigued. However, after a considerable time, Sakura's mind was nearly smoking as she struggled to accept such a taboo romance. Surely, between men, there couldn't be children, right? I do not comprehend. Sakura murmured, expressing her astonishment. Kakashi's expression returned to its usual nonchalant demeanor as he replied, "It's nothing. Such matters are not uncommon in the ninja world. It is said that in the past, Uchiha." Naruto interjected. What? Uchiha Madara and the first Hokage were serious? Sasuke, perceptive as always, paused his cleaning of the Shin-Zhong-Chi and looked at Kakashi with a puzzled expression. Realizing Sasuke's presence, Kakashi promptly fell silent, sighing. He thought it best not to shatter the image of their ancestors in Sasuke's mind, especially given the Uchiha clan's tragic fate. Sakura, ever the gossip, suddenly recalled Bai and Zabujan, then glanced at Sasuke and Naruto. Her expression froze, and her face turned pale. She discreetly grabbed Naruto, looking mysteriously at him. "Sakura, what are you doing?" Naruto protested. "Don't call me that." "Ah, forget it." Sakura intended to correct Naruto's way of addressing her. But realizing he likely wouldn't listen, she abandoned the idea. "Naruto, I must inform you that you already have Hinata. You should understand what I mean, right?" Sakura continued, casting furtive glances at Naruto. Naruto, bewildered by Sakura's words, contorted his face in confusion. "What the heck? Look at you, so set in your ways. No wonder Sasuke has no interest in you at all." After a lengthy silence, he pointed at the executioner's sword in Sasuke's hands. "You ought to consider why the executioner's sword is more appealing than you. I would never succumb to such a fate." Sakura lowered her gaze, then glanced at Sasuke, who was gently stroking the executioner and Appo's sword, secretly encouraging herself. "Yes, everything will turn out fine. Let us go. We should escort our client back. Our mission is nearly complete," Kakashi said, instinctively reaching for a book in his ninja tool pouch, only to suppress the urge to read and study. The three young ninjas nodded and followed Dasna towards his home. Dasna felt somewhat conflicted, but no one cared to delve into his thoughts. Regardless, after escorting him home, Team 7 would consider their next travel destination. In the evening, they enjoyed a meal at Dasna and Amp, Appo's house, after which Naruto constructed a 3-story villa by the edge of the forest as their temporary lodging. Kakashi and Sakura were at a loss for words. Which ninja builds a temporary residence with a swimming pool, and only for one night? It feels like such a waste. Kakashi settled down beside the coffee table, savoring a cup of hot tea that alleviated the fatigue from the day's battles. He glanced at the 3 younger ninjas and said thoughtfully, "Why don't we begin your training here?" With a flourish, Sasuke rested his chin on one hand while flipping through the pages of a book. Sure. Kakashi's suggestion resonated with him. He had just seen the technique 3000 lightning movements, and with Naruto's mention of magnetic thunder, he felt he might be onto something. With their shared affinities for lightning and fire chakra, he sensed that the character in the book, Xiao Yin, was akin to another version of himself. Hey, I have found my path to power. Uchiha Itachi, you slayed our clan, murdering our parents. What a disgrace to be a son. Wait for me. I, Uchiha Sasuke, shall avenge you. After completing his daily tirade against Itachi, Sasuke immersed himself in the book once more. However, he soon furrowed his brow. Naruto, can you help me craft a black cloak? Naruto was momentarily speechless. You really want to become Uchiha Xiaoyan, don't you? Sasuke, I think you should read that book less. The contents are fictional. Naruto pursed his lips, realizing he had foolishly allowed Sasuke to read the book. He should have foreseen that at this age, Sasuke should not be exposed to such material. He began to worry about the future. If this continued, when Sasuke encountered the Sage of Six Paths, he might exclaim, Sage of Six Paths, my destiny is determined by me, not by the heavens. Today, I shall defy fate. You are merely a demon of my path to power. Be gone. Naruto covered his face, unable to contain his laughter at the absurdity. No, I cannot allow Sasuke to continue down this path. I must guide him towards developing his Sharingan instead of dwelling on those fire techniques and 3000 lightning movements. Plus, this kid asks about Xiao Yin's skills multiple times a day. Good grief. If I could do that, why would I be sitting here chatting with you? Besides, I lack the lightning and fire chakra myself. Ahem. Sasuke, I have a method to help you awaken the 3-tomo Sharingan. Kakashi and Sakura, who had been sipping tea, looked at Naruto in shock. Both were baffled as to why Naruto would know how to awaken the Uchiha clan Sharingan. Sasuke, however, remained calm, sitting there with a mild expression as he uttered a few words. Go on. Sasuke was genuinely interested in Naruto's words. After all, compared to researching fire and lightning techniques, awakening the 3-tomo Sharingan was indeed the fastest route to enhancing his power. He was well aware that impatience would not yield results. Naruto glanced at Sakura, his gaze somewhat evasive. Sakura, we need to discuss matters concerning men. Could you step outside for a moment? Sakura tilted her head, looking puzzled. But, didn't you just say you'd help Sasuke awaken his 3-tomo? How did we end up on the topic of men? Remembering the earlier encounter with Zaibujan and Bai, Sakura felt a twinge of apprehension regarding Naruto. Surely, he wouldn't do anything to betray Hinata, would he? Despite her doubts, Sakura adhered to her principle of trusting her teammates and obediently stepped outside. However, as she closed the door, she cast one last glance at Naruto, sensing an ominous premonition. Naruto, what method do you intend to use to help Sasuke awaken his eyes? Kakashi yawned, not taking Naruto's words seriously. After all, if such a technique existed, why hadn't the Uchiha clan discovered it first? He assumed Naruto was merely jesting. Sasuke, on the other hand, was utterly serious. From the moment he met Naruto, he had never been deceived by him. When he spoke of becoming stronger, he genuinely could become so. Naruto discreetly glanced at the door. Then, with an air of mystery, retrieved from the System A, Blue JK short skirt. Chapter 52. I shall transform your laughter into screams. Kakashi opened one eye slightly, his expression quite peculiar. As a seasoned reader of the tales, he was well aware of the object in Naruto's hands. He often observed the female protagonists donning such attire. Yet the crux of the matter was, why on earth did you pull out a JK skirt now for Sasuke to wear? Kakashi cast a furtive glance at Sasuke, unable to suppress the image of him clad in a skirt from flooding his mind. Ugh, no, my eyes will go blind. Halfway through the thought, Kakashi dared not continue, shivering involuntarily. His gaze towards Naruto grew increasingly unsettling. Sasuke stared at the fabric in Naruto and Appo's hand, silent for a considerable time, his complexion alternating between shades of green and white. Although he lacked Kakashi and Appo's extensive life experience, he could certainly discern the inappropriate nature of that fabric. Moreover, was that skirt meant for girls? After a long moment, Sasuke finally lifted his gaze and addressed Naruto. Naruto, this is not amusing. There was a hint of ire in his tone. Were Kakashi to present such an item, he would undoubtedly retaliate. No. Sasuke, trust me. Wear it. And you shall awaken your eyes. Naruto declared earnestly, his expression utterly sincere. Having said that, he solemnly placed the skirt and over-the-knee stockings on the table, then turned away with a deep sigh. Sasuke, after all these years of knowing each other, is this truly how you perceive me? Sigh. Have you forgotten the words you once spoke to me? You were willing to do anything to gain strength. Naruto's tone was laced with sorrow, prompting Sasuke to reminisce about their years of camaraderie. However, Kakashi noticed Naruto and Appo's shoulders quivering slightly. The lad was evidently stifling laughter. Sasuke cast a troubled glance at the items on the table, his expression a complex mix of conflict. He genuinely trusted Naruto. Yet he knew the boy's temperament all too well. Who could say whether Naruto was merely setting him up for ridicule? The potential risks were far too great. Sasuke hesitated to heed Naruto and Appo's suggestion. Simply put, Sasuke was unwilling to gamble. But the three-tomo Sharingan, it was undeniably enticing. Ultimately, after contemplating the matter, he gritted his teeth and declared, all for the sake of strength. Naruto, I shall trust you this once. However, Sasuke paused, pointing an accusatory finger at the items on the table, his eyes glinting with menace. You both must wear them too, to prevent Naruto from mocking him alone. He resolved to drag these two into the fray as well. Surely, if they all donned such garments, it wouldn't lead to too much trouble, would it? Kakashi? Upon hearing Sasuke's words, Naruto was momentarily taken aback before turning to pat his shoulder. Rest assured, I understand your concerns. No worries. To help you awaken your eyes, both Kakashi-sensei and I will join you in changing. Naruto flashed a bright smile, looking remarkably trustworthy while squeezing Kakashi's shoulder. Wait, Naruto. Is this really a dependable plan? Kakashi began, but before he could finish, Naruto interrupted him with a look of righteous determination. How dare you underestimate the bond between us, Kakashi-sensei? At that moment, Kakashi, still trying to process the situation, found himself reluctantly agreeing. It was primarily because he sensed something was amiss in Naruto and Appo's eyes. In that instant, their gazes met, and after a brief exchange of 2 seconds, they both nodded. To reassure Sasuke, Naruto produced 2 more sets, handing one to Kakashi and retaining one for himself. Upon hearing Naruto's words, Sasuke finally felt a sense of relief. Well, if they all wore the skirts, surely Naruto wouldn't be foolish enough to mock him, right? The 3 of them, holding the JK skirts and over-the-knee stockings, felt their cheeks flush, and without uttering a word, they dashed into their respective rooms to change. After donning the skirt, Sasuke glanced down at the fabric and the black stockings that reached his knees, instantly contorting his expression. He even felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. What am I even doing? At that moment, Sasuke's entire being resisted, his hand clutching the doorknob, unable to move. After standing still for several minutes, he resolved to stop looking at his skirt. As long as he kept his gaze forward, he could deceive himself into believing he wasn't wearing one. Worried that if he stepped outside first, he would be mocked by the other 2, Sasuke called out. Are you ready yet? Ready. All set. Hearing their responses, Sasuke felt a wave of relief wash over him. After all, this humiliation was shared with Naruto and Kakashi-sensei. All right, let us all come out. Sasuke shouted from beside the door. Upon receiving their responses, 3 doors swung open. Sasuke and Appo's face turned crimson as he covered his skirt with both hands and awkwardly stepped into the living room. However, upon seeing Naruto and Kakashi, his brain momentarily short-circuited, leaving him blank. Naruto and Kakashi had not changed into skirts at all. They were still clad in their previous attire. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. The 2 glanced at Sasuke, who was dressed in a skirt and stockings, their shoulders beginning to shake uncontrollably. They even let out occasional chuckles. It could be said that they showed remarkable restraint in not bursting into laughter immediately. Sasuke, with a stoic expression, cast a glance at the 2 of them, unresponsive, as he walked towards the table to retrieve his weapon. With a crackle, he raised his weapon high, ready to strike at the 2. You 2, you wretched fools. I shall turn your laughter into screams. Prepare to meet your end. In a fit of rage, Sasuke crackled with electricity, the weapon in his hand enveloped in arcs of lightning. He failed to realize that his current state was far more formidable than before. However, none of that mattered now. He simply wished for the white-haired and yellow-haired fools before him to perish at his hands. Wait, fool, calm down. Don't you realize you've mastered your lightning release technique? Seeing Sasuke raise his weapon to strike, Naruto hastily began to reason with him. Kakashi stepped in to persuade as well. Indeed, you've grown significantly stronger. Hearing their words, Sasuke's expression softened considerably. He lowered his weapon and began to feel the power coursing through him. At that moment, he realized that the lightning chakra within him flowed smoothly without any obstruction. Most importantly, he would no longer singe his hair. With a crackle, Sasuke moved slightly, astonished to discover that his speed was now so swift that it left behind afterimages. Naruto observed that Sasuke and Appo's expression had softened considerably and began to extol his virtues. Incredible! You truly are the mightiest of the Uchiha clan. Kakashi, standing nearby, nodded in agreement, affirming, indeed. Among all the Uchihas I have encountered, you are the strongest. Upon hearing their praises, Sasuke's lips twitched repeatedly, unable to suppress a smile. Naruto actually complimented me. Has he finally acknowledged my strength? In the praise from the genius Jonin. Kakashi-sensei, they claim I am the strongest of the Uchiha. Sasuke, who held his family's honor in high regard, could not contain the overwhelming joy swelling within him as he was lauded by both Naruto and Kakashi. He placed his hands on his hips, slightly brought his legs together, swayed his short skirt, and erupted into uncontrollable laughter. Haha. Of course, the Uchiha clan is the strongest. feeling that the moment required a little more flair. Naruto conjured a sailor uniform and pink girl's lingerie, stepping forward with a playful glint in his eye. Sasuke, look. You've only donned a short skirt and already grasped lightning release. Imagine what powers you would unlock with this outfit. Sasuke and Appo's eyes darted around, contemplating Naruto and Appo's words. And after a brief hesitation, he acquiesced. After all, he had already put on the short skirt. An additional garment wouldn't make much difference. Outside the door, Sakura sat listening intently to the commotion within, utterly unable to fathom the scene. She caught snippets of Sasuke proclaiming the Uchiha as the strongest and Naruto mentioning success. Could it be? Had Sasuke achieved something remarkable? After eavesdropping for a while, she noticed the room had fallen silent and decided to venture inside. With a gentle twist of the doorknob, she opened the door, only to be greeted by a sight she would never forget. Chapter 53. Just say whether you've opened the 3 tomo at this moment. Sasuke leaned slightly forward, his hands clasped behind his back, wearing a pink undergarment. His brows lowered, and a hint of crimson gracing his cheeks. Kakashi held a matching pair of pink briefs in his hand, emitting sounds that were utterly incomprehensible. Naruto was comparing the size of a sailor uniform against Sasuke, his shoulders occasionally twitching. As Sakura pushed the door open, the scene within the room froze at that very moment. The 3 of them, upon seeing Sakura, experienced a jolt of shock. Their previous actions abruptly halted as if they had been petrified. Sakura, witnessing this spectacle, was rendered utterly dumbfounded. The boy she admired was being brazenly toyed with by Kakashi-sensei and Naruto. From Sakura's perspective, it seemed as though Naruto was saying to her, Sakura, your man is quite adorable. What was even more egregious? Sasuke was donning women's lingerie. In pink. What on earth are you doing? For reasons unknown, Sakura felt that Sasuke's face was slightly flushed and appeared somewhat bashful. Damn. Naruto, I shall kill you. You just told me you wooed and Appo's. Do you have any thoughts about Sasuke? What are you and Kakashi-sensei doing to Sasuke? The girl's mindset shifted from shock and confusion to one of sorrow and fury. She was now utterly convinced. There was a significant issue between Naruto and Sasuke. And Kakashi-sensei too. He was even holding that kind of thing. Sasuke's expression stiffened, his eyes swirling with intense energy. When Sakura opened the door, his Sharingan uncontrollably activated. The double tomo spun incessantly in his eyes, and as Sakura spoke, Sasuke and Appo's double tomo Sharingan transformed into the 3 tomo version. However, he could hardly focus on his Sharingan now. It was already shameful enough to be dressed as a girl. He had barely managed to overcome his psychological barriers to try it, only to be seen by his teammates. The sheer embarrassment exploded within him. Sasuke had no idea how he would face Sakura in the future, and recalling the earlier actions of Kakashi and Naruto. Ugh. Those 2 had been laughing at him the entire time, never once pausing. Damn it. They would undoubtedly use this incident to mock him in the future. Thinking of this, a wave of heat rushed to his forehead, and his vision blurred. Let this world be destroyed. It should not exist. Bang! Unable to accept the reality, Sakura swiftly closed the door. Standing outside, she took a deep breath and patted her cheeks. No. I must be under Kakashi-sensei's genjutsu. How could Sasuke do such a thing? Haha. I must be under a spell. Sakura murmured, sitting on the steps by the door, slowly hugging her knees and burying her head. 3 seconds later, her nose felt a pang, and then she burst into tears. Whoa, what? What is wrong with me? Why does Sasuke prefer to be with Naruto rather than glance at me? Just because I'm plain. Whoa. Sakura recalled Naruto saying she was not even as good as a broken blade, crying even louder. Inside the room, Sasuke removed the pink undergarment with one hand. His eyes widening slightly, his demeanor shifting dramatically. This is your idea of opening your eyes. I will kill you both. He gritted his teeth and lifted the heavyweight staff, swinging it fiercely. The wrapped executioner's blade stirred a powerful gust within the room as Sasuke unleashed his fury. Sweat immediately trickled down Naruto and Kakashi and Appo's brows. Just tell me if you've opened your eyes. Shut up. Today, I shall slay both of you. Enraged, Sasuke no longer trusted Naruto's empty words. He realized the truth. That blonde was only eager to witness his humiliation, and that white-haired one too. With the heavyweight staff crackling with energy, Sasuke swung it towards Naruto's waist. However, at the moment of impact, he felt no sensation as expected. Bang! Naruto suddenly exploded into a cloud of smoke, while Kakashi stood nearby, eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Damn it! Using shadow clones. Why didn't you mention that during our eye contact? Alright then. So, you want to play like this, Naruto? The vanishing Naruto only added fuel to Sasuke's raging fire. Sasuke, bare-chested, clad in over-the-knee black stockings and a JK skirt, presented an incongruous sight. He pointed the heavyweight staff at Kakashi, his crimson 3-tomo Sharingan fixed coldly upon the white-haired instructor. Wait, Sasuke, that idea was Naruto's. It has nothing to do with me, Kakashi said, feigning innocence, promptly shifting all blame onto Naruto. His words made him appear as though he were the victim. Then, why didn't you change out of the skirt earlier? As Sasuke uttered this, he instinctively glanced at his own skirt, feeling as though he might suffer a cerebral hemorrhage. KKK. Haha. Sorry. Haha. Kakashi, unable to contain himself any longer, finally burst into laughter at Sasuke's current appearance. JK Sasuke wielding the heavyweight staff. The two commenced their fierce battle within the villa, causing the entire structure to tremble. Naruto, hiding behind a nearby tree, silently rejoiced. Thankfully, he had outsmarted them, leaving a shadow clone in the villa while his true self had slipped out first. Otherwise, he would have felt too embarrassed to bully Sasuke in such a state. Sigh. Kakashi-sensei, forgive me. This is the last time. With a glance at the villa, now nearly demolished by Sasuke, Naruto decided to leave and promptly returned home through the space door. That night, Naruto lay in bed, silently offering a prayer for Kakashi-sensei for a moment before his consciousness sank into the ceiling space. Upon entering, he immediately noticed the Great Fox glaring at him. Glancing at the barbecue grill before the Great Fox, Naruto realized that the meat had barely been touched. Great Fox, are you in a bad mood? Naruto shrank his neck, cautiously moving about. However, no matter where he went, the Great Fox's piercing gaze remained fixed on him. After a while, unable to endure the scrutiny any longer, Naruto looked up and shouted at the Great Fox. Great Fox, is something the matter? Recalling his recent activities, Naruto felt a twinge of doubt. Due to the mission requiring combat, the Great Fox had granted him a 3-day break from the special training, and his battle with Zabuza had been, and ever since, the highlight of the event. Surely he had offended the Great Fox recently? A solitary figure and a fox stood in a tense standoff for nearly 10 minutes. The Great Fox remained silent while Naruto was lost in thought. After a considerable pause, the Ninetales finally spoke. Little brat, about that book you gave to the young one from the Uchiha clan. It began, pausing momentarily to raise its head slightly, glaring at Naruto through its nostrils. Before continuing, I merely wish to know who this Uchiha Shogun is that you speak of. I have no interest in that book whatsoever. What is this Great Fox up to? Upon hearing the fox's words, Naruto felt utterly dismayed. Good grief. There's already someone outside lost in a novel, and now his own fox spirit is becoming engrossed in stories. He could hardly bear to imagine what mischief this large orange creature might unleash in the future. Truly, what a calamity. Chapter 54 Help. Has anyone practiced the art of multiple shadow clones? Naruto was exceedingly reluctant to share those novels with his fox companion. With the emergence of Uchiha Shogun, he could hardly fathom what transformations his own fox would undergo in the future. Yet, the envious glare from his fox was piercing, almost as if it were saying, You, Uzumaki Naruto, have I, your fox spirit, accompanied you for over 12 years, and now you forget your old companion for a new one? After some contemplation, Naruto felt it was unjust to favor one over the other. He decided to present an array of over 10,000 novels from the system to Kurama, even tossing in several comics for good measure. Although the book seemed somewhat trivial for the Great Fox, Naruto believed that Kurama would find a way to engage with him. He could only hope that the ninja world would not descend into chaos, lest the Sage of Six Paths blame him for it. The jealousy-ridden fox spirit softened its demeanor upon seeing the pile of books, repeatedly insisting that it had no interest in human literature, a claim Naruto was not inclined to believe. Following that, Naruto spent another 3 days in the village, during which he provocatively visited the Hyuga clan. He departed accompanied by his young girlfriend through the main gate. Naruto's sudden return to the village startled the newly minted ninja squads, who feared he would leave a shadow clone behind to complete missions. What the hell? You just took on a mission not even 2 days ago. Why are you back already? Consequently, the Jonin collectively reported Naruto's unauthorized return to the village during his mission, deeming it a violation that necessitated his immediate return to duty. After just a couple of days of revelry with his girlfriend, the Umbu cornered Naruto, insisting he had breached protocol and that failure to return to his mission would result in a monetary penalty. How dare you? You are making things difficult for me. Uzumaki Naruto. He cursed at the entrance of Konoha, voicing his grievances toward the Hokage and disparaging the villagers. It felt utterly unjust. I haven't seen Hinata in ages. What is wrong with spending a few days in the village to date her? The gate guard remained expressionless, ignoring him entirely. In utter exasperation, Naruto flipped the entrance to Konoha a polite middle finger before vanishing through a spatial gate, much to the collective relief of onlookers. In truth, Naruto had wished to linger a few more days, uncertain if his foolishness had quelled the anger of those he offended, and concerned about the well-being of his teacher, Kakashi. Admittedly, he felt a twinge of anxiety for having offended 3 individuals in one go. Upon returning to the temporary residence of Team 7, he discovered that the 3-story villa he had constructed was now reduced to a single wall, with scorch marks and scattered shuriken remnants indicating a fierce battle had taken place. Due to the conflict, the villa lay in ruins, and his team members had set up tents nearby, glimpsing Sasuke and the others from a distance. Naruto felt a flutter of apprehension. He had the nagging suspicion that Sasuke's anger had yet to dissipate. With a sigh, he concealed himself and summoned a shadow clone to scout ahead. However, upon seeing the clone, Naruto was taken aback. The clone was garbed in a long white winter robe, topped with a white cloth on its head. The sight was so absurd that Naruto almost wanted to turn and flee. I asked you to scout, not to shout about the glory of the Lord, he reassured himself. Perhaps the clone's attire merely conveyed, with a cloth atop my head. I am the richest in the ninja world? Surely, it wouldn't do anything too outrageous, would it? Just as he thought this, he heard the clone exclaim with sparkling eyes. Master, Master, get me some TNT and a backpack. I need it for self-defense. Also, an AK, let us go big and achieve greatness. Naruto, wait, are you serious? Setting aside the oddity of his clone's attire, he felt it was rather excessive to request a backpack and TNT. Furthermore, you, a shadow clone, need to defend yourself? Suddenly struck by a moment of silence, Naruto began to fathom why the villagers of Konoha harbored such a will towards him. After a lengthy pause, Naruto finally spoke. I think you might be a bit extreme. Silence. I will not allow you to speak ill of yourself. The clone retorted, its expression brimming with indignation. What's wrong with wanting to play with TNT? Besides, once adapted to the rules, its power could be extraordinary. The clone had a point if Uchiha Sasuke was still upset. He could use the clone as a buffer. After some contemplation, Naruto retrieved a black backpack and a stick of TNT from his belongings, even thoughtfully producing a lighter. However, he refrained from acquiring any AKs or firearms. The adapted TNT was no longer the blocky, sealed version. It now resembled a time bomb from Hong Kong films. Perfectly sized for the backpack. Yet, he remained uncertain about its potency. In his youth, Naruto was acutely aware of his reckless nature, and thus he had never dared to toy with such explosives. Perhaps the adapted TNT would not be overly powerful, but he could easily envision it posing a threat to his younger self. Upon seeing the items Naruto produced, the clone became animated, fiddling with them excitedly. When it received the lighter, it shot Naruto a disdainful glance. I must say, Master, what era are we in that we still play with traditional TNT? We are in the ninja world. Utilize the power of ninjas. With that, the clone tossed the lighter behind it and rummaged through Naruto's ninja tool pouch, extracting an explosive tag. With a sly grin, it affixed the tag to the TNT. Naruto was taken aback by the clone's actions. Damn, that is quite clever. The clone stuffed the TNT into the black backpack, adjusted the white cloth atop its head, and dramatically declared, wherever danger lurks, I, Uzumaki Jigs, shall go. With that, it swung the backpack over its shoulder and strode away with flair. Naruto could only stare in disbelief. Uzumaki Jigs. All right. You want to be a demolition expert, do you? Why does my shadow clone have to be so theatrical? Is there anyone who has practiced the art of multiple shadow clones and can enlighten me? As he watched the clone, clad in its winter garb, take deliberate steps forward, he felt a throbbing pain at his temples. At that moment, Sasuke, who was practicing his techniques by the tent, turned to see a white figure approaching, adorned with a backpack. Kakashi and Sakura simultaneously glanced at the odd figure, instantly shifting into a defensive stance. As the figure drew nearer, they realized it was none other than Naruto. Though they were baffled by his peculiar attire, their only desire was to set things right with him. Without hesitation, they drew their weapons and charged at Naruto. Uzumaki Naruto, you are going to pay. Sakura and Kakashi, though somewhat restrained, readied their kunai to confront him. Sasuke activated his lightning release chakra mode, appearing before Naruto in the blink of an eye. He raised his heavy weapon high, his voice filled with fury as he shouted, which path is this? I will ensure your demise. During the 2 days of Naruto's absence, Sasuke had engaged in numerous battles with Kakashi. Yet none had yielded a decisive victor, which only fueled his anger further. As he lay in bed that night, the memory of Naruto laughing at his feminine attire drove him into a frenzy, causing him to pound the bed in rage. By the end of the night, he had completely destroyed the bed Naruto had once left behind. Hearing Sasuke call his name, Naruto instinctively looked up and shouted back, "You fool." He then tossed the bag from his shoulder in front of Sasuke and heedlessly sprinted towards his original form. Chapter 55. I shall certainly drink the wedding wine of Bai and Zabuza. As Sasuke lifted his weapon, the Zuenzaki, he suddenly noticed a black backpack hurtling towards him. Instinctively, he swung his weapon to swat it away, inadvertently sending it towards the makeshift camp the trio had just assembled. The next moment, 2 explosions erupted by their ears. Reverberating with a resounding boom, the 3, who were poised to confront Naruto, turned their stiff necks towards the camp, only to witness it transformed into a pile of rubble. Kakashi's temples throbbed with anger. The camp had taken him an arduous day and night to construct from salvaged materials. They had barely settled in. Casting a glance at Naruto, Kakashi slowly lifted his imask to activate his Sharingan, while simultaneously forming hand seals. Earth-style, Earth Flow Wall. A towering wall sprang forth, shielding Naruto, adorned with intricately carved canine faces, its craftsmanship surpassing even that of the Hokage rock. The figure known as Uzumaki Jigas found himself ensconced behind the earthen barrier, flanked by 3 grim-faced individuals, who advanced upon him step by step. Fully aware of Naruto's usual demeanor, the trio recognized something amiss. Typically, Naruto would have activated his transformation jutsu at the first sign of their approach. Yet here he was, evidently a mere shadow clone. Where is your true self? Kakashi demanded coldly, standing before him, genuinely infuriated. They were supposed to collaborate in deceiving others, helping Sasuke awaken his eyes, but instead, Naruto had sent a clone to escape, leaving Kakashi to bear the brunt of Sasuke's wrath. Such a precedent of allowing the team leader to take the fall was unacceptable. Kakashi resolved to teach this boy a lesson. It was fortunate that the trouble was contained within their group. He dreaded the thought of Naruto causing chaos outside the village and shifting the blame onto him. Uzumaki Jigen stood defiantly before the three, his face suddenly alight with righteous fervor. In that moment, he envisioned himself as Jinku, the legendary assassin of Qin Shi Huang. With the haunting lines of a poem echoing in his mind, the wind rustles, the waters of the Yi are cold, and the brave man departs, never to return. Glaring at the trio, he gritted his teeth and proclaimed, "You shall not extract any information about my true self from me. Though I may perish today, I remain Uzumaki Jigen." With that declaration, he hurled himself against the earthen wall. Thud, a cloud of smoke enveloped the scene as Uzumaki Jigen gallantly met his end. Vanishing before their eyes, the entire spectacle unfolded in less than 3 seconds, leaving Kakashi and the others momentarily stunned. Wait, what on earth was Naruto's clone doing? They wondered, bewildered by the nonsensical theatrics. The anger that had ignited within Sasuke and the others dissipated, rendering them unsure of how to deal with this situation. Moreover, if they truly intended to confront Naruto, they realized that catching him would be a challenge, considering his knack for evasion. And with Team 7's training ahead, they would sorely miss Naruto's formidable support. Kakashi sighed, turning with his hands in his pockets, and called out to the despondent atmosphere, "Naruto, stop fooling around. Come out already. We have begun our training." Emerging from the forest, Naruto wore a pained expression, not due to the side effects of his shadow clone jutsu, but rather from the bizarre antics of Uzumaki Jigen. He found himself concerned about the possibility of conjuring strange personas in future uses of the technique. My heart is weary. I long to return to the village and find my wife." Upon hearing Kakashi's voice, Naruto scratched his head and stepped forth with a feigned surprise, exclaiming, Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, Sakura. What a coincidence. Haha, just the other day, I suddenly remembered that I left the gas on at home. After greeting them, Naruto began crafting a clumsy excuse for his recent absence. Kakashi's eye twitched in exasperation. He distinctly recalled that Naruto's home lacked gas altogether. The boy's poor acting skills were laughable. He was far less convincing than the shadow clone from earlier. Sasuke shot a cold glance at Naruto, snorted disdainfully, and hung the Zuenzaki behind him, turning away to give Naruto a light smack to the back of the head. Even with his newfound power, he recognized that Naruto's space-time ninjutsu was a significant challenge. For now, Sasuke resolved to wait until his strength had grown before properly dealing with him, perhaps pinning him down for a thorough lesson. As for Sakura, with Kakashi and Sasuke opting for restraint, she, being the weakest link in the team, had no intention of provoking trouble. Presently, she merely observed Naruto, her anger simmering beneath the surface, while she dared not dwell on any further confrontations. Noticing that the trio's tempers had somewhat stabilized, Naruto stealthily approached Sasuke and whispered, "So, how does it feel to, activate the 3 Tomo?" Sasuke retorted. "You weren't actually going to say that, were you?" Angered, he activated his Sharingan once more and shot a fierce glare at Naruto. The transformation into 3 Tomo should have been a moment of joy. Yet the thought of having been caught in women's clothing by his teammates marred Sasuke's happiness. "By the way, Naruto, that boy came looking for you yesterday." Kakashi interrupted, diverting the brewing conflict between the two. He continued to explain that Bai and Zabuza had abandoned their mission shortly after being surrounded by Kato's men. Fortunately, Bai had sustained no injuries during his skirmish with Kakashi and had easily dispatched Kato's subordinates, ultimately eliminating Kato himself. Subsequently, Bai had taken Zabuza to recuperate in the Land of Waves. Yesterday, Bai sought out Team 7 to invite them to a meal as a gesture of gratitude for their restraint during their previous encounter. Additionally, he wished to extend his thanks to the matchmaking deity Mr. Uzumaki. Upon hearing Kakashi's words, Naruto paused, a peculiar smile creeping across his face. Did it seem as though Bai and Zabuza had revealed their affections for one another? Excellent. I, Uzumaki Naruto, shall surely partake in your wedding feast, he declared, eager to witness Zabuza's current attitude towards him, given their past. With this thought, vivid images of their union danced in Naruto's mind. Hiss, Zabuza truly is a man of valor. Reflecting on this, Naruto set about clearing the surrounding debris, taking half an hour to construct a new shelter. Even the seasoned trio could not help but marvel at the utility of Naruto's skills. That night, Kakashi and the others finally enjoyed a restful slumber. The following morning, Team 7 followed the location left by Bai. After a considerable search, they eventually found Bai in a village, carrying a basin filled with the garments belonging to him and Zabuza. Chapter 56, Naruto Uzumaki's first encounter with terror upon seeing a few members of Team 7. Bai tilted his head and smiled sweetly, leaving Sasuke momentarily stunned. In a bid to resist the allure of the charming boy, Naruto's mind began to conjure images of Chiyo in a swimsuit, hoping to combat the enchantment. The mere thought of Chiyo's appearance made him retch uncontrollably. There was no choice. The impact was simply too overwhelming. Naruto was even contemplating whether to gift such a thing to Kakashi-sensei for his 27th birthday, thinking that it might help him break his habit of watching Little Lube. Perhaps, when he wanted to read, he could just glance at the limited edition Chiyo swimsuit. Sakura, noticing Bai, immediately looped her arm through Sasuke's, taking on a protective stance. Damn it, this man is far too dangerous. Sasuke, wake up. The young girl felt utterly drained. If it were merely women vying for her man, it would be one thing. But why were they all men? You filthy man. Can you not compete with me for my man? Kakashi, on the other hand, showed no signs of distress, merely hunched over, possibly due to his soft bed causing him back pain from the previous night. Bai noticed Naruto's retching and had no reaction, casually tucking a few strands of hair behind his ear. However, he soon found his hair falling annoyingly on either side, so he set down the wooden basin, took a hair tie from his wrist, and, with it in his mouth, tied his hair back into a high ponytail. Sakura's anger was palpable as she suspected this man was trying to seduce the male members of Team 7. She leaped in front of them, arms wide open, shouting, "Wake up! He's a man!" Kakashi and Sasuke, coming back to their senses, turned their heads, avoiding looking at Sakura. As for Naruto, he felt that the allure of this man had no effect on him whatsoever. "Everyone, please follow me," Bai said with a gentle smile, picking up the wooden basin and swaying his ponytail to signal the others to follow. Sasuke felt his cheeks flush and turned to look at Sakura. Kakashi, with his hands in his pockets, stepped forward while advising the three young ones, "When visiting someone, one must be polite, understand?" After saying this, his gaze fell upon Sakura, who was met with the simultaneous attention of the two boys. Sakura was taken aback and, upon realizing the situation, felt an overwhelming sense of grievance. Following Bai, they walked for a few minutes until they finally arrived at their residence. At that moment, Zabuza unexpectedly bumped into them, holding a small hammer and some nails. His body was wrapped in bandages, and he walked with a slight limp, clearly still suffering from the injuries sustained in their last battle. Zabuza's gaze lingered briefly on the blonde before swiftly shifting away, only to fixate intensely on the large sword behind the boy in shorts. Naruto was rather astonished by Zabuza's condition. The wounds he had inflicted were severe enough that he should be bedridden for at least 10 to 15 days. Yet, Zabuza appeared to be nearly recovered. Noticing the puzzled look in Naruto's eyes, Bai preemptively explained, "Zabuza's injuries were treated by a medical ninja we found at a casino. She said it would cost 80 million Ryo to heal Mr. Zabuza's wounds." "A casino? A medical ninja? 80 million Ryo?" Naruto and Kakashi exchanged subtle glances, realizing the implications. No doubt about it. This is definitely Tsunade, the gambler from Konoha. Upon hearing the price, Naruto instinctively clutched his chest. Goodness, that two-tailed old lady is quite the con artist. I should have earned that money myself. But then he remembered his accumulated wealth, and he felt somewhat better. Meanwhile, Sakura noticed something peculiar. After careful observation, she realized that Zabuza's legs didn't appear injured at all. Upon this realization, she leaned back and gasped sharply. Could it be? Her mind conjured images of Zabuza and Bai intertwined, shattering her understanding of the world in an instant. Sakura glanced at Zabuza, then at Bai, feeling her cheeks burn. Yet, the thought of the towering Zabuza bullying someone of Bai's stature was unbearable to her. Clearly, Zabuza hasn't even healed yet. How can he be so eager to take advantage of Bai? Unable to tolerate it, Sakura stealthily approached Bai, intending to impart some wisdom to this seemingly feminine man. Bai, are you too?" Sakura pulled Bai aside, stammering and making a gesture with her hands. The speed at which Bai's face reddened rivaled that of Sakura's. I. Bai's flustered demeanor confirmed Sakura's suspicions. "I mean, that guy hasn't even healed, and you can't agree to his requests." Sakura's voice rose as she glanced at her teammates, who were engrossed in a stare-off with Zabuza, then turned back to Bai. Unbeknownst to her, her teammates were eavesdropping on their conversation while maintaining eye contact with Zabuza. "You should learn to reject him," Sakura insisted. Bai turned his head away, unable to meet her gaze, his hands nervously fiddling with his clothing. The flush on his ears indicated his profound embarrassment. Judging by his appearance, Bai resembled a love-struck maiden. I will be careful. And besides, Mr. Zabuza is lying down. It won't affect his injuries." "You are mistaken. How can it not affect his injuries? You must cherish yourself," Sakura exclaimed, utterly baffled by his reasoning. Based on Bai's earlier remarks, it was evident. Wait, what did he mean by Zabuza lying down? Oh no, it can't be. Sakura's mind reeled at the thought, and an utterly terrifying notion took root. After a minute of contemplation, she hesitantly asked, You just said, Zabuza is lying down, so you are, the Same?" A few days prior, under Kakashi-sensei's guidance, she had gained a rudimentary understanding of such taboo romances and was well aware of the roles of Same and Yuke. Bai's face turned crimson as he took a moment to nod, acknowledging Sakura's inquiry. Oh my god. Upon grasping this reality, Sakura covered her mouth in shock, her pupils darting in disbelief. In a mere 3 minutes, the girl had been stunned twice by this forbidden love. She could hardly fathom how this girl, who appeared so delicate, could transform into an aggressor, while the imposing figure of Zabuza could possibly take on the role of a submissive. How terrifying. The Mist Ninja was truly formidable. Not only was Sakura taken aback, but even Kakashi and Naruto stepped back, gasping in astonishment. The naive Sasuke, however, was at a loss. Preoccupied with keeping an eye on Zabuza, fearful that this man might snatch away his beloved weapon, the heavy kanabo. As for the two beside him, their condition was far worse than Sakura's, their vision was dimming. In that moment, Naruto felt as though all the emotions he had once harbored for the two had evaporated, replaced by sheer trepidation. Goodness, Zabuza had been bested by Haku. The memory of Haku's earlier demeanor towards him sent shivers down Naruto's spine. Turning to meet Kakashi's gaze, Naruto wasted no time and dashed to Sakura's side, seizing the collar of her shirt and retreating hastily. Upon rejoining his comrades, he swiftly conjured several portals of light. Gripping Sakura with one hand while pulling Sasuke, who was still lost in a gaze with Zabuza, into the portals. Yet, in terms of speed, Kakashi was the swiftest of them all. Before departing, Naruto called out to Zabuza and Haku, "Apologies, but I just remembered that I left the gas on at home. I shall forego dinner. Farewell." If they lingered any longer, Naruto genuinely feared he would face dire consequences. Dinner? Never. Faced with the abrupt disappearance of Team 7. Haku and Zabuza exchanged bewildered glances, after which Zabuza remarked, "You go prepare the meal. I will go fix the bed." Chapter 57, Kakashi, you go explain to my mother. Team 7's members traversed the light portal, returning once more to the campsite. Sakura stood frozen in place, clearly still reeling from the shock of recent events. Naruto and Kakashi exchanged glances, both drenched in sweat, evidently shaken. Sasuke, noticing the unusual behavior of his teammates, struggled to comprehend their reactions. What was the fuss about? Wasn't it merely a training session between two individuals? During his recent training with Kakashi, he had been the aggressor. He couldn't fathom why they were so astonished. It struck him as an oddity. "I'm off to train," Sasuke declared, leaving a brief remark before heading to the training grounds. Sakura, witnessing his departure, vigorously shook her head, attempting to dispel the lingering thoughts clouding her mind. She called out Sasuke's name and hurried after him. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, suddenly realizing something peculiar about the boy. Logically, a typical 12-year-old should have reacted like Sasuke upon hearing what Bai had just said. Even Sakura had only grasped the concept of this forbidden romance after his explanation. So, the pressing question arose, how did Naruto know? He must have stumbled upon materials unsuitable for his age. Kakashi felt a compelling need to guide this child. Although he was not the best role model, he genuinely wished to prevent Naruto from falling into the same pitfalls. "Naruto, you must avoid the 3 forbidden acts of a ninja. Engaging in even one of them could ruin your life," Kakashi warned. Naruto turned, his expression one of shock as he regarded Kakashi. What nonsensical ramblings was this white-haired man spouting? Did he not possess any self-awareness regarding his own circumstances? At that moment, Naruto felt an urge to thrust the small figurine from Kakashi's ninja tool pouch into his face. "Kakashi-sensei, you should focus on yourself." With that, Naruto scrutinized Kakashi for a moment before continuing, "Kakashi-sensei, at your age, still single. You must have saved quite a fortune, right?" Kakashi opened his mouth, struggling to form a complete thought. He felt as though Naruto's brief comment had wounded him thrice over. What was wrong with this child? Why had he always been so acerbic with his words? If not for Naruto's mastery of space-time ninjutsu, Kakashi would have certainly considered giving him a thorough reprimand. Noticing Kakashi's immobility, Naruto beamed with delight but sensed that Kakashi might retaliate, prompting him to escape through a space portal. Kakashi sighed in resignation as he observed Naruto's distant figure. He began to wonder if even Jiraiya could truly manage this boy. A few minutes later, Kakashi gathered the trio around him, ready to outline their forthcoming training regimen. "Sasuke, tomorrow we shall practice lightning release. I will teach you a new jutsu." Sasuke, engrossed in maintaining his weapon, nodded eagerly, his eyes sparkling with excitement. For reasons unknown, he felt he was nearing mastery of the thunderous movement technique. Kakashi then turned to the daydreaming Sakura. "Sakura, your current abilities are still too lacking. Tomorrow, I will devise a chakra control training regimen specifically for you and teach you several genjutsu techniques." As he spoke, he instinctively glanced at the other two. Those two had been training like prodigies since they were 7, already mastering tree climbing and water walking techniques. They had long surpassed the need for such basic training, having already excelled in chakra control. "All right, I will do my best." Sakura, aware of the gap between her and her teammates, was genuinely excited about Kakashi's training plan. Perhaps after completing Kakashi-sensei's training, she could finally catch up to them. With a determined expression, she even pumped her fist in encouragement. "Come on, Sakura. You can do it." After discussing training with Sakura, Kakashi turned to Naruto, who wore an eager expression, but fell silent for a moment. After much contemplation, he realized he had little to offer Naruto in terms of instruction. Naruto's chakra was a blend of wind and earth. While he possessed a wealth of techniques in those domains, they were either supportive or defensive, which would be of little use to Naruto. As for taijutsu, it was unnecessary. Naruto thrived simply by standing and engaging in combat with his formidable recovery skills. There were hardly any ninja as exceptional as him. Naruto gazed expectantly at Kakashi, fully aware that this man was a renowned instructor in Konoha, reputed for having copied every enemy's jutsu. Well, he's practically a living encyclopedia of ninjutsu. Moreover, after enduring relentless training under the Nine Tails, Naruto truly hoped for a more conventional approach to his development. Over the years, he had come to realize that the immense fox spirit within him had been training him in the same manner as one would train a tailed beast. Had it not been for his robust constitution, he might have perished under the Nine Tails' rigorous training regimen at the tender age of 6. Thus, Naruto was fervently yearning to experience how a normal person trained. At that moment, within the ceiling space, Kurama, engrossed in reading, suddenly halted, sensing a flicker of malice emanating from Naruto. "Little brat, are you disrespecting me?" Upon hearing the voice of the great fox, Naruto was momentarily at a loss for words. How long had this fox been reading to have altered this old man to this seat? Just keep reading your book, he thought, dismissing Kurama's remark. Naruto turned his gaze back to Kakashi, only to hear the white-haired man utter something utterly ludicrous. Naruto, how about I teach you Earth Release, Earth Wall? Naruto's expression, once brimming with anticipation, instantly transformed into one of disbelief and indignation. What? This is outrageous. You teach Sakura Genjutsu. You teach Sasuke Lightning Release. And now, when it's my turn, you offer me Earth Release, Earth Wall. Do I really need to learn your inferior version of this jutsu? I know you're biased towards your good friend Obito, but my father is your teacher. You're being unreasonable. With a forced smile, Naruto politely raised his middle finger, shaking his head while pointing at Kakashi. You better watch out, white-haired man. With that, Naruto stood up and walked 10 meters away without looking back. The white-haired ninja, having mastered various techniques, merely resorted to the Earth-style wall as a half-hearted defense. Just wait. Upon my return to the village, I shall learn the impure world reincarnation. At that moment, you will have to explain yourself to your master-ass wife. Since this fellow refuses to grant me any assistance, I shall forge my own path. As Naruto stormed off in a huff, Kakashi let out a dry chuckle, scratching the back of his head. It was not that he was unwilling to teach. It was simply that he had no technique suitable for Naruto. Nevertheless, Kakashi believed his own Earth Release was quite commendable, exhibiting a unique flair of its own. Chapter 58. The boomerang finally strikes Naruto. Kakashi glanced at Naruto, who was sulking alone at the side, and without a second thought, turned to instruct the two children nearby in their training. At that moment, Naruto fervently wished for Sasuke to awaken his Mangekyou Sharingan, so he could borrow the elegant ocular device to glare menacingly at a certain white-haired individual. Very well. If training does not involve me, I shall entertain myself. He was, after all, adept at the divine technique of shadow clone jutsu. Setting aside the previous incident with the vortex of gigs, he could swiftly accumulate experience through the use of his clones. Moreover, with Nine Sensei deeply entrenched in the quagmire of web literature, there was little hope for any teaching from him. Henceforth, his training would have to be conducted through the sheer effort of his shadow clones. Naruto resolutely nodded and prepared to form the necessary hand seals to unleash his ninjutsu. However, for reasons unknown, images of the vortex gigs demanding an AK from him kept flashing in his mind. No, that cannot be. Such occurrences should be mere anomalies. Indeed, I have only summoned one clone, merely an exception, an anomaly. As he recalled the image of his clone, a shiver of trepidation coursed through him, prompting him to offer himself some comfort before beginning the hand seals. Shadow clone jutsu. Boom, 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 as the smoke dissipated. 5 figures materialized beside Naruto. Upon seeing his clones, Naruto felt a wave of darkness wash over him, and he was momentarily taken aback by a traditional exclamation. Holy cow! Unlike the image he had envisioned, these 5 clones were clad in the most peculiar attire. Most absurdly, one of them sported a gray hairstyle reminiscent of a grandmother, dressed in a black top and tight overalls, clutching a basketball. Oh dear. When will this electronic plague of absurdity come to an end? Beside him stood a samurai clone with a high ponytail and another donning a headscarf. Naruto could easily deduce that these two were cosplaying as Xiao Feng and Yasuo for heaven's sake. This is the ninja world. Must your aesthetics be so outrageous? After encountering these two bizarre characters, Naruto found that the twin-tailed beautiful girl clone and the bearded uncle clone appeared quite normal in comparison, at least within the realm of comprehension. Rubbing his temples, he felt his blood pressure rise. What was the name of that medicine the third Hokage took again? Sighing, Naruto realized that the previous encounter with the vortex gigs was not an isolated incident. Glancing at his peculiar clones, he deemed it prudent to inquire about their names. Let us hear it. What are your names? And you over there, basketball guy, could you kindly cease your dribbling? Naruto felt exasperated enough. Chapter 59. Oh no. He actually managed to create it. Naruto, with one hand pressed against his forehead, struggled to suppress the urge to obliterate Vortex Xiaofeng. After marking off an area on the ground, he began to toss out system items under the direction of Vortex Stark. Kakashi, who was instructing the other two, glanced at Naruto's direction and was taken aback, halting his actions in astonishment. Naruto's bizarre clones had him questioning his very existence. What on earth was this child up to now? Why was he always conjuring such peculiar creations? And seriously, whose shadow clone resembled this? The memory of that clone adorned with a white cloth on its head made Kakashi lament how Naruto's antics had become increasingly extravagant, particularly the one with the twin tails. Kakashi felt a stiffness spread through his body. It was confirmed, Naruto had undoubtedly been peeking at something he shouldn't have. Otherwise, he could never produce such clones. Kakashi-sensei, Sakura exclaimed, observing Kakashi's dazed expression and occasional strange noises, her cheeks flushing with anger. He had just begun to teach her illusion techniques, yet he was already laughing at Naruto's antics. Sakura felt utterly exhausted, while being with Sasuke brought her joy. She couldn't help but feel that she was the only sane person in the team. Following Kakashi's gaze, she was instantly petrified upon seeing the golden-haired beauty. Sasuke, currently generating his own electricity, noticed the unusual expressions on their faces and instinctively commented, "That's impressive." After saying that, he couldn't help but sneak a glance at Sakura. Kakashi wholeheartedly agreed with Sasuke's remark, nodding in affirmation. Indeed, only a man could comprehend another man's feelings. Sasuke's words seemed to resonate like a whisper, leaving Sakura in a state of silence and emotional turmoil. What are you all talking about? Why is Naruto conjuring such lewd clones? After experiencing the taboo romance between Bai and Zabuza, Sakura had grown wary of Naruto. Yet, who could have anticipated he would create such clones? Most importantly, Sasuke had spoken. This was unprecedented in her acquaintance with him. Although she had previously stumbled upon Sasuke in women's attire, that didn't tarnish his image in her eyes. However, for Sasuke to comment impressive about Naruto's clone felt a bit excessive. Sakura gazed longingly at the golden-haired girl, nearly bursting into tears. Sasuke, Kakashi-sensei, we were supposed to be training. The girl's outburst finally snapped the two back to reality. Kakashi stroked his chin, wearing a contemplative expression, while Sasuke, after stealing another glance, turned back to focus on his training, afraid of neglecting his practice. What could he do? Naruto's clones were simply captivating, despite his seemingly wooden demeanor. Sasuke understood the nuances between men and women. Of course, just a few days ago, he had been blissfully ignorant, since Naruto had gifted him that novel. His perspective had shifted slightly. However, Sasuke believed that his primary focus should remain on enhancing his ninja prowess to one day eliminate the man. Sakura, witnessing the two men's lingering fascination, fell into a spiral of self-doubt. If only she could match Naruto's strength, she would genuinely want to confront him head-on. Upon reflection, if Naruto truly set his sights on Sasuke, she realized that she stood no chance at all. No. Upon returning to the village, she must have a serious conversation with Hinata. Sakura felt that if she couldn't resolve matters with Naruto, she would need to enlist Hinata's help. Surely, Hinata wouldn't want the man she admired to be involved with Sasuke. Once Kakashi had imparted the illusion training techniques to her, he instructed Sasuke to take her up the tree. As for Kakashi, he climbed to the treetop, retrieving his little Lube to indulge in some reading. He had nearly weaned himself off it, but after witnessing Naruto's clones, he found it impossible to restrain himself. Leaning against the tree, Kakashi surveyed the surroundings, ensuring no one was watching before pulling out Intimate Paradise. As he unveiled the book, an inexplicable wave of guilt washed over him. Sigh. I'll finish this today and start abstaining tomorrow. Meanwhile, the Vortex team, under the guidance of their intellectual contributor, finally crafted the weapon Vortex Yasuo desired. Look at me. Am I not holding the sword? Vortex Yasuo grinned, placing the ethereal blue katana into Naruto's hands. After weighing it lightly, Naruto couldn't help but murmur. This sword is a weapon of unparalleled quality. Its blade is 3 feet and 7 inches long, weighing 7 pounds and 13 ounces. Truly a magnificent sword. Vortex Yasuo. Vortex Naruto. Vortex Stark. Enough already. Vortex Xiaofeng interjected, unable to hold back, with even Vortex Stark chiming in. Seriously, none of your data is accurate. Kid, science demands precision. Ignoring the two clones, Naruto swung the katana lightly before raising it high, examining its craftsmanship. Blade without sheath. Attack. 100, Sharpness 3, Durability 3, Soulbound. Vortex Naruto Vortex Yasuo, Skills. Way of the Wanderer, Steel Slash, Wind Barrier, Forward Slash, Gale's Final Slash. Naruto was astonished by the katana's attributes. While the additional properties were standard, how had these skills been generated? Oh no. Vortex Yasuo was genuinely becoming the wind sword master of the ninja world. Without hesitation, Naruto tossed the sword back to Vortex Yasuo and turned to Vortex Stark. Seeking insight from this clone. There's nothing extraordinary about it. You know that items extracted from the system adapt to the rules of this world. It's entirely reasonable for me to incorporate some wind release chakra to forge these skills. However, you must exercise caution while wielding these weapons. Vortex Stark's words were interrupted by Vortex Yasuo's exuberant exclamation. Death comes like the wind, ever at my side. With that, Vortex Yasuo bent low, gripping the hilt, unleashing a small whirlwind to lift Vortex Xiaofeng, before vanishing into the air. Yasuo, you better wait for me to cue the BGM. Bang, bang. The moment the two clones collided mid-air, they instantly transformed into clouds of smoke, and the freshly forged blade plummeted to the ground. Vortex Stark pointed at the fallen sword and shrugged. When wielding such weapons, one must possess sufficient physical strength, otherwise, one may meet an untimely demise, much like those before. Naruto paused, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Fortunately, he had refrained from whimsically drawing the sword of cosmic dominion, for he feared that its power would utterly rend him asunder. Could he perhaps remedy this by consuming food? As he pondered this, a flicker of uncertainty gripped his heart. In his youth, he had indulged in those bizarre enhancement edibles within the confines of the ceiling space, where he was safe in creative mode. However, should he bring them forth into reality, he harbored genuine fears that such potent sustenance might lead to his own demise. Reminiscent of a foundational practitioner consuming a transcendental elixir meant for a higher realm. After all, he was merely an ordinary Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, not a being of divine stature. Let us give it a try, he mused. Uzumaki Naruko extended her hand towards him, playfully licking her lips, her eyes glistening with tears, embodying the very picture of a child yearning for a treat. The sight caused Naruto's face to flush a deep crimson. Chapter 60, Kakashi, shall I just have a taste of the Undying? Naruto first retrieved the cosmic meatball from the system space, under the influence of external forces. Naruto's hand suddenly sank with the weight of the meatball, nearly causing him to stumble. The ground beneath him cracked under the immense pressure. It is worth noting that when this item was sealed away, he felt no weight at all. Only now did he realize its true heft. If it were Sasuke, that weakling, he would likely have collapsed at once. Naruto's thoughts began to wander. Given the circumstances, would he no longer need heavy gear in the future? Perhaps he could use the cosmic meatball for training. Yet, he wondered if this item had an expiration date in the outside world. He lightly tossed the cosmic meatball to Uzumaki Naruto, who, if not for the cracking ground beneath her feet, might have thought it an ordinary, shimmering green delicacy. Upon receiving the meatball, Naruto also felt its weight, and her smile instantly faded. What on earth? Can you even control your own clones? She said. A hint of annoyance in her voice as she rolled her eyes at Naruto. The beauty's presence was somewhat overwhelming. Noticing her reaction, Naruto quickly turned to the side to look at Uzumaki Stark. Right. How can I summon you all when I use multiple shadow clones next time? He realized that perhaps his technique was flawed. Could this be the side effect of the multiple shadow clones? Second Hokage, I see the light, he exclaimed. No wonder the technique was labeled forbidden. However, what troubled Naruto more was the thought of inadvertently conjuring unreliable clones like Uzumaki Chicken next time. As it stood, Naruto and Stark seemed dependable. Just think of our appearances in your mind. As long as you don't let your thoughts wander while using multiple shadow clones. Unusual clone Chunin manifest, Naruto explained, lifting the cosmic meatball and examining it closely. Naruto, hearing her, remained silent, biting his lip. All right. So all those unreliable clones are my fault? He decided to only half believe Naruto's words, acknowledging that he had indeed been thinking of chicken in his mind. However, he would never admit to having entertained thoughts of cross-dressing himself. I'm going to eat it, Naruto declared, taking a bite of the cosmic meatball. The next moment, Naruto noticed her face flush. How does it feel? Is something going to happen? Naruto first shook her head, then nodded vigorously, leaving Naruto perplexed. What on earth did that mean? It felt as if her strength was beginning to increase. As she pounded her fist against her chest, she added, water. I'm going to choke, cough cough. Naruto facepalmed, letting out a deep sigh. How clumsy can you be? In the game, people chew this stuff several times before swallowing. He swiftly produced a bottle of water, not wishing to bear the memory of his clone choking to death. However, before he could offer the water to Naruto, he heard the sound of an explosion from his clone. Just as he was about to lament the demise of his clone, he realized that Naruto hadn't choked to death, but rather had been overwhelmed by the cosmic meatball, understanding that items from the system shouldn't be carelessly consumed. Naruto conjured dozens of clones, along with Naruto. Notably, this time, the clones were less bizarre, as he had refrained from letting his mind wander. He then laid out a cloth on the ground, discarding most of the food items to let his clone sample them. The three onlookers observed Naruto's sudden foray into cooking with bewilderment. Wasn't this supposed to be training? Why was their teammate engaging in such antics? Kakashi, leaning against a tree, shifted slightly, his stomach grumbling in response. He closed his book, leaped down from the tree, and said to Sasuke and Sakura, you all continue your training. I'm going to grab a bite. Meanwhile, on Naruto's side, he had just prepared a death experience meal for his clones when he approached Uzumaki Stark. Rubbing his head with a sheepish grin, he pulled out the large iron door he often used. Help me upgrade this weapon. Uzumaki Stark, who was documenting the experimental situation, glanced at the large iron door in Naruto's hands, unable to suppress his incredulity. Can't you at least bring a normal weapon? With a resigned sigh, Stark accepted the door from Naruto. Sigh, if this kid didn't have me, he would be lost. What kind of upgrade are you thinking of? Naruto's eyes gleamed mischievously as he replied, sturdy, capable of flight, and let us add a slayer of the undead. Oh, and please write just this on the door. If possible, have it play a sound when it touches an enemy. Let it say, UVE broken through. Uzumaki Stark fell silent for a few seconds before awkwardly asking, are you sure this won't get you killed? The manufacturing difficulty of the equipment was manageable for him, but he could only imagine Naruto wielding such a peculiar iron door in battle against Madara. Madara would be roaring with laughter, effortlessly blocking Naruto's attacks, only to see the door emblazoned with the words just this. Just this? Wouldn't that infuriate Madara? And it didn't end there. Perhaps during Madara's rampage, he might even hear the door proclaiming, you've broken through? The mockery would be off the charts. What does it matter? I'm a man with an immortal totem, Naruto proclaimed, pulling out the small golden figure that symbolized the totem. Boom, however, when this item appeared, the entire Uzumaki team fell silent. Because the immortal totem was now as tall as a person. Naruto opened his mouth, stammering for a moment, utterly at a loss for words. Items from the system would undergo changes to adapt to the world's rules. But why was the immortal totem so large? Staring at the totem, which was nearly his height, Naruto envisioned himself battling enemies while strapped with this ridiculous item. Wouldn't it be somewhat absurd to fight with a little golden figure on his back? He felt that his future would surely be more ludicrous than that of pain. Oh, these foods look quite appetizing. At that moment, Kakashi nonchalantly entered the food experimentation area of Team Vortex and picked up a piece of meat that was changing colors. Chapter 61. Rest assured, I, Uzumaki Naruto, am always reliable. The members of the Uzumaki squad were too preoccupied with documenting the bizarre effects of the food they had consumed, writhing in discomfort, to notice Hatake Kakashi sneaking over to partake in the feast. Kakashi examined the meat cutlet in his hand. its colors shifting rapidly 7 hues per second, casting an eerie glow on his face. For a fleeting moment, he felt as though he had wandered into some surreal establishment. Swallowing hard, he inhaled the tantalizing aroma. It was undeniably fragrant, more so than anything he had ever encountered. Yet something about it seemed off. His mind flashed back to the peculiar potion Naruto had given him before, bearing a similarly uncanny aesthetic. Could this be another one of those special items? Shaking off his hesitation, Kakashi reasoned that the previous potion had done him no harm. In fact, it had healed his grievous wounds. Besides, how lethal could a mere piece of meat be? Glancing at Naruto's shadow clones, who were devouring their portions with evident delight, he took a decisive bite. The moment the meat touched his tongue, an explosion of unprecedented flavor overwhelmed his senses. And then, his vision blurred. His head spun. Attempting to stand and shake off the dizziness, Kakashi's body suddenly stiffened. With a sharp thud, he collapsed sideways, convulsing violently. His usually lazy eyes rolled back. White foam seeping from beneath his mask, clearly on the brink of death. Naruto, who had been engrossed in studying the Totem of Undying with Uzumaki Stark, abruptly noticed the twitching silver-haired figure on the ground. His gaze flickered to the violently flashing meat cutlet still clutched in Kakashi's hand. A crimson death symbol seemed to flicker above Kakashi's head. What the hell? Why didn't Tiju stop him? Naruto whirled toward the nearby shadow clones, unleashing a torrent of curses, only for them to dissolve into puffs of smoke, unable to withstand the effects of their reckless consumption. Their memories flooded back to him, revealing their utter disregard for self-preservation. Each clone had devoured 6 or 7 portions without a second thought for their original well-being. His eyes darted between the Totem of Undying and Kakashi's rapidly deteriorating state. Without hesitation, Naruto seized the totem and hurled it like a javelin straight at his sensei. Bam! The impact sent Kakashi skidding across the ground, leaving a small crater in his wake. The sheer force behind the throw spoke volumes of Naruto's concern for his instructor. The Totem of Undying made direct contact with Kakashi's abdomen. But Naruto frowned. The convulsions had stopped. Boss, Stark muttered. I think you might be just finished him off. Impossible. Naruto bristled, his face flushing. The Totem of Undying doesn't kill people. I saved him. Stark fell silent. In his estimation, Kakashi had still been clinging to life, perhaps salvageable with the right potions. But after Naruto's intervention, that last breath was definitely gone. Kakashi-sensei, Sasuke, and Sakura, having witnessed the scene mid-training, rushed over, their bewildered gazes demanding an explanation from Naruto. He is dead? Sasuke's voice was flat with disbelief. The evidence was undeniable. The golden statue embedded in Kakashi's stomach was clearly the murder weapon. Sasuke struggled to reconcile this absurdity. Kakashi's strength was undeniable. By battle through the heaven standards, he should have been at least a doeling. How could a mere statue kill him? Checking Kakashi's pulse, Sasuke stiffened. No heartbeat. He is gone. Sakura and Sasuke exchanged horrified glances. The world had gone mad. Their squad leader, on his first mission outside the village, had perished, not in battle, but at the hands of his own teammate. Sasuke was already mentally drafting their defection plans. What do we do? Sakura shrieked, clutching her head. Naruto, this is a joke, right? Tell me this is a joke. Relax, Naruto waved dismissively. Kakashi-sensei's just taking a nap. He'll wake up, alive soon. Sakura's jaw dropped. Did he just say alive? You did kill him. We're doomed. I don't want to be a missing mean. With an infuriatingly confident grin, Naruto patted his teammate's shoulders. He then adjusted Kakashi's corpse into a more comfortable position, ensuring maximum contact between the body and the Totem of Undying. Sakura paled further, her mind conjuring images of Haku and Zabuza. Sasuke, however, nodded solemnly. Despite Naruto's chaotic methods, the end results were usually acceptable. Kakashi, a voice called out, and Kakashi's eyes fluttered open. To his astonishment, he found himself seated before a crackling campfire. Across from him, a familiar silver-haired man tended to the flames. Father? Kakashi whispered, his voice thick with disbelief. Then his expression twisted in confusion. Wait, why am I here? He distinctly remembered eating Naruto's food. And why was his father here? Had he died? No, that couldn't be Kakashi, Ataki Tsukumo said gravely, lifting his gaze. You don't belong here yet. Go back. What? Kakashi's muddled mind struggled to comprehend. Wait, father. Just as Kakashi was about to utter something further, he felt a whirlwind of sensations enveloping him, accompanied by distant voices calling his name. In a moment, his consciousness returned to his body, and he gradually opened his eyes. Before him, he beheld the 3 little ones crouched beside him. Kakashi-sensei, you're awake. Ah, Kakashi-sensei, you have finally awakened. I shall continue my training. Chapter 62. My life is like walking on thin ice. Kakashi lay on the ground, his hands gently resting on his abdomen, gazing vacantly at the 3 little heads before him. Is it you all? Did I just fall asleep? Sakura and Sasuke, who was about to leave, halted their movements, both displaying peculiar expressions, unsure of how to address Kakashi. Naruto smiled and patted Kakashi and Appo's shoulder. Yes, Kakashi-sensei. How did you end up sleeping on the cold ground? Sasuke remained silent. Sakura, too, was at a loss for words. though her gaze was fixed on the fine powder beside Kakashi. That was the residue left from the activation of the immortal totem. Sasuke and Sakura were not particularly surprised by the statuesque transformation into dust. After all, Naruto had once pulled out a color-changing meat patty, so such occurrences did not seem extraordinary to them. Beside them, Vortex Stark was diligently recording the recent changes in the immortal totem. To be honest, he was quite curious about what it felt like for Kakashi to return from the dead. Is that so? Kakashi regarded Naruto with suspicion, feeling something was amiss. Recalling the vision of his father, a sense of confusion washed over him. Could it be that everything was merely a dream? As he assessed his physical condition, Kakashi discovered he felt remarkably well. Even the usual weakness had vanished. Was it possible that Naruto's earlier meat chunk allowed him to encounter those he longed to see in dreams, and also had healing properties? Kakashi shifted slightly, finding a comfortable position, resting his hands behind his head, staring blankly at the sky. Obito, Rin, are you both well in the Pure Land? Seeing Kakashi adopt his usual lazy demeanor again filled Sakura with untold joy, and she silently cheered. This is wonderful. Kakashi-sensei has come back to life. Mom and Dad. I won't have to be a rogue ninja anymore. Once Sasuke confirmed that the seemingly lifeless figure on the ground was indeed fine, he dismissed thoughts of defection and prepared to leave, albeit specifically heading towards Naruto's shadow clone. Earlier, he had noticed this clone scribbling something on the side, and his curiosity about what Naruto was up to piqued. Stealthily approaching Vortex Stark, Sasuke peered over, stretching his neck to sneak a glance at the contents of the notebook. Stark paid no mind to the peeping Sasuke. After all, this kid had a history of such antics, and besides, he figured the writings were beyond Sasuke's comprehension. As Sasuke glanced at the page, he was met with a jumble of numbers and symbols that made his head spin. It took him a full 2 minutes to find something he could understand. The words inscribed on the cover hit him like a bolt from the blue. My life is like walking on thin ice. Do you think I can reach the other shore? Sasuke pondered this sentence deeply, utterly stunned, as memories of the night of his clan's massacre flooded his mind. My life is like walking on thin ice. He inhaled sharply, murmuring the words repeatedly. This is incredible. It's so beautifully written. As he walked, he continued to mumble, catching the attention of Stark, who paused his writing, perplexed by Sasuke and Appo's retreating figure. Crazy. How can someone who doesn't even understand electromagnetism comprehend my writings? After confirming the effectiveness of the totem, Naruto finally breathed a sigh of relief, then turned to find a spot to practice his door technique. It was wise to train more now to avoid fumbling with his specialized weapon later. Kakashi, meanwhile, paid little attention to the three youngsters, sprawled on the ground, and lost in memories of past adventures with his teammates, ultimately drifting off to sleep. Days passed in the training of Team 7. Under Kakashi's guidance, Sasuke not only mastered the lightning release, Chidori, but also grasped some concepts from Naruto's earlier mention of magnetism and electricity. Initially, Naruto had suggested treating lightning release like a slingshot, using shuriken as projectiles, which Sasuke found cumbersome and difficult to grasp. Thus, he decided to launch himself as the projectile. Utilizing lightning release to envelop his body, Sasuke increased his speed manifold, leaving afterimages in his wake, and combined this with shadow clones. He finally felt he had mastered the 3000 lightning movement and the 3000 lightning clone technique. The speed of the 3000 lightning movement was astonishingly fast, to the point that when Sasuke unleashed it with full force, Naruto didn't even have time to open a portal. After teaching Sasuke, Kakashi was utterly astounded by the execution of these new lightning techniques. The speed was remarkable, but the afterimages and lightning clones reminded Kakashi of his own body flicker technique. Sasuke's power had indeed surged, yet Kakashi couldn't shake the feeling that the boy was veering off course. And then there was Naruto, who spent his days conjuring bizarre shadow clones and tirelessly training by the river, picking up a door panel and laughing heartily. Training for over 10 hours with boundless energy. Naruto appeared utterly dedicated, but couldn't he channel that energy into something more constructive? Initially, Kakashi found Naruto's antics befuddling. While they were somewhat understandable, things escalated when Naruto switched to a vividly colored door panel. He even saw the boy sitting atop the door panel, soaring into the sky. Naruto, are you even a leaf ninja anymore? You're starting to resemble that village of empty ninjas. Kakashi could hardly find the words to describe the absurdity of the boy's antics. In contrast, Sakura seemed to train quite normally. She completed the chakra control exercises of walking on trees and running on water, and even learned the two genjutsu Kakashi had taught her. He discovered Sakura possessed an exceptional talent for chakra control, making her a promising candidate for medical ninjutsu. Kakashi intended to have her study medical techniques upon their return to the village. Hey, look at my new weapon. Vortex Stark proudly displayed his muscular torso, gripping two fist blades. Naruto, witnessing the spectacle while practicing with the door panel, wore an utterly bewildered expression. Wait, aren't you Vortex Stark? Where's your battle armor? Is this some kind of cosplay of Wolverine? Vortex Stark ignored Naruto's jibe, striking a cross-armed pose with his fist blades, growling. Bateman. Naruto was left speechless, his jaw dropping in astonishment. What the heck, Batman? You're dressed like Wolverine. Speaking with the gravitas of Iron Man snapping his fingers, yet shouting about Batman. What on earth is this absurdity? Apologies. I was suddenly overcome by inspiration. Vortex Stark picked up the clothes from the ground and slipped them on, then tossed these clawed gauntlets to Naruto. Here. Forged from netherite alloy. Stronger than Wolverine's, though unenchanted. If enchanted, you'd barely lift your arms. Naruto gripped the gauntlets, his arms feeling as if filled with lead. Merely wielding them seemed an impossible feat. You can use these to stab enemies in turn-based combat. Far deadlier than your fists. At his words, Naruto envisioned himself seizing an opponent and plunging the claws into them. 3 gaping wounds in a single strike. Blood loss more severe than a slit throat. The thought made him grin wickedly as he nudged Vortex Stark's foot. Kakashi glanced at the trio, then at the sun overhead, closed his book, and leaped down from the tree. All right, pack up. We're heading back to the village to report the mission today. Chapter 63, Tuanzang. Why do you harbor such malice towards me? You carry the burden while I lead the horse, welcoming the dawn and bidding farewell to the evening glow trampling. Naruto sat cross-legged atop a floating iron gate, singing the theme song of Journey to the West, swaying his body in rhythm. At that moment, he had envisioned himself as the monk Tang Sing, and the iron gate beneath him as the white dragon horse. After a month of wandering, the child was finally returning home, and his joy was boundless. He had not seen Hinata in ages. However, his singing nearly caused the hearts of the 3 companions beside him to skip a beat. Naruto, please be quiet. Your voice is unbearable. It sounds just like the noise of my family's saw. Shut up. We can't stand it any longer. The trio shouted in unison at the Naruto perched on the iron gate. Since he had opened a portal and returned to the outskirts of Konoha, he had been singing without regard for their feelings. Humph, can't you endure it? A ninja is someone who can withstand everything. You all have a long way to go. Naruto retorted, wearing a serious expression as he began to lecture them with Jiraiya's words. Kakashi covered his face, utterly speechless. While the sentiment was not entirely inaccurate, who on earth told you to interpret it in such a way? Moreover, Kakashi felt he had heard this phrase somewhere before but just could not recall where. Sasuke and Sakura chose to ignore the floating Naruto, as this fool was blissfully unaware of his own atrocious singing. The next few minutes passed in silence for Team 7. They had even agreed that if Naruto continued to sing, they would join forces to teach him a lesson before he realized what was happening. Upon sighting the gate, each member of Team 7 instantly relaxed. Even Kakashi's usually lazy eyes changed at that moment. He simply yearned to detach himself from the group and enjoy some solitude. Throughout the past month, Kakashi had scarcely found a moment of true rest. Every day, it was either Sasuke cackling while practicing lightning techniques or Naruto banging on the iron gate late into the night. Such torment was unimaginable. However, Kakashi felt he could finally enjoy a proper rest in the village. Sigh. When would Lord Jiraiya return to the village? Upon spotting Team 7, a few guards at the gate swiftly dashed back into the village to spread the word of their return. Oh no. Team 7 has completed their mission and returned. Quickly informed the Nara and Hyuga clans. At the instant Naruto stepped through the gate, he leaped off the iron gate and retracted it into the system. Then politely greeted the few gatekeepers. Hello, gentlemen. Hello. Naruto was in high spirits, and seeing these random uncles filled him with joy. However, Kakashi noticed that the guards' expressions were stiff, their eyes darting away, clearly unwilling to look at Naruto, evidently harboring resentment towards Team 7. Nevertheless, he couldn't care less. After all, Team 7 had already become a pariah, so a few extra guards meant nothing. Kakashi shoved his hands into his pockets and walked ahead. Let an amp, Oppos, let's go. First to the Hokage Tower to report our mission. The 3 youngsters nodded obediently, trailing behind Kakashi. Sakura reflected on the experiences of their mission. Eager to return home and see your parents, especially after almost becoming a rogue ninja in Konoha. Sasuke merely wished to find a quiet spot to read and continue experimenting with the fire release, burning technique. Naruto, on the other hand, was eager to visit the Hyuga household to see his wife. As they strolled down the streets of Konoha, villagers who spotted the returning blonde displayed expressions of sheer terror. Some closed their shops, others snatched up children playing in the streets, and some shut their doors tightly, all fearing a glance from the blonde. Their fear was even more intense than encountering the Ninetales. The Ninetales might only send them away, but this blonde could torment them to the brink of despair. The villagers could only place their hopes on the Nara and Hyuga clans. As Kakashi led the team through the door of the Hokage and Amp, Oppos' office, they found an elderly man with a bald head seated in a wheelchair, his body wrapped in bandages. Upon seeing this old man, Naruto scratched his head for a long time, unable to recall any familiar name from his memory. Wait, who is this old man? How can he still be in the Hokage and Amp, Oppos' office? The third Hokage wore a troubled expression, clearly having just engaged in a heated discussion with this old man. However, just by looking at him, it was apparent that he was extremely angry. Lord Third, here is the mission scroll. Kakashi handed over the mission scroll, and the third Hokage took it without even glancing at it, hastily signing his name. Once finished, he ordered someone to fetch their mission reward. Damn that brat Naruto. I will kill you. The old man in the wheelchair, his chest heaving, raised his trembling hand to angrily shout at Naruto. The members of Team 7 turned to look at Naruto in unison, their gazes seemingly asking, have you offended this old man? Naruto was utterly bewildered by this scene. He scratched his head, sizing up the old man in the wheelchair, and after a while, he addressed him. Wait. Who are you? Do I know you? Cough, cough, cough. Upon hearing Naruto and Amp, Appo's words, the old man and Amp, Appo's face flushed red, his mouth twisted in anger, and he began to cough uncontrollably. Kakashi was concerned that this elderly man might die from the shock right there in the Hokage and Amp, Appo's office. Tuanzong, calm down. Your condition is serious. You cannot lose your temper. The third Hokage, observing his friend and Amp, Appo's precarious state, hurriedly approached him to offer words of comfort, simultaneously rummaging through his pockets for medicine to give him. Naruto was left in astonishment upon hearing the third Hokage and Amp, Appo's words. What? This old man is Tuanzong? How did he end up like this? Not only was Naruto shocked, but even Kakashi and Amp, Appo's pupils dilated in disbelief. It was truly hard to fathom that the esteemed leader of the Root organization had transformed into this state. Naruto remained stunned for a while before beginning to contemplate the old man and Amp, Appo's earlier insults. He muttered softly, Tuanzong, what did I ever do to you? I haven't offended you in any way. Why do you harbor such disdain towards me? Uzumaki Naruto swore that his words bore no malice whatsoever. He was genuinely curious as to why Tuanzong held such strong feelings against him. Though his voice was soft, everyone present heard him, especially the still-breathing Tuanzong. Upon hearing this, Tuanzong and Amp, Appo's coughing intensified, and his body began to convulse. Finally, overwhelmed with anger, he rolled his eyes back and fainted. Tuanzong, wake up. Quickly, fetch a medical ninja. Chapter 64, Scheming Against Me? Not a chance. Within minutes, over a dozen medical ninjas rushed into the Hokage and Amp, Appo's office. They hastily placed Dans on a stretcher while others continuously applied healing techniques with their palms. Not good. Lord Dans and Amp, Appo's wind release chakra is spiraling out of control again. Dans, lying on the stretcher, was barely conscious. Crimson marks spread relentlessly across his bandaged body. The medical ninjas struggling to keep up with the wounds tearing open faster than they could heal. Kakashi observed Dans and Amp, Appo's injuries, his expression twisting in realization. His gaze flickered between Naruto and Dans, because the wounds, they bore an uncanny resemblance to those inflicted by Naruto and Amp, Appo's wind release, bloodstorm technique. The third Hokage, watching the medics scramble to save Dans, picked up his pipe and took deep, anxious drags. Just moments ago, he and his old friend had been reliving their usual banter in the office. This was the first time in 3 years Dans had sought him out. Honestly, after so long without their quarrels, the third had almost missed it. Sigh. Why on earth did Dans have to go and learn that boy's forbidden technique? He had explicitly warned him never to attempt it. Yet here they were. Then again, if Dans were to perish in the hospital, perhaps it wouldn't be such a bad end for him. A peaceful conclusion, in its own way. After all, the third knew his old friend too well. Dans had always harbored ambitions for the Hokage's seat. Given enough power, he would have undoubtedly challenged him. The thought of having to strike down his own comrade. It was a fate he wished to avoid. Kakashi shared similar sentiments, though tinged with melancholy. He had heard whispers of Dan's shadowed deeds. Seeing him now in such agony, he couldn't help but mentally applaud Naruto. Well done, Naruto. For once, you've actually done the village a favor. Meanwhile, Naruto himself stood frozen, confusion etched across his face as he stared at the dying Dans. Damn it, Dans. Don't you dare die here. If you croak now, who's gonna be left for Sasuke to take revenge on? His fists clenched. Who the hell stole the kill? With feigned concern, Naruto rushed to the medics, circling them anxiously. Doctor, is this old man gonna be okay? He has suffered enough at his age. Ignored, Naruto stepped back, hands clasped in mock prayer. But as he watched, something struck him. The wounds. They looked like wind-release damage. A realization flashed in his mind. It's Orochimaru. With the chunin exams approaching, Orochimaru must have allied with Tsunagakure to ambush Dans, paving the way for his Konoha crush plan. Damn it, Snake Freak. Stealing Sasuke's revenge. Naruto leaned over Dan's stretcher, adopting a tone of righteous fury. Whoever used wind release to hurt our village's elder, they pay. The third. Kakashi. The words alone sent Dan's blood pressure skyrocketing, hovering between consciousness and oblivion. The sheer audacity of the blonde brat's words finally pushed him over the edge. His last coherent thought, that damn Jinchuriki, he did this on purpose. Emergency. Lord Dan's vitals are crashing. Get him to the hospital now? The third massaged his temples, glaring at Naruto. Naruto, stop bothering the medics. Come here. Reluctantly, Naruto obeyed, casting one last worried glance at Dan's, so convincing, one might mistake him for family. The third's own blood pressure spiked. He yanked open a drawer, swallowing a pill before the medics whisked Dan's away. Just then, the mission reward was delivered. The third handed the hefty sum, 18 million ri, to Kakashi, who divided it equally among Team 7. Naruto stared at his 5 million ri, then at the smoking Hokage. A sly grin curled his lips. Slam. He slapped the money onto the desk. Gramps, I want to commission an S-rank mission. I suspect Suna spies in the village. I'm hiring Team 7 to investigate for a month. Silence. Team 7 gaped. What kind of move is this? Kakashi sighed. Clearly, Naruto was ensuring no one could pull another 20-million rediversion on them. The third stiffened, utterly baffled. His first instinct was to refuse this absurdity, but after last time, denying Naruto might just lead to the village's demolition. His secretary leaned in, whispering, Lord Third. Jiraiya sent word. He'll be returning soon. The third's eyes lit up. Finally, laughing heartily, he waved off all concerns. Approved. Hunt down those and Amp. Oppos, spies, and Amp. Oppos, Naruto. A mission scroll was drafted, money exchanged, and as Team 7 turned to leave, one more thing. The third's voice halted them. In the near future, the village is set to hold a joint chunin exam with other villages. I will inform you of the specific date when the time comes. With that said, he waved his hand, signaling Kakashi and the others to leave. After a moment and Amp. Oppos, as thought, he turned to his secretary and inquired, have those outstanding genin from the village met the task completion standards for promotion? The secretary retrieved a notebook from within his robe and, after some time, responded. It won and Amp. Oppos, T belong, Lord Third. As long as Naruto doesn't and Amp. Oppos, T go off on a mission in the next couple of days. Everyone merely needs to complete 3 missions to qualify for the chunin exam. The third Hokage nodded, feeling a sense of helplessness. There was no denying that Naruto and Amp. Oppos' penchant for undertaking missions was rather alarming, particularly as he tended to overexert himself right before the chunin exam. This situation had resulted in many genin, who originally intended to participate in the exam, failing to meet the necessary task completion requirements for promotion. Just as the two were engaged in their discussion about the chunin exam, Hyuga Hizashi and Nara Shikaku entered the Hokage's office. Lord Third, we need to issue a C-rank mission worth 20 million Ryo. Chapter 65, The Great Set Competition? Does Konoha even qualify? Alas, I forgot to inform the third Hokage about the sealing scroll. It and Amp. Oppos, all Danzo and Amp. Oppos, fault. As Naruto exited the Hokage building, he was consumed by regret. Kakashi, reaching the crossroads, found his mind wandering back to the dream he had of his father. Occasionally, he cast glances at Naruto. Should I ask Naruto for some of that special food from last time? Kakashi longed to see his father again, to inquire about the past, to apologize to Rin, and to ask whether Obito was still doing good deeds in the Pure Land, and if he would still be late. He even wished to meet his teacher, Minato. As for his mother, perhaps that was best left unspoken. In any case, Kakashi had an abundance of thoughts he wished to share with these departed souls. He was uncertain whether that day's encounter with his father was real or merely a figment of his dreams. Yet it mattered little. As long as he could see them once more, that was enough. Still, a flicker of fear gripped Kakashi at the thought of meeting them again. He sighed, composed himself, turned, and smiled at his 3 young subordinates. Ah, my dear companions, let us disperse here. With that, he vanished from their sight before they could react, leaving them in bewildered silence. Did the third Hokage just say we would participate in the chunin exams? Sakura recalled the earlier conversation, incredulously speaking to her companions. It felt surreal. It had barely been 3 months since she became a genin, and now she was to partake in the chunin exams. Sasuke nodded, revealing little emotion, lightly stating, yes, the great sect competition. Naruto, Sakura, Sasuke and Amp. Oppos' sudden remark left the two in a state of confusion. Sakura stared at Naruto with a mixture of disdain and disbelief. What on earth is Sasuke talking about? It's all Naruto's fault. Why has my Sasuke turned into this? Naruto grimaced, his expression frozen in disbelief. Seriously, this is supposed to be a chunin exam, don't ruin it. Just as Naruto was about to voice his grievances regarding Sasuke, he heard the voice of the great fox within him. The great sect competition? Does Konoha even qualify? Naruto. Upon hearing the fox's words, Naruto nearly choked on his own saliva. Why don't you two make a pair? This is the ninja world. Can and Oppos, do you at least tone down your scent a bit? Little brat, are you disrespecting me again? Go read your book. Naruto felt powerless against the great fox. After just a few days, it had adopted yet another persona. Sasuke, bearing a heavy weapon taller than himself, paid no mind to their astonished expressions. He understood that it was normal for a genius to be misunderstood. Just look at Xiao Yan. He too was once doubted when he was considered a failure. Just wait. Once I master the burning technique, that will be the moment I defeat you. Sasuke gazed upward at a 45-degree angle, murmuring sigh. My life is like walking on thin ice. Do you think I can reach the other shore? With that utterance, a melancholic aura enveloped Sasuke. Sakura turned to him, her eyes sparkling with admiration. So handsome. Sasuke is amazing. Naruto covered his face with his hand, unable to bear the sight of the two. How did this guy know such words? Uchiha Xiao Yan was one thing, but now this kid wanted to be the ice brother? Just then, Tenten, Niji, and Lee approached them. Niji, upon seeing the blonde, instinctively activated his Byakugan. Tenten waved her arms, calling out to Naruto and the others, Hey, Naruto, and you over there. Ice brother, want to join us for a meal? Tenten had just overheard Sasuke's words. The village was mostly aware of the Uchiha orphan-esque circumstances, and hearing that line left her in shock. Initially, she couldn't grasp the burden he bore, but now, hearing him say that, it was truly tragic. Thus, Tintin took the liberty of giving Sasuke a new nickname. When Sasuke heard the girl refer to him as Ice Brother, he slightly raised his head, a grin nearly escaping his lips. An ominous feeling crept into Naruto's heart. This can't be good. Tintin definitely let this slide. Seeing the girl converse with Sasuke, Sakura possessively wrapped her arms around Sasuke's, displaying her jealousy. Faced with Sakura's sudden affection, Sasuke felt no particular sensation, only the discomfort of her grip. As Tintin and the others reached them, Neji struggled to contain his anger upon seeing Naruto. If it weren't for Gai-sensei inviting the 7th and 8th teams to dinner, he would have lost his composure, remembering their first encounter with the blonde. "Hey, brother-in-law." Naruto greeted Neji casually, causing Neji upon hearing those words. Tian tugged at Ning's eye to return, while Xiaoli stood foolishly in place, staring blankly at Xiaoying. "Hee, my love. Xiaoli, what are you doing standing there?" Upon witnessing Tian and Appo's demeanor, Xiaoying felt an unexpected sense of balance within herself. It turned out that the 7th team was not the only one in such a predicament. Observing the enraged ninjas of the Hyuga clan and then glancing at the green melon head, Xiaoying suddenly found herself empathizing deeply. Chapter 66. Greetings. Brother Bo Bing. The days of returning to the village for Class 7 were tranquil and uneventful. Aside from his daily training, Naruto often found himself provoking the Hyuga clan and occasionally going on dates with Hinata. He had initially planned to train with the young lady, but little did he know that Teacher Hong had informed them that Class 8 had not completed enough tasks and would have to engage in low-level missions for the time being, prohibiting any team members from leaving or retiring without permission. Upon hearing this, Naruto dismissed the notion of continuing to grind for tasks. It is worth noting that the 3rd Hokage had forbidden the issuing of self-assigned missions and any actions aimed at purposefully sending the village ninjas away. Additionally, the use of shadow clone jutsu for task grinding was also prohibited. The inability to grind tasks was inconsequential, as it spared Naruto from being dispatched outside the village. Much to his delight, Sakura, following Kakashi and Appo's advice, had begun her studies in medical ninjutsu at the Konoha hospital. Sasuke was still diligently practicing fire release techniques, and the story had progressed to Xiao Yin and Appo's ascension to the rank of Dohuang. This only fueled his obsession with researching the techniques of the burning method, relentlessly inquiring of Naruto and Kakashi whether there were other colors of flames in the ninja world. Kakashi, exasperated, thought to himself that this child was beyond saving. Naruto, on the other hand, raised his middle finger to Sasuke as a sign of respect, determined to bring Sasuke back to his senses. Naruto even had Uzumaki Stark enchant a beheading sword for him. Well then, Sasuke, this sword is now a genuine beheading sword. Naruto casually tossed the enchanted sword in front of Sasuke, causing it to strike the ground with a resounding crack, indicating its considerable weight. Uzumaki Stark had not only infused the sword with some alloy from the lower realms, but had also imbued it with the attributes of beheading and bloodsucking. However, due to the influence of world rules, the bloodsucking attribute transformed into the ability to restore chakra and provide minor healing. Now, the beheading sword could not only deal double critical damage to an enemy and Appo's neck, but also possessed the capabilities akin to the great sword of the shark skin. "It is the Xianzhong Qi," Sasuke corrected Naruto, caressing the weapon with an almost obsessive fervor, inciting a pang of jealousy in Sakura. Struggling to lift the weapon from the ground, Sasuke swung it a few times, feeling its weight, which had doubled compared to before. Perfectly aligning with his mental image of the Xianzhong Qi, it's too perfect. Ha ha ha. Sasuke swung the Xianzhong Qi a few times, playfully tousling his hair, erupting into an Uchiha laugh. Watching Sasuke and Appo's antics, Naruto could only feel speechless. It wasn't Appo's the laughter itself that left him at a loss, as he had become accustomed to it. Rather, it was that this boy had abandoned his spiky hairstyle for a traditional Chinese-style ponytail, leaving a strand of hair at his forehead. He did indeed look somewhat fitting. Even Kurama praised Sasuke and Appo's new hairstyle. Now, if only Sasuke donned a black robe, he would perfectly cosplay Xiaoyan. Naruto felt utterly drained. He couldn't help but wonder how Itachi Uchiha would react upon seeing his brother. At that moment, Kakashi suddenly leapt down from the treetops and addressed the 3 youngsters. "Good morning, everyone. I have submitted the list for the chunin exam. The first written test will commence tomorrow." Casting a sidelong glance at the still laughing Sasuke, Kakashi remarked, "Brother Bo Bing, stop laughing. Come with me to check out the examination venue." Upon hearing the name Brother Bo Bing, Sasuke and Appo's laughter abruptly ceased, and embarrassment enveloped him, causing his toes to involuntarily tap against his sandals. Damn it, how does Kakashi know about that title? Ever since that day when the 3 teams dined together at the Konoha barbecue restaurant, everyone had heard about his story from 1010. Initially, the situation had not escalated to this extent. After the gathering, Inuzuka Kiba had called out Brother Bo Bing, and the title swiftly spread throughout Konoha. Now, As Sasuke walked through the streets of Konoha, anyone who recognized him felt compelled to greet him with Brother Bobing. Even the guards at the Hokage building would shout it out. To make matters worse, even Akamaru and Kakashi and Appo's Neendog, Pakken, joined in the chorus. Sasuke was utterly humiliated at the mere mention of Brother Bobing. He had even contemplated defecting from the village because of it. The only one who had not called him Brother Bobing was Sakura. Kukuku. Naruto turned his back, his shoulders trembling with suppressed laughter. Haha, Brother Bobing. What are you waiting for? Let us head to the chunin exam venue. Sasuke's face darkened, gripping the Shin Zhongqi tightly. Beside him, Sakura shook her fists in anger, shouting at Naruto, enough. Why is everyone calling him that ridiculous title? Naruto, Kakashi-sensei, you have gone too far. Upon hearing the girl and Appo's words, the two men showed no signs of restraint. Instead, they stood in place, gazing skyward at a 45-degree angle, their faces adorned with melancholic expressions as they murmured, "My life is like walking on thin ice. Do you think I can reach the other side?" After me witnessing Sasuke's eager demeanor, Naruto refrained from stealing his thunder and merely shrugged, signaling him to proceed. Fine, I'll handle this. No sooner had the words left his lips than Sasuke executed the 3,000 thunder steps, leaping into the air with fluid grace. A resounding boom echoed as the young man wielding a massive 2-meter greatsword materialized before Kankuro, the sheer impact cracking the pavement beneath him. Hey, you lot over there. His voice was cool, commanding. Release the child. Terrified, Konohamaru turned toward the voice as if grasping at a lifeline. Upon recognizing Sasuke, his face lit up with relief. Brother Thin Ice, save me. Chapter 67. Naruto's little fan. As soon as this statement escaped Konohamaru's lips, Sasuke's previously agitated form was instantly immobilized. Standing beside him, Naruto observed as Sasuke's eyes flared red with fury, his features contorted, and veins bulging on his forehead. Stand down, Kankuro. You disgraceful brat. Kankuro, with reluctance, released the small child in his grasp. Once on the ground, Konohamaru hurriedly scampered behind Sasuke. Hearing this, Sasuke shot an angry glare at the red-haired figure. Huh, what does this guy mean by that? Is he subtly mocking me? Thank you, Brother Haku, Konohamaru exclaimed, clutching the hem of Sasuke's clothing in a most obedient manner. Sasuke glanced at Konohamaru, then at Gaara, momentarily unsure of whom to unleash his wrath upon. Yet, his anger was palpable. Sasuke, enough. Fortunately, Kakashi timely interjected, providing Sasuke with a way to defuse his rage. Otherwise, the enraged Sasuke might have seriously considered eliminating everyone present and defecting from Konoha right then and there. Kankuro's gaze remained fixated on Brother Haku, still bewildered by the preceding encounter. It seemed he was a formidable opponent. Gaara, casting a glance at Sasuke and then at Naruto, displayed no discernible emotion. Let us go? Kankuro and Temari trailed behind Gaara, brushing past Team 7. Just before departing, Gaara coldly remarked, Konoha, Brother Haku, we shall meet at the chunin exams. How dare you? Seething, Sasuke was electrified with rage, his body crackling with energy as he removed the heavy weapon from his back. Damn it, the label of a rogue ninja is inconsequential now. I will eliminate these intruders today. Calm down, Sasuke. Get a grip. Naruto, seizing the furious Sasuke and pinning him to the ground, was swiftly joined by Kakashi to prevent further escalation. Despite their frequent teasing of Sasuke, they were acutely aware of his current prowess. Kakashi feared that in a moment of uncontrollable anger, Sasuke might indeed eliminate the 3 Sand Shinobi. Moreover, Naruto considered that without the transformation, Gaara might struggle to keep pace with Sasuke's lightning-fast attacks. Let me go? I will kill them. Aya. Sasuke, pinned down by Naruto, could only watch as the 3 figures receded into the distance, his shouts echoing in vain. Huh, you are the Konoha blonde? Konohamaru exclaimed, eyes gleaming with admiration as he circled around Naruto. Naruto, bewildered, thought, what is wrong with this child? Why is he calling me blonde? Few dare to address me so directly in Konoha. This little brat must not be allowed to remain. Simultaneously, Sasuke and Naruto turned their gazes toward Konohamaru, their eyes gleaming with danger. Just as they contemplated how to deal with this mischievous child, Konohamaru unexpectedly faltered on his knees, sliding forward to grasp Naruto's leg tightly, crying out, Naruto, big brother, I admire you so much. If only grandfather hadn't stopped me from playing with you. I just. Woo. The child seemed to recall a sorrowful memory, his face scrunching up as tears flowed. Naruto, big brother, please let me join you. I want to become as strong as you. I must earn everyone's respect. Konohamaru's passionate declaration genuinely left Naruto and Sasuke momentarily speechless. Naruto, gazing at the sobbing child clinging to his leg, felt a complex mix of emotions. Though he had intended to reprimand the child, hearing such admiration shifted his feelings entirely. However, this child does have discerning taste. Looking around at the others from Konoha, Naruto found himself feeling a strange kinship with this little rascal. Konohamaru, step away from that guy. The 3rd Hokage strictly forbids you from associating with him. Ebisu, Konohamaru's tutor, rushed forward, wiping the sweat from his brow. The third Hokage had warned him. Under no circumstances should Konohamaru be allowed to play with Naruto. The turmoil caused by Naruto was already overwhelming. Adding another child into the mix would surely drive the third Hokage to despair. Naruto shot a glare at the bespectacled tutor. What does he mean by that? Does he truly believe I wouldn't consider stuffing him in a sack at night? You think I won't play with Konohamaru? I will. Defying the tutor's admonitions, Naruto gently lifted Konohamaru, a warm smile gracing his face. Well done. You're full of spirit. You are the third Hokage's grandson, Konohamaru, right? Yes. Upon hearing Naruto call his name, Konohamaru stood upright, his tear-filled eyes sparkling as he looked at his idol. Having heard tales of Naruto, the legendary Konoha blonde, he was in awe. At 6 years old, Naruto leaped from the Hokage rock unscathed, single-handedly breaching Konoha's defenses and shattering the village's barriers. Truly, he was astonishing. To this day, whenever the name Naruto Uzumaki is mentioned in Konoha, it invokes an expression of respect. Even his Hokage grandfather, upon hearing his name, would often complain of headaches. What reason could there possibly be for him not to idolize such a figure? Well, Brother Haku seems a bit lackluster. Noticing Haku observing him, Konohamaru scratched the back of his head and gave a silly grin. All right, Konohamaru. Your big brother is heading to the exam venue. Wait for me in the small grove on the eastern side of the village. You know where that is, right? Naruto patted Konohamaru, contemplating how to train this child. Of course, big brother, I will wait for you over there. Don't forget. Wait, young Master Konohamaru. As Konohamaru wiped his nose and waved goodbye, he dashed toward the training ground, glancing back at Naruto. Kakashi raised his hand, about to say something, but hesitated and withdrew it. Noticing Kakashi's indecisiveness, Naruto casually inquired. What's wrong? Kakashi-sensei, do you have something to say? No. The exam venue is in classroom 301. You can find your way there. I just remembered I have some matters to attend to and want to be joining you. Kakashi, after finishing his words, stuffed his hands into his pockets and walked back, gazing in the direction where Konohamaru had just vanished, continuously shaking his head with a sigh, inwardly murmuring. Lord Third, I truly cannot prevent Naruto. This matter has nothing to do with me. My apologies. Kakashi believed that it was better to avoid unnecessary trouble and decided to discreetly leave the scene. When the third Hokage inquired later, he would feign ignorance. Alas, he could only hope that this child Konohamaru would not lead Naruto astray. Chapter 68. The Leaf Village has no future after touring the examination site. Sakura was the first to leave Team 7 to return home and study. Sasuke and Naruto, both academically hopeless, remained unfazed and continued their daily training at the practice field. By evening, Naruto demonstrated his signature leaf door technique to Konohamaru, sending the boy into an excited frenzy. As Konohamaru headed home, he mimicked his idol's fluid taijutsu movements, his enthusiasm mirroring Sasuke's obsession with the executioner's blade. This innovative fighting style had flung open the gates of a new world for the 8-year-old. Night fell, and the third Hokage, weary from a long day, hunched slightly as he massaged his aching back, trudging slowly toward his residence. The thought of Naruto's recent good behavior lifted his spirits, washing away his fatigue. Ah, what a relief. It seemed the boy had matured after leaving the village on a mission and clashing with rogue ninja from Kirigakure. Perhaps it was time to stop judging Naruto by his past antics. After all, even Jiraiya had been a handful in his youth, yet he'd grown into a dependable man. The image of Jiraiya surfaced in his mind, inevitably drawing forth memories of his other two students. Regretfully, the one he'd held in highest regard had betrayed the village. The third lifted his gaze to the moon, its pale light casting shadows across his deeply lined face. I've grown old. After a moment of melancholy, he clasped his hands behind his back and stepped toward his home, only to freeze mid-stride, abruptly retreating. His front door was missing. Only the empty frame remained. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, the Hokage stood rooted in shock. What in the world? Where's my door? His mind raced. Who would dare steal from the Hokage himself? Could it be foreign shinobi? With the chunin exams underway, many outsiders had entered the village. Perhaps some foolhardy ninja had grown bold enough to attempt such a thing. And hadn't Naruto mentioned something about spies from Sunagakure? Alarm surging. The third drew a kunai, cautiously stepping through the barren doorway. Inside, he found not just the entrance missing. Every door in the house had been stripped away, leaving only frames. Yet, strangely, nothing else had been taken. What on earth is going on? Just then, the sound of enthusiastic shouts reached his ears from the training grounds. Following the noise, the Hokage was met with a sight that nearly made him collapse. There stood Konohamaru, brandishing a wooden door like a weapon, surrounded by neatly stacked door panels. So this is the culprit. A thief from my own household. Spotting his grandfather, Konohamaru's grin widened. Gripping the door with both hands, he charged forward, yelling, Grandpa, let us duel. Today, I'll defeat you and become the 5th Hokage. Thud. Blinded by the door he was holding, Konohamaru tripped and face-planted spectacularly. Damn it, Grandpa. You're so sneaky, setting traps in advance. The 3rd Hokage. Silenced by his grandson's antics, the old man could only stare. Normally, the boy would attack with kunai or shuriken. So why did this scene feel so eerily familiar? No, it can't be. Dread pooled in his stomach as he glanced between Konohamaru and the pile of doors. Swallowing hard, he forced out the question, who taught you to use doors as weapons? Please, don't say that name. Anything but that. Konohamaru, rubbing his sore knee, sprang up with pride. It was big brother Naruto. I'm gonna be just like him. Gasp, the third S vision darkened. Clutching his chest with one hand, he fumbled desperately for medicine with the other. This is the end. Despite all his precautions, the unthinkable had happened. Slumping against the wall, the aged Hokage struggled to steady his breathing. Konohamaru paled at the sight. Grandpa, are you okay? The concern in his grandson's voice soothed him slightly. At least the boy still cared. I'm fine. Just need a moment. Konohamaru grinned again. Oh, Grandpa, what did you think of my leaf door style taijutsu? Pretty awesome, right? The third nearly passed out. Of all the jutsu in this house, you chose to train with doors? And what the hell is leaf door style taijutsu? At this rate, his blood pressure medication wouldn't be enough. He'd need emergency heart pills by tomorrow. Where's your tutor? Ebisu? Glasses sensei? Ha. No idea. Konohamaru whistled innocently, avoiding eye contact. Damn it, Naruto. You've corrupted the Hokage's grandson. Meanwhile, at Team 7's training ground, Ebisu hung upside down from a tree, limbs tightly bound in an embarrassingly intricate fashion. Even Kakashi would whistled in appreciation before walking away. Slurping his ramen, Naruto ignored the man's furious ranting. This guy had the nerve to call him an evil Uzumaki brat and accuse him of ruining the village? Unacceptable. Hadn't Uzumaki Naruto shed blood for Konoha? For this four-eyed loser to slander him like that? Ridiculous. So when Ebisu started mouthing off, Naruto had promptly pinned him down, beat him up, and strung him up in the most humiliating position possible. If only he had a gag. As for whether the third Hokage would punish him, Naruto wasn't worried. This so-called elite tutor was worthless. He could teach Konohamaru better himself. Soon, the entire village would see. Even a kid could become strong under his guidance. I'll talk to the old man about it tomorrow after the exams. Chapter 69, The Erudite Teacher Kakashi on the Eve of the Examination. Kakashi earnestly reminded his beloved subordinates that the chunin exam was a momentous occasion, urging them to dress appropriately. The three young ninjas acknowledged his words with attentive nods. The following day, Kakashi astonishingly arrived early at the rendezvous point, awaiting the trio. He had initially been reluctant to attend. It was only due to the third Hokage's orders to keep a close watch on Naruto and ensure he did not cause any trouble during the chunin exam that he was present. This examination was a joint endeavor among the 5 villages, and given Naruto's previous mischief in Konoha, Kakashi dreaded the thought of any embarrassment being brought upon the village. If Naruto were to stir up trouble this time, the third Hokage could hardly bear to imagine the consequences. I told you to dress formally, Kakashi exclaimed, bewildered. Naruto, Sasuke, what on earth are you wearing? Sakura, clad in a striking red outfit, seemed little changed from her usual appearance, but Naruto and Sasuke and Appo's appearances left Kakashi in disbelief. Naruto was adorned in golden red armor, with blue lights gleaming from his chest. To top it off, he had even drawn a beard on himself with a marker. For goodness sake, the first part of the exam is a written test. What on earth are you trying to convey with that attire? Sasuke, standing beside him, bore a massive executioner's sword on his back, enveloped in a black hooded cloak that concealed most of his features save for his chin. Kakashi gazed skyward, his heart heavy with despair. Maddening. I cannot endure another day with this 7th squad. He had already resolved to hand Naruto over to Jiraiya and have Sakura introduced to Tsunade as her apprentice. As for Sasuke, he would leave him be. As long as he could dissolve the 7th squad, that was enough. Kakashi-sensei, didn't, and Appos, do you say we should look cool? Am I not cool enough? Naruto proclaimed, striking several poses reminiscent of Iron Man, babbling in a manner that left everyone perplexed. He added, this gear is weighted equipment. He thumped his chest, the dull sound indicating it was indeed heavy. Initially, Naruto had intended to use special food as weights, but upon hanging a pork chop around his neck, the enticing aroma distracted him from training. He had resorted to standard weighted gear, but found it visually unappealing, thus commissioning Vortex Stark to create a set of Iron Man armor for him. My heavy weapon is also weighted equipment, Sasuke chimed in with a low tone, subtly adjusting his weapon, implying that his outfit was acceptable as well. Kakashi remained silent, feeling utterly powerless against these two. They bore little resemblance to ninjas from Konoha. Oh well, let the other villages experience the suffering of Konoha over the years. With a look of resignation, Kakashi led the 7th squad to the examination venue, receiving a myriad of puzzled gazes along the way, from villagers of Konoha, local ninjas, to other exam candidates. They were astonished by Naruto and Sasuke and Appos' outlandish attire. What? When did Konoha have puppet masters? Look at that red puppet. It seems formidable. No. You Don and Appos understand puppet masters. Perhaps that cloaked figure is the puppet instead. Kakashi and Sakura felt overwhelmed by embarrassment as they overheard the comments, yearning to find a hole to hide in. Naruto and Sasuke remained unfazed. One wore a helmet, while the other's had obscured his face. No one recognized them as the famed blonde and the brooding Uchiha from Konoha. Before entering the examination venue, Kakashi, with a deadpan expression, issued a final warning to the duo. Though he knew they might not heed his words, he felt it prudent to cover his bases. Take it easy during the chunin exam, alright? Especially you, Naruto. Kakashi paused, noticing Naruto was obliviously swaying to and fro, clearly not hearing him. Sigh. My heart feels weary. With the exam looming, Naruto was dancing at the entrance in his peculiar weighted attire, leaving Kakashi and Sakura contemplating turning back home. They felt utterly unprepared for the chunin exam. As Uchiha Shojin and Vortex Iron Man, accompanied by the charming Sakura, entered the exam hall, they immediately caught Shikamaru and Appos, as attention. Hinata, upon seeing the golden red armor, recognized Naruto instantly and joyfully rushed to greet him. Naruto-kun. He reached out to pat the girl on the head, while his eyes began scanning the multitude of candidates present. The crowd was so vast that counting them seemed impossible. The chunin exam appeared far more daunting than he had anticipated. Do you see that? That and Appos, Team 7. The third Hokage instructed us to keep a close eye on Naruto. We must ensure he doesn't Appos, cause any chaos during the exam. As the examiners spotted Sakura, they began to discuss her, yet many failed to notice the iconic blonde hair. Strange. Where are Vortex Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke? A group of examiners searched fruitlessly, even questioning whether the two had failed to show up. Amidst the crowd, a discerning observer caught sight of the peculiar red and yellow armor. His eyes lighting up with excitement. I never expected Konoha to have puppet masters. How intriguing. While the discussions unfolded, a loud and Appos, bang and Appos, echoed, and all the examiners appeared before the candidates. I am the chief examiner, Marino Abiki. After introducing himself, he began outlining the rules of the examination. Though the rules were extensive, Naruto and Sasuke paid little attention. Sasuke trusted Naruto, and Naruto relied on the knowledge of the cunning fox within him. Naruto did, however, remember one crucial rule. If caught cheating 5 times, one would lose their qualification for the exam, along with their teammates. Minutes later, they settled into their seats and received their examination papers. There were only 10 questions. As he sat there, Naruto experienced a fleeting moment of nostalgia, reminiscent of the days leading up to his high school entrance exams, albeit with different questions. Rubbing his face with his hands, he glanced at the first question. How many types of chakra nature transformations are there? Please calculate the angle for shuriken projection. Naruto was bewildered. What kind of absurd question is this? He scanned further, discovering that he could not answer a single question. Thus, he turned to the fox within him for assistance. Great Fox, can you answer these questions? The sealed fox space and Appos, SQB twitched its ears disdainfully. Little brat. Are you looking down on me? I am one of the oldest beings in the ninja world. How could there be anything I do not know? Confidently, the fox proclaimed. And Naruto, believing its words, began writing down the answers in a daze. In less than 10 minutes, Naruto filled the entire exam paper, leaving no blank spaces behind. Naruto was thoroughly pleased, truly befitting of Kurama. He picked up the exam paper to admire it, but as his eyes scanned over a few words in the answers, Naruto instantly sensed something amiss. The situation was akin to question, optimal locations for laying poison traps and ambushes in the wild. Answer, 3 methods of cooking steak. Reading further, Naruto realized all of Kurama's answers revolved around food. This is worse than if I and Appos, just scribbled nonsense myself. Kurama, you tricked me. Chapter 70. Yakushi Kabuto. Naruto, gritting his teeth and pale as a ghost, pondered the fate of his scroll filled with culinary techniques as he submitted it. He found himself wishing to shatter the jinx of being deemed a lowly genin. With a pin clenched in his teeth, he began to devise a plan. Meanwhile, Sasuke had completed his own scroll, and anyone glancing at its contents would find it brimming with intricate details on various fire release techniques and calculations of explosive power, its absurdity rivaling that of Naruto's culinary manuscript. Sakura, witnessing her teammates diligently at work, felt a swell of pride. How remarkable. They can tackle such challenging questions. She thought. I've underestimated you both. With confidence restored, she began to focus on her own exam. As for the other candidates, they were employing an array of dubious tactics, using insects, sand, or even dogs to cheat, showcasing a variety of bizarre methods. In stark contrast, Team 7 appeared refreshingly earnest. Naruto furrowed his brow, gnawing on his pen as his mind raced. This could not continue. Given Team 7 and Appos' reputation in the village, he found it hard to believe he could simply shout his way through the first exam like in the original story. It seemed he would have to resort to alternative strategies. Just then, a shuriken whizzed past his ear, striking a fellow candidate behind him. The surprised victim glared at the proctor. What are you doing? Cheating 5 times, disqualified. The unfortunate candidate and his teammates exited the examination hall, igniting a spark of inspiration in Naruto. I understand now. If they catch 5 instances of cheating, the entire team is disqualified. His earlier worries transformed into mischief. Despicable outsiders. The chunin exams in Konoha will not tolerate such dishonesty. Casting his gaze across the assembly of candidates, Naruto's eyes landed on a bespectacled ninja from Konoha. If his instincts were correct, this was Yakushi Kabuto. With that thought, Naruto retrieved a small note, scribbling furiously and densely filling it with text. A quick glance at the inattentive proctor, and he flicked the paper wad towards Kabuto. As Kabuto was engrossed in his writing, he was suddenly startled by the sound of the paper tearing through the air, only to find his glasses shattered. What just happened? He thought, bewildered, peering at the paper. He discovered it was filled with densely written characters. At that moment, Naruto lifted his mask, revealing his signature blonde hair, and boldly called out to the proctor, "Sir, that guy is cheating. I report him." As he spoke, he pointed accusingly at the corner where Kabuto sat. Kabuto, caught off guard, held the note in confusion, his expression mirroring that of the proctor and other officials who were equally perplexed. Sakura, sitting behind, felt a wave of dread wash over her. She knew her teammate was about to stir trouble. The Konoha candidates, currently engaged in their own cheating schemes, felt a tightening in their chests. Please don't. They've only just begun to collect answers. Don't report your own village ninja. Panic spread among those familiar with the blonde troublemaker. The other village and Appos, as ninjas, however, merely grew apprehensive, waiting for the storm to pass before continuing their deceit, unaware of the impending chaos. Candidate number 90 has cheated once, the proctor finally announced. Kabuto, hearing this, felt utterly wronged. He had completed countless questions on that scroll. He had no intention of engaging in such dishonorable acts. It's all that whirlpool brat and Appos' fault. Kabuto seethed inwardly, determined to maintain his composure for Orochimaru and Appos' sake. Before he could gather his thoughts, another shuriken zipped past his ear, and he saw the blonde pointing at him again. Proctor, that bespectacled ninja is cheating. How can we have such disgrace in Konoha? Cheating in the exams means death for the entire family. The Konoha ninjas were taken aback. What is wrong with this blonde? Not only is he reporting others for cheating, but he is also slandering them. I didn't cheat. Kabuto, who preferred to remain discreet, could no longer contain himself and stood to defend his honor. Look at the note on your desk. I saw it all. As the examination hall descended into chaos, the proctor intervened. Enough. Candidate number 90 has cheated a second time. Rubbing his temples, the proctor was exasperated, feeling the urge to physically remove the troublesome blonde. Candidate number 3, you are continuing to disrupt the examination. The rules do not prohibit reporting others for cheating, do they? The proctor attempted to retort, but the blonde's argument left him momentarily speechless. If anyone else had done this, as a proctor, he could have easily expelled them. However, considering Naruto and Appos' notorious reputation, he feared that expelling him might lead to far greater disorder. This is infuriating. Please don't tell me he plans to report every candidate. The other candidates and Appos' eyes gleamed with understanding. Yes, if we catch others cheating, we can advance. In mere minutes, the atmosphere shifted from one of deceitful collaboration to a frenzied environment of mutual accusations. As the examination hall devolved into a cacophony of heated disputes, many candidates found themselves disqualified, with Kabuto inevitably being the first to face the consequences. Those who attempted to report Team 7 found their efforts thwarted as Naruto dispatched them with small stones, jotting down their names on his note to settle scores later. Observing the pandemonium unfold, the proctor and his fellow officials were at their wits' end Appos' end, struggling to comprehend how the examination had spiraled into such a farce. Ultimately, it was the proctor who stepped forward to restore order. Silence. Now, all of you, submit your papers. Chapter 71. Shocking. The chunin exam is fraught with deception. 2 hours after the conclusion of the first round of the chunin exam, as Marino Abiki, the chief examiner for this round, exited the examination hall, he was met with and Appos', warm and Appos', greeting from the leading jonin of other villages. Deception. That blonde-haired one is certainly a hired participant from your Konoha, ISN and Appos'. Teehee? How despicable for a great shinobi village to engage in such underhanded tactics. I refuse to accept this. My subordinates didn't even get to start their tasks before you accused them of cheating. Is this not a blatant bullying of the honest? Our grass shinobi village will not stand for this. Yes, our Takigakure village will not tolerate this either. Outside the examination venue, numerous jonin from other villages surrounded Abiki, eager to demand an explanation. Many of them even dragged out their sobbing subordinates, leaving Abiki utterly exasperated. Teacher, you don't understand, that blonde. He struck me with a rock and knocked me unconscious. Look at this wound on my head. A Takigakure chunin lifted his bangs to reveal a ghastly injury, the amount of blood clearly indicating the severity of his condition. As the surrounding chunin witnessed the first person step forward, they too began to showcase their injuries to the Konoha examiners. The sporadic cries of distress somehow grew louder, causing all the examiners present to spiral into self-doubt. It seemed the actions of the Konoha blonde truly had crossed the line. Abiki and Appos' eyelid twitched as he helplessly addressed the crowd. Everyone, please remain calm. That blonde is merely a participant from Konoha. He was not specifically sent here by us. At this moment, the ninjas from outside villages were like a powder keg, and Abiki and Appos' words acted as a spark igniting the volatile atmosphere. How outrageous. Konoha is bullying the smaller villages, is that it? What a sham of a chunin exam. You arranged this, didn't you? And now you're trying to shift the blame? Let us go. We must confront the third Hokage. Yes, we must seek an explanation. Otherwise, what is the point of this chunin exam? It was rather surprising. The last time the ninjas from Konoha had witnessed such unity among outside villages was during the tenure of the first Hokage. Thus, all the Konoha examiners and jonin from other villages hastened towards the Hokage tower, just as those leading jonin abandoned their subordinates to complain to the Hokage. Bang, bang, bang. Clad in Iron Man armor, Naruto swiftly threw a bag over the head of a Takigakure ninja, incapacitating him with a kick before he could utter a sound. Sasuke, Sakura, and Konohamaru rushed forward to encircle the incapacitated ninja, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Yet, they were aware enough to refrain from using chakra, mindful not to escalate the situation too much. After a minute, Naruto activated the light door and led his team in a hasty retreat. Naruto, perhaps we should stop now. We've already dealt with the 13th person, Sakura timidly suggested, her expression nearing numbness. Initially, she had resisted when Naruto proposed to take action against the names on the list, but eventually she had been pulled into kicking a few times, and it had spiraled out of control. Sakura, you were the most aggressive just now, Naruto remarked, crossing names off his list. Konohamaru, standing nearby, was brimming with excitement. Naruto, hurry up with the next one. I can't wait any longer. It's exhilarating to take down these outsiders. The only regret he harbored was that Naruto forbade the use of weapons. Otherwise, he could have employed the newly learned techniques. Strange, where are their leading jonin? Sasuke pondered, perplexed, as typically those jonin would accompany their subordinates. Yet, despite having ensnared over a dozen ninjas, their leading jonin had not appeared at all. Who cares? We're only targeting those who are isolated. Onward. Let us see who is next. Kazakage's son, Kankuro? Let us move. The light door illuminated once more, and the Konoha bag-throwing squad resumed their antics. Half an hour later, leading the charge was Naruto Uzumaki, accompanied by over 20 Konoha jonin, who finally found themselves confronted at the Hokage's office. It is noteworthy that the captain of the apprehending team was none other than Kakashi Hatake. One can only wonder what Kakashi's thoughts were during this ordeal. Inside the Hokage's office, Naruto picked his nose, turning his gaze away from the elderly third Hokage seated before him. Konohamaru mimicked his brother and Appo's demeanor, ignoring his grandfather as well. Sasuke kept his head down, his hat obscuring his face, making it impossible to discern his expression. No one knew what thoughts occupied his mind. Sakura's face was etched with panic as she repeatedly bowed and apologized profusely before the third Hokage. The third Hokage rubbed his temples and retrieved 2 bottles of medicine from his drawer, consuming their contents. A few hours prior, a group of leading jonin from other villages had stormed into his office, complaining that a certain blonde from Konoha had accused other candidates of cheating and had even resorted to physical confrontation. This included leading jonin from their own village. Upon hearing this news, the third Hokage and Appo's blood pressure soared to unprecedented heights. Not long after, he received further reports from the Umbu stating that Team 7th, accompanied by his grandson Konohamaru, had been assaulting candidates from other villages. He nearly fainted from the sheer indignation. These children have gone too far. Just as the leading jonin had rushed into the Hokage's office to report you, you had the audacity to go and attack their subordinates. The Umbu were left utterly helpless. One was the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, and the other was the Hokage and Appo's grandson, who would dare use force to intervene. They even attempted to mediate with the group, but Naruto completely disregarded them, turning and leading his team into the light door. After a prolonged pause, the third Hokage finally addressed the group. Naruto, what you've done this time is rather excessive. The jonin from other villages have come to complain. What? They have the audacity to complain? The third Hokage sighed deeply. Naruto, upon hearing this, was taken aback, his expression peculiar. How infuriating. Do these outsiders not know how to play fair? Why are they reporting me? Grandpa, you don't understand. I am merely showcasing the strength of Konoha. Moreover, we were extremely discreet. No one will ever suspect that it was us from Konoha who did it. Both Konohamaru and Sasuke nodded in agreement, wholeheartedly supporting Naruto and Appo's viewpoint. The third Hokage let out a heavy sigh. Sigh, I shall let this one slide. From this day forth, unless it's during the exam period, do not engage in combat with other ninjas. Otherwise, I will revoke your qualification for the chunin exam. As the third Hokage appeared on the verge of losing his composure, Naruto feigned innocence. Understood. Also, Konohamaru, you are grounded for a month. At this, the third Hokage cast a complex glance towards Naruto. And Naruto, you are not to seek him out. Naruto and Appo's eyes gleamed as he suddenly dashed before the third Hokage, pouring him a cup of tea. Grandfather Third, this is all well and good, but could I possibly have a glimpse at the sealing scroll? The third Hokage, taken aback by Naruto and Appo's boldness, couldn't and Appo's help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. He thought to himself that if this child could refrain from leading Konohamaru astray in the future, perhaps a trade involving a jutsu wouldn't be so unreasonable. What jutsu do you wish to learn? he inquired, his tone firm. I must make it clear that the explosive tag technique is off the table. I wish to learn the Edo Tensei, replied Naruto eagerly. Coughing violently, the third Hokage nearly choked on the tea he had just sipped. After a prolonged moment of recovery, he finally spoke again. Perhaps, we should discuss how you have been instructing Konohamaru instead? Chapter 72. An enemy that requires all-out efforts that very night. The third Hokage offered a rather ambiguous explanation to the other ninja villages. He claimed that the actions of the yellow-haired boy during the chunin exams had no relation to Konoha. They were merely the personal conduct of that particular ninja. If anyone had grievances, they could seek justice from the yellow-haired boy individually, and he, Saratobi Hiruzen, would not intervene. This statement felt quite patronizing. And everyone understood that the third Hokage was shielding that boy. However, it was not overly contentious, at least it left a path for those seeking retribution. After departing from the Hokage Tower, everyone began to gather intelligence on this yellow-haired boy. It was said that the one known as Uzumaki Stark was the only puppeteer in Konoha, and his formidable power stemmed from a set of armor-like puppet techniques. While his own abilities were rather pitiful, if they could destroy his puppets, they would be able to deal with him thoroughly. As for the criminal organization led by this yellow-haired boy, the third Hokage was unable to entrust the forbidden technique of Edo Tensei to Naruto. After all, this child had already caused enough chaos among the living. Allowing him to resurrect the deceased was a thought that made the third Hokage feel as if he would perish on the spot. Moreover, he was even more concerned that after his own demise, Naruto might invoke him to torment him. With no other options, the third Hokage reluctantly entrusted Konohamaru to Naruto for the sake of temporarily safeguarding the village. He figured there was no way to prevent these two children from causing mischief. So he resigned himself to the situation. He even made a promise to Naruto that as long as he did not create trouble during the chunin exams, he would allow Naruto to choose a ninjutsu from the sealing scroll for study, except for the mutually detonating tags and Edo Tensei. Naruto, with a complex expression, accepted the third Hokage and Appo's request. This responsibility placed upon him, Uzumaki Zhuge was something he had no choice but to shoulder. The following morning, Team 7 arrived at the venue for the second exam, the outskirts of the Forest of Death. The environment here was unlike the bustling scene depicted in the original story. The number of participants was sparse, while many ninjas lingered outside, casting envious glances at Team 7. Only 10 teams had advanced to the second exam. Konoha had 4 remaining teams, and Naruto, considering Kakashi-sensei, refrained from reporting the several J-nin teams he recognized. However, Sasuke, following suit, reported the third team where Tintin was located, indicating his evident displeasure towards that fortunate girl. It was clear that Sasuke had yet to master the art of slandering others, as he was unable to tarnish the reputation of Tintin and Appo's team. Among the remaining teams, there were 6 from other villages, including Pikachu and Appo's team from Sunagakure, 2 teams from Otogakure, and 1 from Kusagakure. Naruto still donned the heavy Iron Man suit from yesterday, his gaze frequently drifting towards the Otogakure teams. I say, those individuals must be your doing, right? Shikamaru remarked lazily, chewing on a toothpick as he approached Naruto. The atmosphere was tense, with not only the candidates within the exam site eyeing Naruto warily, but even the eliminated participants outside appeared ready to strike at any moment. Shikamaru estimated that this group would act against Naruto after the chunin exams concluded. Impossible. It was all Uzumaki Stark and Appo's doing. It has nothing to do with me. Uzumaki Naruto. Naruto vehemently denied, his righteous demeanor causing Sasuke beside him to roll his eyes. Have you considered? You're the only Uzumaki in the entire ninja world, right? If you end up facing them later, can you refrain from getting slapped? Shikamaru turned to voice his true intention. Athahaha. Shikamaru. What are you saying? We are from the same village. How could we be so ruthless towards our fellow villagers? Shikamaru replied. You might want to take a look at the J-nin from Konoha and the eliminated candidates standing outside. The hatred on their faces is no less than that of the ninjas from other villages. With a sigh, Shikamaru bid farewell to Naruto, Sakura, and Haku before hastily heading towards the entrance to prepare for entering the Forest of Death. All right, the second exam begins, with a command from the examiner. Akamichi Karui, everyone rushed into the Forest of Death after collecting their scrolls, while Team 7 waited for all to enter before claiming their own. Naruto approached Akamichi, glancing up and down at the slender figure of the older sister. He found it hard to imagine that this elegant woman would transform into a terrifying figure in the future. Examiner, I think you should eat fewer dumplings. Che, you little brat, mind your own business. Akamichi, having finished her last skewer of dumplings, shot a glance at the young boy, her eyelids twitching. She had already heard about the incidents from the first exam yesterday. Seeing this child now made her head ache. She could only hope that Uzumaki Naruto would not cause any trouble during her supervision. With no way to dissuade the examiner, Naruto felt utterly helpless. You and Appo's refinished. Just wait for the weight gain. Once Sakura confirmed her scroll, Naruto led the two towards the direction of the Otogakure team. This exam posed little challenge for them. The main focus was on how to deal with Orochimaru. Naruto and Sasuke traveled swiftly, and at times, when Sakura struggled to keep up, She reluctantly ended up on Sasuke and Appo's back. In fact, Sasuke, in his eagerness to move faster, even handed his beloved heavy weapon to Naruto. Sakura, don't move, it hurts. Sasuke inadvertently uttered a remark that left the girl on his back deeply wounded. Ever since he had hoisted Sakura onto his back, she had been squirming incessantly. Had he not truly reached his limit, he would not have warned her. Naruto, running ahead, was momentarily distracted by Sasuke and Appo's words, causing his speed to drop significantly. Are you all having a good laugh? At that moment, the trio from Otogakure suddenly blocked Team 7 and Appo's path. Looking rather arrogant, upon seeing the leading ninja dressed in Appo's death and Appo's themed outfit, Naruto and Appo's impression was overwhelmingly profound. He recalled that this individual was named Saku or something similar. Regardless, his strength was terrifying. He could shatter rocks with ease. Naruto halted, tossing the heavy weapon to Sasuke and pulling out the Appo's white dragon horse and Appo's large iron gate. Determined to approach this encounter with utmost seriousness, more so than when he faced Zabuza previously, Sakura and Sasuke were left astonished. Just how powerful were they facing that it compelled Naruto to draw such a formidable gate? Are they really that strong? Sasuke picked up the heavy weapon from the ground, igniting a fiery battle spirit within him, but was abruptly restrained by Naruto. They and Appo's, re-strong. You hold back. Let me handle this. This is a personal grudge. Naruto narrowed his eyes, the image of Obito flashing through his mind. Regarding Saku and Appo's strength, it was worth elaborating. This Saku possessed a technique that could easily crush rocks. And since rocks could kill Obito, it was evident that Saku and Appo's strength was on par with or perhaps even superior to Obito and Appo's. After further contemplation, it becomes evident that this individual, adorned with 3 characters signifying and Appo's death and Appo's, is indeed linked to Uchiha Obito. Thus, he stands as the adversary of me, Uzumaki Naruto. Chapter 73. This individual and Appo's strength is on par with Kakashiya, the golden-haired one. You were quite arrogant before, Warren and Appo's. To you? Sokka raised his head high, his excitement palpable. During the first examination, although they were not reported by that golden-haired fellow, it was he who had initiated the underhanded tactic of accusing candidates of cheating. Their current mission involved dealing with Uchiha Sasuke, yet this did not deter them from mercilessly annihilating the puppet master before them. He had learned last night that this youth's entire power was reliant on his puppet techniques. Without his puppets, the golden-haired one was nothing. Fortuitously, Saku possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to dismantle such constructs. It is known that his void slash can obliterate even stone. I shall thoroughly torment you. Sokka revealed a cruel smile, slowly raising his hands towards the golden-haired one. He intended to employ sound wave attacks to destroy his opponent and Appo's puppets. Sasuke and Sakura stood by, fully aware and showing no intention of intervening. Naruto, holding the heavy iron door with one hand, vanished from sight without even opening the portal, only to reappear before Saku in the next moment. He lifted the massive door high, leaping into the air, casting a large shadow that brought a chill to Saku. Saku, in a daze, looked up, his eyes reflecting a kaleidoscope of colors, the door rapidly enlarging in his sight. He even noticed the characters inscribed on the weapon. Is this it? At that moment, he sensed the sin of death. I will die. If struck, death is certain. Naruto and Appo's speed was astonishing, too swift for the Sound Ninja trio to react. It was as if Saku had barely finished speaking when Naruto appeared before him. In midair, Naruto held both hands high, his body forming a shape. To him, Sokka's figure had already merged with that of Uchiha Obito. Naruto unconsciously exerted an additional 3 portions of strength. You've broken through. Boom, with a tremendous crash. A violent shockwave erupted, forcing the nearby Sound Ninjas to squint their eyes. The vibrant door made contact with Sokka's head, and he had no time to scream. He was smashed into the ground. Had he not hastily closed his mask, blood would have splattered all over Naruto. The spot where Saki once stood was now a small crater, with Naruto standing within it, surrounded by a pool of crimson. The nearby bushes bore flecks of blood. As for Saku, he was reduced to a mere pud. Chapter 74. Ant Snake plants strawberries for Sasuke. Naruto furiously retaliates. Orochimaru was overwhelmed by the cacophony surrounding him, a buzzing in his mind that stirred a twinge of irritation within. Upon witnessing his weapon being seized by the adversary, Naruto freed one hand to strike at Orochimaru below the belt. A swift response from Orochimaru saw him catch Naruto and Appo's blow with ease, one hand propping up the overhead door while the other grasped the young ninja and Appo's fist. The situation had reached an impasse. Orochimaru had intended to hurl Naruto away, yet he was taken aback by the surprising strength of the blonde youth, forcing him to exert all his might, his neck reddening with effort. Naruto gritted his teeth, feeling a surge of anger as he noted the ease with which his attack was deflected. Had he not been restrained, he would have unleashed his rocket-powered hammer. However, a considerable distance still lay between them, necessitating external aid to break the deadlock. With serpent-like eyes fixed on Naruto, Orochimaru prepared to extend his neck for an upcoming assault, only to be interrupted by Naruto and Appo's boisterous exclamation. What the hell? Who repaired my water release dam? A thick lob of phlegm, accompanied by a spray of saliva, erupted from Naruto's mouth, catching Orochimaru off guard. The gooey substance splattered against the side of Orochimaru's face, his expression shifting from confusion to fury. Did you just break my defenses? The voice echoing in his ears was like the final straw that shattered Orochimaru's calm demeanor. Cultivated over many years, a ripple of agitation surged within him, stirred by the audacity of the young boy before him. Hey, you. Sasuke, not far off, halted in his tracks upon hearing Naruto and Appo's words. When had Naruto learned water release techniques? However, upon witnessing the boy and Appo's expectoration, he realized the situation had turned dire. In a fit of rage, Orochimaru and Appo's strength surged as he exerted pressure with both hands, extending his neck to plant a metaphorical strawberry on Naruto and Appo's throat. Naruto's pupils dilated as he swiftly retracted the door, which had vanished just in time to prevent Orochimaru from stumbling. The rhythm of the attack was disrupted, and Naruto seized the moment to equip his otherworldly alloy fist blades, plunging into Orochimaru's embrace, unleashing a flurry of thrusts. Yet, after 2 strikes, he found no bloodshed as he had anticipated. Orochimaru's form began to distort, morphing into a puddle of mud upon contact. Damn, Naruto cursed, his intention to unleash a wind release technique thwarted by the tactical prowess of the opponent. Suddenly, a colossal serpent emerged from the shadows, engulfing Naruto whole. In the meantime, Orochimaru, concealed in the dark, launched an attack on the advancing Sasuke with the earth release, inner decapitation technique. Sasuke felt a familiar sensation wash over him, instantly recognizing the technique that Kakashi-sensei had frequently employed against him. Sasuke halted momentarily, then deftly performed a somersault, seizing the heavy weapon to strike the ground. His heart surged with joy, for he had envisioned countless strategies to counter this very technique, rehearsing them in his mind for this precise moment. As the enemy dared to employ this technique against him, he was confident he could obliterate them with his weapon. Suddenly, a figure appeared before Sasuke, seizing his hair and delivering a knee strike, followed by a barrage of punches from Orochimaru. Caught off guard by Orochimaru and Appo's feint, Sasuke took several hits before utilizing his Sharingan to discern the trajectory of the attacks. Seizing the opportunity, he countered by blocking with his weapon and retaliating with a strike aimed at Orochimaru and Appo's face. This blow shattered Orochimaru and Appo's facade, revealing his true appearance. As Orochimaru retreated, confusion enveloped him. How was it possible that this Uchiha Sasuke, despite enduring numerous strikes, remained unscathed? How could a mere teenager withstand his onslaught and still counterattack? The two locked eyes from a distance, Sasuke wiping the blood from his mouth, appearing unfazed by his injuries. Inside, he reveled in the realization. The heavy weapon was indeed magnificent. Initially wounded during the skirmish, he discovered that as he blocked and countered with his weapon, both his chakra and injuries began to mend. At this moment, with his 3-tomo Sharingan activated, an unprecedented fighting spirit ignited within Sasuke. Orochimaru, gazing at Sasuke, mirrored the excitement. Perfect. The physique of Uchiha Sasuke was nothing short of exquisite. I must find a way to obtain him. As they exchanged intense gazes, a cacophony of explosions erupted around them, the sound deafening, ringing in their ears. A purple portal materialized beside Sasuke, from which Naruto emerged, cursing vehemently. You foolish creature. Did your serpentine kin not teach you manners? Dawn and Appo's Tigo stuffing everything into your mouth when out and about. Just moments before, he had been swallowed whole by a massive serpent. Without hesitation, Naruto had dropped a plethora of TNT within the serpent and Appo's belly, employing his shadow clone to create a whirlpool of chaos, triggering an explosion from within. After executing this maneuver, he swiftly exited through the portal. What a revelation! Who could have anticipated that the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki possessed such space-time abilities? It must be a bloodline anomaly passed down from the previous generation. Suddenly, Orochimaru noticed the peculiarity surrounding Naruto, momentarily overshadowing his earlier anger. Meanwhile, Naruto felt a pang of vulnerability, recalling his estranged father. The thought of the Flying Thunder God technique crossed his mind, yet he couldn't and Appo's comprehend it. He had to feign exceptional aptitude in space-time ninjutsu. Just recently, the third Hokage had inquired about when he would learn the Flying Thunder God, a question that irked him greatly. Exchanging glances with Sasuke, the next moment saw dozens of purple portals materializing across the battlefield. Without a second thought, Sasuke retrieved a sealing scroll from his attire, casting forth a multitude of shuriken and kunai. Upon completing this, he swiftly formed hand seals. Fire release, dragon fire technique. A barrage of explosive projectiles, adorned with detonating tags, rained down upon Orochimaru and Appo's position as Sasuke unleashed a torrent of searing flames. Multiple shadow clone technique. Boom, boom, boom. Naruto conjured 1,000 clones, instantly activating the Bloodstorm technique to appear before Orochimaru. An uncountable number of projectiles, accompanied by innumerable shadow clones, clouded Orochimaru and Appo's judgment. And when Naruto and Appo's real form materialized before him. The gravity of the situation dawned upon him. Simultaneously, Sasuke had already positioned himself behind Orochimaru, one wielding the door panel high, the other swinging the heavy, the most formidable adversary in the ninja world. He could hardly believe that his opponent would perish so easily at his hands. Sasuke observed for a considerable time before finally inquiring, "Is it over?" "Not necessarily," Naruto replied as he began retrieving TNT from the system, arranging it beside Orochimaru and Appo's lifeless body. Just as he prepared to ignite it, Orochimaru and Appo's severed head unexpectedly spoke, startling both of them. "I am Orochimaru. If you seek power, come find me." As Orochimaru attempted to continue, Naruto swiftly lunged forward and kicked his head away. He had anticipated it. Orochimaru was not so easily vanquished. With his head kicked off, surely he could not place a curse seal on Sasuke, could he? At that moment, Orochimaru and Appo's headless corpse suddenly sprouted a new head, catching Sasuke off guard as he planted a curse mark on him before swiftly fleeing the scene. Sasuke felt a tingling sensation in his neck, followed by a gradual weakness in his limbs. Chapter 75, Sasuke, that bastard wants to possess me? Ridiculous. Hiss. Sasuke clutched his neck, his knees buckling as he dropped to one knee. Sakura, who had witnessed the entire battle, was still reeling from the moment Orochimaru sank his teeth into Sasuke and Appo's neck. Standing at a distance, the conversation between them had been muffled. Yet her sharp hearing had caught fragments, something about seeking him out if Sasuke desired power. Though she hadn't grasped the full exchange, Sakura's instinct screamed danger. That androgynous figure was not only terrifyingly strong but had also bitten Sasuke. Worse still, Sasuke had always been drawn to power. With swift leaps, Sakura rushed to his side, supporting his arm to help him up. Under normal circumstances, such closeness would have sent her heart racing with joy. But now, she felt nothing but exhaustion. Between her primary rival, the twin-tailed, long-legged Uzumaki Naruto, and the ever-charming wielder of the Executioner's blade, Sasuke's affections were already scattered. And now, this unsettling Orochimaru had entered the fray. Sakura couldn't help but worry about Sasuke's mental well-being. She even considered whether exposing him to Kakashi's questionable literature might help correct his skewed romantic inclinations. "Hey, idiot, you okay?" Naruto, having reduced Orochimaru's remains to ashes, approached them, his gaze lingering on Sasuke's neck. He debated whether to force-feed him a barrel of milk, though he was sure if it would wash away the newly acquired three-tomo Sharingan. "Sasuke." Sakura tightened her grip on his arm, her concern evident. "I'm fine. It doesn't hurt much." Sasuke paused, sensing something foreign within him. Strangely, his chakra reserves had expanded. Unable to decipher Orochimaru's motives, he mentally sifted through every novel he'd ever read for reference. An unknown power left behind. Enhanced strength, and that unmistakable greed in Orochimaru's eyes. "Ah, he wants to possess me. You know about this?" Sasuke noticed Naruto's unwavering stare at his neck. Since childhood, Naruto had always been the one with answers. Naruto nodded, hesitating. With Sakura present, he couldn't exactly say. "Orochimaru marked you because he wants your body." That would send her into a frenzy. Reading Naruto's hesitation, Sasuke mused aloud, "He wants to possess me?" Naruto's expression twisted. While technically correct, hearing it from Sasuke felt off. "You're way too sharp for your own good." "You could say that, but I've got a plan to screw him over." Naruto was already calculating whether Sasuke's new power would vanish with a gulp of milk. Sasuke frowned. Beside them, Sakura stared blankly, lost in their cryptic exchange. "No need. I want to let him succeed." Sasuke's voice was firm. "Besides, this power isn't bad." Dark markings crawled across his face as he activated the cursed seal, adding an eerie allure that made Sakura flush. Though Orochimaru's mark lingered, Sasuke was confident he could resist. Through relentless training, he could already harness the foreign energy despite the pain. With time, mastery would follow, another weapon against Itachi. Most importantly, he felt strong. Strong enough to challenge Naruto. The thought of another fight simmered in his mind. "Fine." Naruto shrugged, oblivious to Sasuke's brewing rivalry. The curse seal was Sasuke's early-stage cheat anyway. Itachi would deal with Orochimaru eventually. What surprised him was Sasuke's immediate control over the seal. In the original timeline, Sasuke had collapsed in agony. Now, Naruto had no doubt Sasuke would charge at Orochimaru, wielding his black blade in cursed seal mode. "Let us go." "Wait. I need to piss." Just as Naruto summoned a portal, Sasuke shook off Sakura and headed for the trees. Left with no choice, they waited. Sakura stared wistfully at the spot where Sasuke had vanished, while Naruto fiddled with the scrolls looted from the sound trio. 15 minutes later, Sasuke emerged. Hands in pockets, head slightly bowed. "Took you long enough," Naruto grumbled. "Saved someone. Let us go." While relieving himself, Sasuke had been interrupted by commotion. Annoyed, he found two grass ninjas harassing a red-haired girl. With a flash of 3,000 thunder movements, he ended them swiftly. The delay came from washing his hands. Nodding, Naruto didn't press further, stepping through the portal. Sasuke and Sakura followed. The trio reappeared at the final stage of the exam, a towering structure. Remembering Kakashi's advice about formal attire, Naruto donned his battered Iron Man suit, its battle scars adding a rugged charm. Inside, The other teams had already gathered, 3 from Konoha, the Sand Espikacha squad, and a nondescript team from the Hidden Waterfall. The third Hokage, flanked by Proctors, glanced at Team 7's late arrival before nodding to Enko. Congratulations on reaching the final stage of this examination. We shall now proceed to the individual battles. Upon the conclusion of her words, the display screen behind Hongdo began to scroll. Before long, the names of Uzumaki Naruto and Kanjiro emerged. The first match, Uzumaki Naruto versus Kanjiro. With his panda-like eyes, Kanjiro gazed at the distant puppet master from the hidden leaf, a grin nearly stretching to his ears. He chuckled. I have awaited this moment for a long time. Let us determine whose puppet technique reigns supreme. Chapter 76. Kankuro, let us engage in a thrilling puppet technique duel. The eager contender from Sunagakure, Kankuro, could hardly contain his excitement as he declared his pre-battle proclamation. Several jonin from other villages wore brazen smiles. They had long been aware of the yellow-haired puppeteer's reputation. The scars on his puppets revealed that this young man had exerted himself to the utmost during the recent examination. Whether his puppets could continue to function was another matter entirely, especially now that he was to face a ninja renowned for their mastery of puppet arts from Sunagakure. Indeed, while Konoha was formidable, could they truly surpass Sunagakure in the realm of puppet techniques? The ninjas from other villages were prepared to witness a spectacle. While the ninjas from their own village were taken aback by Kankuro's fervent words, was it possible that this Sunagakure ninja was not entirely rational? Who was spreading the notion that Uzumaki Naruto was a puppeteer? And why did the outsiders appear so gleeful? The jonin from Konoha could confidently assert that, despite the ignorance of the village and Appo's children regarding the current circumstances, this yellow-haired boy had been watched as he grew. From the age of 6, when he broke the village barrier, to 12, when he severed one of Kakashi and Appo's arms, his unconventional training methods had become legendary. The fact that Might Guy was now modeling his training after Naruto and Appo's was a testament to his formidable prowess. This humanoid anomaly. Was the outsider truly regarding him as a puppeteer? Would there truly be no repercussions? Please prepare, contestants. Upon hearing his name, Naruto shrugged his shoulders and made his way to the center of the arena, step by step. He glanced at the darkened Pikachu nearby, feeling somewhat speechless. He had just wrapped that fellow in a burlap sack yesterday, giving him panda eyes, and yet he appeared to have learned nothing. And besides, I am not a puppeteer. Uzumaki Naruto? Allow me to witness the puppet arts of your Konoha. Kankuro pressed his hand onto a mummy-wrapped puppet, his face alight with exhilaration. While battling a normal ninja merely ignited his fighting spirit. Facing another puppeteer elevated the stakes to a level where victory would validate Sunagakure's supremacy in the art of puppetry. This battle was one Kankuro must win. Naruto attempted to explain, only to realize that words would likely be futile, so he decided to let the misunderstanding persist. Upon seeing the puppet in Kankuro and Appo's hands, Naruto instinctively retrieved a life-size totem from his system. As Kankuro brandished his mummy puppet, Naruto stood with a golden statue. From a distance, it indeed resembled a duel between puppeteers, and at that moment, their styles synchronized. The observing jonin from Kono Kankuro chuckled without much thought, then addressed Naruto, who stood empty-handed. Uzumaki Naruto, what will you do now? All your puppets are gone. The foreign village ninjas watching the scene all wore mocking smiles. At last, finally we get to see this brat humbled. They had already envisioned the blonde-haired boy kneeling in surrender, but who could have anticipated? The golden-haired youth suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs, startling many of the observing ninjas. Seal release. Chapter 77. The reckless battle of two ninjas. With a resounding shout, Naruto brandished an immortal totem once more. He had meticulously gauged his strength during the previous encounter, and now he no longer feared inadvertently striking Pikachu down. The immortal totem swirled in his hands with great vigor, the golden statue towering slightly above him. Yet in his grasp, it resembled a mere toy. The air around the competition venue rippled with the force of his movements. Yukamaru, fearing for his own safety, hastily moved aside to avoid any splatter of blood from Kankuro, who stood transfixed, finally realizing that this individual wielded puppets as weapons. He was utterly bewildered. Grappling with the stark contrast between Naruto and Appo's technique and his own understanding of puppet mastery, Naruto and Appo's unconventional method of using puppets as armaments was bewildering. Yet Kankuro found himself unable to pinpoint precisely what was amiss. In the past, he had learned to operate from behind his puppets, analyzing enemy intelligence before seizing the opportunity to launch a surprise attack. However, today, Naruto Uzumaki had truly opened his eyes. While Kankuro struggled to comprehend, he was profoundly shaken. At that moment, Naruto swung the immortal totem, sending Pikachu crashing to the ground, and commenced a relentless assault on the fallen Kankuro. With each strike, he mentally echoed the command, no sleeping in the duel arena. Crash, ah. Crash, ah. Naruto exhibited remarkable control over his strength, each blow causing Kankuro's blood to surge. He even managed to establish a rhythm with the totem, accompanied by the haunting cries of Kankuro. The brutal scene sent shivers down the spines of all present, particularly those from other villages who had previously mocked Naruto as a mere puppeteer. Each resounding hit felt as though it struck at the very core of their hearts. Hadn't they just dismissed him as a puppeteer? What they witnessed was more akin to his burden. What manner of creature was this blonde-haired boy? Surely, being struck by him would be fatal. The foreign ninjas swallowed hard, their hearts now filled with trepidation. At this moment, they finally grasped why the third Hokage had suggested seeking retribution from this blonde-haired menace. That statue, when it came crashing down, could incapacitate even their elite shinobi. What on earth was going on with this boy? Had he possessed such power all along, they would never have dared to provoke the Hokage's office. Moreover, past examinations had revealed that Naruto bore a grudge. Naruto, cease. Ultimately, the third Hokage, unable to bear the sight of Naruto mercilessly pummeling Kankuro any longer, signaled Yukimaru to intervene. The frail Yukimaru, apprehensive of Naruto's ferocity, shouted from a safe distance of 5 meters for a full minute before Naruto finally relented. Of course, Naruto's decision to stop was also due to the fact that the immortal totem had sustained considerable damage. Kankuro, now healed, lay serenely on the ground, his gaze fixed vacantly on the ceiling. In that brief moment, he had experienced a brush with death. Moreover, he felt as though he had grasped the essence of the ultimate puppet technique. Lady Chiyo, I have finally discovered my path in puppet mastery. He realized that the pinnacle of this art was akin to Naruto's approach. Enlightened by this revelation, Kankuro felt his wounds dissipate. After a while, he rose slowly from the ground. While he bore no injuries, his puppets and clothing were in tatters, rendering him akin to a vagabond. Nevertheless, Kankuro's spirit was undeterred. He gazed at Naruto with shining eyes and deeply bowed, exclaiming, Naruto Uzumaki, I am immensely grateful. I have comprehended the true essence of puppet mastery. Naruto, taken aback by Pikachu's statement, bore an expression reminiscent of an elder on a subway. Wait, my friend, what have you comprehended? I just knocked you down twice. Kakashi, standing atop the platform, covered his face with his hand in despair. Great. Another child to bring misfortune upon Naruto. The third Hokage, observing Kankuro's gratefulness towards Naruto, began to harbor a flicker of anticipation. At last, someone could share in the pain he had endured. Outside, Gaara's forehead twitched in irritation upon witnessing Kankuro's antics. What a disgrace to our village. The expressions of the other observing ninjas were equally perplexed. How could Kankuro, who had just been thoroughly bested, still express gratitude to Naruto? Lee, how touching. This is youth. The duo of Guy and Lee, witnessing the scene, burst into tears once more, while Tenten hastily pulled Niji away, as if to say she did not recognize these two embarrassing figures. With a complex array of emotions, Naruto returned to the spectators' area, during which Kankuro repeatedly expressed his thanks. Had the shinobi world possessed mobile phones, Naruto suspected Kankuro would have eagerly asked for his contact information. Ahem. The second match. The frail Yukimaru returned to the arena, the screen behind him rolling with activity. The second match, Uchiha Sasuke versus Tenten. Sasuke cast a glance at the ailing Yukimaru, contemplating whether to incite Naruto into a scheme against him later that evening. However, upon hearing the name of his opponent, a rare excitement flickered across Sasuke's face. All right, Tenten. Today, I shall cleanse the shame of that day. Hey, Sasuke. It seems I am pitted against you. Tenten cheerfully waved, playfully sticking out her tongue. Sasuke, irritated by the casual address, clenched his fists. Enough chatter. In an instant, Sasuke transformed into a flash of lightning, arriving at the arena before Tenten, who promptly rolled away. Niji, ever vigilant, cautioned her, Be careful, Tenten. Don't worry, Niji, she replied confidently, clad in black robes. Sasuke locked eyes with Tenten. He had gathered sufficient intel about her. Although her ninja talent was average, she was exceptionally gifted in the use of ninja tools. Sasuke scoffed at this notion, dismissing it. No matter how skilled she is with tools, she cannot surpass the Uchiha clan. Today, he would conquer her in her area of expertise. As the two completed their hand seals, Tenten swiftly distanced herself from Sasuke, producing an enormous sealing scroll. Sasuke, quicker still, had already unsealed 5 scrolls, his speed prompting admiration from Naruto. Bang, bang, bang. The sounds of summoning techniques echoed, as the arena became inundated with a plethora of ninja tools. Chapter 78. Never underestimate the power of Sasuke's 9 clans. Activate the barrier. The proctor watched in horror as Sasuke and Tenten unleashed a relentless barrage of shuriken and kunai. The confined arena offered little room for evasion, and many of the projectiles whizzed perilously close to the spectators. If this continued unchecked, casualties among the observing shinobi were inevitable. Without hesitation, the Konoha proctor leaped to the perimeter of the battlefield, weaving hand seals to erect a protective barrier, sealing the two combatants within. From the second-floor balcony, Naruto gripped the railing, his entire body alight with excitement as he witnessed the extravagant display of resources. Damn it. Don't you dare underestimate the might of Sasuke's 9 clans, he bellowed. Kakashi and Sakura, thoroughly embarrassed, swiftly distanced themselves from the spectacle. Only Hinata remained. Her cheeks faintly flushed as she gazed tenderly at Naruto. Noticing Hinata's presence, Sakura hesitated briefly before approaching her, engaging in a hushed conversation. Though Naruto caught sight of their exchange, the distance rendered their words inaudible. Hinata, however, reacted with audible gasps, her expression shifting between shock and disbelief as she intermittently glanced in Naruto's direction. Misinterpreting her concern, Naruto responded with a playful wink and a reassuring smile. Meanwhile, within the barrier, Sasuke and Tenten had once again unfurled storage scrolls. Hey, since when does an Uchiha carry so many sealing scrolls? Tenten exclaimed, utterly dumbfounded. The Uchiha clan was renowned for their shuriken jutsu, but this was beyond excessive. With a cold smirk, Sasuke dismissed her with a single word: mediocre. He then hurled 10 scrolls into the air, weaving hand seals before launching an overwhelming storm of kunai and shuriken. The sheer volume was staggering. Thousands upon thousands of blades darkened the sky like a lethal downpour. Tenten barely managed to evade the initial onslaught. Her agility no match for the sheer density of the assault. Though she ranked among the most skilled genin, even she couldn't escape unscathed. Within moments, cuts and gashes marred her skin. And yet, Sasuke, infuriatingly, continued retrieving more scrolls, denying her even a moment's respite. Her evasion space rapidly dwindled. At this rate, the entire battlefield would soon be carpeted in steel, leaving her no room to maneuver. Just as despair threatened to overtake her, a series of sharp whistles cut through the air. She tensed, expecting another volley, only to realize these projectiles weren't aimed at her. Sasuke stood motionless, his arms now entwined with razor-thin wires. Surrender, he commanded. There is nowhere left to run. Tenten froze mid-motion. A single step would mean disaster. Gaara observed the scene with keen interest. Fascinating. Under the harsh arena lights, the intricate web of wires became visible, crisscrossing the battlefield like a spider-esque trap. One wrong move, and they would slice through flesh like butter. The spectators fell into stunned silence. Sasuke had just deployed nearly 100,000 shuriken, not to mention the explosive tags. The shinobi from Takigakure exchanged uneasy glances. The sheer quantity of weaponry Sasuke had expended surpassed their entire village's arsenal. The third Hokage, trembling, reached for his medicine. Such extravagance, this has Naruto's influence written all over it. The thought of an entire generation adopting this reckless combat style sent his blood pressure skyrocketing. I yield, but seriously, how many scrolls do you even have? Tenten blurted the moment she conceded. Sasuke scoffed, lifting his shirt to reveal rows upon rows of miniature sealing scrolls lining the interior. A conservative estimate placed the remaining count at several dozen. Are you kidding me? Did you bring your entire fortune into this fight? Tenten was utterly flabbergasted. She had thought her own stock of a dozen scrolls was excessive, but this? Including what he had already used, Sasuke must have carried over 100. Had he liquidated his entire inheritance for this? The audience was equally speechless. Who in their right mind spent this much on weaponry? Even Naruto winced. He had once questioned Sasuke about his scroll reserves, only to be met with stubborn evasion. His earlier just about 9 clans worth of power had been in jest, but now it seemed Sasuke had indeed sold off his clan's assets. Truly, the power of 9 clans. Second match. Uchiha Sasuke, victory, announced Heikek, materializing on the battlefield and carefully navigating the sea of shuriken to deliver the verdict. He then assisted Tenten in disentangling herself from the wires. Once the match concluded, Sasuke remained on the field, meticulously gathering his scattered weapons, a stark contrast to his earlier effortless barrage. The once proud Uchiha now resembled a humble farmer, bent over in laborious retrieval. Naruto, unable to contain himself, burst into laughter. Ha 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 ha. So much for your grand Shoken storm, huh? Shut it. Sasuke snapped, his pride wounded, though humiliating. The sheer volume of discarded weaponry left him no choice but to reclaim them. As the recycling work progressed at a slow pace, Moonlight Gale coughed lightly twice, instructing the candidates to take a 1-hour break before resuming the third round of competition. After making this announcement, Naruto stealthily approached Moonlight Gale and whispered, Uncle Gale, I saw a man going home with your girlfriend yesterday. Ding. Moonlight Gale was momentarily taken aback. The 1,000 books he had been holding fell to the ground with a crisp sound. His expression began to shift dramatically, eventually contorting into one of anguish, tears streaming down the corners of his eyes. In a fit of sorrow and rage, Moonlight Gale cried out, I knew it. Naruto responded, huh? Chapter 79. Years away from home, the villagers of Konoha remain as warm as ever. The fierce reaction of Tsukiakari Kazekage left Naruto momentarily speechless. I was just joking. Don't tell me there is a significant secret hidden in this? Naruto initially intended to concoct an excuse to send Kazekage home for a few days to avoid trouble. Yet, observing Kazekage's demeanor, it was evident that there was more to the story. Could it be that his girlfriend, Yuin, found him lacking and ran off with someone else? Gasping at this thought, Naruto leaned back, inhaling sharply. Kazekage buried his face in his hands, tears streaming down, punctuated by occasional coughs. Wah. Cough, cough. Seeing him in such a pitiful state, Naruto instinctively placed a comforting hand on his shoulder, but his impulsive words slipped out unfiltered. Kazekage. Flowers may wilt and bloom anew. If only you had, she would surely have stayed. The mention of that particular phrase sent Kazekage into an even greater fit of sobs. Perhaps this is all a misunderstanding? Realizing he had spoken too freely, Naruto hesitated, fearing he might provoke Kazekage further. It was better not to risk exacerbating the situation. Kazekage. Why, oh why? The heartbroken Kazekage lamented endlessly, leaving Naruto at a loss for words. After all, it felt rather odd discussing such matters with Kazekage, who was much older. Eventually, after wiping away his tears, Kazekage approached the third Hokage to discuss something before hastily departing the chunin exam venue. Naruto's feelings were quite complex. Kazekage was unlikely to meet a tragic end, yet he seemed to be suffering even more than death itself. I can only hope that Sister Yuin remains faithful. An hour later, the third match commenced as scheduled. The combatants were Gaara and Rock Lee. With the exam proctor Kazekage having left unexpectedly, presumably to confront infidelity, a scarred-faced jonin from Konoha stepped in as their new examiner. Naruto found the match utterly mundane, having already seen it before. The only moment of excitement for Lee was fleeting, after which he was promptly disqualified. As he watched the duel unfold, Naruto felt an overwhelming sense of boredom, especially since Sakura had whisked Hinata away, leaving him to retreat into his inner seals to amuse the fox spirit within. Ah, those were the days. Meanwhile, Jiraiya strolled through the streets of Konoha, nostalgia flooding his mind with memories of his time spent with Orochimaru and Tsunade. It is Jiraiya-sama. He has returned. Thank the heavens. Ha ha, this is wonderful. Many of the older villagers, upon spotting Jiraiya's iconic white hair, erupted into joyous shouts. A legend circulated in Konoha, as long as Jiraiya-sama returned to the village, he could effectively discipline that troublesome blonde. It was no exaggeration to say that Konoha had been shrouded in darkness due to the antics of that blonde before Jiraiya's return. Now with him back, the village's skies had brightened. Ninjas passing by trembled with excitement at the sight of Jiraiya, forming orderly lines to bow before him. Jiraiya-sama, thank you for your hard work. Villagers rushed from their homes, offering him tokens of appreciation, eggs, fish, meat, and more, while conspicuously avoiding mention of that troublesome blonde. Overwhelmed by their enthusiasm, even the thick-skinned Jiraiya felt a bit taken aback. Has it been so long that the villagers have become this enthusiastic? Enough. I can't carry any more. Please, everyone, go back home. He attempted to push the gifts back to the villagers while reluctantly accepting their offerings. At that moment, he felt that even the old man was not as warmly received by the villagers as he was. The ninjas had long prepared for this moment. It is an honor to meet you, Jiraiya-sama, one of the legendary Sannin. Indeed, your heroic tales have been told to me since childhood. And, oh, how I adore your writings. Surrounded by praises, Jiraiya found himself soaring on the wings of flattery, chuckling heartily. Haha, I didn't realize I was so famous in the village. Yet, he remained blissfully unaware of the gravity of the situation. After enduring the accolades for a good while, he waved his hands, signaling for the crowd to disperse, urging them not to block the streets. He then stealthily made his way towards a bathhouse. It's been ages since I gathered material. On another note, the 7th match concluded with Hinata Hyuga emerging victorious. Naruto, watching from the sidelines, nearly popped his eyes out in disbelief. The second round of personal duels was nearing its end, and predictably, his wife faced off against her cousin. As expected, Neji shot him a glare before launching into his usual diatribe. However, when the battle began, Neji found himself pinned down by Hinata's relentless 8-trigram 64 palms technique. Naruto was not particularly surprised. Hinata, under his guidance, though not as formidable as he or Sasuke, was still among the strongest of her class. Yet, during her onslaught, he noticed a faint blue glow emanating from her left eye, reminiscent of the Byakugan. Naruto began to worry about whether he would be on the receiving end of her wrath post-marriage. After a brief moment of observing the slightly panting Hinata, the blue light had vanished, and to any casual observer, it would appear as though it was merely a reflection. Naruto surmised that Hinata had yet to fully awaken her powers, but it seemed that it would not be long before she did. At that moment, Sasuke sidled up beside Naruto, whispering, Hinata's eyes. Unlike others, Sasuke had immediately noticed the anomaly. Similar to your Sharingan. Keep it to yourself. Understood. The two leaned in close, engaged in hushed conversation, oblivious to the fact that Sakura and Hinata had already approached from behind them. Chapter 80 Naruto. This place isn't air-conditioned. Impossible. The ninja world doesn't possess any extraordinary flames. How could one possibly conjure genuine fire techniques here? What? A Dodi? Does he even compare to the Sage of Six Paths? The conversation between the two swiftly shifted from discussing beautiful eyes to the plot of X breaking the sky. Sasuke even shared his speculations about the fire techniques and inquired about the power of a Dodi in the ninja world. Naruto expressed his disdain, asserting that the combat strength in X breaking the sky undoubtedly surpassed that of Naruto by numerous magnitudes. The high attack but low defense nature of ninjas simply could not be compared to the characters within X breaking the sky. As Naruto voiced his opinions, he urged Sasuke not to become too engrossed. He felt utterly helpless regarding his own fox spirit, who had become impossible to counsel. Kurama had even started meditating, claiming it was for closed-door training. Naruto found himself at a loss for words. Not long ago, when he was meditating to refine his chakra, the great fox had mocked him. However, as Naruto glanced into Sasuke's eyes, he momentarily lost his train of thought. The eternal Manjiki Sharingan was also known as the wish machine of the ninja world. What if Sasuke truly conjured something? Just as Naruto was passionately discussing, he suddenly sensed a sharp drop in temperature around him. Both he and Sasuke shivered involuntarily. Strange. There is no air conditioning here. Why has it suddenly turned cold? Naruto mumbled a few words, exchanged glances with Sasuke, and then both noticed Sakura and Hinata standing behind them. Hinata had her head bowed, the light casting shadows across her face, obscuring her expression. Sakura frowned, her teeth clenched, and Naruto could have sworn he saw flames flickering in her eyes. Naruto-kun, what are you doing? Hinata pulled Naruto away, tilting her head with a smile. Her tone was softer than usual, yet Naruto sensed the temperature around him drop further. Upon seeing Hinata's expression, Sasuke instinctively swallowed hard, feeling an unexplainable sense of guilt rising within him, unconsciously stepping aside. In Hinata's gaze, he detected a faint hint of murderous intent. I was just chatting with Sasuke. Naruto scratched his head and smiled, oblivious to the fleeting glimmer of menace in Hinata's eyes. Is that so? Naruto-kun is too close to Sasuke. Hinata's pale pupils glimmered with a faint blue light once more. Earlier, she had learned about the mist ninja through Sakura, which had profoundly shocked her young heart. This was soon followed by a surge of vigilance. Reflecting on these years, Hinata felt Naruto and Sasuke's relationship was perhaps too intimate. She had every reason to suspect that Uchiha Sasuke intended to steal her man. She absolutely would not allow such a thing to transpire. Naruto, hearing Hinata's words, felt his smile falter, and he shot a glare at Sakura. It dawned on him. Sakura must have said something to Hinata just now. Otherwise, Hinata's reaction wouldn't be so intense. All right. Sakura, I will remember this grudge. Naruto wrapped his arm around Hinata's shoulders, pulling her away. Hinata, about to express her anger, found her words interrupted by Naruto's actions. Her face flushed, and her mind became hazy, making it difficult for her to think. Hinata, let me tell you, Sasuke is just a big. Naruto began to patiently explain, pulling his young girlfriend along. Sasuke watched Naruto and Hinata in the corner, turning to Sakura with a puzzled expression. Is Hinata angry? I suppose? Sakura's gaze flickered, avoiding Sasuke's, as she continually reassured herself. Haruno Sakura, what you're doing is right. You must not let them continue to develop. Forbidden love leads to no good result. Sasuke couldn't fathom why Hinata was upset. His mind was filled with what Naruto had said. Finding it challenging to comprehend, he glanced at the ongoing matches below, feeling there was little worth watching. Especially since he had already seen Gaara's battle, and decided not to continue observing. He then approached Kakashi, who was reading, and took out his own book, quietly engrossing himself in it. Just as he opened the book, a faint pain shot through his neck. He raised his hand to touch the spot, which caught Kakashi's attention. Sasuke, your neck. It's nothing, just a snake bite. Sasuke lowered his hand from the wound, his tone utterly casual, as if it were trivial. He didn't recount the earlier battle to Kakashi, viewing it as insignificant. Kakashi, however, remained highly vigilant. During the middle of the chunin exam, Mitarashi Anko had encountered the rogue ninja Orochimaru, causing heightened alertness among the villagers. And the cursed mark on Sasuke's neck clearly bore Orochimaru's influence. Is that so? Kakashi remarked, lifting his forehead protector to observe Sasuke with his Sharingan. Upon activating his Sharingan, he was taken aback. He discovered a chilling chakra emanating from Sasuke. This chakra posed an imminent threat of causing Sasuke's internal chakra to erupt uncontrollably. Under normal circumstances, anyone experiencing such a phenomenon would be incapacitated, yet here was Sasuke, appearing unfazed, continuing to sit beside him, engrossed in reading. You brash child, how bold you are. Sasuke, come with me. Unable to shake his worries, Kakashi rose and called out to Sasuke, leading him to a secluded area. As the final battle approached, the chunin exam neared its conclusion. The announcement came for the last round of matches. Naruto Uzumaki vs Hinata Hyuga. Sasuke Uchiha vs Gaara. Temari vs Nara Shikamaru. The third round of the exam would commence in 1 month, and all named candidates were advised not to be absent. The young couple nestled in the corner was simultaneously shocked by the matchups. How are we supposed to fight like this? I protest against the third Hokage. Naruto vented his frustrations at the third Hokage's retreating figure, claiming there was foul play in the matchmaking. He had initially intended to take on his brother-in-law, only to find himself pitted against Hinata in the end. In Naruto-kun, Hinata's expression was also one of conflict. The protest was in vain. The third Hokage turned, leaving Naruto with his back, striding away briskly. As for Hinata's match against Naruto, it was a suggestion made by Hayashi Hyuga. The Hyuga clan felt that Naruto was becoming too overbearing, frequently visiting their home to provoke everyone and flaunting his closeness with Hinata in front of Hayashi. Unfortunately, no one in the village could handle Naruto, so Hayashi ultimately decided to have his daughter face off against him. This would not only test Hinata's strength but also cause that blonde brat to tread carefully, while simultaneously dampening his arrogance. Witnessing the third Hokage's hurried departure, Naruto became increasingly convinced that he was hiding something sinister. This was infuriating. He absolutely could not bring himself to fight Hinata. Whose wretched idea was this anyway? After pondering for a while without reaching a conclusion, Naruto simply placed the blame squarely on Danzo's shoulders. Recalling how violently Danzo had reacted upon seeing him, Naruto decided to visit the elderly man at the hospital later. Perhaps he'd also drop by the Hyuga household while he was at it. Chapter 81. Naruto's first encounter with Jiraiya the following day, at Naruto Uzumaki's dedicated training ground. What? You expect me to train by myself? Naruto glared furiously at Kakashi before him. He had waited the entire morning for his teammates, but neither Sasuke nor Sakura had shown up. It was only at noon that Kakashi finally arrived. The silver-haired ninja mentioned he was taking Sasuke for special training, while Sakura was off interning at the Konoha hospital to learn medical ninjutsu. Well, you were able to train alone quite well before, Kakashi remarked. Naruto gritted his teeth, feeling quite displeased with Kakashi. While his words held some truth, it seemed unfair that Kakashi favored Sasuke so blatantly. The reason for Kakashi's preoccupation with Sasuke was undoubtedly linked to Obito. This thought ignited in Naruto yet another motivation to eliminate Obito. Don't worry. Someone will be here to train you, Kakashi assured, his deadpan expression giving way to a fleeting image of Jiraiya in his mind. Oh, by the way, Naruto. Do you still have that meat patty I had last time? I believe it allows the consumer to dream of the departed, doesn't it? Naruto's expression twisted in confusion. Is there a possibility that you actually perished after eating that meat patty last time and went to the Pure Land, hence encountering the departed? Despite the absurdity of Kakashi's statement, Naruto was determined to honor his beloved teacher. He retrieved a vividly colored meat patty from his belongings and, with great care, produced an immortal totem. Kakashi's initial joy at seeing the colorful meat patty quickly turned to bewilderment upon witnessing Naruto brandish a weapon. What are you doing, Naruto? To meet the departed, Kakashi-sensei, you must embrace this statue while consuming the meat patty, Naruto explained earnestly. What kind of principle is that? Kakashi was incredulous. Yet Naruto's earnestness was oddly convincing. But why is the statue so multifunctional? It can serve as a weapon and allow one to meet the departed. Kakashi was momentarily at a loss for words. Perhaps the souls of the departed are drawn to the statue? Stop asking so many questions and just do as I say. I assure you, you will meet the departed. Naruto fabricated a rationale he himself found hard to believe and decided to abandon the pretense. He simply instructed Kakashi to follow his words if he wished to see the departed. After a brief pause, Kakashi ultimately accepted Naruto's ludicrous assertion. After all, he had encountered his father once before. While holding the statue, his mind was flooded with memories of Obito, Rin, his father, and his teacher. Who would he meet this time? In the end, Kakashi tucked the meat patty into his cloak, embraced the statue, and walked home with eager "Listen well, you brat." Without a moment's hesitation, Jiraiya initiated an impromptu dance battle with Naruto, yet Naruto showed no inclination to entertain the old sage, turning on his heels to depart. Jiraiya, poised to articulate his thoughts, found his words caught in his throat, his expression contorted with disbelief. After years of traversing the ninja world, he had never encountered such rudeness in a young one. Wait, you really wouldn't want the Hokage to learn about your antics in the sacred resting place of heroes in Konoha, would you? Naruto disregarded the white-haired sage, his pace steadily quickening. Enraged by the boy's indifference, Jiraiya charged after him, determined to set him straight. You rude little brat. Can't you at least let me finish my sentence? The two figures raced out of the graveyard, one in pursuit of the other. At that moment, the space before Lin's gravestone warped, and Obito, the masked man, arrived at the scene. In his hand, he clutched Chapter 82, the third Hokage. That Naruto boy is quite well behaved. The third Hokage exhaled a puff of smoke, observing the carefree Jiraiya and Naruto before him. His face wrinkled to the point of nearly suffocating a mosquito. 10 minutes prior, he had learned from the Umbu that the duo had taken it upon themselves to raid the cemetery and partake in the offerings meant for the heroes of Konoha. Upon receiving this news, the third Hokage nearly fainted on the spot, wishing for the company of his old friend, Danzo, in the hospital. What kind of place is a cemetery? It is the sacred resting ground for all those brave souls who fought valiantly for the village. Yet, these two had the audacity not only to disturb the peace of the cemetery but also to shamelessly consume the offerings. What would the families of the deceased think? Many of the fallen had lost their entire families in battle. The mere thought of these two ruffians disrupting the tranquility of the resting heroes sent the third Hokage's blood pressure skyrocketing. As for Naruto, he was no stranger to causing chaos in the village. But for Jiraiya, who was supposed to be more mature, it was truly infuriating. What on earth were they thinking? How could they commit such a reckless act in the sacred resting place of Konoha's heroes? In response to the third Hokage's ire, Jiraiya turned his gaze to the right while Naruto glanced to the left, both adopting an attitude of defiance, as if to say, go ahead and scold us. But we have no intention of admitting our wrongdoing. The sight made the third Hokage tremble as he rummaged through his drawer for medication, swallowing it hastily while taking deep breaths to calm himself. Those offerings. What were they thinking? His voice, hoarse and shaky, echoed, resembling that of a frail old man on the verge of collapse. Naruto, meanwhile, absent-mindedly picked his nose, his gaze wandering, and seized the opportunity to argue before the white-haired elder. The offerings are merely the living's tribute to the deceased. Rather than letting them decay in the cemetery, it is better for a young person like me to enjoy them. This was a lesson imparted to him by the elder. In a flash, Naruto placed an enormous black pot atop Jiraiya's head, prompting the third Hokage to shoot a glare at Jiraiya, even with his thick skin. Jiraiya felt a twinge of embarrassment upon hearing those familiar words. He turned to Naruto, glaring. You brat, when did I ever teach you that? Old man, don't listen to this little rascal's nonsense. I'm the one wronged here. Jiraiya swiftly dodged the hefty pot that Naruto had flung at him. Oh, white-haired elder, tell me. Did you not instruct me in this manner? Naruto's words ignited Jiraiya's anger, and the atmosphere in the Hokage's office brimmed with tension, as if a brawl was imminent. Bang. The third Hokage slammed his hand on the table, rising to admonish the two. This is absurd. Do you have no respect for me as your Hokage? If you wish to fight, take it outside. The two, sensing the third Hokage's fury, instinctively recoiled, exchanging glances before each turning their heads away. Jiraiya believed that this brat was insufferable, were it not for the third Hokage's request. He would have given this yellow-haired kid a proper lesson on how to respect one's elders. After a prolonged silence, the third Hokage regarded Naruto, rubbing his temples before speaking. If you continue to stir up trouble, the sealing scroll matter can be disregarded. The third Hokage attempted to use this as leverage to keep Naruto in line for a while. However, Naruto merely cast a glance at the elder, unfazed. After all, following the chunin exams, he would be dining with the third Hokage, and whether the elder acknowledged this matter or not remained to be seen. Nevertheless, considering the third Hokage's dwindling days, Naruto ultimately nodded in feigned compliance, allowing the elder a few more peaceful days. And you, Jiraiya, did I not summon you through the Umbu to meet with me? Why have you delayed your arrival at the Hokage building? If it weren't for the Umbu capturing you, would you have even bothered to come see this old man? The third Hokage began to scold Jiraiya, who he had eagerly awaited to return to the village. After years of anticipation, this man had the audacity to frequent brothels and peep into women's baths. Whenever the Umbu sought him out, he would shake his head and dismiss them, claiming he was too busy and would visit the Hokage building when time permitted. Haha. It's just that I haven't returned for so long. I genuinely wanted to see how the village has changed over the years. Jiraiya chuckled, but then suddenly recalled Kakashi's earlier request. Kakashi had mentioned that the Hokage wanted him to mentor Minato's son. He thought that bringing this up might placate the elder. Oh. By the way, I heard that my return to the village was for the purpose of teaching Minato's child, right? As Jiraiya spoke, his demeanor shifted to seriousness. Minato. So many years have passed. His child should be about the same age as this annoying brat beside me. Indeed. The third Hokage's expression softened considerably upon hearing this. He remained silent, instead directing his gaze toward Naruto, who stood there in a daze. An unexpected silence enveloped the room as Jiraiya glanced between the yellow-haired boy and the serious-faced elder, struggling to find his voice. Old man, you can't be telling me. Seeing the third Hokage's unwavering gaze fixed on the boy, Jiraiya's heart sank, a sense of dread washing over him. It was impossible. How could Minato's child be this bothersome brat? Absolutely not. Yes, he is Minato's child, Uzumaki Naruto. Jiraiya. Upon hearing this dreadful revelation, Jiraiya was instantly petrified. A few seconds later, he accepted the reality, rubbed his face, and attempted to act nonchalant as he made his way toward the door. Jiraiya, if you dare step out of that door today, never return. The third Hokage was beside himself with rage. Having waited for Jiraiya to return and guide Naruto for so many years. Finally, the moment had arrived, and now Jiraiya wanted to abandon his responsibilities without a word. He could not accept such a conclusion. The entirety of Konoha could not accept it either. Jiraiya turned around, feigning excitement as he exclaimed, "Is this truly a blessing in disguise?" The third Hokage, frustrated, plopped down into his chair, gripping his chest tightly, his breath resembling that of a bellows. "Old man, come down." Jiraiya, aware of the gravity of the situation, swiftly approached the third Hokage, concerned. Naruto, having witnessed the elder's routine over the years, adeptly opened the drawer, retrieving a handful of medicine and offering it to the third Hokage. The elder felt a surge of warmth at Naruto's concern. "But, are you trying to ensure I meet my end more swiftly?" The third Hokage shot a glance at the well-behaved Naruto, gently pushing the boy's hand aside while taking 2 pills for himself. Yet, even after swallowing the medication, he still appeared gravely unwell. He grasped Jiraiya's hand, as if a dying man were preparing to impart his final wishes to his disciple. "Jiraiya, I do not have many years left to live. I wish to entrust Naruto to your guidance." Jiraiya cast a glance at Naruto and then at the aged third Hokage. After a considerable internal struggle lasting 3 minutes, he finally nodded in agreement. "Very well, I shall accept your request." Upon hearing this, the third Hokage's eyes sparkled with life, and he abruptly rose, clutching Jiraiya's collar tightly. "But you must not go back on your word." Jiraiya's expression shifted, sensing that he had fallen into the trap set by this old man. To alleviate Jiraiya's concerns, the third Hokage even uttered the most insincere words of his life. "You need not worry, Jiraiya. Naruto is quite well behaved." Naruto, taken aback, felt a flush of embarrassment at the unexpected praise. How could the third Hokage muster the audacity to say such a thing? However, upon seeing the third's intense gaze fixed upon him, Naruto immediately grasped the underlying meaning. He scratched his head and displayed a simple, earnest smile. Chapter 83, The Rebellious Disciple. "What are you doing?" Ultimately, Jiraiya acquiesced to the persuasion and coercion of the third Hokage, agreeing to mentor Naruto, in a bid to secure Jiraiya's compliance. The third Hokage even lent him his crystal ball for 2 days. Initially, Jiraiya felt tricked by the old man, but upon seeing the crystal ball, all his reservations vanished. The following day, Jiraiya arranged to meet Naruto at the training ground on the eastern side of the village. Seated cross-legged on a rock, Jiraiya cradled the crystal ball in his arms, a lecherous grin plastered on his face as drool dripped from the corner of his mouth. "Could you pause for a moment? Old man, at your age, can you really?" Naruto quipped from the side, having been interrupted just as he poked fun at the white-haired old sage. "Rascal, what nonsense are you spouting? How dare a kid your age utter such filthy words? Let me tell you, I am still quite vigorous at my age," Jiraiya retorted. His face flushed with indignation. It was a matter of a man and Appo's dignity, and he could not allow anyone to tarnish it so easily. Naruto remained silent. his gaze filled with skepticism, as if to say everything without uttering a word. The sight of Naruto's expression only fueled Jiraiya's frustration. What troubled him most was that Naruto often brandished peculiar cards before him when he was in a good mood. He had even seen a card featuring Chiyo from Sunagakure, clad in a swimsuit. The most outrageous of all was the card of the Raikage from the Land of Lightning. Just a fleeting glance sent a chill down his spine. And he lost all interest in the crystal ball. Jiraiya glared at the scattered cards, filled with aversion. Yet, that was not the most terrifying aspect. Jiraiya genuinely feared that Naruto might draw inspiration from these cards and use transformation jutsu to materialize before him in an absurd form. Naruto, could you perhaps find somewhere else to occupy yourself? Moreover, I have already promised the old man to take you as my disciple. So could you show some respect for me as your teacher? You must address me as teacher immediately. Now, right this moment. Put away those bizarre cards. Naruto lowered his head in silence, continuing to rummage through the system for his exclusive cards. These cards were illustrated by Uzumaki Kushina, showcasing various cross-dressing themes, such as white stockings Likue, fishnet stockings Zhang Fei, and J.K. Danzo. If not for the third Hokage's presence, Naruto might have even contemplated drawing a card of his adoptive father, Sarutobi Hiruzen, in a skirt. In summary, the mental pollution these cards inflicted was overwhelming. Even Naruto was hesitant to gaze too long at them. Whenever he displayed these cards before Jiraiya, he would conjure images of Hinata at 18 in his mind to fend off the severe mental contamination. Stop, stop, stop. Allow me to teach you a formidable technique, Jiraiya exclaimed, feeling overwhelmed. He could hardly believe the old man and Appo's words. Obedient? This child, where was the obedience in him, even in his youth? He had never caused as much trouble as this boy. Upon hearing Jiraiya and Appo's intent to teach him something, Naruto halted his card rummaging. A formidable technique? Was it the Rasengan? Or perhaps summoning jutsu? Naruto swiftly tossed the cards back into the system, raising his head once more with an innocent expression. Teacher Jiraiya, what powerful technique will you teach me? Jiraiya's eye twitched. He could swear the boy had just been about to call him white-haired old man. Glancing at Naruto's golden locks, he was reminded of Minato. How could such a well-behaved child grow into Naruto? Or perhaps, this child took after Kushina. A vision of a certain fiery red-haired woman flashed across Jiraiya's mind, leaving him with a lingering sense of dread. Clearing his throat, Jiraiya carefully tucked the crystal ball into his robe and stood up, adjusting his clothing. Naruto, watch closely. He bit his thumb, smeared blood across his palm, and began forming seals, then pressed one hand to the ground while shouting, summoning jutsu. With a puff of smoke, a large orange toad, approximately 2 meters tall, appeared. It opened its mouth, extending its tongue to produce a scroll. Jiraiya took the scroll and tossed it before Naruto. Sign your name on this scroll, he instructed, unfurling the scroll to reveal the names of those who had previously signed contracts with Mount Maiboku. Naruto eagerly picked up the pen and followed in his adoptive father and Appo's footsteps, inscribing his name. After completing the ritual, Jiraiya commenced teaching the essentials of the summoning jutsu. So, how much of the summoning jutsu have you remembered? Casually posing the question, Jiraiya intended to send Naruto off to ponder on his own. However, after his inquiry, he noticed Naruto standing still, as if time had frozen for him. What are you doing? I'm asking you a question. How much of the summoning jutsu have you remembered? Jiraiya called out for a full 2 minutes before Naruto finally stirred. He replied, looking up at Jiraiya with an expression of naive confusion. It wasn't that the summoning jutsu was difficult. Rather, during Jiraiya's earlier instruction, he had delved into various aspects of sealing techniques, which were quite comprehensible. Recalling the Flying Thunder God technique he had noted within the sealing scroll, Naruto's consciousness drifted into the sealing space to study the technique, only to find that understanding a few points about sealing techniques was akin to solving a mathematical problem. The good news was that he had found a glimmer of clarity. As for the summoning jutsu Jiraiya mentioned, the other half had naturally slipped from his memory. Jiraiya was exasperated, his fist clenching once more. Nevertheless, he reiterated the essential points of the summoning jutsu. This time, Naruto listened intently. Alright, you can go practice on your own now. Jiraiya placed his hands on Naruto and Appo's shoulders, gently pushing him aside while repeatedly gesturing for him to leave. Given Naruto and Appo's inability to recall the summoning jutsu even once, it was evident that mastering this technique would take him considerable time and effort. It seemed that Minato and Appo's talent had not been inherited by this child. However, this also implied that Jiraiya could look forward to a period of tranquility. With this thought, he found a corner and retrieved the crystal ball once more. The blossoming youth is truly delightful. Jiraiya's eyes were nearly glued to the crystal ball. Suddenly, a series of loud noises erupted around him, startling Jiraiya so much that he almost dropped the old man and Appo's prized crystal ball. An earthquake. With a heart full of bewilderment, Jiraiya turned his head to take a look, and nearly fainted on the spot. Rebellious disciple. Stop at once. That is the great sage of the toads. Chapter 84. It is the summoning beast. It is our companion. A massive toad sage, nearly 100 meters in size, sat cross-legged, its head bowed, emitting a thunderous snore. This, of course, was not what instilled fear in Jiraiya. Rather, it was the sight of dozens of yellow-haired individuals wielding iron chains. each appearing at various limbs of the toad, incessantly wrapping it in chains. As for Naruto, he stood before this colossal toad, grasping the chains binding it, straining with all his might to pull it forward. If one were to disregard the massive toad behind him, they might mistake him for an experienced boatman. In Naruto and Appo's mind, he was only familiar with the toad from Mount Myaboku that wielded a machete. Moreover, the distinctions between the animated and the real world were stark, in reality. The toad he summoned bore no other recognizable traits compared to the one Jiraiya had summoned, aside from its size. This particular toad seemed to have emerged from slumber, utterly unresponsive to calls. Upon witnessing such a mountain-like figure, Naruto couldn't and Appo's resist the urge to test whether he could drag this and Appo's in the distance. Jiraiya and Appo's shouts did little to deter Naruto and Appo's attempts to pull the toad. His mind was consumed by the toad and Appo's snores, rendering him oblivious to Jiraiya and Appo's voice. Naruto, you rebellious disciple. Stop this at once. Jiraiya, drenched in sweat, felt his heart race at the sight of the great toad sage. Over the years, he had sought the sage and Appo's audience, only to receive word that the sage was asleep and unavailable to outsiders. He never anticipated meeting the great toad sage under such circumstances. Gasping, Jiraiya rushed towards Naruto. Hey, old frog, what brings you here? Naruto paused momentarily in his efforts to drag the toad, turning to Jiraiya, who appeared flustered. You need to free those chains. That is the great toad sage of Mount Myaboku. Jiraiya snatched the chains from Naruto and Appo's hands, pointing furiously at the toad sage behind them. He was exasperated with the boy and Appo's actions. Despite not knowing how Naruto had summoned the sage, he was genuinely concerned that this incident could lead Mount Myaboku to unilaterally dissolve their contract. Naruto stopped, bewildered, glancing back at the still snoring toad. Upon realizing that it was indeed the great toad sage, he was momentarily stunned. Shuden and Appo's the sage be resting in Mount Myaboku, waking only to deliver prophecies to Jiraiya? Why had he summoned it himself? Enough dawdling. Move. Jiraiya was both furious and anxious. What was Naruto thinking, standing there in a daze? If the great toad sage awoke to find itself bound in chains, the consequences would be dire. Jiraiya growled, using shadow clone technique to rush to the toad and Appo's feet, intending to remove the chains himself. Boom! Just as Jiraiya reached out, a puff of smoke enveloped the area. And with a resounding crack, the great toad sage vanished. This is bad. This is really bad. Jiraiya pressed his hands against his head, panic etched across his face. The sudden disappearance of the sage could only mean one thing. It had awakened from its slumber and, upon discovering the chains binding it, had cancelled the summoning. Jiraiya felt as though his mind might implode. Rebellious disciple. Look at the mess you and Appo's created. He was baffled at what thoughts occupied Naruto and Appo's mind. Shuden and Appo's normal person marvel at their powerful summoning beast or praise their teacher. For instance, Minato had reacted similarly. But Naruto, on the other hand, not only had he summoned the sage from Mount Myaboku, but he had also bound it with chains and was attempting to drag it around as if it were mere weight training. That was a summoning beast. A combat companion for a ninja, not a burden. The thought of the sleeping sage subjected to such treatment sent Jiraiya and Appo's blood pressure soaring. Reflecting on the myriad of medications stocked by the third Hokage, Jiraiya felt he was beginning to understand the situation. Moreover, what kind of discipline was this child exhibiting? Jiraiya-sensei. I think I and Appo's learned the summoning technique quite well. Jiraiya. Naruto, having dismissed the gravity of using the great toad sage as a weight, recalled that when he had first summoned the toad, it had been utterly unresponsive, as if in deep slumber. Hence, he had treated the sage as a mere burden. Jiraiya and Appo's expression darkened, and he raised his hand to reprimand the boy, but Naruto, mistaking the gesture for a pat on the head, nimbly dodged. Do you even realize what you've just done? That is a sage from one of the three great sanctuaries, a being comparable to the sage of six paths. Oh. Faced with Jiraiya and Appo's ire, Naruto remained unfazed. So what if it had lived for a millennium? He understood. The old who do not perish are deemed monsters. Old frog, monster frog. He would know how to greet the great toad sage and the sage of six paths with proper decorum in the future. Jiraiya was left at a loss for words, exasperated by Naruto and Appo's navet. He should have left the Hokage and Appo's office when he had the chance. Why had he agreed to that old man and Appo's request? Now, every glance at Naruto made his head throb. After a long pause, Jiraiya steeled himself to continue instructing Naruto. Naruto. Use the summoning technique once more, but control your chakra this time. Don't overexert yourself. Jiraiya had considered the situation and deduced that Naruto was capable of summoning the great toad sage due to the immense chakra he possessed. By mere coincidence, he had summoned the sage. Oh, I see. Naruto nodded, understanding. He had thought that the more chakra he used, the larger the summoned toad would be, unaware that it would result in summoning the great toad sage instead. Biting his finger, Naruto formed the hand seals again. Summoning technique. Boom. Before either could catch a glimpse of the toad and Appo's form, a playful voice echoed in the air. Little Jiraiya, what do you seek? Whom do you wish to confront? Jiraiya. This one is better than the last. Chapter 85, Naruto. Idan and Appos, T understand. ISN and Appos, T this the summoning technique used by Jiraiya? Fukasaku the toad caught the smoke pipe and blew a gigantic smoke ring. Jiraiya tightly gripped Naruto and Appos' neck and, through clenched teeth, whispered, Naruto, remember this. The summoned beasts are our allies, and you must never create such a mess for your master again. Do you understand? I understand, replied the restrained Naruto, glancing at the toad before him, his eyes filled with regret. What a pity. This toad is even larger than the previous one. If only I could use it for training, I would surely grow much stronger. Jiraiya sighed in relief upon hearing Naruto and Appos' words. Thankfully, this child still listens to me. Fukasaku, this child summoned you. His name is Uzumaki Naruto. Uzumaki? Naruto? Fukasaku turned to the blonde boy, and a fleeting image of Minato crossed his mind. So he is the child of that little rascal Minato? Fukasaku was slightly surprised by Uzumaki Naruto. After all, even Minato, Kuden, and Appos' summoned him at Naruto and Appos' age. Jiraiya then chatted with Fukasaku for a while, warned Naruto again, and once assured that he wouldn't and Appos' cause any more absurdities. He left Naruto and Fukasaku and Appos' care and made his escape. If he stayed any longer, Jiraiya feared he would end up giving Naruto wrinkles from stress. Moreover, he had to settle accounts with that old man. It was and Appos' that Jiraiya was unwilling to take Naruto as his disciple. But why didn't that old coot clarify Naruto and Appos' situation to him? Ugh. After leaving the training ground, Jiraiya rushed to the Hokage building. However, before he could enter, he was stopped by two Ambu ninjas. Lord Jiraiya, please wait. Lord Third said he is busy with official matters these days and cannot meet with outsiders. The Ambu ninja felt a twinge of sympathy for Jiraiya. It was well known that Jiraiya bore the significant responsibility of teaching the village and Appos' blonde prodigy. To entrust the future of Konoha to Jiraiya was no exaggeration. Ugh, that old man. Jiraiya was momentarily speechless. Busy, you say? He felt that the old man was merely feeling guilty, too afraid to face him, fearing that he might quit, right? Sarutobi Hiruzen, come out. If you have the guts to deceive me, then come out and face me. Jiraiya and Appos' furious shout of the third Hokage and Appos' name was enough to reveal his anger. The third, hiding behind the office curtains, peeked through a small gap to observe Jiraiya, who was cursing below. No matter how harshly Jiraiya scolded, he remained silent, even feeling a bit pleased. Wonderful. I finally Dawn and Appos' have to face that child, Naruto. Jiraiya, as my disciple. You will have to toil and bear my burdens. He even contemplated tossing the pile of medicine in his drawer into the trash. Perhaps, with Jiraiya around, he wouldn't and Appos' need these pills anymore. Lord Jiraiya, you should go back. Lord Third will not meet with you. Eventually, one of the ANBU, feeling pity for the enraged Jiraiya, quietly advised him. Damn it. I knew being called back to the village would lead to no good. Unable to meet the third, Jiraiya could only stand beneath the Hokage building, fuming in frustration. After nearly half an hour of cursing, he left with a dark expression, still muttering, old coot. Don't think you can take back the crystal ball. Meanwhile, at Naruto and Appos' exclusive training ground, Naruto and Fukasaku got along splendidly. This great toad declared that Minato was its little brother, and as Naruto was the child of its little brother, it was determined to protect him. Hearing that Fukasaku intended to look out for him made Naruto feel quite peculiar. For some reason, he always felt more at ease with animals than with the villagers. Not to mention, his relationship with his brother-in-law was still quite strained. After all, it was his brother-in-law who had beaten him up before, and for Naruto to hold no grudge was already incredibly generous. Besides, it had been years since the incident. Why was Neji still holding a grudge against him? With this in mind, Naruto felt he should foster better relationships with those around him. He looked at the towering Fukasaku and a brilliant idea struck him. Yes, he could assist Konohamaru and Sakura in special training. Naruto recalled how they had expressed their desire to grow stronger on several occasions. With this thought, he exchanged a few words with Fukasaku, dispelled the summoning technique, created a shadow clone, and passed through the light gate. One clone went to find Sakura while the original went to seek out his little brother, Konohamaru. Around noon, Konohamaru and Sakura appeared at the training ground, their expressions filled with confusion. They had both been dragged there by Naruto, who claimed to have a way to help them become stronger. Naturally, they held some expectations, especially Sakura, as she practiced medical ninjutsu. She increasingly felt the gap between herself and Sasuke and Naruto. After all, Naruto could produce numerous healing items, making her feel rather inadequate in her medical training. Meanwhile, Konohamaru had initially wanted to learn ninjutsu from his big brother. He had recently replaced the hollow wooden door with a solid one. Although it was still somewhat challenging to lift, he felt he had grown stronger, especially after the fear etched on his grandfather and Appos' face upon seeing him was proof enough of his progress. Big brother, let and Appos' get started. Are we training ninjutsu today? Konohamaru exclaimed excitedly, looking eager to begin. Sakura, however, felt her head buzzing at the mention of ninjutsu. No, not that, right? Idan and Appos. Do you want to learn Naruto and Appos' ninjutsu? Naruto. How about we skip it? Idan and Appos. Do you think I and Appos' am suited for your taijutsu. Sakura hesitated for a moment, deciding it would be best to return to the hospital and continue her studies in medical ninjutsu. Mainly, she felt a sense of unease whenever she saw Naruto and Appo's familiar smile. Ha ha ha, Dawn and Appo's worry, Sakura. This special training ISN and Appo's that. Naruto flashed a reassuring smile, which only heightened Sakura and Appo's anxiety. She recalled the last time he smiled like that was when he dressed as a girl for Sasuke and nearly became a rogue ninja. Watch closely. Unaware of Sakura and Appo's unease, Naruto bit his thumb and began to form hand seals. The two beside him were suddenly taken aback by Naruto and Appo's actions, especially Sakura. She knew that Naruto and Appo's only reliable technique was the shadow clone jutsu, and even that only required one hand seal. Now, seeing him perform so many seals, was he about to teach them ninjutsu? Could it be that Naruto had finally stepped up this time? Summoning technique. As Naruto pressed one hand against the ground, the immense figure of Gamabunta appeared before the two. Sakura and Konoha stiffly raised their necks, gazing in astonishment at the colossal toad, a wave of anticipation rising within them. Naruto, I want to learn this. Konoha exclaimed excitedly, only to realize that his older brother, who had stood beside him moments ago, had vanished. Huh? Where did Naruto go? Sakura looked up, noticing Naruto suddenly perched atop Gamabunta and Appo's head, her unease intensifying. ISN and Appo's. He supposed to be learning this technique? Why is he up there? Standing atop the great toad and Appo's head, Naruto crossed his arms, feeling as if he were merely missing a scroll and a touch of orange eyeshadow. After a brief moment of distraction, he directed a serious shout towards the two below. Gamabunta, old brother, attack them. Gamabunta paused, staring blankly for a full minute, pondering Naruto and Appo's words. ISN and Appo's. It true that not many years have passed in Konoha? Why does it feel like I can and Appo's keep up with the current generation of young ninjas? Nevertheless, Gamabunta dismissed the thought and lifted his foot, aiming to stomp down on the two below. Boom. The massive foot of the toad suddenly descended upon Sakura and Konoha, kicking up a cloud of dust. Just as Sakura realized they were about to be crushed, she yanked Konoha by the collar and fled. However, she soon discovered that the gigantic toad was still pursuing them. Naruto, what are you doing? Brother, what are you doing? Sakura felt the overwhelming force behind her and nearly lost her wits. While Konoha cried out in fear, they had no doubt that Naruto intended to eliminate them. Just then, they heard Naruto and Appo's voice. Sakura, Konoha, why are you running? Come towards my summoning beast. His tone was serious, yet the strain in his quivering smile betrayed his struggle to maintain composure. Naruto, I don't understand. This is too dangerous. Sakura protested. Yeah, Naruto, are you trying to kill us?